altitude. The whole reason you're getting more than 180 degrees is because things are lowering in the distance. If they weren't lowering and they were raising, you would get more than 180 degrees or less than it.
Okay, I sort of see how you're characterizing it. Clearly, what you're saying is there is a flex in the geometry.
Well, Pazza, take a look in the chat. I just posted. That's like a little layout of what they're doing. So it's precisely what Jeremy is saying.
Yes, Euclidean.
Yeah, like I don't know why you guys are arguing with me. That's why you get more than 180s, because things are appearing to drop in the distance.
No, the reason you get more than 180 is because the plumb lines are not parallel.
But the plumb lines are just whatever is perpendicular to horizontal. There's nothing really special about the plumb lines. It's just related to the horizontal and how the device transfers that to the vertical plumb line.
Horizontal doesn't come.
They only think the plumb lines aren't vertical because things are dropping in the distance and they're measuring more than 180 degrees. If they were raising in the distance,
there's that
you'd be getting less than 180 degrees. This is all based. Hold on, man. This is all based on things dropping in the distance. This is nothing like new or stunning. This is the same thing as b-ball shit. This ain't nothing special.
I'm sorry, Jeremy. That's just wrong. That's not why you get more than 180 degrees. You get more than 180 because the plumb lines are not parallel. If they were, you would get exactly 180 degrees.
I'm sorry. Once again, you only think the plumb lines aren't parallel because the things are dropping and you're measuring more than 180 degrees. Gio, can you point it out on the illustration or something? I don't know why he's not getting this.
I get what you're saying, and what you're saying is wrong, Jeremy. Your contention is
if the total stations were higher, if they were raising in the distance from each other, it would look like the plumb lines were converging as you go up.
They're not raising from each other. They're not both raised. One could be at a higher elevation. And because they're not parallel, you're still going to sum up to greater than 180.
Yep.
I know it's happening because things are appearing to drop in the distance. That's why you think the plumb line. That's the whole reason why you think the plumb lines aren't parallel.
What are you attributing this drop to, Jeremy?
If you did, okay, Blue. Let's say you have two theodolites and they're horizontal from each other. Okay, let's just pretend that they do it where they're horizontal, and they're both horizontal, and we measure it, and it's like, okay, they're both even with each other. We're getting 180 degrees. You would say plumb lines aren't converging, right? Plumb lines are parallel, right?
Yep.
Okay, if they're low, if you look at them and they're lower than each other, then now what would you think? That Earth's a sphere and they're not parallel, right?
What do you? They can't both be lower than the other one. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about looking out, and you see that the total stations, because there's this optical drop, you're measuring more than 180 degrees, right?
Okay, all right. Now I get what you're saying. You're saying that the observation one from the other is lower than the horizontal line.
Right. The elevation doesn't matter in Euclid's parallel postulate, bro. Just think mathematically. Don't think nothing else except what Jeremy's saying. Mathematically, in the parallel postulate, the elevation doesn't fucking matter.
That is true. I agree with that.
But the key is...
Wait. If we're looking up 45 degrees at both other stations, then we know we're on a massive concave Earth, right? Because we've only measured 140 degrees.
If that could happen, yes, you would be right.
That's what I've been trying to tell you for the past 10 minutes, is that the only reason you think the plumb lines aren't parallel is because things are appearing to drop in the distance. If they were appearing to rise, appearing to rise, you would think we're on concave Earth.
But they do appear to rise, Jeremy. That's what refraction does. It causes it to appear to rise. Not a lot, but slightly.
Forget refraction.
And this optical drop you're throwing at me is just bullshit.
Just forget refraction. Sorry, guys.
Brian, hold on. Just forget refraction for a minute. Pretend there's no refraction. We're looking at two auto levels or total stations, whatever. They're both horizontal from each other. We measure 180 degrees, okay? Now pretend we're on a globe and there's still no refraction. and we put the theodolites up, and they drop in the distance, and we measure more than 180 degrees, right?
Okay, we'll go with your clumsy
Is that
phrasing.
correct?
Yes,
Is that
there's
correct?
a divergence. There's a divergence.
It's not a diversion. I'm explaining what would happen on a. I'm explaining why the measurement works. Can we
You're
just run through
shouting.
it with me? Or?
You're shouting continuously. You're not letting anybody ask you what you mean exactly. Yeah. So on the
Well, I wasn't trying to shout. My bad.
on a flat plane, you're right. If they're both the same altitude, line them up. Some lines are parallel, all's hunky dory, 180 degrees.
Okay.
And now go on.
Okay.
Go on to the next one.
Okay. Now say we have them, and we have them at the same elevation, but now they appear to drop from each other. There's still no refraction, but they appear to drop from each other. You would measure more than 180 degrees, right?
Yeah, just from geometry. Let's assume in a fantasy world with no refraction. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So now if they were higher than each other, you would have concave Earth.
That's your trouble.
If they were higher
Not
than each
higher.
other, you'd have.
They're
If
not
they
gonna
were
be higher
higher,
than
if they
each other.
appeared higher than each other. Oh God, what left lane? What's up?
No, that's it though. That's
I'm right
that's
in the
where
middle of
you're
this, bro.
that's when you're going wrong. They're not going to be higher than each other. One could be at higher elevation than the other, and you know one
This
will
is
be
a
down below and
hypothetical.
one will be
This is a
up.
hypothetical.
There, there's no hypothetical.
I don't know why. Why are you even?
There is no hypothetical where they both can be higher than each other, Jeremy. They can be at the same
A
elevation.
concave Earth.
or
A
one
concave Earth they would be.
They cannot be higher than each other, Jeremy.
On a concave Earth, they wouldn't appear to be higher than each other.
There's no way you
Okay.
can make that work.
Okay,
On a concave Earth.
I kind of get what Jeremy is. He's saying on a concave Earth, you'd look along the horizontal, and the other, and if they're both stations at the same altitude, in a concave world, you'd look along. Each one would look along their own horizontal planes, and the other station would be above the horizontal plane. That's what you're trying to say, aren't you?
Yeah.
Is that what you're saying, Jeremy?
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. It's just.
Yes. We just went
All right, Jeremy.
through all the scenarios.
I see.
We just ran through all the scenarios. Sorry, I'm trying not to get too worked up, but
No. I get that.
we're just trying to run through all the scenarios on what this measurement would look like on various different features of the Earth. If the Earth was flat, concave, spherical.
Yeah. So in that
So
scenario,
having gone through all that, hold on, please. I don't want to shout. Having gone through all that, we can see now that depending on if the total stations are dropping from each other or raising from each other or horizontal with each other, you will get various Earth shapes from that, right? Or various plumb line measurements.
yeah, okay, yeah, you would on the basis of your apparencies of where they appear to be. Yes, right, yeah.
So this is totally based on the fact that the plumb lines, this is totally based on the fact that the total stations appear to be dropping over distance, like I said just now.
Okay, so all right, so in that characterization, yeah, you're right. We can come to two conclusions. The plumb lines are parallel in the world we live in. There's some optical effect which is causing us to think that there's a divergence because we observe greater than 180 degrees, yeah, or the plumb lines aren't parallel, yeah, and it is a consequence of the surface we're on being slightly curved in a convex manner. Yeah.
So, but
do you agree with that?
Yeah. But before we go on, real quick, let's just come to the conclusion of my last point that this is based on things dropping in the distance or appearing to drop in the distance.
Yep.
Okay, good. I'm glad we got that all right, Blue. You agree now, or what? What's up, Blue?
I can see what you're saying. There's an apparent observation.
Well, hold on. I want to see what Blue thinks about this. No,
No, I'm just going to let you keep
or if he's
talking.
not here, I mean, go ahead.
Keep going.
No, we've come to a conclusion of my point where this other guy has agreed, and now I'm trying to see if you agree.
I'm not ready to agree with that yet, Jeremy. Keep talking.
Run with
Do
me,
you want me to reiterate?
Run with me, Jeremy.
Well, I don't know why Blue doesn't understand.
No. He understands that if you look along the horizontal from one station to the other, and they're both at the same altitude, then the other station will appear to be slightly below your horizontal. It's an apparency, though. It's not an actual
Angle, bro.
He's purposefully not. See, Blue, you're tricky, Blue. What did you not hear what I said? You want me to run through it again, Blue, or?
Jeremy, stop point scoring. Let's carry on because we've got a foundation of what we're discussing. Yeah.
Can I reword it, Jeremy?
I know, but Blue's been in this very deeply, and I just want to make sure that he's following me. He understands how this reciprocal zenith angle measurement, what it's based on.
Let me try and reword it real quick for you, Jeremy.
Hold on, Brian. Blue, do you get it or no?
Yeah,
Because I don't want to leave Blue behind.
Let me just try something. If you've got both the atalats at equal elevation, each one is. I mean, if they're not parallel, if they are diverging, each theodolite is going to have to look down at each other.
Exactly.
But if one of them is at a higher elevation, one theodolite's going to look up, and the other one's going to look down. But you'll still measure the excess if they're not parallel.
Exactly. We were just running with Jeremy's equal altitude station scenario for the minute.
Yeah, Left Lane. Do you understand what I just said? Sorry, what's your name, guy?
Yeah.
What's the guy who's agreeing with me? The Glober. What's your name?
Me, Pazza.
Pazza. Okay, Pazza agrees. Left Lane. Do you understand or agree with what I just said about the plumb? So we're all in agreement
when they're at equal elevation.
Okay, so we're all in agreement that. Okay, so just real quick, hold on, real quick, Pazza. We're all in agreement that this measurement of reciprocal zenith angle measurement. This is based on whether the total stations are higher or lower or at the same elevation in a horizontal situation as the other one.
In this scenario where the two stations are in equivalent altitude, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So we're all clear with that. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I've been. Okay, so that's what I've been saying. This is based on where the total station appears visually higher, as in higher or lower in your field of view, in your scope.
And what's so ironic about it is it's using planar surveying tools and planar surveying methods to try to claim a geodetic surveying type result in terms of the curvature of the Earth over these very short distances.
Exactly.
And yes, it's precisely based upon this drop effect, which is then being equated to Earth curve.
Let me word it like this for Blue real quick. So Blue, in other words, if we measure 180 degrees every time we did it, just throwing that out there, then we could conclude that we're horizontal. Despite whatever the Earth is at, if we measure 180 degrees, no matter what the elevation of one person to another, we know that we're horizontal due to Euclidean's parallel postulate. Fuck the Earth underneath. So what Jeremy's simply saying is that if we measure less than 180 degrees because of higher elevations, so you should be able to agree to that yeah, if we measured 45 degrees, if every time we measured it, we come up with 120 degrees, we'd know we're on a concave Earth if there's no such thing as refraction. That's just an extreme, but bringing it back to the angles, Blue, you do agree, right, Blue?
Yeah, whatever, Brian.
But here's the key, okay, right? Yeah, when we make observations from specific stations, okay, we don't always get the same. We don't always get the same observation if we don't take refraction into consideration.
Yeah, the optical effect. That's what it's coming down to. So optically, these things appear lower. Therefore, plumb lines aren't parallel. I know that's what I've been trying to say for the last 20 minutes.
Have you seen some of the infamous Skunk Bay footage where the horizon is wavering up and down? I mean,
absolutely.
Yeah, the Earth is not changing shape. So to use the same conceptual framework to then claim that now you're measuring Earth shape based on that is profoundly faulty.
Well, not so much. I mean, most of the observations where you've got things that are, at perspectives where they shouldn't be in terms of the horizon are done very low to the surface of usually water. And if you look at the times of day when it's done, you've got significant pressure differentials. Now, a pressure differential profile over between air and water will have its own refractive component to it on top of what we conventionally call atmospheric refraction. So that has to be, the black swan doesn't work if the black swan isn't seen if you're 25 feet off, if you're on a 25 feet tower on the shore that time. It's always clear that the person gets as low as they can to the water for that observation. And you can see the
Well, this
mirror.
reciprocal zenith angle thing is done quite low to the surface too, so that argument doesn't hold any water.
I mean, a lot of people who do surveying will make sure they're not too close to the surface of things if they can help it.
Well, it's not really relevant in this case.
Okay.
Fine attempt as a rebuttal. I understand it, but I'm just not really.
So the bottom line is if there is this reciprocal zenith angle, and clearly they're not always summing to 180 degrees. That's the material observation that everybody makes. Okay. And
no, I wouldn't even agree with that. I don't know about everybody. This has been done by very few handful of people, most of them globe defenders who have very intense emotional conflicts around the fact that people think the Earth is something different than them. This is not done by professional surveyors regularly out in the world to measure the shape of the Earth at all.
That is extremely fallacious, Gio. What you just said is extremely fallacious.
Well, you'd have to explain why instead of just making that statement. Do you have any reason why? Go ahead and actually give the reason instead of
What's the fallacy?
Yeah,
because you're accusing just globe believers of making a handful of measurements when that is not the truth at all.
Okay, then present to me professional surveyors that are not related to having emotional conflicts about the shape of the Earth who are doing this.
Okay, I'll be glad to. Hang on a second.
Okay.
I mean, either way, though, this is totally just based on where things appear visually relative to your horizontal, higher or lower. Like I said, if things were higher, you'd be sitting here talking about it's a concave Earth. So.
Oh, wow, this is the thing. You see, let's supposing they were always higher or they're always lower. I don't think it's fair to say that because we, in the example we gave, we got two attitudes and they both appear slightly lower, that everyone lunged and stuck to the conclusion that plumb lines are doing one thing or the other.
Bro, look at the American arc of the parallel, bro. They were over and under. They had spherical excess. They had fucking spherical lacking. Okay, it wasn't just predominantly. Well, maybe it was predominantly, but it wasn't just all one thing. I'll be curious if Blue can find that. I'll definitely give it a look. But even in his own video with reciprocal zenith angles, all he showed was red dots and globe math. He didn't actually show the measurements, but maybe they do exist. But I think they're going to vary wildly, constantly, because Skunk Bay, right?
I'm led to believe that the bulk of people who actually do try and do the reciprocal zenith angle experiment do find, this divergence 180 is consistent. Now, that's not to say that on the face of it, you see, that doesn't reveal anything because, like you say, they could be parallel and there's some phenomena which is making them look like there's a divergence, or it could be they are divergent and there are artifacts that can fit them on the other. So clearly, that's the question, isn't it? How do we determine how do we unearth any truth from these measurements? What phenomena do we have to take into consideration? How many systematic measurements do we make, and who drew the conclusions? This is the key, isn't it?
At least you're being honest. On this channel, we've kind of gave up on optics.
There's some real observations.
These aren't really measurements because these aren't really measurements. It's reciprocal zenith angle shit because you're just calculating refraction and assuming that you know which way the light's been. You're calculating refraction because you assume that you know which way the light's bending and therefore you know where the actual position of the object is.
Jeremy, you do know they've done lots of experiments over distances to calculate refraction through differentials of pressure in gaseous medium and in liquid medium. You do understand they've at least tried to come to some erstwhile understanding of this outside of just looking to the horizon.
We can calculate it however you want.
Yes, you'd have to do it. You'd have to actually show. Yeah, you might be able to get the light to bend one way or another in the lab or whatever, but now you'd have to show that that's actually what's happening out in the atmosphere.
In the I mean, you say when I say you can calculate what you like, they can create these environments where they've got like 50, 100, 200, 300 meter tanks of gas or air, and they look at how light if it is perturbed across that. That's not just calculations. That's measurements, isn't it? Sure.
Show me these tanks, please.
That's measurements in the lab, but when you get outside and you're just extrapolating that's how it works in the atmosphere over long distance, that's an extrapolation for one.
What have you got if you haven't got Jeremy? What have you got if you haven't got extrapolation from one measure to another? What have you got instead?
I'll tell you what you've got when you don't extrapolate things. Like say we go outside and it gets colder as you get higher. You could extrapolate that out, right? No, you can't because it doesn't work. Extrapolations don't always work.
No.
You know what else is a calculation?
Yeah.
When you go to the gas pump.
Yeah. Extrapolations. Go ahead.
You know what else is calculation, Jeremy? When you go to the gas pump and you end up paying 9/10 of a cent, that's a calculation. But you still have to pay it. It's still accurate.
That's brilliant. I'm more worried about the extrapolation of
it's not extrapolating.
When you do it in the fish. They are extrapolating from the fish tank. That's how it's working outside. Yes.
And why would you have to? And why would you have to do anything in a tank? We got the world, the real world out here, and we see that shit.
Yeah, in the real world, there are gas stations.
There are. You guys, people are interrupting each other. Mostly Lael. Lael, please don't interrupt. I think Brian, you were in the middle, and then either Lael or Blue go next. But please, let's not do the.
I'm trying to get in and answer the question you asked, Gio. If at some point these other guys want to shut the fuck up for a second, I'll present it to you.
Yeah, I'll pipe down for Blue. I think he was trying to get in earlier a few times.
The floor is yours. Go ahead, Blue.
All right. There are reciprocal zenith angle measurements, GEO, made by NOAA. You've heard of those guys, right? This was done for the McDonnell Observatory back in the 70s. They were finding elevations, actually, because they were wanting to see how much the ground around that observatory was moving.
Okay, so you've cited a government agency involved with this globe deception. All right, well, fine, fair enough. Do you have any further?
Way to hand it away.
In that case, I got.
Do you have the full data on it, please? Do you have the full data, or just one?
Yeah, I do. And in that case, I have nothing further to say to you. Thanks.
So you can't provide the whole data. You're just going to show.
Yes, I can, and I will not. If you're going to be a snot about it, no, I will not.
There's nothing about snots. It was done by NOAA. They are a deceptive agency involved with the government and with the globe deception. In my viewpoint, I was just stating that. If you want to give the information, then give the information.
That's a good way to hand wave away facts that you don't like.
Yo, he's not hand waving it. He's saying, let's go over it. Show us the data. He said, let's go over it. Show us the data. Does that sound like hand waving
to you?
If somebody says, yeah, let's go over it. Show me the data. You think that's hand waving?
You did not hear what he actually said. He said, I'm not going to accept it because it's from NOAA.
That's not what I said.
Gio, do you want?
I never said those
words. You want Blue to show you the data?
Yes, I never said any of these things that these guys are lying about, especially Lael. I specifically just asked. He said it was from NOAA. I said a statement about what NOAA is, in my viewpoint, and then I asked, and I said right after, I said, fair enough, though, if that's what you're presenting, could you present the original information? And he freaked out and started calling insults.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? To Blue or the other guy?
Blue already evaded and left.
All right, what about the other guy that was defending it?
Actually, Gio, you said I'm not going to accept it. It's from NOAA.
I never said those words. I didn't.
You never said those words, but in essence, that's what.
Yeah, I didn't say the words. So don't make up that I said the words if I didn't say the words.
No, in essence,
fact, I specifically said, okay. I said my statements about who NOAA is in my viewpoint, and then I said, but fair enough. If that's what you're providing, could you provide the more full information? He didn't do so.
So Leo, do you know how it's done?
Because we have two sources now. One, people on the internet who want to push the globe have done these, and basically NASA/NOAA.
Especially when they post
The original
something-
question was, do professional surveyors in the world do it? And Bev, and he said that they do. And to this day, we don't have any that do. We have NOAA, and we have other globe pushers on the internet.
And he's showing data that literally conflicts with Larry's red dot and Jesse Kozlowski's blue dot. They're showing like a little over 5 miles, and they're showing 17 arc seconds. 15 arc seconds. Okay, there's a big difference. This ain't something you can attribute to refraction when they showed 11.07 miles with 6 and change arc seconds, bro. That's not something you could attribute to refraction. So don't show us one thing and then pull up something that conflicts with it, like double. Bro, even Al Baruni's shit conflicts with the main surveyor where he had 20 million feet of deviance, bro. That's just 20 million feet, you know. He just thinks he's going to post numbers. We're not going to look at them. You know, it might take us a minute, but eventually we're going to look at them and we're going to see the 20 million feet deviance, bro, that it stands between flat and globe. And that's where the argument stands, right in the middle.
20 million feet.
Yeah, 20 million feet.
You mean the radius of the Earth is 20 million feet, isn't it?
Hey, Blue, you want to finish off with Geo, or you want to discuss this picture here of yours?
Yeah, I meant real quick. Last thing is, yeah, because when I said 20 million inches, I got corrected. Yeah, it's 20 million feet. Yeah,
That's the
baby.
radius of the Earth, 20 million feet.
So what's up, Blue? I'm curious to hear the ending of you and Geo. That was interesting.
I mean, we're ready to go over this shit. We'll go over anything you got. I mean,
So the question is if it's not divergence of plumb lines, how can you solidify the concept of something else? Because that's what you got to do, haven't you?
well, are they actually
Plumb lines don't
diverging, or are they just
Come
appearing?
on.
Are they just are they actually diverging, or are they just appearing to
Well,
diverge or
no,
converge?
you're not listening. That's exactly what I just said to you. If they are parallel, how do we solidify a consistent notion that they're doing something else then?
We'd have to do something. We'd have to do something tangible where refraction's not involved, so that we're not extrapolating and guessing on which way where the actual object is, and then we can get an accurate reading without this whole refraction business.
Okay, so what's the shortest distance, should we say then, between two equi-altitudinal stations that we can actually coherently measure this divergence? What do they tell us?
I don't know. But they'd have to be very high up and very far apart. But I mean, other than that, any tangible measurement we make of plumb lines next to each other, they're not diverging and converging. So I mean, it's on you guys to actually show some real measurements here without the
So
whole
would you-
extrapolation
Right.
and
So
guessing where the actual. Go ahead.
Okay, so would you agree then, if you got two mountains and you did it at two base stations of altitude of roughly, let's supposing within a couple of hundred meters, you did it with two observations at base stations at the base of the mountain, see what the plumb line divergence is. Did it at another 500 feet higher, look what the divergence is. Did it another 500 feet. Let's just say three altitudes, reasonably heftily spaced apart in roughly the same location. Yeah. Would you agree, if it was a function of refraction, as you go up in altitude, the air gets rarefied. We all know that. Therefore, the refractive index changes. So you'd have three distinct levels of divergence for three altitudes in roughly the same location. Would you agree with that?
I don't know what you're saying, but anything that would be acceptable would be something where you're not extrapolating things out about refraction or where actual positions are of the things, and what refraction the atmosphere is doing. Other than that, I mean, you're gonna have to come with something tangible at this point, because we've seen too much bullshit and just fuckery basically.
Optical variance. There's too much
Yeah,
variance.
and the question on the table was: is there any real life, people that do this? And Blue was about to show them until he freaked out for no reason. Blue, come on, man. What you got?
I think lots of surveys. To be fair to Blue, I think lots of surveys do this experiment. Do this. This is a pretty much a standard thing that they do as part of their training. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, let Blue speak if you don't mind.
And it's not what you think; it's what you know.
Blue, you got it or not, man? Come on.
Do you know they don't?
Well, hold on, Paz. Blue was going to respond. I think he felt like he was maybe able to talk. Go ahead, Blue.
I'll pipe down. Sorry.
You sure? Is it okay for me to speak now?
Yes, sir. Floor is yours.
I just want to correct something that Brian was making a mistake on. The measurements that were made up at Hagerstown, that was Larry and Jesse, over 11 miles, showed a divergence of the plumb lines of about 8 arc minutes. The first piece of information that you were looking at, I think, Brian, is about 20 miles. In other words, not quite twice the distance, but approaching it. And that plumb line divergence is 15 arc minutes. It's very consistent, Brian. Don't misrepresent the information, please.
Okay,
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait, Brian. Don't take the bait. No, don't take the bait. Holy shit,
I
Brian.
almost did it too.
Don't take the bait, Brian.
Elbows right.
Didn't even say nothing.
Brian did
Don't
it too.
take the bait.
Elbows right. Did it too.
That wasn't the question they asked him. SC, do you want to repeat your question for Blue to answer your question that Gio had?
Yeah, do it. Repeat it. Repeat it.
The question Gio had was: is there any real life, people that do this? And Blue said yes, and he had some evidence, and he was going to post it.
I don't have any evidence that is not done by professional surveyors, some of whom may work for NOAA, others may work for other government agencies for all I know of. And if your position is that none of that data is trustworthy, then I have no data to present to you.
Nobody said that, and Gio didn't say that. I was here. I
Exactly what
heard
he
him.
said. That's exactly
No, he
what
didn't. He said, NOAA is a government agency, which he personally doesn't trust, but he still was willing to hear it. Lou, come on, man. Stop being, what?
Well, I threw my opinion in there. Yes, I did. I basically said, okay, so this is coming from NOAA, and then I stated my opinion. I think is part of the globe deception. So I did say that. But right after I said that, I said, but fair enough. That was just my viewpoint. But fair enough. I'm still willing to look at the further information. And I was wondering if you had more full information instead of just one screenshot. So, because essentially this reciprocal zenith angle is something that seems to be done by individuals on the internet that are wanting to assert the globe Earth, and then government agencies that are also asserting the globe Earth. And the question was, are there any independent surveyors that don't have these agendas that are doing this, and that see it as a valid technique to measure the shape of the Earth?
That's a fair question, Blue, because every time we ask you, you guys bring up Jessica Kozlowski or Soundly or this guy. I mean, we want a professional, like somebody,
All right, well, Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott are both professionals. They both have professional licenses.
Yeah, but they're incorporated into
just a moment. And the two positions they were at when they made those measurements are well identified, and anybody can go back there and prove or disprove their measurements. Anybody.
Yeah, but we're not saying that, Blue. We're saying they're part of the community. At least that's what I think Gio was saying, right? I don't know why you're making a big deal out of it.
I don't know why you're making a big deal out of it, SC. I just told you. The information is there. The measurements have been presented to you. You can go there yourself with two theodolites and repeat the measurements if you wish. I don't know what the problem is.
Okay, so Jesse and what's his name? They measured plumb lines converging.
No, diverging.
They measured plumb lines diverging. Okay, so where were the plumb lines?
Well, Jeremy, when we say plumb lines, we're talking about the zenith angles.
It's just the equipment
So
tells them. Yeah, the equipment relates the horizontal to a kind of fabricated, made-up vertical that the equipment calculates, basically.
No, it's actually the vertical that
I
establishes.
just wanted to point out that there are no actual. I know. I just wanted to point out for the audience that there are no actual plumb lines even involved in this. It's totally based on things dropping. But go ahead.
Okay, well, if you want to deny that zenith and plumb are the same thing, then go right ahead.
It's based on the.
No, I'm not denying it. I'm just.
It's like a virtual plumb line, basically, that the equipment makes.
Blue, does it start off plumbing level
Does what start off plumbing level?
when you set up your tool?
Yeah.
And somehow when you use it, it diverges?
When you make the zenith angle measurement over a decent distance, say 10 miles or so, yes, you're going to see divergence of the zenith.
So what makes it diverge? You actually using a tool because you set it up plumbing level.
What makes it diverge is the fact that zeniths are radials. They're just
but
like gravity.
You start off plumbing level, right? Correct?
Yeah.
So
you have to set the equipment up that way.
So what changes?
In fact, the automatic the recent equipment, more recent stuff, these electronic theodolites these days have a compensator on them. It automatically finds plumb for you. That's what's in there.
So when it's plumbing level to start off with, what's step 2 that makes it diverge? Just you using it? Actually tilts it back?
No, not at all. It's the fact that the zenith angles are not parallel with each other. The zeniths are not parallel with each other.
There's there's two of them that are pointed at each other, and so
but both of them start off plumbing level. That's what I'm saying. When you use it, does it start bending down?
No.
Or you tilt it back?
You aim the two theodolites at each other.
So that's away from plumb?
It's in whatever direction the other theodolite is in.
So you're creating a divergence.
The position of the theodolites determines where you're going to aim your theodolite. If the other one is below you, you point it down. If the other one is above you, it's going to be pointing up. You're just reading the zenith angle after you point the theodolite at the other theodolite.
So when it start off plumbing level, what's step 2?
What do you mean start off plumbing level? Explain that to me. What do you mean?
When you set up your tool,
you say it starts off plumbing level. What does that mean?
When you set up your tool, it's plumbing level, correct?
What is plumbing level? The tool, the base of the tool is level. Yeah, the base of the tool is level, and the theodolite telescope can be pointed any direction you want to point it in.
But at that point, it's
what it is. It's a device that measures vertical angles and horizontal angles, for that matter.
But when you start off, it's plumbing level, correct?
Not necessarily. It depends on where the telescope is sitting at the moment.
So you start out diverging.
The zenith is established. It's
plumbing level, right?
Okay, you determine you're going to say plumbing level. Go ahead. Fine.
It's not. I'm just trying to learn. Like you said, it's both tools are set up plumbing level, and somehow using it makes it diverge.
It's a measurement tool.
When is the divergence take place?
When the divergence is inherent in the two zeniths, the angle between the zeniths.
The plumb lines are diverging?
Yes. Compared to each other, they diverge.
So the top is closer to each other than the bottom?
No, that's converging.
Blue Marble, can I ask you a question, Blue Marble?
Yeah.
Over what's the shortest distance between two theodolites that this can actually be picked up?
People have tried to do it over fairly short distances, but you got a problem. You can run into a problem with that because over really short distances, there's not a lot of divergence. And
Sure.
things like refraction and measurement error, instrument error, stuff like that can creep in and create a lot of confusion.
So
You need to get out.
So what's the ideal minimum in your experience? I'm not trying to pin you down here, but just
I would think 8 or 10 miles is about as short as you want to go to be sure that you're not being fooled one way or the other.
and how do they again? Someone who's never done it, yeah. How do they mitigate for the effects of refraction in a 10-mile context? What do they have to do? What do they have to know? And what do they have to? How do they apply that to a corrective mechanism if they've got one?
Well, there's a standard correction in surveying.
Yeah.
I've got a surveying manual right here. I can read it to you. There's a standard correction that you can apply for refractive conditions.
Okay.
That is typically used. Normally, it goes like the just curvature itself is 8 inches per mile squared. Times mile squared. You know about that one. Including refraction, that drops to like 6 3/4 to 7 inches, somewhere in that range. But there's an angular one too, and I forget what that is, exactly what they apply to it. But I'm not using any refraction. Actually, is hurting us in terms of showing a divergence. Refraction
true,
makes it makes it look like it's not diverging as much as it really is.
Right, yeah, because it's counterproductive to the actual.
Yeah, so leaving refraction out goes in favor of the guys that think the Earth is flat.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, if that's a big if, the light is bending in the atmosphere over long distances the way you think it is.
Okay, and I said we leave it out. Leave it the hell out. We don't.
But we
I'm
know.
not even using it.
But we know. The problem is, though, we know things aren't in their actual position because shit's moving around in this.
Jeremy, you're just shouting now. You just basically.
My bad. I'm in a bathroom. Sorry.
The question is then, do we have we need to get a decent understanding of refraction in the atmosphere over long distances, don't we? Before we can start dismantling observations made with these theodolites, we have to at least be honest enough to say, can we categorically say that there's a distortion from refraction which is behaving in this way? That's the manifest pollution of their observations. That would be on.
Yes, you don't want. Yeah, absolutely. Things are moving around in distance. You don't want to start using measurements with no refraction, because if we do that, we go to the Black Swan or Canigoo or a spool of other observations that would debunk the globe. So we're definitely going to need to know that the light's bending and things are shifting. So now it's a question of where is the actual position of this object. You could postulate and presume and extrapolate things, but you don't really have anything definitive.
The question is, though, how do we know how do I've seen all the models that they've pushed up, about atmospheric refraction and temperature coefficient refraction. The question is, why are those? Why would those be rubbish? Why are they not meaningful? Can we dismantle?
They're all extrapolations. They're all extrapolations of what's taking place in the atmosphere at long distances.
Yes, but all right. So, what's the quality of the extrapolation they use to form those, and how can that be dismantled? You just can't say they're extrapolations.
Well, are extrapolations always correct? I just gave you one 5 minutes ago. That wasn't correct.
No, not at all. So the question is how can we discern whether their extrapolations are rubbish or not?
You'd have to do something tangible to figure out if it's rubbish. Something that is not involved, that is not refraction based, right? Let's get rid of the refraction. Then we can see which way where the actual position of the object is, or something. Or do a tangible measurement. I mean, if you're going to do all that, we'll just do a tangible measurement of its water serving over a long distance and skip this whole refraction bullshit. You feel me?
I don't think we can skip it. We just got to understand it better, haven't we? We have to exclude it rather than skip it. That's
If you could actually measure it over long distances, then you'd have something. But I mean, how do you measure it without refraction? How do you measure the refraction without using something that's based on refraction? That's your department, because you guys are the ones claiming that you know where the actual position is.
So would you suggest then that any experiments we've done in the past to evaluate atmospheric refraction are bogus or flawed, or would you think that any of the testing?
Okay, the atmospheric refraction thing, it needs to be based on a measurement, not a calculation or an extrapolation. It just needs to be measured. Like you're claiming something's bending the light. How do we measure how much it's bending? Not by using something else that's also subject to refraction, right? Because now we're in some kind of weird circular thing.
Are you inferring they've not measured atmospheric refraction accurately?
Absolutely not. It's never been measured over long distance in atmosphere, 100%.
Okay.
If you could show me one, what's up?
The problem is the flaw that each time you make a measurement, it's different. The problem lies in the Achilles heel of standard refraction is that the atmos changes hourly, half hour, sometimes by the minute. This is the flaw. You cannot use standard refraction in anything, really.
You're telling me that the standard refraction is not standard after all.
Well, the thing is,
that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, but that's in that there being invariance. I've got my science head on now. Yeah, the fact there's massive invariance in a system is not an end stop. Yeah, if you collect enough information over enough time, yeah, and enough environmental changes, you can at least surmise what is likely to be in the middle, and what's likely to be sane and what's likely to be insane just by frequency.
We're not talking about sane or insane. We're talking about accuracy.
Yeah, and that's what I mean by insane and insane. What is sane to take as an accurate measurement? What is insane to take as an accurate measurement? Clearly, if you make 1 million measurements and there are 50 that in one extreme and 112 in the other, and the other remaining part is sitting in a clump in the middle, it will be sensible to presume that the fringe stuff is noise and rubbish, or at least.
Yeah, but the problem is though, you don't know if one of those ones on the fringes is the actual position or not.
Well, that's true, but you have to draw to conclusion then that the norm is an extreme if you're going to do that.
Okay, and you don't know if it is or isn't because you've never measured it. Sorry, go ahead, Essay.
No, it's fine. The fact of the matter is it's always an estimation. It's never an actual thing because it's easily disproven. I told you the Achilles heel is the atmos changes all the time. That's the variable. You cannot control that. You cannot make a calculation based on a moving thing. You just can't do it.
No. If you can quantify the parameters of its motion, you can at least come to some approximation.
Okay, I'll bet you $100 to your favorite charity. Me and you will make a bet. I'll give you the conditions that tomorrow is going to be somewhere here in Montreal on the St. Lawrence River, let's say, right? And you tell me how far I'm going to see.
I can't do that, can I? I'm not an expert on those things.
Nobody alive can do it. Nobody alive can do it.
What can't they do? Measure the what?
I'll give you the conditions that are going to be tomorrow, the predicted conditions, right? The sun, the humidity, the temperature, all that. And you're going to tell me at a given time how far I can see.
Yeah, we're going to use weather balloons from hundreds of meters or miles away or whatever Ruheb does.
Yeah, from the local airport. Yep. You want to bet?
No, of course not. I'm not an expert in these things, am I?
Because you can't. You know you're going to lose, right? You know there's no such thing as standard refraction.
Hang on. You're right. I can't. I've just conceded. I haven't got the skills or the expertise to do that. It doesn't prove anything, though, does it? Really?
No, but you can use you can call your favorite scientist. You can check your favorite website. I'm giving you a lifeline to a friend. You can do whatever you want. Doesn't have to be you.
No, I wouldn't know who to call.
You know what? There's nobody to call, bro, because you know why?
No.
Nobody can predict that.
No. You're making an assertion now. I don't know that's true. Your assertion.
So you're telling me there's somebody alive that can predict the viewing distance tomorrow at a certain location on Earth?
I'm not
given the information.
Why would I come to the conclusion that there isn't anybody that could do that?
As long as as long as the point is made, we can go around in circles. You're trying to, I know what you're trying to do, but yeah.
What am I trying to do, for goodness sakes? I'm asking you, why would I come to the conclusion that no one has got the expertise to answer that question?
Well, Andrew Thomas Young doesn't. Andrew Thomas Young doesn't. He's considered the world expert in this field.
I'll take your word for that. I don't know who it is, and I don't know. I've got no way of corroborating that, have I?
You've never heard of the name Andrew Thomas Young in all these discussions?
No. Where does that leave us?
Hold on, Gio. I was asking. What did you say about Andrew Thomas Young?
Well, he doesn't have what SE's asking for either. I mean, there's calculations and so on, but I mean, he doesn't have this validation that SE is referring to, and he's like a world expert.
Nobody on Earth. Yeah, there's nobody on Earth. SE's not wrong. There's no one on Earth that if you gave him the weather balloon data miles away would be able to tell you how far you're going to be able to see.
Okay, so what?
Because we have a dynamic system and the weather changes by the minute. That's why.
Great.
Because that's what would be needed, Blue, to isolate the actual effects, to then isolate the shape of the Earth from the optical measurements and observations.
No, the data I've presented, I have not included refraction in it. There's no refraction calculation in any of those measurements.
But refraction is a thing that you're not.
Awesome.
It's still there that you're not isolating for you because you can't remove refraction from the environment.
Yeah, if you don't want to use refraction, that's awesome. We can go over this measurement with no refraction, and then I have a measurement with no refraction we're going to use. And are you cool with that?
Yeah, you got a zenith angle measurement without refraction. That's fine. Let's use it.
I have
over a decent distance.
A different observation. I have a different observation, and we're just going to forget about refraction.
I think the point that Blue Marble was making is that in the common scientific vernacular, refraction would lessen the effect of the reciprocal zenith angles. Am I correct in saying that?
On your presupposition of which way the light's bending and how we see it, yes.
But Jeremy, this is where your problem lies, okay, right? In laboratory experiments with atmospheric refraction, yeah, and refraction across different density medium in strata, okay, right? It always goes one way. So you can at least extrapolate a geometry from the small scale to the large scale. Otherwise, where are you?
Until you measure it over long distance in the atmosphere. We're not going to go with your wild guessing games.
You didn't address what I said.
I know. I'm addressing what you said. You have it in the laboratory, bending down, denser medium. I know. And until you stop extrapolating that out to what's actually going on in the atmosphere over long distances, we'll never know. You won't know. You'll think you know, but you won't actually know.
So, Jeremy, what resolution have they got to do it over in a controlled experiment before you accept it as potentially being pertinent to, say, 2 kilometers or 10 kilometers or 100 kilometers? Has it got to be done?
Listen,
has it got to be done?
I love controlled experiments. I'm all for controlled experiments, but this is something that just needs. But this is just something that needs to be tested. I've done experiments, sure, but this is something that needs to be done in the actual real world scenarios. So
what does that mean? What does that mean?
It means you need
the real world. How do you measure it in the real world if it is the real world? How do you extrapolate? What are you extrapolating? You're not, are you? If it's the real world.
Outside, you go outside in the atmosphere,
yeah,
and then you measure it with a tool that is not based on refraction. Okay, so I don't know what tool that is, but you're going to need to measure it with something where refraction's not involved. Like maybe something tangible. I don't know. Call me crazy.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, get over it. There's no such thing as standard Atmos refraction.
There is
Doesn't
Right.
that.
happen because
SC
the Atmos.
Montreal.
Do you always interrupt, bro? Do you have like a problem? Why can you not? You interrupted Jeremy. I don't know how many times.
Well, we were having a friendly little back and forth. Let's just let SE finish and then go ahead. You're next.
I was just gonna say there's no such thing as standard Atmos refraction simply because the Atmos changes by the minute.
So averages don't exist.
That's not what I said. Averages do exist, but you're never
that's
gonna get
all
the
it is.
correct. Yeah.
That's all standard is. It's an average that you can use when you don't know what the real number is. On an average day, that's what it ends up being.
Right, but there's no such thing as an average day, Blue. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Really?
Really? What's an average day?
Really. I can't measure the high temperature over the next 60 days and figure out what the average high temperature was.
Yeah, after you measure it, yeah, sure. Obviously.
Well, that's
But
how.
what good is that to you after
refraction
the fact? I was talking before the fact to make a prediction.
Yeah, it reminds me of weather. Like no matter how many calculations you do for the average temperature at this time of the year or this day of the year and so on, that doesn't mean you'll be able to know for sure what the weather is going to be like tomorrow. It could be totally different than your prediction.
Absolutely.
That's exactly right.
So that's what I'm saying. That's what we're saying.
Weather is a hugely complicated and chaotic system.
So you agree there's no such thing as standard Atmos refraction, right?
Nope, I do not agree with that.
There's also the problem. There's also. Oh, go ahead, Blue. Go ahead.
We can certainly assign a number and say this is what we're going to use when we don't know ahead of time what the refractive conditions will be. If we had to guess at it, if we had to take a shot at it, based on all the measurements that have been made, thousands and thousands of them, average refraction is this.
I think that's the key here.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, as long as you admit that, I'm good.
Sure.
See,
well,
if
also
you
a
just
problem. Go ahead, Leffel.
if you're just making the observation and you're not doing it in the morning or afternoon, doing it around midday, and everything looks stable, I don't see shit wiggling around. It looks crisp, nice, clean image. I would apply standard refraction to that observation to get my numbers. If I look through there and I see wiggly wobbly stuff, I won't even count it. I don't care what the refractive index is. I'm not going to use that observation.
I think that's the key, really.
Well, just like this whole refraction thing. Hold on, I was trying to get in for a minute, Pat, so you can go next. Just like this whole refraction thing, where you think you're doing an average, you get an average position of an object in the distance, and then you average it out, and you think that the middle point is the actual position. That may not be what it is, because you can take an average of boards lengths. So you have a bunch of boards in the back, and you come back and you say the average length of the boards is 8 feet. I say, okay, go grab me the 8-footer. And you're like, well, there is no 8-footer.
Okay, well, what I will say to that, Jeremy, yeah, okay, right, is that standards like this don't rely on just an arithmetic mean. They usually rely on a high density Gaussian distribution. So you put standard at the top of the bell curve. You don't just put it along an arithmetic mean scale or a median mean scale. These are very clumsy and crude tools on a low statistical density. A Gaussian curve will give you a mean populous distribution, and that's where you stick what you call standard in statistics. Standard in statistics doesn't mean it's not the same as when we say this is the standard. It's not necessarily saying this is the benchmark position where everything should be around. Yeah, it is literally just the best probabilistic mechanism for determining where we are on any given day. That's the distinction. It is an approximation.
Based on observations you've made. Go ahead, my bad. I thought you were done.
Sure, but it's not the same as lining up 50 planks. It's lining up 50,000 planks. Gaussian curve requires a density of data which goes beyond an arithmetic mean. It really does.
Okay, your whole shit's based on going out, making a whole bunch of observations, and then you get this average point. And now you think, okay, well, we know that Earth's curving this much. This must be the actual position, and refraction's happening like this.
Sure, but it's not an arithmetic it's not necessarily an arithmetic mean. Arithmetic means have got a certain pertinence in statistics. If you're trying to do the arithmetic mean and you've got a whole clump of stuff that's just wildly off to one side, which weights off the mean, it makes the mean useless. With other
Okay, so
statistical
you're
models
saying
like
they do a
standard,
weighted. All right, so you're
use
saying they do a weighted average, or what kind of average are they using?
they can use a standard deviation model and propagate that through a Gaussian mechanism, or they can use other types of statistical analysis. They can look at
Okay, but no.
They can look at
Okay, but no
probabilistic.
matter what. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. No, go on. You go on. You go on. Sorry.
Okay, but if you go out and you do whatever math you want on all the 50,000 boards I got in my backyard, and I tell you to give me the 8-footer, and there's no 8-footer there, but that's the average you came up with, it's the same thing.
No, it's not because because asking you for an 8-foot length board amongst a load of boards, and someone using a standard measurement principle to work out where they are across the whole realm of reality means that they understand that the standard deviation is not the accurate representation of the deviation of that day. It's the best fit they have across.
Okay, so when you guys go out and you think you take your measurement and then you add refraction to it, you don't think that that's the actual position of the object after you do your refraction?
Of course not. It's the best fit we have because you can't know what the refractive index of everything between you and the observation point is at that time, can you? Clearly, you can't. How
You're
can
saying
you?
we can't measure the optical? Are you saying we can't measure the optical corridor?
No, what we can do is we can make lots of observations over time using the standard model, and if all the deviations from what we anticipate to be the geometric model based upon the standard model would give us an idea of how likely the perturbance from the standard deviation is going to be manifestly effective.
Okay, just as long as we were both clear that taking an average position of something in the distance does not mean that that's the actual position or anywhere close to it. It could be way off, like we said earlier. You agreed, one of the outliers. It could be one of the outliers. You don't know because you've never measured it. That's why something tangible needs to be done instead of
But
this
when you
flimsy,
say
flip-floppy.
when you say we don't know because we've never measured it, we don't make any hard and fast conclusions to make a lot of measurements, do we?
Yeah, you do. And you also claim to know the actual positions when you say, look at how much this has dropped. We've calculated refraction. Earth's curve is blocking it.
No, that's not how it works. They didn't just make a couple of observations and go, oh, that deviation must be because the Earth's curve. That's not how the world works. It's really not.
That's how reciprocal zenith angles worked. All the drop from horizontal measurements. That's how it all works. But I don't know.
Do you think the conclusion that divergence is because the Earth is curved is contingent upon us just making a couple of measurements and saying, yes, the Earth curved, and that's the end of the matter?
We've made a lot of measurements. You've taken the averages of all of them and come up with the conclusion that Earth is curving, even though you've never had an actual position of anything in the distance ever.
Do you think that the path of science and the path of personal endeavor and all the people who just wanted to try and work out what it was and were trying to make a name for themselves, who tried to determine how they could mitigate the effects of refraction, weren't there, or do you think that someone just lunged to the conclusion it's the shape of the Earth that's causing that divergence?
Sorry, what was the question?
Do you think that in all the antiquity of people trying to measure this kind of deviance or this or looking or observing these kind of reciprocal mechanisms that have taken place, the bulk of the people were some of those people were at least trying to work out how they could mitigate the effects of refraction, measure refraction, evaluate refraction, or do you think everyone just lunged to the conclusion that it must be because the Earth's curved and that's the end of the matter?
Yeah, didn't you guys know 2,000 years ago they saw boats going over the horizon? You've known for thousands of years Earth's curving, right? How do
Yeah,
you think
fair
they
enough.
figured it out 2,000 years ago? They saw boats disappearing over the horizon. Boom, Earth curve. They've known for thousands of years. That's the whole story. I didn't make this up.
If you think that's how they've gone about geodesy, that's fine.
Okay, how did Eratosthenes know Earth was curved? How did he know Earth was a sphere?
He surmised it from observations around him and
That's what I'm telling you. They saw boats going over the horizon.
No,
Boom.
that's not what no. You're moving away from the question I asked you. Deliberately, I think.
I don't. What's your question?
Again, is it the third time, Jeremy. Third time now.
Dude, just ask it again. Jeremy is not one to avoid a question, so just ask it again.
No, he's not. To be fair, yeah, it's 2 a.m. here and I'm a slosh, but I'll ask one more time. Yeah, do you think that all the people who've evaluated the I can't remember what it was saying now. Oh God, that's so fucking annoying, isn't it?
I did avoid a question on purpose on Ruhif one day for like 20 minutes.
Honestly,
He was hot.
Jeremy, I'm not having a go at you, man. I'm trying to remember what I was saying.
It's fine.
I think you were saying in antiquity or in more, in the past when people were doing this, were they using this the refraction claim as equivalence for Earth curve? Yeah,
something along those lines. I was trying to imagine a scenario where everyone's just being a bit more There's a sense for me in that if everyone's being blasé about refraction and just saying, "Oh, it's the curve," that then you could come to a conclusion that that's what we're looking at here. But is that an honest appraisal of everyone's endeavour over antiquity? I find that hard to believe.
I don't know if they even knew about refraction. Did they know about refraction back then?
Yeah,
or?
come on. Refraction's been known about for donkeys, right? For the ages, isn't it?
You guys said the same thing about the globe. I'm gonna just take you at face value for that, or when did they figure out about refraction?
I'll go and look it up. I mean, there's tons of stuff on prisms and refraction and refractive differentials on light. The visible light across the spectrum. When was that?
Did Al-Biruni take his when Al-Biruni did his measurement? Did he take refraction into account? Or how about when Aristotle or whoever came before Eratosthenes, did he know when he saw boats going over the horizon that there was refraction there? Or I don't know.
No, sure, probably didn't, did he? But do you think that when people stand on the Californian coast and some days they see oil rigs in one arrangement and another they see another, that they take refraction into consideration one way or the other?
I mean, obviously, we know now that effect's going on and things are shifting in the distance. Yeah.
So, which is the best position to take? How do we evaluate what is the fringe and what is the top of the bell curve and what's the tails either side? This is the key, isn't it? Really.
The thing is, the average doesn't even matter though, because it might not be any of those spots. No, the actual position might be somewhere totally different.
Do you understand, though, that if you work in a world where you make 1 million observations and 999,000 of them sit somewhere in a tiny slice in the median and you've got a few on the fringes, the only sensible position to take is it's somewhere in the middle, isn't it? Surely.
It could be, yeah. Or it could be something where we're never getting anything close to an actual position and it's not.
But then all you're doing there is you're hypothesizing on some faith-based arrangement because you're saying, well, this is where clearly everything corroborates into a median position. But for some reason, and you haven't enunciated what that is at all, okay, right? I'm more inclined to think it's somewhere over, swinging over this side or swinging over that side.
I'm just not inclined. My bad.
You have to have some deep-seated mechanism that makes you evaluate that that chunk in the middle is not the place to be.
I'm just not inclined to believe people that tell me something's higher or lower than its actual position when they have no idea where the actual position is.
True. Oh, that's fair enough. But then again, if 50 people measure it in one position and one measures it wildly one way, one measures the other, you have to admit you don't necessarily listen to the 49th and the 48th person, do you?
I mean, I don't. What was the scenario?
50 people tell you the score of a game. Yeah. 48 tell you it's 1-0 or 1-0 or 0-1, and then 2 of them tell you it's 56-0 or 0-32. You can pretty much you wouldn't in your mind you wouldn't go rushing out to tell your mates it was a whitewash one way or the other, would you really?
I mean, yeah, I would just check the score of the game myself and see.
But Jeremy, before you check the score of the game, you're more likely to conclude, or at least have an idea in your head that it's likely to be a draw or a low scoring one with the other. You would in your mind's eye, if you're honest with me, 33-0 in the 0-56. You'd pretty much from.
Is this a soccer thing or?
No, it's a statistics thing, isn't it?
What game is this though? With the nils?
It doesn't matter, does it really? It
Is
doesn't
this
matter.
football?
You're reaching, dude. You're really reaching here.
Can we move on?
Is it soccer?
Yeah, please.
We're just going around in circles. We're not getting anywhere. SE. Can I talk to SE for a second?
Well, we can't just shut these guys down. Let's ask them politely first.
Shut it the fuck down. Go ahead, SE and Blue, go.
Yeah, go
no. We're not going to
I'm
shut you down, bro. Come on.
No, I'm going to
Okay.
bed. I'm pooped. I'm going to bed. So.
All right, later, Pazza. Go ahead, Blue. It's all yours.
Take it easy, fellas. Have fun.
All right. Good night, man.
Sorry, I thought I did ask politely.
You
No,
did.
you're
You
good.
did.
Go ahead,
I
Blue.
just wanted to make sure.
Go ahead. It's all you, Blue. Go ahead. Do it up.
So you wanted to say something about LIGO, SE?
Yeah, that picture there. Let me put it up.
I got it up on my screen.
You got it? Post it in live chat
You want me to post it?
if you don't mind.
Okay, hang on. That one, right?
You don't even call LIGO. What's it
Yeah,
sit
that's the
on?
one. Yeah.
If you can't have a vertical plane, you can't have a horizontal plane. What do y'all call them arms? What do they sit on? How do you define them?
Can I get to SE's question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just trying to ask a
Let
question.
SE and Blue go through this LIGO thing.
What did you want to know, SE?
Yeah, like I was wondering. You got a 3 foot drop from one arm to the other, right? Or first of all, okay. Question number 1: is LIGO on a plane?
It's 2 perfectly straight arms that lie in a plane. Yes.
Okay. So please explain the diagram. Because what I see here, I see like a 1 foot drop that way.
This is LIGO Livingston.
Baby cakes.
That's the one we're looking at. That upper arm up there. And let's see, that would be the southeast. Which one is which? That would be the southwest arm, I guess. Yeah, so the southwest
The one at the
arm,
right angle.
right.
Okay.
The southwest arm up there at the top, running left to right, okay, has end elevations of 64.12 feet and 64.09 feet. So the 2 end elevations of that arm are within 0.03 feet of each other. Okay? So if you just go on that basis, you would say that thing is virtually level. That's what you would call level because the 2 end elevations are the same, essentially. But the center elevation is not. The center elevation is 63 feet.
This is where I was getting at. Yeah, how is that possible?
Well, because the Earth is curved. That's why. Because that's what has to happen. The arm, if it was tangent, it isn't though. Now let me make sure we understand something. That's not the tangent point. But let's say for a second that center point of that arm is tangent to a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. Okay. Then you're about 1.2 miles or so, 1.25 miles either side of center. And the drop over that distance is about 1 foot. Exactly what you see.
Well, hold on. Don't you have either end rising up from the tangent?
They're not rising up from the tangent, the elevation. The elevation of the arm increases, away from the tangent point. Yes.
On a plane?
That's a straight line.
Straight line on a plane, and the center point is lower, and the two ends are higher?
Yeah. Imagine a ruler sitting on top of a ball, SE. The elevation, if you go out to the end of the ruler, down to the ball, that's the so-called drop.
Could be a tangent.
You've got to make that up.
Yeah, but hold on there, Blue. Your ruler is bent upwards on either end.
No, it's
no
not.
longer.
No, it's not. It's not bent upwards, SE. It's perfectly straight.
Well, clearly there's a lower point in the middle and a higher on either end.
That's what happens with a spherical surface. You've got a perfectly straight line laying on top of a curved surface.
So that would make a straight line on a curved surface bend upwards on either end?
It's not bending, it's perfectly straight.
But clearly it's not. It's a foot. What is it? A foot lower
You're talking
in the middle?
That's elevation now.
So you have a lower elevation in the center.
Yeah. The elevation in the center is lower than the elevation at the ends.
Hey, Blue Marble, you want to debate Troubling Tribune on the live stream, open panel? Any Globers or any Flat Earthers? He's going to have an open panel.
We're doing it right here. We're doing it right here. Yeah, anybody can debate anyone right here. Let's do it.
Yeah, I know that, Jeremy.
You can go next. You can go next. He's right in the middle of this thing now.
How do we even join Troubling Tribunes when we're not here? How do we join?
I just posted a link. But yeah, I'm not trying to steal your people, Jeremy. I'm just trying to see if anybody wants to do a live stream.
I thought you were trying to debate right here.
I will. I'll hang out. But I prefaced my statement. I was real specific about it. But, if you missed it, that's cool.
Yeah, I might have missed it.
So we're kind of in the middle of something here.
That's cool.
All right, SE. So the elevation in the center of the arm is 63 feet. But the level drops away from horizontal. It drops away at a rate of 8 inches times distance in miles squared.
Okay.
So
your arms.
So 63 feet elevation there in the center is going to be way below that. It's going to be a foot below that horizontal, that arm by the time you get to the end of it. So in order for the damn thing to be sitting on the ground, the elevation has to come up.
How so? I mean, I don't understand. Isn't your 8 inches per mile squared the other way?
No.
So how could your arms be going upwards, Blue?
No,
I mean,
no,
maybe it's me that's confused here.
Yeah, I think you're just. I wish I could draw a picture of this, but
yeah, please, that would help if you can do that.
I wish I could, but you've seen it. You've seen me draw it many times. I think. Just think about this. That elevation, that is that's like a level line. That's the curved line. elevations are all curved. Okay.
So you're saying the arm is curved
No, the arm's not curved. The arm is straight.
on a plane, like we established, right?
It's in a plane. It lies in a plane with the other arm, yes. But the elevation there at 63 feet at the center, that elevation, it would be dropping away from that plane in both directions. And pretty much equally because the two end elevations are about the same. So as you go a mile and a quarter down the arm either way, 63-foot elevation is down below the plane by 1 foot. To get back up to the elevation of the plane, you've got to add a foot to it.
So you got to go up one way and down the other way on the arm. I mean, that's
No, you're going up both ways.
going up both ways
The elevation has to come
from the
up
center.
on both ends.
From the center.
Yeah.
I just can't see it on a plane. You gotta. I don't know. Maybe I'm the one not seeing this, but to me, it just doesn't make any sense at all. And on the other side, you have a 3-foot drop. Explain the other side.
Actually, a 4-foot drop on the other side.
A 4-foot drop.
Yeah.
On the straightest thing supposedly in the universe. Isn't that how Danik put it?
It's still straight, SE.
Still straight, but it has a drop.
There's a 4-foot change in elevation, but this is because of the point that they picked for that plane that the two arms lie in to be tangent to the ellipsoid. The point of tangency is actually down toward the bottom of that picture and about midway of the upper arm. That's where the plane is actually tangent to the ellipsoid.
Hold on, you said the tangent was on the other arm.
No, SE, I was doing that just to help you visualize what goes on.
So now where did you place the tangent now?
The point of tangency for the tangent plane that the two arms lie in is down toward the bottom center of that picture.
The bottom center of that, where the numbers are?
Down below that.
Down below that is the point of tangency.
For the tangent plane that the arms are in, yes.
Okay, well, so it would be like a triangle. You would draw another line and close the triangle type deal, and your tangency would be there in the middle of that arm.
There's nothing there. It's the imaginary plane that the two arms lie in. That imaginary plane is tangent to a point down there toward the bottom.
Imaginary plane. Okay, I'm trying to envision this. Okay. So you got a 3-foot drop from one end to the other, but yet it's still in the center of the arm, of the right arm. It's still lower, and you still have elevation on either ends again.
Still have elevation on either end. Of course you do.
Okay, wow. This is something.
Okay, but what you then have to do, if you really want to see it, is you have to plot all of the elevations of both the arms. You got to plot each of the elevations, and then you see the curve.
You have to plot the elevation. You mean visually? If you how high?
You have to take the elevation data from the engineering drawings, from the as-builds, and plot that. Plot those elevations on a graph, and you'll see the curvature.
Okay, so you're saying if we go down there and take readings and A, B, C, and some points in between, we should see different elevations along the arm.
You will.
Okay.
Blue,
And the
can you show me
3-foot
something
drop.
besides the as-built? Is it got to be the as-built? Like that's after the shit was built. Show me some plans with them numbers on them, please.
Them plans with them numbers on them are in that drawing package, in the as-built. You can go back to Rev A.
Also use
The
LiDAR data.
as-built are meaningless, bro.
Huh?
You can also use LiDAR data to show that it's the elevation profile is curved.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask another question, if I may, to Blue. So, Blue, we have basically a triangle here, a plane, and we have a 3-foot drop of one of the arms.
4 foot.
Sorry, a 4-foot drop on one
Not
of
a
the
drop,
arms.
it's just a 4-foot elevation change.
4-foot elevation change on one of the arms on the plane, which
Yeah.
is lower in the middle, higher on either end. And on the other arm, we don't have this 3-foot drop,
No, wait,
which is also on the same plane.
Wait,
Oh.
back up.
Okay.
When you started out talking, I thought you were talking about the arm on the right, the more vertical one. You're talking now about the arm on the left to start with, and there is no 3-foot change in elevation, SE.
No, you were right. I was talking about the one on the right. And then I switched to the one on the left.
Okay, the one on the right starts at 64 feet and drops down to 60 feet.
Okay.
That's not 3 feet, that's 4 feet.
Okay, 4 feet. Right. So one of the arms has a 4-foot drop.
Okay.
This is now on a plane, of course. And the one on the left doesn't have this 3-foot drop, which is also on the same plane, but it has a lower point in the center of that arm.
Yep.
And also a foot elevation on the other, on either point.
Yep.
Wow. And all this is on a plane.
Huh?
Okay. Wow.
Say it again. You said all this is on a what?
On a plane. This is, like we said,
On
this
a plane?
whole structure sits on a plane.
There isn't it. The two arms lie in an imaginary tangent plane. Yes.
An imaginary tangent plane?
There is no physical plane. You realize that, right?
Right. But I mean, we are talking about the straightest, levelest
Yeah.
thing that was ever built, right?
We're wondering why they even come up with the word plane, Blue. Like, we can't have a vertical plane, we can't have a horizontal plane.
Well, you
So
have
why
all-
even invent the word plane if we can't have it in real life? If it's just imaginary.
Well, I find it pretty handy, actually.
To imagine.
Or something.
I mean, it is you do have a plane. You can have a plane not on a globe, but above it or below it or whatever, right?
Not a physical one, but you can
Well,
have.
there
the
are no
surface.
physical.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's not a physical plane. There's nothing.
There are no physical.
there.
Oh my.
Yeah, there's no a plane's 2D. There's no 2D physical
Right.
things. Yeah.
Right. That's all I'm pointing out to SE. It's not a physical thing. The two arms lie in a tangent plane. That's an imaginary plane, obviously. They're all, every plane's imaginary. So maybe I'm being redundant. I don't know.
Just like the tangent in the imaginary bottom there. Imaginary
Right.
plane, you said.
Right. You can't have a vertical plane in real life, can you, Blue? I mean, not talking about the redundancy of the imaginary aspect of it. Just in real life, we can't have a plane that's vertical, right? Only a line, right?
Vertical plane sort of doesn't make sense to me, but
Right. And you can't have a
No, that was right.
horizontal
That was
plane.
right, Brian.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
I'll say yes, you can have a vertical plane the same way you can have a horizontal plane.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. The altitude, like in the Altaz coordinate system, is the angle on the vertical plane.
All right. Debate Blue on it because Blue says it's. What'd you say about a vertical plane, Blue?
I said it sort of doesn't make sense to me in one way.
Don't make sense, Ruif. Your shit don't make
Oh, I
sense, bro.
know what Ruhif's saying. Yeah, I know what he's saying.
So spin that
So it does make
vertical
sense.
plane on the azimuth until it lines up with your star or whatever, and then the angle on that vertical plane is your altitude.
Right.
Doesn't make sense, Ruif.
Okay, I think it does. I think
Does it-
Blue understands what I'm saying as well.
According to Blue, not me. According to Blue.
Well, maybe it makes sense.
I know you
Does that
guys
make sense?
love. I know you guys love to pit globers against each other. Does
That's
Blue
my favorite
understand
part.
what I mean? Yeah,
I
I know it is,
understand.
bro. I'm aware.
I understand perfectly what
Yeah.
Rudy said.
Yeah.
I was reacting to something Brian said, that you can't have a vertical plane.
So we can have a vertical plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good. So we have
Just like
there's no
Lego.
problem
Yeah.
with vertical, parallel verticals. As long as y'all agree that we can have parallel verticals and we can have that vertical plane, then there's no argument, guys. Welcome to reality. Fuck.
Well, but they got elevation change on their planes. Straightest things ever built. So
No, in the next sentence
that's
they're
a
gonna say,
problem.
"Oh no, you can't have fucking."
We don't have parallel verticals.
See, so you
There you
don't have
go.
vertical planes, then, right?
That's the problem.
A plane.
Let's get
Yeah,
past
the
the
plane.
stupid.
I mean, the plane. If you can only have a vertical line and you move and that line's not vertical to the other line, how do you have a whole vertical plane? Vertical at a point or at a line, or what? What are we doing?
Yes, Jeremy. Vertical at a point.
Well, it's a
Can't
plane,
have
so it'd be like a line, right? It'd be vertical at a line.
Yeah, yes, down the center of that rotational axis. Yeah, you can rotate that vertical plane around a point, and
Yep.
that's where it's a vertical plane at.
So is it a vertical plane at a point or a vertical plane at a line? I'm just so
It's
we
an
get that.
imaginary vertical
At a line.
plane. Imaginary. Don't forget that part.
Yes.
That's what Blue said. An imaginary vertical plane. I mean, not vertical plane. An imaginary plane.
Right.
He meant horizontal. Yeah.
Didn't say that either. I said tangent plane. I never called it horizontal.
You said no, you didn't call it. You said an imaginary. The tangent is an imaginary plane at the bottom of the letters there.
Yeah.
I believe those were your exact words.
Yep.
So
Imaginary
let's see.
tangent plane.
If you hold two sticks perpendicular to each other in any orientation, right? It doesn't have to be up, down, left, right, whatever. But as long as they're perpendicular to each other in some orientation, can you imagine a flat
Then they're
plane?
not vertical. They're not. Let me shut you off. They wouldn't be vertical, right?
I literally just said in any orientation, Brian. In any
They're
orientation.
not vertical, right? Can't be
Right.
vertical.
That's not my question, Brian. Can you imagine a
Slick,
plane?
dude.
Oh, Brian, I'm just trying to get SE to understand what a tangent plane is.
Everyone relax.
All right. I can hold two sticks perpendicular to each other in any orientation. Can SE then imagine a plane, a flat plane, coinciding with those two sticks?
Yes, but
It's
not
one.
vertical, right?
Fine, Brian. That's not part of my fucking
Thank
question.
you. Fuck.
Any orientation.
Nobody said you can't have a plane, bro. We said you can't have a vertical plane or a
SE
horizontal
doesn't
plane.
seem to understand what a tangent plane is. Does SE understand what a tangent plane is and why there's one point on that plane which is tangent to the surface?
Yeah, we're trying to get Blue to
Okay.
tell us, but he had it on the left arm, and then he had it on the right arm. Don't play teacher with me, Rudolph.
No, there is one
They
point
don't even
on that
understand what
plane
pipe.
that is
Oh my
tangent to
god.
the surface.
So not horizontal, right? Not horizontal, right?
It will be horizontal.
Just please cut the bullshit. Just say not horizontal.
At a point, it will be a horizontal
So
plane.
not a
At the
fucking
tangent-
horizontal plane,
All right,
dude.
relax.
At
Oh,
the
relax.
tangent-
Shut up, Brown. Goddamn.
Fuck's sake.
He's
Where
getting
it
upset, but Brian's right. You can't have just a point, dude. Come on.
There
Talking
is a
about a
No,
point.
man.
There
They
is
don't
Try
a
even.
your
point
They
on
don't
a
even.
plane.
somewhere
Oh,
else, Riff. Come on.
There's a point on a sphere, right, where
Yeah,
the
work
plane
on
that
it.
touches it is horizontal to the surface.
Just at a point.
Jesus Christ, yes, just at a point.
Then it's not a plane. So, like I said, try
Jesus
your
Christ,
games
okay.
elsewhere.
Someone else can try.
Yeah. Well, they don't even
draining
understand
trying to
Pythagorean
explain
theorem.
shit
So
to
why are you
SE.
going with it?
Yeah,
We
it's draining
understand
trying just to explain
Pythagorean.
simple shit to you, SE.
I don't look. First of all, I didn't ask you to explain nothing, and I don't need you to explain anything to me, man. I'm doing just fine without you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Please don't do the stereotype fallacy and say we all don't understand this thing or whatever. It's crazy, bro. The stereotype fallacy. Come on.
The thing I was just questioning Blue about for like 10 minutes. Yeah, that thing. We don't understand it, of course.
It doesn't seem that you do. Do you understand the tangent point does not have to be on the arms?
We do, and I'm sorry for getting short, Ruhev, but bro, you got us pinned down in so many positions. Be humble and humbly say that there's no such thing as a horizontal or a vertical plane. Back your bottle up humbly, please, so I can calm down, bro. I don't
That's
like
silly, man.
the fucking little wiggly bullshit. I'm sorry for being a dick, but bro, in your model, you can't have a horizontal or a vertical plane.
But you
True,
can.
correct?
Yes, I
Oh
can.
my god. So so verticals, so you can have a vertical plane, meaning
Yep.
X and Y parallels.
Yes.
So you got vertical perpendiculars. You got vertical parallels and horizontal parallels.
Hang on.
Lines.
You're
That's what it
rubbing or
takes
not?
to have planes. All right, sorry.
Ding ding.
Are you rubbing? It's going to move the car 1 sec. Oh.
I'm not sure what
Trying
the
to get closer to
contingency
decent
on the
reception.
planes. What is the contingent on horizontal planes? What's wrong with that?
Because if you have a horizontal plane, that means the plane is horizontal. All right, you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you don't think that's a problem?
Why would it?
No.
Because how could the whole plane be horizontal if your Earth's curving?
It's
You can
horizontal
only have horizontal at
to
a point.
vertical at a point. Right.
Yeah, at a point.
It's relative. It's relative.
So I drop a plumb bob, I can construct something perpendicular to it and make a plane, right? Perpendicular to that plumb bob.
But vertical plane, you can make a plane, but not a vertical plane, right? Because
I can make a vertical plane as well.
only one spot will be vertical. Okay, so once I move a micro nanometer, you're going to say nope, not parallel, therefore not a two-dimensional vertical plane. So be humble and claim your globe, but don't try to also claim horizontal planes. Keep with your points, bro. You get a point and a line. We'll even give you a line. What we won't give you is dishonesty claiming a plane, because you can't have a plane without X and Y.
Honesty.
Even on a globe, bro, you got to have parallels to have a plane.
Well, when it
And
comes
you
to
don't have
horizontal,
that.
when it comes to
I literally have
horizontal
a
though, they
plumb
can't
bob.
even. When it comes to a horizontal plane though, they don't even have the line though. They can have it with the vertical, but not the horizontal.
What?
We hang a plumb bob and I construct a plane that is perpendicular to it. How difficult is that?
It's not a plane, bro, because the verticals,
Yes, it is.
you can't have a vertical plane on a globe. Them verticals, okay, are only vertical at one point, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's only
The
vertical
whole
at one
line,
point.
the whole line vertical. Hold on, the whole line is vertical. When it comes to verticality, when it comes to horizontal though, for them it's only the one point. Like they don't even have a horizontal line.
Both ways, Jeremy. It's both ways. Just
Any-
trying to get
any
you up to date,
point-
bud.
It's not. It's not both
Yes,
ways.
it
On the
is.
globe,
on
they have
that
a.
plumb bob.
Listen, on the globe, hold on, guys. On the globe, they can have a vertical line. The whole line is vertical, but on the globe, they can't have a horizontal line because the whole line is not horizontal. It's only horizontal at a point.
Right. Right.
The whole line,
Jesus.
okay, the whole line. As soon as you move off that point, you've extruded into another vertical, bro. They all flare away from each other, bro.
Right.
I know, but the whole line in one spot, the whole line is vertical. Whereas with the
The whole
horizontal,
line's
it's not the
horizontal in
same.
one spot, bro. The whole line is horizontal in one point.
Yeah. We've been telling you this
Yeah,
for
just
years.
the one point. Yeah, but
Right.
just the one point on the horizontal line is horizontal. The whole thing's not horizontal. Whereas the vertical line, the whole thing's vertical
Right. And
on a globe.
Good.
yes.
So
And
No,
I don't know. I was just explaining it to Brian.
Yeah, good. I just thought I thought that to have a plane you needed parallel lines to have a
No,
plane. Just looking at the
Just need a
definition of it,
vertical.
no big deal. Just the fucking definition.
You just need a vertical. Anything perpendicular to that vertical line is a horizontal plane.
As soon as you leave the ground, you've intruded into my vertical
and
on a
once you
flat
put
Earth.
once you put that
Or-
vertical plane there, you can have as many other verticals as you like.
And they're
Still
not
lying.
parallel, right?
Still lying in that plane, but those verticals will not be parallel.
Okay. Okay.
This
You
is
got intersecting parallels vertically. Sorry, I didn't know that you could have intersecting planar parallels. Sorry.
All verticals are radials, Brian.
Intersecting radials, right? Not parallel.
Radials have to intersect, Brian. They have to start at the center.
yes, well, they intersect.
Hold on. Jeremy's he's doing good because he's left the fucking first dimension. Okay, but as soon as I leave that line, the second I leave that line, I fucking no longer vertical. Be honest. Welcome to Clear 3D, Jeremy.
Is that you roboting, or am I got shit reception?
No, he was roboting real bad.
No, you were
I keep
you were
moving
roboting
my
a little.
car
What,
every 5 minutes.
what'd you say to me, Brian?
Keep moving my car to try and get
Brian,
that
what'd you
reception.
say?
I said,
We don't care about you moving your car.
vertical, as soon as I leave that vertical line, then I've left vertical. I'm saying welcome to 3D, bud. You did give him 2D. That was very kind of you. But once you fucking leave that line, you have left that vertical. Welcome to 3D, Globers and Jeremy.
I know, but no, I was just explaining though on how the. Well, no, I'm not.
Because you don't
I'm not.
think.
I don't disagree with that. Hold on, Brian. I was just telling you that on the globe, they can have a vertical line, and the whole line is vertical. What they can't have on a globe is a horizontal line where the whole line's horizontal. That's all I was trying to say.
They can't even
Relax,
have it.
bro.
You're right. They are confined to a. They're confined to a point and horizontal. They're confined to a line and vertical. They are confined to a plane on both. They can't have a plane, vertical or horizontal.
Jesus.
Laugh all you want. As soon as you leave that line, you've left the vertical.
Right. Horizontal plane is only
Real simple.
in reference to a plumb line.
Why are we
Plumb lines are not parallel. Well, I don't know. We've been trying to explain this to you for close to a decade.
Right, hold on, guys. Brian, you're roboting, Brian.
Okay.
Well, oh, you sounded good there, but let's tone it down a notch, though, and not get so excited. I know I get excited, so that's like the pot calling the kettle black, but.
Yeah, you're right. I do need to calm down, but it's like, dude, this is Ruhif. This ain't like just like Negator or Paid NASA Shield, bro. This is Ruhif, bro. Hey, Negator, Ruhif.
What's he got? Some
Ruhif, when I
special
leave that
Glover
line, if I
power?
leave the line, hold on. If I leave the two-dimensional line, I'm no longer vertical, right? If I leave it in any direction other than that line, then I'm not vertical, right? Okay, good. So I can't have a vertical plane. All I can have is a vertical line. I do agree that in one dimension, with a horizontal, that's all you get. But in 2 dimensions, that's all you get vertical. In 3 dimensions, if I leave that line, if I leave the second dimension vertically, this is y'all's own fucked up shit because you've made your globe fucking into some bullshit. But as soon as you leave the line vertically, you have literally left vertical, right?
Right.
Fair enough. That's all I want to get to. So let's talk about the meat and potatoes now.
Yeah, so the 2 vertical lines are not parallel on a globe, right? But you can share a vertical plane between two verticals.
We can share any plane.
Yeah.
You just can't
Except
call it
2
vertical.
horizontals.
You can't call it vertical. We can share a plane in any direction on anything ever. You just can't call it vertical.
Yes, you
can. If you have two different verticals, right, on a sphere, you can construct a vertical plane, which is a vertical plane for both of them. You can't construct a horizontal plane for both of them.
It's not a vertical plane. It's a vertical fucking line, bro. Why do you keep saying that, dude?
It's a plane. Can you imagine a fence line, right, on a sphere, a straight fence line, that is a vertical plane. That is a vertical plane for every
Bring
post
up
on that
reality.
fence. Yeah, but that fence line
We're
is
in
a
your globe,
vertical
bro. We're in
plane
your globe. Don't bring up reality, bro. We're talking about your globe.
on
Okay,
a sphere.
you
Then on a
just
sphere.
admitted that as soon as I leave that line, I've left vertical. You just admitted
Yep.
that, bro. So if I
Yes.
leave that line to try to spread it out, okay, I could do the same thing horizontally, bro. I could leave that line.
No, you can't do
okay,
the same thing horizontally.
okay,
Right.
look. I'll give you 2 dimensions, bro. You're not gonna claw your way into the 3rd dimension, bro. We've got you pinned down where even y'all claim the surface of your globe is 2D. I will be damned if I give you 3D.
Okay. Can you imagine a fence line on a sphere as being a single vertical plane, and is a vertical plane for every fence post?
Yeah. But
Yes. Okay.
a diverging plane. And like I said, just be happy with your 2D. We'll give you that, bro. But we're scratching and clawing. Fucking the buck stops at 2D, bro. We'll give you the 2D globe. The buck stops there, pal. Be honest.
Okay, so the vertical plane can be shared amongst many vertical lines. The horizontal plane cannot be.
No,
Right.
the
All right, so you're
point.
saying now.
Point can be shared.
Hold on,
Yeah,
Bry.
yeah,
Hold on,
agree.
Bry. You're
Go ahead.
saying now you can't. Hold on. You're saying now you can't. The whole plane is vertical.
Yeah, like a straight fence, yes, on a sphere. The whole plane's vertical.
Or the spokes in a bicycle wheel. Think about that. All
Yeah,
the
you got the
spokes
Oh,
in a
that's
planes
fine.
of the
No, this
wheel.
didn't make
all the spokes in a
sense
bicycle
to
wheel
Blue.
can,
No, no,
are
I'm
lying
just
in a,
wondering because
are
this didn't
lying in
make
a
sense
plane.
to. Okay, I'm
All
just wondering because this didn't make sense to Blue like 5 minutes ago. So I'm just wondering, does it make sense now, Blue? We can have a vertical plane.
all the spokes in the wheel lie in a plane. You could call that a vertical plane. If the wheel's standing up, call it a vertical plane. Now think about
Okay,
a
so
horizontal plane.
we all
Let
agree
me
then.
finish. Now think about
My
a
bad. I thought
horizontal
you were
plane.
done. My bad. Go ahead.
Think about a horizontal plane that is tangent to the outside of that wheel. It can only be perpendicular to one of those spokes.
Bro, you've left
Okay,
the
so we're
surface.
all in agreement.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Jeremy.
Bry. Just so we're clear, because Blue was like said it didn't make sense, this whole vertical plane thing earlier. So now it all makes sense, and we can't have a vertical plane on a globe.
Yes, you can have a vertical plane, Jeremy.
You just got one person
Okay.
lagging
Well, I'm
behind,
just
bro.
curious because earlier you acted like it didn't even make sense when SC mentioned it, and then I think Ruhif talked you
Well,
into it. Maybe I don't know.
no, I think the way it was said didn't
He
make sense.
talked me into it. What's up, Blue?
Not me, bro, because as soon as they leave the surface, they've left the 2nd dimension, bro. Like I said, I'll give them their 2D globe, but don't dare try and leave the fucking surface, bro. Because you can if you leave that line, if you leave that 2nd dimension line, you've left vertical. And Ruhif knows it, bro. Which is what's the only reason he knows he's pissing me off. He's doing this shit on purpose. He knows that defining it and mathematically stating it, bro, you can't have a vertical plane with gravity, bro. He's trying to leave his little
What?
confinement to his 2D sphere.
Gravity
Where
is
did
where the
gravity
vertical
come
plane.
from?
Yeah, what?
Would you agree that as soon as you leave the surface, you've left the 2nd dimension, even in your model?
Yeah, but then we're talking about elevation, right? And then it becomes 3D.
Yeah, right. So you can't call a line a plane, right?
Right? A line and a plane are not the
Well,
same
then
thing,
quit
right?
trying to say you have a vertical plane, bro. You
I
don't.
can construct a vertical plane. What?
So can vertical planes intersect, Riff?
Yes. If I just rotate it around the vertical line, yes, I have 2
Welcome to Flat
intersecting
Earth.
vertical planes. Oh, Jesus, Brian.
Dumbass, dude.
Holy shit.
Bro, you just fall right into shit, dude. You don't even know what
Rotating
you even
vertical.
said yet,
Hold on,
bro.
rotating vertical planes on a globe or flat Earth, they would intersect. There's really no difference there.
Yes, of course.
Oh, hello.
No, I didn't say rotating,
What
bro.
was the-
If you have a vertical plane on a flat Earth, then you could define it, and as you define a plane. Definition of a plane. We all know the definition of a plane, okay? So you can't have a line where when you deviate from that line, you've deviated from the vertical. That's the consequences of their 2-dimensional ball. As soon as you leave that fucking line, you have, dude, there's no getting around this, bro. This is one y'all could chalk up for Team fucking Brian. Once you leave that line, you've left vertical. You've left the vertical.
All right. Can you imagine the fence post? Sorry, the
I can
straight
imagine it
fence
either way, bro. I
analogy.
can imagine a horizontal plane. I'm saying in your
We're
model,
doing
in
vertical.
your model, there's no fucking vertical planes. Not in
Yes,
reality,
there
bro.
are. A straight fence on
Do a
a sphere
Ruhif, do a
is one
basketball.
vertical plane.
Ruhif,
Second? On a basketball, sorry.
Ruhif,
Yes.
use a basketball for.
Yeah, a straight fence on a basketball is in one vertical plane. It is a vertical plane at every vertical line. At every fence post.
Bro, you're thinking longitude, latitude, bro. Stop. Think of up and down, side to side, bro.
Convinced.
Jesus.
Ruhif's
Yeah, because you're
convinced
thinking
you can have a
longitude,
vertical
latitude
plane.
also.
No, I'm just thinking about the
trust me.
fence on the basketball. That whole fence. Hold on. That whole fence would lie inside a vertical. If you had a fence going all the way around a basketball, and that fence lies within the vertical plane, that's a vertical plane on a sphere.
Dude, once you leave the line, you've left vertical. Whoa! You just did a whole vertical circle, bro.
Yes.
Thanks. I mean,
I know.
hopefully you're being sarcastic. Yeah, hopefully you're being sarcastic and pointing out the fucking insaneness of it. He just did a whole vertical circle.
No, I'm not joking. You went inside the plane. You got this fence going around a basketball, and then there's gonna be a vertical plane that cuts through every part of the fence, right?
Yeah, every fence post is a new vertical, but it's the same vertical
But
plane.
it's all within the vertical plane.
Not vertical, right? Not vertical.
The lines, the verticals
I'm not even
themselves-
joking, Ruhif. I'm not even joking. Ruhif changed my mind on this.
Okay.
The
Once you
verticals
intruded,
themselves are not
once
parallel.
me and you are standing next to each other, and we've intruded on Ruhif's vertical, we're no longer sharing a vertical plane, bro. We are literally, you just literally bent. Hold on, you just bent a vertical plane. I thought you were being sarcastic.
Brian, listen.
I can do that.
Hold on.
You're roboting.
Brian, you're roboting. Hold on. Let me
Hold
explain
on.
it to Brian. Brian, we're on a Hold on, Brian. We're on a basketball, and there's a fence going around the whole basketball in a great circle manner.
Violated.
You know, the fence is not turning left to
Violated,
right.
bro.
If me and you,
As soon as you think in 2 dimensions, Jeremy.
Brian, I'm trying to explain how this works to you.
I'm going to go
But
anyway
you're
because
thinking
my
in two
headphones are dying.
With it,
Go
I'm
ahead,
going to
Jeremy.
stay in the 2D. Don't worry. I'm going to stay in the 2D. We got a basketball, and there's a fence going the whole way around it. If you're at one fence post and I start walking and I'm on top of the fence the whole time, and you're on top of the fence, we're both in the vertical plane that the fence has formed, right?
Same thing with horizontal, bro. If you want to put it like that.
No.
Hold on.
Not
How
the
about we
same
have a
as
line?
horizontal.
How about we have a line?
Not the
Hold on. How about we have a line that's vertical? Okay, and we just slice it right through the earth. Just this line, right? We just take this line, and we take the vertical, and we slice it through the earth. Now we take a horizontal line, and we slice it through the earth.
Can I?
Okay.
I want to recite some geometry.
Where is it vertical? Where's that line that I just sliced through the earth vertical? And where's that line that I just sliced through the earth horizontal?
When you take a geometry class, you
and
draw
we're-
a point, you can shift it, you can move it wherever the heck you want. I don't know what the heck the talk is about vertical, planar, or horizontal. This is just gibberish at the end of the day.
Yeah, you got something. Brian, did you want to make any closing statements on this, or because I think we're gonna?
No, just saying that
we're
this
gonna
doesn't
move
make any
on.
sense. Because I don't know what the argument
talking
is.
about
I don't know what-
geometry.
If you can hear me, if you have a line that's
We're just
slicing,
talking about
hold on,
geometry.
if you can have a line slicing horizontally through the earth, okay, and then you take a line slicing vertically through the fucking earth, okay, neither one of them will ever be a plane. As soon as you leave the second dimension of them lines, which it doesn't matter how you turn your fucking globe, you took away your plane. All you're doing is turning the globe. They were confusing you with longitude, latitude. They're slick like that.
You got intersecting lines. I don't know what you're talking about.
You just said, if you take a horizontal line and you slice it through the middle of the earth, however you want to do it, and you take a vertical line and slice it some other way, As soon as you leave that line, you've left the vertical. You could call the line vertical. You can't call the plane vertical because 1 foot away from you, it's no longer vertical. You could say what you want. You can hold on. You could bend the fence around the earth, but you have left the vertical you started from. The second you bend that fence, you have left that vertical and entered another vertical. Therefore, you can't have a vertical plane. As soon as you leave the second dimension, you have intruded and you fucking literally left that plane. You've entered into somebody else's.
How about you draw the picture and send it in the chat? Maybe that'll help me try to understand this better.
Bro, understand this. Once you leave the line, then it's no longer parallel, right? So you can't leave that line. You can't enter into the third dimension. Well, y'all at least give me this. As soon as you leave the second dimension, you've left the fucking vertical plane scenario on a globe. Y'all at least be honest with that. All you can do is bend it, in which case you've left the vertical. Once you bend it, you have left the vertical and entered another vertical. For fuck's sake, dude, why should I have to explain this to flat earthers?
I don't know. I'm gonna have to rethink this, but
I don't think anybody understands what you're saying.
I'm gonna have to rethink this, but I think you know, if you have the fence around the basketball and anywhere you go in that thing, you're going to be vertical.
No, you're not.
And the plane's vertical everywhere.
Once you
There's nowhere you can go where that plane's not vertical. The plane, anywhere you go, it's vertical, right?
Bro, once you change angle, you've changed vertical, bro. What are you talking about? Once you change the angle, you've changed verticals, bro. That's their whole argument, bro. Once you bent the motherfucking fence, it's literally another vertical. That's their whole fucking model, bro. What are you talking about?
It's vertical from what, Jeremy?
Sorry, what's up?
Vertical from what?
From a plumb line?
But on a ball, that would only be 1 point, right?
Would be the whole line. The whole line's vertical.
No, the line bends different angles, like what's it called? Different plumb lines. There is
if you have a. Okay,
look. There's different plumb lines, different verticals. There is no plane.
Yeah, there's no. Okay, the verticals inside the plane are not going to be parallel for these guys, obviously, but there can still be a vertical plane there, and it's vertical at like all the spots. There's just different verticals. I don't know. I have to think about this. Like I said,
it's not rocket science, bro. You're getting you worrying me, Jeremy.
Settle down, Brian.
Yeah, it's one thing to disagree, bro, but to argue for fucking the vertical, if I leave a line, bro, this is so simple, bro. You like the simplicity. So if I leave the line, I've left the fucking vertical, bro. Once I enter into 3 dimensions, I've literally left the vertical, therefore not a plane, bro. That's not complicated, bro. This is why I like you, bro. That's why I like you. You argue simply and fundamentally and right to the point, bro. And all of a sudden your brain's letting them fucking take a shit on you, even when Blue was like, no, you can't have vertical in real life, just imaginary. And you let just sweet talk you with his little accent. It's the accent, right?
Or it could be true.
I don't know. Like I said, I need to rethink this, but the thing Ruhif said sounded good. I don't know. I have to think about it.
You got swindled by Blue. Sweet talk.
He said it. He said it sounded good, like ear candy.
Yeah.
It sounded good. I don't know. I gotta think about it. Because you can make a vertical, and then make a vertical, and then there's a plane on that vertical, right? We all agree to that.
only vertical at one point along a line. Same thing as horizontal. It's only horizontal at one point along the line. They'll agree that there's horizontal lines, okay? But they'll say that it's only horizontal at one point. They'll say the same thing with vertical. They'll say, yeah, the vertical is only vertical at one fucking point. Once you leave the line, this is their making, bro. Once they boxed it into 2 dimensions, once they agreed to the Cartesian coordinates x, y, then that's what they get. They get x, y.
Hey, Brian, let me ask you a question.
You can't have x bending y. You can't bend. You're even saying, bro, you're bending it around a circle. As soon as you left vertical, you could have a million vertical planes. Yeah, that's pointing in every direction, bro. That's not the definition of a plane. Once you left one, bro, diverging plumb bobs, Jeremy. Just let me try and sink back into you, flat Earth style. Diverging plumb bobs, Jeremy. Diverging plumb bobs. Diverging plumb bobs.
I'm going to ask my question. I don't care if I get better or not. Brian, here's a question. X squared plus Y squared plus Z squared, what does that make? I mean, equals R squared. What does that make on a 3D graph?
You said X squared equals a triangle. What are you talking about?
X squared plus Y squared plus Z squared equals R squared. What does that make? What does that equation make on a graph?
Triangle, 180. It makes a fucking backwards. Go backwards. It makes a line.
Okay. Keep going further.
Quit quizzing me, bro. Bro, you failed. You had one chance. You failed, bro. Now, will you admit?
Hold on. What was the
I failed miserably. I am done.
Okay, maybe if I leave that line, though, I've left the vertical,
It's a
right?
sphere, Brian. It's a sphere.
No, it's not a sphere.
Yes, it is.
Hold on. What was the part? What was the formula?
X squared plus Y
Go ahead.
R squared. It's a
No, it's not.
Yes, it is, Brian.
Dude, you can't get a sphere with a squared function, bro.
yeah.
And wait. You talking about y as in a third fucking dimension, like a up down y? You see how they do, y'all? They're trying to divert the fucking argument, bro.
That's the raw GPS coordinate.
Yeah.
You see how they do, though? You see how they do? So even he admits, wait. Even he admits that there's no vertical plane with his x squared plus y squared plus z squared equals r squared. So there's no vertical plane then, right, guy?
Those two things are so unrelated, it's not even funny.
Oh, my God.
Dude,
This is getting old, dude. What are you talking about? What am I talking about? As soon as I leave the line, as soon as I enter the third dimension, right? Then I fucking left the vertical, right, Blue? Can you at least give me that?
As soon as you leave the line, which line are you leaving, Brian? What are you talking about leaving the line?
Okay.
Any line, any straight line.
At all.
You know that, Blue. You're smart enough to figure that out. Why are you asking him questions? He's the dumb one, remember? Any straight line, Blue.
No, I thought you were.
Gotcha. Hey, gotcha already.
I thought you were
First,
the dumb
second
one,
time you open
Rocky.
your mouth, you're trying to make somebody look stupid by asking them something that you already know.
Would you mind butting out of it for a minute, Rocky?
No, I don't mind butting out of it if you don't quit trying to make him look stupid.
Listen to your. I'll just turn your ass down.
I'll tell you what, just turn me off. Just turn me off, Blue, because when you do that, you expose yourself. And if people don't realize it, if people don't realize that I'm going to say it out loud, and if he won't let me speak because he has me turned down, then this is a piss poor Discord server. Because if he wants to do that, then I'm going to expose him. That's all I did. Any straight line. He knows that. He's smart enough. He's Blue. He's educated.
Were you done with your rant yet?
No, I'll keep going then if you want to be an ass.
Yeah,
You're the educated one.
Go ahead.
Why are you talking over me? You asked me a question. I'm answering.
Yeah,
I'm
let
not
him
done yet.
rant. The more he rants, the worse he sounds. Go ahead.
I know.
No, I don't sound bad. He's the educated one. He doesn't have to ask that question. I very simply said any straight line. He knows that. He only asked that to try and disrupt and go away from the topic and get Brian frustrated. So I'm exposing that. You don't have to do that. Remember, you're the smart one.
All right, what is the topic right now? What are we on here?
Blue being educated and not having to ask dumb questions of people who every day calls dumb. He doesn't have to ask Brian any questions.
That's not the topic we're gonna go on though. We got anything else there?
That's what Blue brought up. His second question was to Brian, an uneducated person who he calls dumb, from an educated person, which is Blue. A simple question that I answered readily. And he told me to butt out.
What the world told you I wasn't educated, bro?
That's what Blue thinks.
He's wrong.
All right, but
Okay, look,
let's get back on track
you
here.
think in 2 dimensions, bro. He don't show me the shape. He just says x squared, y squared, z squared. He's got me thinking everything in 2 dimensions, and he wants to fucking, like, oh, you seen the shape? It should have been a circle. No, dude, that ain't the way I'm thinking in 2 dimensions. And he won't be honest, because the same guy won't admit that as soon as I leave that line and enter the 3rd dimension, that I've left the vertical. None of them will be honest and at least say that.
I agree with you. I'll be honest. And Blue knows that. They're doing it on purpose. This is a trick. This is trick. That's all they have. And when I expose it, he goes on mute or turns me down. See you later, Blue. We don't need you here if you're going to be dishonest. 3rd dimension, sir.
Rocky, the guy being dishonest right now is you. I haven't done any of the crap that you're
Don't leave. Don't leave.
One straight line, right?
I asked Brian a simple question. I just want to be sure I give him a correct answer.
I'm sure. Yeah,
that's all I'm trying to do. You're
totally genuine, right, Blue?
You're disrupting the conversation for no good reason.
Well, I'll say this, though. I'll back Blue up. He did agree that, no, in reality, we can't have a vertical plane. I will give him that. It wasn't until Ruhiv come in with his accent. Dude, he does have a charming accent. I'll give him that, bro. But he's like, no, you can have a plane. You can have a vertical plane. Just draw a fence around the fucking sphere. As soon as you leave, bro, who cares if you leave in one direction or the other? You've left. Once you leave that vertical, you're not in that vertical no more.
Brian, I didn't say you couldn't have a vertical plane.
I was being entertaining, bro.
I said in the context that came up. To begin with, I said it just doesn't make sense to me, but I'm understanding what you're getting at. Okay,
right. So we can have a vertical line, not a plane, though, right?
All right. Now you're talking about a vertical line in the globe model. That vertical line begins at the center of the globe and runs out through the surface. Do you agree with that?
Right. Not a plane. Yes, I do.
Not a plane. That's what a line. Just a line. I'm not talking about a plane.
Confine yourself to them 2 dimensions. Yes, I agree.
I'm talking about a line. Okay. Now I can take another line, another vertical line. It will also start.
Another what? Another what?
Vertical line.
So not the same vertical line, right?
Brian, I'm going to help you out. I'm trying to help you. If you'll shut up for a second, I'm trying to support you. So now you can take a second vertical line. It'll still start at the same point at the center, and it goes out through the surface of the sphere.
No, you
can't. Now we've got 2 lines, right, Brian?
No, you cannot do that.
Now
not
those 2 lines, those two lines are. Imagine those 2 lines are lying along.
He obviously has me turned
down. Only at a point. Only at a point at the center of the earth. Only at a point at the center of the earth.
Yeah. They start at the center of the earth. All right.
At
a point. Now imagine we can have as many of those lines as we like and let all of them penetrate the surface of the earth along a great circle.
We got a whole lot of verticals, don't we, Blue?
All kinds of verticals.
Cannot do that.
Now think about this.
No one's ever done that.
All those verticals can have a plane that they're common to, right?
No, not right.
That was slick.
Right or not?
Common to a point.
Geometrically, he's right.
Common to a point.
Not reality.
All you need is a point and another point, and boom, plane. That's all.
No, common to a point.
2 lines. 2 lines.
So what we can draw from that is any plane that cuts through the sphere and through the very center of the sphere, we could call a vertical plane.
A sphere, but not Earth. You cannot do that on Earth.
You
cannot go to the center of Earth and draw lines out and measure them to be non-vertical, non-parallel. You can't do it. It's impossible.
All right. Good for you.
Yeah, bro. There you go. Good for me. Go to the center of the Earth and put a line and go out to any point you want, and then do it again, and then measure the distances in between those 2 lines and prove to me that they're not parallel.
Brian.
Each one is its own vertical.
Guys, settle down. Why are so many people talking at once?
I was
Relax,
waiting
man.
my turn,
Brian,
bro.
let's see if
My
I
turn,
can
bro.
get turned down.
Each one is its
We'll
own
do it.
vertical, dude. There's no plane. Each line is its own vertical.
That is true, but all of those verticals can lie in a common plane, can they not?
So can horizontals, Blue.
No, they
Okay,
can't.
Rocky was trying to say something. Hold on, let's take turns, guys. I mean, let's have some, if there's a lot of people trying to get in, we can do like a 5-minute, 10-minute one-on-one, and then everyone can take turns or something. I don't know, but just go one at a time.
And Brian, please stop WWF fucking wrestling in the room, bro.
But this is exciting, though, right? I got this. This is exciting.
No, it's not. If you think it's entertaining, no one's entertained by it. So please just don't do that.
Every time I get Blue to talk and I get a conversation going, y'all start fucking shutting me up, dude. And you mute me every fucking time.
Yeah, I'm about to mute you now. You're being absolutely obnoxious.
All right, sorry, bro.
Screaming and yelling and
Just
interrupting
relax.
everybody, dude. You're interrupting everyone nonstop, please. Who was actually even talking? Was it Rakia or what was actually going on?
Well, I think Blue has me turned down, so I might be talking over Blue, but or he might be talking over me. But I'm saying you cannot do that in reality. It's only theoretical, and they're not planes. They're individual vertical lines. And as far as measuring the zenith, no matter how they try and, mix you up or try and get you to go out into the real world, into reality, and measure these theoretical, magical lines from the center of the earth that are not parallel to each other, you can't do it.
So if you took a sphere and pretend like that sphere had an equator, and you put vertical stakes all the way around that equator, would you say that all of those stakes are coplanar?
Tell me when it's my turn, guys.
I didn't get an answer.
What was your question?
I said no.
Oh, they wouldn't be coplanar?
I don't think they're coplanar point. Like each individual point.
No, but they would all be lying on one plane that dissected the sphere in half, right?
But how do you measure that on Earth? How do you do that on Earth? Because that's not what we do. That's not what we do. We drop plumb lines. You can go out tomorrow and drop plumb lines, physical plumb lines, and measure first order measurements in between those plumb lines. Guess what? They're parallel. You're not going to the center of the earth. What?
At close range, you wouldn't be able to measure it at close range.
Well, then why can't you measure it? What are you talking about at close range? Yeah, you measure them parallel at close range. You know why you can't measure them parallel or at far ranges? Because the visual through the optics gets screwed up, which we all know happens. We all agree happens. That's why we absolutely take first order measurements, which are the most accurate measurements, close range.
Is that your argument? They're close range, so you can't measure it, so therefore you lost. Yeah.
No, I'm saying you measure close range because that's how you are more accurate. Once you go long range, you get less accurate. Was that clear? And you never measure to the center of the earth. No one has.
Right, and I can make I'm not saying I can't make a plane from a vertical. I'm saying I can't make a vertical plane because as soon as I leave that line, I can make a horizontal plane. They'll tell you that all day long. I can make a horizontal plane. I can make another one above it. I can make one big one below it and above it. But I'm a diverge and converge. Same thing with vertical. I can make a fucking plane, but once I leave that line, I've left the vertical and entered another vertical. This is a circumstance of their model of mapping a fucking 2D sphere, two-dimensional surface on a sphere. Once they leave the second dimension, bro, in any other way besides Cartesian, they violated the vertical. Now they're in another vertical. They've changed their vertical, bro. This is fundamental for a flat Earth. It's scary.
We went through this a minute ago. Someone said if we had a fence running around the equator, would those fence posts be coplanar? The obvious answer is yes. Of course they are.
Who said they weren't coplanar, bro?
So it's a single plane.
I'm
So
saying
you
they're
have a
not
coplanar
a
points
plane.
over Pontchartrain.
What?
You've got coplanar points going over Pontchartrain. Remember Jesse Kozlowski? 3 coplanar points, and boom, a monument to the curvature of the
Hold
Earth.
on, real
Bro,
quick. Hold on, real quick, Brian. Are you saying that if I'm standing in one spot, we got this fence going around the equator, right? And you're on the globe, and you're on the equator. Some of those fence posts are not going to be vertical. They're going to actually be horizontal. So you now have horizontal fence posts inside of a vertical plane. Is that what you're trying to get at?
Yeah, I'm trying to say that once you leave the vertical, like once you wrapped your, the second you deviated from vertical, the very second on a globe. Now on a circle, I'll give you that, bro. I see what you're saying. On a circle, I submit. On a globe, the second you leave that vertical, you've left that vertical. I don't know how else to put it, bro.
We agree with that, right? But you can still have a shared vertical plane with 2 different verticals.
But only one line in that can be vertical, right? Not the plane.
Right? They're
Just
not
be honest,
parallel.
please.
They're different
Please,
verticals.
for fuck's sake, be honest.
Yeah, they're different verticals. They're not parallel, right? But you can still
Right, so
share a
you can't
vertical
describe
plane.
the plane as vertical except for at one line. At one point at the center of the Earth.
You can. The same plane is a vertical plane at both verticals. The verticals are different, but they can share the same vertical plane.
How many degrees do you imagine above you from horizon to horizon? How many degrees do you imagine is above you? 360, Rip? You think there's 360 degrees above you?
180.
No, there's thousands of degrees. What are you talking about? You're thinking of the Earth in 2 dimensions, bro. It's sad.
Think
thousands of degrees.
Yeah, but you got 180 forward, backwards. Okay, you got 180 side to side, and everything in between. We don't live in a 2-dimensional world. I know y'all think we do. When you're thinking of the world, you're thinking of it in 360 degrees. It's not reality, bro. Above you is way more than 360 degrees. I can't believe I've got to tell y'all this. 360 degrees, the sun goes across the sky and then the other way.
You're
Everything else
breaking up.
in between, the whole rest of reality.
You're breaking up, Brian.
Yeah, pretty badly.
All right. No, I'm just saying you.
Well, I hear what Brian's saying, because if you have this vertical plane, Brian, you're still breaking up. If you have this vertical plane with your fence posts all around the equator, and you're standing in one spot, some of those fence posts are going to be horizontal. So you now have a horizontal in your vertical plane.
I think that's pretty semantic.
Some of them are going to be below you.
Yeah. In fact, all of them will be.
Different vertical, antipodal.
Yep.
Just show me that. You ever seen that?
Oh.
You ever measured that? Or you just theorize it? You just say, imagine this.
We're talking about geometry, Rick, here. We're trying to establish that you can have vertical planes on a sphere. This is a purely theoretical conversation.
Right, but you can't prove it on that. That's what's happening on Earth. What you can do is go out and measure parallel lines and horizontal.
I measure
and
them
vertical.
diverging. Yeah. I measure them diverging plumb lines.
You can measure them conversion and diversion depending on what optic you're using, but in reality, when you use first order measurements, they're parallel and vertical. I don't understand what you're trying to say. Anytime you talk about anything like what you're talking about now, it's all theoretical. Imagine this. Put yourself on a basketball. Build a fence on the equator of a basketball. Has anyone ever done that?
I've measured diverging zones.
I was gonna say, Bill.
It's like the rings are on Saturn.
Yes. Well done, dear. Well done.
A plane through the center of a sphere. Oh, it's what all the ancient cosmologies since the dawn of time have said. That's interesting.
Yeah, so all those fence
That'd be
posts
horizontal.
are on the plane.
A horizontal plane. That rings around Saturn would be a horizontal plane. You can call it vertical, bro. There's no difference. I can cut through the Earth from top to bottom or side to side, buddy. What do you mean? What the hell, bro? I was going to use. Hold on, Howard. Every time I go to talk, bro. Every time I go to talk, y'all interrupt and make me look bad, dude. How do y'all do that?
It's just no way to have horizontal to
This
be
is my
vertical in the
fucking
same
argument,
location.
man. I'm gonna shut up.
Now,
I'm muted.
how does left lane come in there? As Ruhif interrupted him twice, he complains about it, and now left lane comes in.
Wah.
Yeah, wow,
Sure,
wow,
get
wow.
one. Yeah.
Well, we wouldn't have started. I wouldn't be whining if people wasn't getting on to Brian. Brian's trying to be civil here. He's asking a question. He's making a statement. People are talking through him. Very simple.
I like the example of Saturn's rings. From the North Pole of Saturn, that would appear to be a horizontal plane. But from the equator of Saturn, if you look straight up, it would be a vertical plane. So it depends on your perspective. You could call it horizontal or vertical, but it's just one plane.
Right. Very good.
But if
Very
you,
good. Thank you. Thank you.
that is very good. But if you go, that's absolutely correct. But anytime you do that in reality and actually measure it, you can measure those planes, and you can say they don't equal this and don't do that. But that's all because of perspective and of the optics that are happening, not because of the first order measurement ever.
It's easy as this, guys. As soon as I leave the line, I've left the horizontal. As soon as I leave the line, I've left the vertical. Okay. And like I was trying to say earlier before I was breaking up, if you think the sun just comes from one direction and goes overhead 180 degrees and then comes from the left to the right, there's 360. You still got the whole rest of your sky. They live in 2 dimensions, Globers do. So they're picturing this shit like a circle, which is hilarious because now you have sharing diverging planes, bro. Once you leave, you can't describe it as vertical. Once you're sharing it with another vertical.
You want to know something very fascinating? Us Glovers that you refer to actually understand each other. Actually understand what each other is saying. Sure.
Yeah, this is called it's called consensus thinking. It means you can't step out of your safety zones.
Well, there's
Well,
nothing
when
wrong
you
with group thinking though. But you've never been to the center
No,
of the
but
earth.
group
You've
think
never
is
put a
controlled by
parallel
somebody.
line from the center of the earth. Never.
Yeah.
And measured it to be not the same distance apart from the other line that you didn't draw from or didn't, create from the center of the earth. It's all theoretical nonsense that y'all agree with. Congratulations.
Yeah, it's paperwork. It's 2D math. Who was the person who said
Personally,
that? The
I like
Glober.
to argue. Wait, what? Sorry.
Is it Shadow the Glober who's talking?
Well, you asked a question. What was your question?
Just go.
Okay, do you wear spectacles or glasses or contacts?
Dude, that's not
why do
related.
you always ask that question?
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, just go ahead, Shadow, with what you're.
I have no idea what. I lost my train of thought.
He derails and trolls with what this guy does. Just go ahead. I muted him. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I lost my train of thought. So
Well, real quick, we all agree that we can share verticals. We can share horizontals. That's fine. We can share the horizontals. We can share the verticals. We can have 3 coplanar points anywhere in the universe. That's not in contingent.
I remember what I was going to say. I rather argue about physical things personally. I mean, you guys do whatever you want, but I like to argue about like actual like physical observations because that's what interests me the most. Not about how to argue, but like actual things that we can look at.
It would be really important if they'd at least tell me this. I'll shut up, and I do need to calm down. But it'd mean a lot to me if Blue or Ruif would at least say that I can only have a vertical line. Once I leave that vertical line, I'm sharing that vertical with somebody else's vertical. Can they give me that?
Sorry, if you're standing on top of one another, you're sharing a vertical.
In any direction, if I leave that vertical line from the center, from the point of the center of the earth, they all go to one point, horizontal or vertical, and the point in vertical is the center of the earth. Okay, if I leave that vertical in any direction at all, I'm no longer I'm sharing a vertical now. I'm no longer defined as a vertical plane that you can mathematically define because now I'm sharing somebody else's like plumb bobs.
Your plumb bobs are not parallel.
Exactly.
You can have
Thank
two.
you, man.
You can have,
I'll take that as you agreeing. I'll be good with that. Thank you.
All right, but 2 plumb bobs can share a vertical plane.
Yeah, if they're above each other.
No, No. Two plumb bobs, different plumb bobs, can share a vertical plane.
So can horizontals, bud.
No, they can't. No, they can't.
What are you talking about? I
What?
can slice your whole fucking Earth in half.
Brian, I'm not sure why you're letting him do it. So just show me, just send me a video of two people with plumb bobs measuring them not to be parallel. Go ahead. I'll wait here.
Reciprocal zenith angles. Okay, you've been told
That's
this many
not
times.
that's not what we talked about. That's not what we said. Plumb bobs.
Plumb bobs not. Yeah, plumb
Hang
bobs
two
not
plumb
being
bobs.
parallel.
Hang two plumb bobs any distance apart and measure in between them.
Okay, construct a perpendicular to each plumb bob and sight along it, and they overshoot each other.
We're sighting to an object. I'm talking about first order measurement, physical measurements. Can you hang two plumb bobs anywhere on Earth where they're not parallel? Have you ever seen or
Reciprocal
done it?
zenith angles.
Not what I asked. That's not what I asked. I'll repeat it again.
Am I allowed to use a
This is
precision
why he's
instrument?
talking through me now, because he can't do it. He's never done it. He's never seen it. He's never even heard of anybody doing it. I challenge anybody.
Okay.
I challenge anybody without him talking through me. Hang two physical plumb bobs any distance apart you want. Start small, go to large, whatever you want to do.
Have you finished?
I don't know if he cut out or he was done. Maybe.
I've cut out. Yeah. Am I allowed to use a precision instrument instead of a physical plumb bob?
Well, it's precision optical as well.
Yes. Fine. How else am I meant to determine whether they are parallel or not?
Well, there could be other ways to do it, physically, tangibly. Because when you're doing optical, we went over this earlier. We've gone over it in detail, but now you have refraction and all the other effects. But maybe if Rakia, I wasn't trying to. Maybe Rakia wants to continue, or maybe he cut out. I don't know. Now you're roboting.
I'm not allowed to use any sort of precision instrument, and it's just a fucking Jesus. There we go. Is that better?
Try again. Yeah, you were totally roboting.
Check 1, 2. There we go. Back. Yeah, I've moved my car 3 times to try and get better reception.
Did you just say Rip? Did you say I couldn't have 3 coplanar points in a horizontal?
Of course, you can have 3 coplanar points. You can have as many coplanar points as you want.
Right. So anywhere on a globe in the universe, I can have coplanar points, vertical, horizontal. I just can't deviate from the line, or else I've left the plane. Right.
You can't have shared horizontal planes on a sphere because verticals are diverging. You can have shared
or line.
Other than the optical reciprocal zenith angle idea, Ruhif, is there any other way that you think that you've established that plumb lines actually are diverging on the surface of Earth? Other than the optical one that involves refraction calculations and all this other jargon, is there anything other than that?
You know my opinion that the physical, tangible measurement is not possible. I can't imagine how it can possibly be done.
So, but your answer to the question is that no, you don't have any others other than that right now.
No, of course. I think the physical measurement's just not possible.
You'd agree that you could have a plane like at LIGO, but it's not a horizontal plane, though. But it is a plane, right?
There is a tangent plane formed by the 2 arms. Yes.
Fucking follow me one time, Ruth. What the fuck?
I'm talking about 2 arms. This is where I went with SE. It's like I can configure 2 sticks perpendicular to each other in any orientation. There is a plane formed by those 2 sticks.
But not a horizontal plane, right?
It will be horizontal at one point, yes.
Horizontal.
Right. And vertical at one point too, right? Center of the Earth, right?
No.
It's a tangent plane. I guess you could put yourself somewhere on Earth where it would be a vertical plane, yeah.
It's all gonna fucking every vertical period known to man is going to meet at the center of Earth, right?
Every vertical plane? Yeah.
Every true vertical is going to meet at a point.
Yes.
Right. For fuck, why is that so difficult, dude? Thank you. Sorry. You act like just because it's above Earth, they're all their own verticals. No, they all meet at a point.
Yeah.
We're not arguing with you.
Well, he was.
No, he
Jeremy
wasn't.
was too.
No.
Well, Jeremy's on the bubble. I'll give him that.
He was not. God.
Ruhip was sweet talking him, Blue.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie, dude. There's a problem where you have a horizontal in your vertical plane. Maybe I don't know.
But
see, Ruhip, you are making an impact. Look at that.
But the other question, if you want to turn it the other way, Ruhif, you could say, if you leapfrogged a measurement from plumb lines, you could always measure that they're always on the same plane and there are never diverging plumb lines, right?
No, you just can't over these short distances. You can't distinguish the difference.
Yeah, but if you join all the short distance together by doing your leapfrog measurements, you could always measure one horizontal plane and always parallel plumb lines, right?
Well, no, you might think that, but you can't distinguish one from the other because you're only doing short distances.
Well, you have to do it in short distances, whether or not you want to see plumb lines diverging or not. That's the only practical way that you could do it. So how far would you need to continue doing this until you get your diverging plumb lines?
Over a long enough distance such that you can distinguish one from the other.
I mean, you know, me and Blue were in here. Me and Blue were in here, and I was on point with Blue. I'm like, yo, you can't have a vertical plane on a globe. It doesn't make sense. Blue said it don't make sense. Then Ruhip came in here and started sweet talking. And now me and Blue are on board with this vertical plane shit. That's what happened.
Personally, I just want to move away from this topic.
Well, we can move on. What do you got?
Did they confuse you though, Jeremy? Right when he bent it, dude, I started laughing, bro. When he tried to bend it, when you're talking about a fence, bro, you've just shared your vertical. The only way to define that is in the center. Therefore, it's not a plane, bro. Once you bend it, bro, you've just shared it. And it's all good at the center point.
No, the plane itself. The plane itself is not bent.
I'm not saying you can't have a plane, Jeremy. I'm saying you can't have a vertical plane. It's defined in the center of it at one line.
No.
You can have any angled plane.
Yeah, in any direction. I agree, but just not on a globe. You can't define it as vertical or horizontal.
You can.
You can have three coplanar points anywhere in the universe, bro. You just can't define them on a globe. And Wally, Barbara or Betty. I mean, Blue at first until Ruhip sweet talked him, bro. Y'all trying to go back on common sense geometry.
Okay, well, every great circle and every small circle, every circle you make on the Earth, you can slice the Earth in as many ways as you want, any angle you want, and each of those will be defined. Will be defined in plane.
I agree. Call it vertical, call it horizontal, call it what you want. Doing it individually. You're sharing it, right? You're sharing it with every other horizontal and every vertical. You can't just define directions, bro. Hold on. Let me say something. Even Flat Earth Math, he even conceded just being cool, which I'll fuck with him here, but I like him. He's cool. But he said he'll agree that on a construction site, he wouldn't define the length of it, but on a construction site that plumb bobs are parallel because everybody knows that in reality. So we tried to pin him down and get him to define how long. I'm thinking 100 yards. Fuck, we could prove that in half a construction site. And so then they started talking about stadiums. Thinking, dude,
this is going off, dude.
Dude, almost done. Don't cut me off at the very end. So I'm thinking, dude, that's what they used to call stadia. And it's like, dude, so now they call them construction sites. We could pin him down on how big a construction site. He admitted plumb bobs are parallel on a construction site.
Okay.
Indistinguishable from parallel.
Hold on, but real quick though, our vertical planes parallel or perpendicular to horizontal planes.
What? That single location.
You got a vertical plane and a horizontal plane. Are they perpendicular or what?
At a point, Jeremy. At a point.
At a
Well,
point,
technically,
they meet at a line.
At a line. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There you go, Ruhif. But that line only intersects the Earth at 2
Which
points.
line?
But
So there's going to be a line. Hold on. So there's going to be a line where all the verticals are parallel to all the horizontals.
It's only one horizontal, but the horizontal, if you sort of raise in elevation, they're going to be parallel to each other.
This is why you guys wanted to stay away from the planes, I think, because of this perpendicular thing.
Well, that's how you define horizontal.
No, it's
Okay,
because I actually
so
want to talk about actual topics that involve the
Yeah.
actual physical observation of the Earth, not this stupid gibberish.
Stupid.
Why,
This is
why the observation? Why you limit to observation? Why don't you measure the Earth? Have you ever measured curved water? I bet you haven't.
I've measured drop Rakia.
So is that curved water?
Yes.
Because
the
Water in a zero gravity makes a sphere. Yes.
You measured the physical water curving?
No,
I'd like
I
you to
measured
show that right now.
elevations.
I bet you haven't. I bet you haven't.
Elevations relative to what, Rakia? Sea level.
Okay,
But
do you
the
know what
elevations are
you know
curved.
what water is? Do you know what water is?
I understand what water is, Rakia. Continue.
Okay, so let me repeat my question. Have you measured curved water, physical water,
No.
physical measurements curving?
No, I
Not
used a different
optical
method.
drop, not optical drop, not a phenomenon of
no, I'm jealous.
Brian Sky Miles. Welcome, Brian's Logic. Fucking optical drop.
I'm jealous.
Yeah,
Why you say
optical
no
drop.
to him, bro?
An
You couldn't say
optical
no to
rise.
me.
Yeah, optical
Rakia
drop,
just
but
wants
not
to constrain.
optical rise.
He wants to constrain the way
No,
I
you
measure
meant-
the drop.
No, I didn't mention anything about drop, sir. You did.
Okay,
I said curved
then.
water, and you said measured drop.
I have a
Right?
question.
You
Measured
remember that?
drop due to
It
curvature.
wasn't that
Measured
long
drop due to
ago.
curvature.
That you didn't measure curved water then. You measured drop, right? Through an optic.
Here's
due
my
to curvature,
question.
yes.
And on a different day, through the same optic from the same position, you can measure that object in the distance that you're pointing to rise, correct? If the conditions are right.
Yeah, but if I'm well
Correct,
above the
Ruhif?
surface, if I'm
Correct,
well above the
Ruhif?
surface, I'm answering your
Correct.
question, Rakia.
Okay,
Shut
you
the
two-
fuck up.
Yeah, please.
you
let
guys
Don
gotta let each other go. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we
Rakia.
got to answer the questions very directly.
Yes, if I'm well above the surface, the variance in refraction is tiny. Right? It will never appear above eye level, the same
I
elevation.
didn't mention anything about refraction, but it would appear to be less drop than another day, correct?
It can, but the variance is tiny.
So yes, that's a yes. Appears.
Okay.
Yes.
Can appear
Less
different. Yes.
of a
Can appear
drop.
different.
Yes.
Yep.
And why would that be?
Because there might be a steeper gradient.
So you're talking about things that affect the apparent measurement of the angle that you're apparently measuring over distance at altitude, correct? Not
Yes.
measuring curved water.
No, measuring elevation.
Okay, fair enough. So when I asked you if you've ever measured, now listen closely, curved water curving, is that a yes or a no?
That's a no, because I'm measuring the
Thank you.
drop due to curvature, and the
Thank you.
elevations are relative to sea level. And the
No,
implication
you're
is
measuring.
the implication is that sea level must therefore be curved. Do you understand?
No, I don't understand that.
No.
Sea level doesn't curve. Mean sea level is a point, and it's not a curve. It's a benchmark that you take elevation changes up or down from, not a curve. Do you get that?
Sea level
So
is
don't-
curved.
No, that's not what we were talking about. That's not what. Hang on. Do not hang on. I'm not letting you go from that. We're talking about mean sea level, the point that you measure elevation from, not the theoretical nonsense that you think water curves that you've never actually admitted to never measuring. Correct?
I have measured drop
You don't have
due
to
to
answer it. Yeah,
curvature.
they heard you.
I've measured
heard
drop
you,
due to
Ruben.
curvature, and the elevations are relative to sea level.
I'm just letting him hear a
Therefore,
little bit of it so he sees what I'm talking about.
No,
You're
it's
the
not.
surveyor saying, have you ever measured?
You guys, hold on. You guys, We can do like really strict moderation, mute and unmute stuff, but let's try not to have to do that. Go
I
ahead.
can
Ruth.
jump in if you want. Spice it up.
Yeah,
Elevation
Rakia
is
just wants
based
to
on mean sea
constrain.
level.
Hold on, let's just let
He
Ruhif
just
and
wants to
Rakia finish
constrain.
this. Hold on, let's just let Rakia and Ruhif finish this. So I think Ruhif, it was your turn. Go ahead.
Yeah. To suit his, whatever his means are.
Is that? Are you done? Because I'll go.
Yeah.
Elevation changes are based on mean sea level, not the theoretical nonsense that sea level is curved. He's admitted that water doesn't curve.
Once you go
He's
high,
never measured it,
Hey, Brian.
but it is also the frick, dude. Someone talking over me? I'll start over because I know exactly what I want to say, and I'll go on mute when I'm done. I'll go on mute as soon as I'm done.
Yeah, go ahead. If anyone interrupts,
Mean sea level.
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Mean sea level is a point established over many years. It's a point to base elevation change up or down on. It's not a theoretical thought that water curves. It's the actual measurement above or below that mark, which states elevation change. For someone to come here and say that they think or theorize that sea level curves, which is ridiculous in itself, and then say that mean sea level, the point at which they take the elevation from, proves that it curves, is not at all true. And you're either lying or deceiving on purpose, whichever you want to call it, because you're smart enough to know that. You taught me, remember?
All right, hit it, Ruhif.
Sorry. Oh,
That's
sorry,
my
I was
question
playing to
after.
work. Hang on.
You lost your
Hey,
train.
take some time, collect your thoughts on that mean sea level, and then come back to us
Text him
with
a
how
lot.
you think water curves.
1 second.
Well, when you see droplets, it's a sphere. Yeah. So water in 0G will form a sphere.
Yeah, that's a well stated point, but you don't see drop
No, it's
all
a
the time.
fact.
Sometimes you see it rise. It looks concave. Have you ever seen that? If you haven't, take a look.
Not close to the
let me-
surface, Rakia. That's the point.
No,
Let
the
me ask a
point is the
question.
optics can fool you easily, even close up within feet, much less over miles, which sometimes when you look over water, the water appears to rise to your eye level even further. Just appears to do that because of the conditions of the day. It doesn't actually do that. And you damn sure can't physically first order measure that.
Not close to the surface, it doesn't rise to eye level. When you're above the surface, refraction is quite predictable, and you can measure drop.
Oh, there is a thing called refraction. Oh,
Yes, there is.
yeah.
No one denies refraction. Good, nice try on trying to impose that people deny refraction. Of course, there's refraction. That's the whole point. You're not
Yeah, but we all know that.
Yeah, you cut me off, but you're not. I'm gonna finish. You're not measuring Earth curve or water curving. You're measuring whatever it is with refraction, up or down. Perspective, refraction. It's not just refraction. Anyway, I don't know why y'all say just refraction all the time. It's never just that.
All right. When you're above the surface by a decent amount, light always bends downwards. Okay, so if you're looking at elevation and it appears below horizontal, guess what?
Yeah, refraction. Thanks.
No, that's
So
Earth
not
curve.
no, that's refraction. No, you just admitted it was refraction. Why are you saying now it's Earth curve?
Because
Refraction,
refraction.
the Earth curve.
Right. Refraction. Once you're above the surface, refraction always bends the light, raises the apparent position of it. Okay. So if you're looking across,
I'll even
at
give
something
you
of the
that.
same elevation. Okay, then welcome to the globe, Rakia. Fantastic. If you look
No, that's
across
not
to
welcome
something
to
of the
globe. That's
same
welcome
elevation,
to. That's welcome to. No, don't get excited, sir. Please don't get excited because you will never ever measure curved water. You'll only measure refraction.
you cut out a bit. If you agree that light bends downwards,
which makes the water appear listen closely, or when you get closer.
You cut out
Go
heat.
ahead.
I missed all that.
How would I say
cut out
light
heat.
not bending down and the same thing different than refraction?
Okay, so when light bends downwards, it raises the apparent position. You will see it higher. Okay, so if you see something of the same elevation as you, do you want me to bring my graphs up, Brian? I'll show my graphs if you like. Right,
Not
so
really. No one cares about your
Okay.
refraction graph. We all believe
Okay,
in
good.
refraction, I think.
Okay, so above the surface, it bends downwards, which raises the apparent position of something. So you see it higher than it actually is. If you then sight something through a theodolite or an auto level from one elevation across to something of the same elevation, and it still appears below horizontal, welcome to the globe.
Bro, every time y'all say due to, we know that means we're full of shit. Like, and you say your graph would prove that it's making things appear higher. I would actually like to see your graph. Oh, wait, man. I rarely get to talk, man. I got to first in. I rarely get clear time. So I fucking, if you could prove your graph, I know that doesn't happen, but if you could, what I want you to prove is that the downward refraction makes things appear higher, because in real life, when y'all have tried to show us that, it was the exact opposite, bro. Just saying.
We've got plenty of experiments. Like Greater Sapien shows that if you put cold air underneath it, it drags the laser down. If you have a candle next to the path of light, it pushes the light away. We induce density gradients to show that it affects the path of light.
Did you mean to say that if you put cold liquid butane on a surface, in other words, if you instantly freeze that surface, then it has no choice but to have hotter air above it? Okay, it's exactly opposite of what y'all say, bro. It's literally opposite of what they say. I can torch my driveway and make something disappear because there's cooler air above it. I can freeze a surface, okay, and see further like liquid butane because I've got cold air above that fucking instantly iced cylinder. Okay, so y'all are literally backwards, bro. It's only obvious. I'm sorry, man.
Okay, I didn't mention Deng Joss. I said Greater Sapien,
Rufy,
bringing
can I ask my
cold
question?
and hot things under. Yeah, is that Mailman?
No, it's just Shadow. I just want to ask my question. So large boxes of water. There's a thing pulling the water towards the ground. What do you call that?
It's
What
9
name?
out of 10. 9 out of 10 in Imperial Mirage. 9 out of 10. If you've ever done observations, you'd know this.
Yeah, get away from the surface.
Dude, I got an Imperial Mirage every day. I filmed in the Bahamas, approaching it, going to another island, leaving it. I was pissed off because all I got, and that's about fucking at least 25, 35 feet above the water, way above the water. You're talking 10 miles, bro. At any height, you go observe and you usually get an Imperial Mirage. Not saying you always do, but if anybody who knows and has done it knows that's reality, bro.
Yeah, I have a bone to pick.
Get on a
I have a
mountain.
bone to pick. Ruhif, I have a bone to pick about your path of light. The experiments you were just talking about, those experiments have a point source of light, don't they?
Yeah, they use lasers. Yeah.
Yeah, so they've got a point source. Now you keep talking about light bending. Now, in an observation across the water, in refraction, when there's refraction involved, where's the point source of light that's bending?
It doesn't need to be a point source.
Well, that's all of your experiments include a point source of light. You're using a laser which is coming from a source. So when you're looking at an observation across the water, where's the point source of your bendy light?
Then go with some of the Jesse Gordon things where he's looking at a scene, through some density gradient, not using a laser. And you'll see the scene shift up and down.
Okay, so that's a
That's
displacement of the image. Where's the point source bendy light then?
That was an example without a point source.
Well, that's not bending light. That's a displacement due to the density gradient. No,
So what
that's
it
not
is
bending
light
light at
bending.
all, Ruher. That's the displacement of the image due to the density gradient.
The displacement is evidence of light bending.
No, it's
Yes.
not.
Of
No,
course it
that's where
is.
you're wrong. That's where your
course
thinking
it
is
is.
wrong. No,
No.
it's not.
Carlos,
bending light.
explain in your words. Explain in your words what's happening.
It's a displacement. That's pretty fucking simple.
Why is it displaced?
Yeah, but how does it happen?
Well, it's just displacement due to the density gradient.
So the path of light changes.
Why? Continue.
denying
Please
displacement?
explain further.
This is where you guys have got it all wrong. You think that there's some magical path of light.
Right.
Yes.
There's not. That's where
What
you're wrong.
causes the displacement?
Density gradient in the
Right. What happens to light in a density gradient?
It shifts.
What happens to light in a density gradient?
It
Yeah, it bends.
shifts.
Well done.
Shift and displacement are the same thing, aren't they?
Oh,
It
like
shifts
bending.
position. It doesn't bend.
Yeah.
So it shifts position, it doesn't displace. Is that what you're saying?
It displaces. That doesn't mean it's bending.
So it shifts position, but it's not displacing.
What is it doing then?
Wait.
What's it
with the-
doing?
we know
Hang
the
on,
light's
I didn't say
bending down.
that.
It's shifting position, but it's not bending. That's for sure.
No,
What
I
is
didn't
it?
say that.
Come on, Carlos.
Why you keep invoking the word corridor of light or the path of light or bendy light? There's only shifting and displacement. That's all there is.
Okay. Thanks, Carlos.
So you'd
Oh,
rather
thanks,
us
Carlos.
use a different word than bending light, even though we're talking
Are
about
y'all
It's a totally different
displacement?
meaning. Fuck with.
Real quick, are y'all denying displacement?
no.
Carlos is denying that
Very
light
good.
travels.
All right, just checking.
It might be useful to just describe it instead of
the
bending light as a bending path of light. The light path is bending.
You say that light bending down. Okay, we'll say displacing down if we're going to keep it honest. You say it makes things look higher. Did Ranty? Did Mick West? Did Sky Free? Okay, did Troy or what's the newest Globebuster? All four of them. Did they show that? I should name 3 Globers. No, 2 Globers. 2 Globers, 2 Flat Earthers. They all showed that light bending down makes shit look lower.
No, light bending down makes things look elevated, Brian. Everybody knows that.
With a point source of light, bro, I showed line of sight in the laser appearing lower on the city. I don't care what you call compression, call it what you want. It was hitting lower compared to the city.
Wait.
The funny thing about this is that as you guys are like, or as
How do we
fans are
know
being
it's a line
confused,
of sight?
I'm starting to understand light refraction a little better now. I think there's some kind of reflection going on with the light. I'm guessing.
Brian, how do we know it's a line of sight? How do we know on flat Earth what
Because
we're looking
it
at?
so
What
happens,
we're
man.
wait. My question. My
Nobody
question.
cares. Yeah.
How do I know? How do I know what I'm looking at? Say I have a little bit of altitude. I'm like 30, 40 feet off the ground, and I point to the horizon. I'm pointing to something above the ground. So the way I know is in perspective. In flat Earth, perspective makes it appear to do so. It's not actually doing it because the water lays level. So
Right, but listen,
you're not.
guys,
So we're making an observation pointing to something that's not actually there. So what
You still want
what
me to
is
answer
this
your
line
question,
of
bud?
sight?
You still want me to answer?
Yes,
okay,
please.
I'm only saying in a fish tank, in their demonstration, in Glowburst demonstration, they said this light's bending downward toward the denser median, and it showed the light bending down, so it's hard for me to deny that. But even then, when we put city skylines across the skyline and pointed the laser at it, okay, and here's how I know it was line of sight, because there was a black rim around the entire fish tank, and we never got lower than the black rim. So if I'm looking close to the black rim, so I'm low to the ground, and I see the light way lower in the city, then I'm telling you that the light might be bending down. I've been arguing against it for years, but even if it's doing what they're claiming, it appears lower on the city. Period. And we lose half the city. I don't care what they say is causing it. That's still the effect we see in all of their demonstrations, bro. Literally all of their demonstrations. Even Ranty, even Sky Free, even fucking Mick West, even the newest Globebuster. I forgot his name, Kyle Adams.
Is that all?
Brian, do you see my video? Picture. I just assume you've seen the picture. In the picture, the laser is leaving from the left. It's bending down. If you follow the laser, it's bending down. The eyeball sees it higher than the block. but it's actually behind the block. So the eyeball sees it higher than what it is, and yet it's still.
How are you describing it as bending down?
You can see because you can see that happening.
So
If you look at the picture, if you look at the picture, Brian, you can see that it's bending down. You wouldn't argue with me if you just saw the picture because it's bending down.
For it to be bending down, it's got to appear lower, right?
From the observer, it looks like it's bending up. From the eyeball,
the observer, it looks higher than what it is. Yeah, it looks higher than what it is from the observer, but it's bending down.
I'm looking at the blue eyeball. The blue eyeball is looking at the thing ramping up above the square. How is that bending down from the observer's point of view?
It's bending down from our point of view. Yeah, that's the actual path it's taking. The path it's actually taking is it's bending down.
I don't think this is a good example.
That eyeball would see the origin of the laser to appear up near the top of the left edge.
Yeah, he sees it higher than the block when it's physically behind the block. It's not higher than the block. He sees above the block, so he sees it higher than what it actually is. But it's bending down.
What's the mechanism for it curving up like that in this experiment?
It's probably being aimed upwards.
And then I see, and then the medium is bending it down.
Yes, density. That medium is a lot denser at the lower part than it is the upper part.
Everybody, please divert your attention to live text 1, please, if I can get your attention. This is a test from Mick West, and he is firing the laser from behind the fish tank, which is weird. Why the fuck did he do that? Excuse my language. But then he did do that, and he tried to deceive us in multiple ways. We pinned him down on every facet, okay? Now, when I get lower down, closer to that black rim, I'm nowhere near line of sight, okay? But I am lower on the right. Is that laser appearing higher, guys? Just asking. And I'm sorry to sound all conceited, bro. But does that laser on the right appear higher?
I mean, we don't know. Honestly, we don't know because the horizon is.
Allow me to show you the full
due to perspective. We don't know what we're looking at.
Yeah.
Because
he literally
because I could point directly below me, and I know that's the ground because I'm standing on it. And if water lays level and Earth is flat, I'm not going to have an upwards angle of inclination from the ground to the horizon.
Right. He literally fucking showed us this because we showed him 100 laser experiments, even over train tracks. They say water train. We've showed him all kinds of different experiments, and they was like, no, the laser bends downward, making it appear higher. Well, how come in the fish tank he overlooked the fact, I caught this, that in line of sight, what he's saying appears higher does not. And I could show you the little time lapse, the 4-second time lapse, where when he gets even lower down, it gets even lower. The lower you get down, the lower it looks when literally we see it bending down through the water. So their claim of it bending down, sure, I'll give you that. But that's when we're looking at the effects of light as compared to something else. Literally, the lower we get, the lower it goes with us. And that's the Glober demonstration. That's Mick West. Welcome to Flat Earth. No getting around this.
And I remember last time you argued this with me, or you brought it up, I watched Mick West's video, and I have to watch it again because I remember coming back to you with an obvious, there's an obvious flaw in this image. I forget if this is taken out of context or what it is. I can do it right now, but I'm just to save time. I mean, I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I definitely did have an argument. I forgot, but I definitely probably did have an argument. But maybe you changed the light, and maybe it doesn't appear lower to the city. Maybe that it's some of the video. Maybe it's fucking not line of sight. Okay, there's only a few things. It could either not be line of sight. Maybe I invoke my own green light. Okay. Either way, I could make it a lot worse and post a video where it's down at the very bottom if I wanted to be a dick. Okay, I didn't change anything. This is his shit. This is his shit, dude. Deal with it. And I know there's certain flat earthers who get mad at me for shoving it down their throat, bro, but this is the shit that they claim. So I ask you to deal with it just for a minute. Deal with me, I'll shut up.
Well,
Sorry.
while I'm watching this, okay. Well, while I'm watching this video, because I'm going to watch it again. Well, first of all, what's the name of his channel? Do you remember? If you don't remember,
Just try Ranty Flat Earth. Try Ranty Flat Earth.
no, it's probably it's probably
try Brandon's Flat Earth. Try that one.
I'm not
If
looking
that
for
don't
Brandon's.
work,
I'm looking for
try
McWest.
Try Mick West, okay, or try Brandon's.
Brian,
try
thank
Kyle
you.
Adams. Try Skype. So you already knew the answer then,
I was
right?
hoping to only get an answer. I was only hoping to get
Brandon's
an answer
Flat
because I was trying to say something else. So say, while I'm looking for this, why don't you try and I don't know, respond to the picture I posted where I'm showing you, like literally you can see the light bending down, and you can see that from the observer it looks higher. So it's just a principle that it should be plainly clear at that point that this will happen in every case.
A reference to something else, please.
It happens in every case. It's just the principle of it. I mean, Doofus posted a picture of some fish right below that. That's just the principle of it. Like, there's no, like, every example will show this, because this is what happens when the light's bending down from its trajectory. It's going to appear higher.
I want to see what you posted, but please tell me you ain't talking about the cartoon below the one I posted.
His is the one below the one you posted. Mine is the one above the one you
Cartoon,
posted.
bud. What are you talking about? It's a cartoon.
That's fine. It doesn't matter. It's the principle of it. And the one I posted,
You're a dick, dude.
the one I posted, Brian, the one I posted is a real image, and it has cartoon eyes drawn in. I know, Brian. It has cartoon eyes drawn into it, so you can see
Show me
what
the real image. I'm sorry.
you can.
Show me the real image.
Okay, the real image, Brian. You gotta listen, dude. The real image is there. The laser and the fish tank are the real image. That's really what's occurring. All that was drawn in was an obstruction and an eyeball, so that you could see what the observer would see. The observer would see the laser above the obstruction when it's really not above it, so he's seeing it higher than it is, and the laser is really bending down because you can see that happening.
What are you talking about, dude?
The point is that the principle would be true in every case. Like any example of this, it would be the same thing.
The very direction that we claim the laser is bending is dependent on what model you think the world is. Because you could see a laser go over your head and you could believe in one model and you can say, oh, it's curving up. Then you could believe in another model and it'll be the opposite. So to say, look at the laser, it's curving down. I mean, I have a GIF of a laser curving up. I mean, but it's how do we know which one's correct?
Kosho, I've seen that video a million times, and I literally even made a formula for upward refraction, made a whole entire fucking model, thank you, arguing for upward refraction, because I thought things appear. I thought since that light was bending downward, and I could see it literally bending downward, that things did appear higher. I took your word for it. That was my first mistake. Thank God I listened to Travis Plain Truth and took a deeper dive into it, and then realized that you could show me an orthogonal downward curving. Why does it appear lower, Kosho? Because it's bending down. So even in your example, it's bending down, appearing lower, or else it wouldn't appear lower. If it was bending up, it would appear higher. So then I looked at, then I took a deep dive into it and realized that all these lasers y'all say are bending down appear lower when we apply it to fucking real world city skylines and shit. No exceptions, not even one. Except for Sky Free, like when they let the shit settle, like overnight, the whole thing was a blurred up fucking mess and it was way higher, but everything was higher. I'd still like to see a light, but as far as all the Globers, Ranty Flat Earth, Mick West, bro, it's exactly opposite. It looks lower. It looks lower because it is lower.
Okay, if we took a straw, let's say we took a really long straw and looked through that. That way, the light couldn't. We would only be getting the light rays that are coming at us, or horizontally. Otherwise, they're not going to make it through the straw, right?
Well, unless it was a what do you call that? What do you call those things?
Bro, a regular straight straw.
LIGO?
Not one of those swirly.
No, fiber,
Not
like a fiber optic cable.
What?
Fiber optic cable.
I don't know why you're talking about fiber optic cable. We take a straw, right, from Wendy's or McDonald's or something, straight straws, not one of the bendy ones, just straight straw. Look through that. Then none of this light. We're only going to be able to get the light that's coming straight at us, right?
That's kind of interesting. Yeah, you know what
Assuming
he's
it's
That is kind of
you
interesting.
limit the
Well, I've been
refraction you
scaring
get in
him
there.
in half, Geo, and Geo comes in. That's interesting, but yeah, that is actually interesting, bro.
Well, how long is the straw?
12 feet.
And how wide is it?
It's Wendy's or McDonald's straw size.
12 foot toilet paper
Regular.
roll. How about
Regular
something a little bigger? You could put your
drinking.
toilet paper roll. 12-foot toilet paper roll. Getting ready for the next scamdemic.
Fine.
It's actually not a bad idea. Then you can make a lot of money.
12.
You're Jeremy botting.
Well, it's because I think I went over this and I used the toilet paper roll before and Pocho got like,
Yeah, you were good at the end there.
Yeah, you're good at the end, and but he's probably delayed. But regardless, I get what your point is.
Great
And I
idea,
even get what
bro.
your insult is.
That literally is a good idea.
No, but
if you look at the shit
Pocho gets the point and
what's
the
the- what-
insult. It doesn't even matter if Jeremy's botting. He got the insult. He got the point. He got it all. Moving on.
Yeah. What's the point though? I don't understand what's the goal to this
definitely about to
observation.
insult the shit out of you.
What's the goal to what's the point of this? Like, what's the goal?
Because
in
if
mind?
you're saying because if you're saying the light is bending down and entering our eye in this downward manner, that's why we're seeing it higher, right?
Yeah, yes, that's right.
They're going to see
Yeah,
it higher.
I'll be back.
We're seeing it higher, but light bends down, which takes the light of the object and translates it lower down from the object. But when we're observing things, everything's just always up, up. The sun's up, this is up, looming up, but light bends down.
Right. In
Per
other
your
words,
model.
In other words, if you're looking through a straw or a toilet paper roll or however big your freaking eye is, that's a good point. In other words, we know it ain't coming in from above. So we're not going to see it from higher. Okay? That's a good point. We need to try that. That's a hell of a good point. I was laughing at first about going, Geo, but that is actually a really good point. But a dude already did that with like 30 feet of PVC pipe. He did the Chicago skyline. He did it right on top of water. And this shit wasn't coming in from above. It was like, I think about like a 8-mile test or something, bro. And there was no looking higher. We shouldn't have seen half the buildings. We did. He used the PVC. I'm saying 30 foot. It might have been like, there's a lot of PVC pipe, bro. I couldn't believe he went out there and did it. But he did. And then, who did that, y'all? Who the fuck was that?
Okay. So I don't understand what the point of this would be, because it's not like the light is coming in from above in a way that like doing this is going to block light, that sort of light. You're going to be able, if you from that 12-foot thing, you're going to see what you would see if you were 12 feet in front of you. So the light, even though the light's bending down, if you can see through that fucking tube, you still see that object.
What about the ray tracing diagrams, bro? Can't we put a board, like, let's say if our eye height is 10 foot, can't we put a board 10 foot, 0.0001 inches halfway, like a blockade plywood, and at least disprove that? I'm not saying we've done that, but couldn't we do that if you want to follow that ray tracing and say it's coming from in higher? We could.
Well, now you're.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now you're getting into the second setup that Jaron did, which ended up in that Netflix documentary. Kind of, which is funny because I just said interesting a minute ago, although I wasn't referring to him. But but now we're talking about that, where you start to get like, a hole in a board at distances, and then the light can only travel. It can't curve through the. Well, the boards are all lined up, is what I'm trying to say. The boards
you just
are.
put one board though, just one board, right? We start from there, and then we try and extend it
Yeah,
to
you
two
guys
boards, bro.
you have to
Not great.
remember, you have to try to imagine the path of light. I think that you guys are imagining it as these extreme angles, like an extreme, upward and then downward angle, when these are very slight angles, like extremely slight. I
Smaller
don't
than
know
a
if.
straw, huh? Smaller than a 12-foot straw.
I
Well,
have
what's
to
the
agree
what's the
over long
size of that hole?
distance.
What's
Well,
the
if
size
we
of that
had, if
hole
we
at
had a board halfway, okay, if we had a board halfway, and we're 10-foot observer height, and the board is 10.00001, we'll call it 1 arc second higher than our eye. Okay, then we know if it appears more than 1 arc second higher, we can measure the angle, right? You're not saying we can't measure angles all of a sudden, are you, Kosho?
1 arc second?
I'm next.
Just throwing it
Go
out
ahead,
there. Go
man.
ahead, Jeremy. That was a dead end.
So if we get this 12-foot long straw, see, I used a toilet paper roll before, or a paper towel tube or something, and Kosho tried to say, oh, it could still be a funny angle. So that's why I wanted to use something super thin and small, just so we could just barely see through it, like a straw size, and a mad long one. That way we would only get the rays that are coming at us horizontally, right? If we did that, Kosho?
Yeah, let me do the math.
What math, bro? How are we going to get rays that are not coming at us horizontally if we have this little
What
teeny
math?
straw? Yeah, what math?
Specifically trigonometry. Hold on.
You gotta know the size of the straw.
It's a McDonald's straw. Just a regular drinking straw.
If Kosho's doing math, that means he's considering it. So
Well, I mean, if you make the straw long enough, okay, we have a 20-foot McDonald's straw, straight straw. Do the math on that, and then let's see what
Dude, this is your problem, dude. I'm in the middle of
Okay,
doing
fine,
math
use
and you
12.
change the numbers.
Use 12.
Change the numbers
Just
up
use
on me,
12.
dude.
Okay, fine, 12 feet is fine.
No, it's a straw 1,000.
12 feet's fine. That's even kind of ridiculous, but 12 feet McDonald's straw is fine. But I would have
you ready
to
for
assume
this?
that if
you'd see your own
Okay, go
ass.
ahead.
Well, first of all, I'm using an inch diameter. Is that okay?
That's a bit big, but okay.
Well, with an inch diameter, it's
No, we
large
were
enough for
close.
the angles that we're
Brian,
talking about with
please,
the fraction.
Brian.
No, he's right. He's right, Jeremy.
Brian, I didn't even hear him because you overtalked him. What'd you say?
It's just a little bit more than a third of a degree.
he said he prefers a larger girth.
You like something with a little girth to it?
Let's shrink the straw size.
So you're saying we could still see shit? Hold on,
Yeah,
Brian.
when you give him an inch, you fucked up, bro. Just saying.
So we would still see shit that's out a third of a degree, you're saying. So how thin and how long do we got to make the straw before we're only getting horizontal light rays that are coming at us?
That's where that saying comes from.
I mean,
Giving
that's
it 12
impossible.
miles.
That's impossible.
We had talked about this at one point. I remember one of the
We did.
Yeah, doing like a really long tube.
Yeah, because they say you're seeing it higher because the way that light's hitting the angle of the light that's hitting your eye. So not get rid of that angle. Just make a super long, thin straw so that the only light rays that are coming at you are going to be the horizontal ones. If the straw's
That's what
horizontal.
I'm saying there, Jeremy. When you give him an inch, bro, you give him
I
way
know,
too
Brian.
much. That's it,
All right,
Jeremy.
all right,
That's
so
where the
how
saying comes
long
from,
does the
bro.
straw-
You give him an inch. Hold on, you
Brian,
give him an inch. They
please,
take.
man, I know.
Christ.
I
Sorry
know,
for trying to
dude.
joke. Fuck.
You just make it difficult. So how long and thin does the straw need to be so that we're only seeing horizontal rays?
Okay, so that's impossible. So that the size would need to be infinitesimally small or infinitely long. Okay. Otherwise, there's going to be some angle. Okay. Having said that, if you shrink it to a centimeter and keep it 12 feet long, it's 0.16 of a degree.
Still not
Okay,
enough.
so if we were to take this, Jesus Christ, go ahead, Brian.
Quit saying stupid shit, dude. What the fuck, dude?
Dude, he's
Talking about
asking
straws,
the legit
you just say
question.
something interesting, bro, with a McDonald's straw, and then you fucking give him an inch. He takes 12 miles.
Brian, you're being a little bit Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how stupid you say anything as long as it's against what he says, right?
Can we let
Bro,
Coach
I
Sean
literally
finish?
trying to come in and make a joke, bro. I literally just trying to come in real quick to make a joke while nobody's talking. And it's like, Brian, dude, like I'm a child, dude. What
I'm
the
trying to go
fuck?
back and forth with
It's
someone.
the
We're trying to
energy,
have like
bro.
a
It's the
business.
energy.
We're trying to have a business meeting, and you're like dancing on a table.
It's a good one.
That is a good image.
All right, just
Oh, we got
just
kosher
relax.
doing math. It must be a good when we got kosher doing math. And you change it to an inch.
It's okay, Brad. Just relax.
Okay, hold on. Let's ask. I guess here's a good metric. Let's ask. Because I think Matthew knows the answer, but because I heard him talking about the angle of refraction, like the typical angle that light refracts in the atmosphere. So that would be a good limit to use, right?
Okay, but hold on. How much do you say how much do you guys say the black swan is off by, like a half a degree or something?
That's what I'm asking. That's what I'm saying. There's somebody here who knows.
Yeah, the
those
black
answers.
swan is 0.033 degrees. But basically, you'll in order to have light curve around the globe, all you need is 0.01 degrees per mile. 0.01 degrees per mile is the same as saying 8 inches squared per mile.
Yeah, how many for 2
You're
miles,
telling me I'm the
Matthew?
worst black swan. Jesus. Go ahead, Bri.
Bro, if you
We'll
understood
finish this
geometry, this
tomorrow
wouldn't be
'cause I
so
gotta go
painful
inside.
to us, bro. Okay, it's accruing. Okay, he can't just say it's per mile because it's accruing.
That's
and you
what
would have
per
called
mile
that out if
means.
you knew fucking geometry, bro.
That's what per mile means.
Yeah, Matthew.
Word,
So how
Matthew.
would I
Sorry, I forgot to leave time for Brian to yell at everything that's said. He yells.
How would you translate that to the lengths we're talking about, Matthew? Like if you wanted to shrink, so if we're talking about that 0.01 degrees per mile, would we just translate that to like I don't know, let's say like 100th of a mile, or I guess a thousandth of a mile or something like that? Could you just divide that by 1,000?
Yeah,
or
just
what?
plug it into the 8 inches per mile squared, and whatever distance you want, then you'll get the drop, and then do that drop, and then calculate the size, the small angle of that triangle.
Right. So at 0.01 degrees, we'd see our own ass in a telescope, right, Matthew? Ain't that correct, sir?
No, that's incorrect. You wouldn't see your
Why
own.
would you not be? Okay, so you're going to say we can stretch out as far as we want, but we just can't see our own ass in the telescope because you don't want to go that far. Rumpus did, because he said the 0.013 also. So if you're going to be honest, then you're going to stick with the geometry. And if you're only going to apply it to 1 mile, Kosho was at least being fair and saying, let's break it down to like a tenth of that to see what the consequences was. That was his polite way of seeing what the consequences was. But he knows that if you just keep turning it at that rate every mile, then you're going to see your own ass through a telescope on a nice clear day, right, Terry?
Saying 1 mile is different than saying per mile.
So how much is 2 miles, Terry? Get back to us, please.
Okay,
Not Terry,
so
it's Matthew. I don't know who Terry is.
because I don't want to divide up the straw less than a mile, so I'll just use the mile metric. We'll use a mile straw. So the mile straw need only be 0.9 of a foot. What is it about? Where is it? What is it?
9 inches, Coach.
Whatever that is, and that's not 9 inches, but
it's close enough.
Whatever. It doesn't matter. It's just 0.9 of a foot. Let's call it a foot. It need only be a foot diameter in order to accept this refracting light. So you'd be able to see the refracted object, right? That's in a mile long straw, which is pretty big. Not that refraction acts like this anyways, because the air is going to be, it's going to be a little bit different in that tube than it is outside of it. So
yeah, I was going to say this gets into the idea of like a vacuum tube and a laser over a long distance. I mean, we're not talking about vacuum, but yeah, the conditions in the tube are definitely going to be different if you have that big of a tube, and it's not going to be the same temperature and all that. But yeah,
Kosher, would you do me the honors and saying at least this, if you don't give me nothing else ever in my life, that the angle will change if I add another mile to it or two, or even shrink it, But you would agree that the angle changes the differential, this function, just the spherical function of it in general will change if we add distance.
Well, I mean, the function is already per mile, so I don't know what if it's per mile, then adding miles it's already described in the function.
So
I
a
don't understand
slope
what you're
then,
asking.
right? So a slope, right? So just per mile, just a certain angle per mile, and we'll just go on with the slope. And you'll never give me nothing ever as long as I live. So why do I even talk to you, bro? Got no respect
Okay, good. Then you're
whatsoever.
done. You're done then. Are you done, bro?
One second. If you change the angle per mile, that doesn't give you a slope.
If you don't change the angle per mile, you get a slope.
That's right. If you change it per mile, you get a slope. You don't get a slope. That's right. But Jeremy's trying to say something.
Okay, so when we're looking at I gotta be too quiet. Well, I'll just pick it up tomorrow.
Well, if everyone respects his quietness enough to not interrupt and he has to be quiet, maybe we could do it.
Where you're standing at the Black Swan site on the beach looking at the oil rig. It's how many degrees out of position is it?
Just got that.
Matthew
Do
said,
the refresh.
what did you say, Matthew? 0.033 was what you calculated?
Yes, 0.033.
That don't sound right. Are you sure about
that
that?
angle difference between the horizon when it's close versus when it's far?
I'm looking it up now. I'm just going from memory, but I'll post something.
So Matthew, you take that back as far as just the one rate, though, right? You would agree that's a slope if we don't change the angle, then it's a slope if we add distance.
Yeah, if it's just one distance, then it's a slope. Yeah, but
Thank you for granting me that.
the slope. I mean, a slope is an angle, right?
Right, Kosha wouldn't even do me that, man. I thought we was dogs.
Brian, let me know when you're done, Brian.
Done, Jeremy. You're an adult. You heard me finish.
I don't
Eat a
believe
dick.
you. I don't believe you.
All right, boss. Mute, boss. Go ahead.
So I don't think that 0.03 degrees is right.
Yeah. This is. I see now
nowhere
based
near
on my
right.
image, the 0.033 is the difference between the horizon being behind the oil rigs and in front.
Yeah, what I'm asking though is how far out of position in degrees is the actual oil rig from where it should be to where we see it on a heavy refraction day.
I see what you're saying. I think it's more than that.
It's definitely that's why it's
I'd
definitely
say
where
my estimate would be 0.8 degrees based on the images I've seen and that image.
What would you call an arc second? Just out of curiosity, Matthew. Like 0.8 is a certain amount of a degree. It's almost a full degree. What would you call an arc second? If I'm not going to question you on the distance and all that. Think about it for a second. I ain't trying to put you on the spot.
All right,
What would
hold
you
on.
call that in decimals, please?
All right, you've
This
been
is why I
dominating.
said it.
Yeah, Brian, you've been dominating absurdly, like a lot. If you could maybe just chill, dude. Jeremy's kind of trying to go through it with these guys for a second, please.
Remember the part where I asked if you were done and you said yeah, and then I said I don't believe you.
So an arc second is 3,600th of a degree.
Okay, so it's 0.8 degrees from where we should see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so how small and how long of a straw do we need to where we change that? Like that would change if we had a long enough straw?
See, you guys have been talking about this idea of making this big straw, and I just don't understand the point of that, and I'm not sure what you mean by that. The platform is 6.21 miles, but
because if the, well, I would think of the word tube rather than a straw. If we're talking big
Right,
distances, like LIGO distances tube or even further. Well, because if you have a straight tube, then you're not going to get bendy light in a straight tube that can't bend like that.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's another big, expensive project to do, but we'll add it
Come
to the
on, man.
list.
You're dominating, bro. You're dominating, bro. Calm
Well,
down.
I mean, I don't think it's that hard to build a long straw or a long little tubey thing.
Yeah, but it has to be straight too.
Yeah, but
Yeah, we're talking like
for
10,
a
12
mile
feet,
long,
right?
but even if it was a mile long, it would need to be 0.9 feet wide for for you to be talking about, for the light not being able to bend. Like the slight angle, that slight angle allows you to see through through that straw. So a slight angle in that straw, you'll still be able to see it. If it's
That's why I'm trying to.
um
That's why I'm trying to use a super thin thing like a straw or something. That way we can just see, we can see through straws, right? The thinner it would be, the less the light could bend through the straw, and that would like cut down on refraction or something. Or
let me see.
Instead of a straw, would it be? What about like boards with holes in them?
what'd you say?
I'm
What
saying
would
instead of a tube or a straw, what about like boards with holes in them that you could only see through that hole? I don't know. I'm just thinking of a more practical way instead of a long tube, because the long tube gets complicated.
Problem with the boards is lining them up. But I think, Matthew, to illustrate kind of Jeremy's point, maybe a little bit better visually or physically, if you took have you ever soldered anything?
a long time
Like a
ago.
soldering?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you know how you use the solder is the little metal that's basically like a thread, but it's metal.
Right.
So if you had that, I know you guys like to draw these orthogonal views of what you call light rays as if they're lines that arch from the object to the eye. So his question would be, with the thickness of a McDonald's drinking straw, how long would that straw have to be before that physical piece, like if we took your little light rays, but we did it physically with a thin piece of solder bending at the rate that you're talking about. If I started to slide a straw down the end of that thing, at what point do I hit it to where the straw will be touching on both the top and the bottom of the straw, thus not being able to go any further without what your hypothetical light ray would be somehow subtending the straw so it would not reach your eye.
Yeah, okay, I understand the question.
It's a math question.
Yeah, and it's basically just trigonometry stuff, but it would all be 8 inches per mile squared, basically.
Like 20 feet, a straw would need to be like between 1 and 3 millimeters in diameter.
How about we figure out what the size of the straw is to begin with, and then we figure out how many feet it would need to be, right? Wouldn't that be the easiest thing?
I mean, I did that a second ago. But, let me see.
Or if we did the straw the size of like the retina, the average size of a retina, which the straw probably is kind of close to that, maybe a little bit bigger.
I got an interesting question for Matthew. This is one you could definitely solve.
Okay.
But okay, what's an arc second over 10 miles on a plane?
An
On a
arc
plane.
second. An arc second is equal to exactly 1/3600th of a degree.
Yeah, I know. Good answer, dude. I know that. We all know that. I think we'd all do.
Okay,
I wouldn't
so
be
what-
surprised if we didn't.
Sorry, what were you asking?
Talking about if we have a 52,800 mile line as B as our adjacent, and we have an angle A, theta, of 0.00027 or 1/36 thousandths. I mean, what's the height, the objective opposite? What's the opposite?
Oh gosh.
10 miles long, 1 arc second. Basically, so
Yeah.
everybody understands what's the height. In other words, the up and down value of 1 arc second over 10 miles. See if he'll know it. It might take him a second. The quicker he answers it, the more I'll be impressed. In fact, the slower he answers it, because if he already knows it, he's already done this shit, dude. Which
okay.
is like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's 5/280 times the tangent of,
No,
1 over 3600.
52,800. 10 miles.
It's 0.25 feet.
That's exactly
I
fucking.
got
Why
3
would you do that, man? Good answer, but why would you do that?
Well,
and
I
what is
gave you the
0.25 feet? That's for Matthew. Now I
Wait,
got
why
to
did I
get
get
another
3
one. I
inches?
know
No,
he'll get it right, but I know
gave you
this
the-
intrigues the shit out of him too, bro. I guarantee you.
Brian, I got the right answer. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but Negator beat you to it, man. Negator,
No,
whatever.
I said
But
it.
know
I said it
you
first.
like shit like that, though, don't you?
I said it first. I
Jesus
said
Christ.
52,800 times the tangent of 1 over 3600. Negator plugged it into a calculator and got an actual number.
I did. Matthew's
Yeah.
smarter than me, Brian. He did it the right way. I couldn't do it manually.
Dude, wait, he might be able to do more, but you're faster. So does that really make him smarter?
No, I gave you the formula, which is even better.
Yeah, but you said 5280. You said 5280. You said 5280.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
saying.
just
But
used a
hold on.
calculator. And Kosho 3 inches is 0.25 feet. So.
Hold on, wait, did Negator hear
Oh,
the
I thought
question?
okay, number. I thought you said
Matthew?
2.5 feet. My bad.
No.
It's
I thought you
0.25
said
feet.
2.5 feet. My
You're
bad.
way off.
Yeah.
Kosho, you're
Okay,
not
we
in
got
the
the same
science,
thing.
bro. Take a back seat, Kosho, please.
Brian, do me a favor, man. Whenever just you hear somebody talking, you don't gotta talk over everybody, dude. It's hard to say anything. Right?
Kosho, I'm trying to spare you from saying stupid shit, dude. If you knew the answer, you'd have said it. Negator, I'm not saying Kosho wouldn't have got it. I'm not saying Matthew wouldn't have got it, but you did win, bro. That's point blank.
I just used a calculator. That's all.
Yeah, I used a calculator. I had the answer. I asked the Gator why his was different than mine, and I found out his was the same as mine.
I'd still rather be Matthew and be able to. I'd still rather be Matthew and be able to understand and remember the equation and apply it.
Memorizing an equation does not mean nothing as far as intelligence. Being able to solve it, and then I say the faster you could do it, because we all solve the same thing. Might take me a week, might take me an hour, might take me a second. We could all solve it. It's not rocket science, bro. We could literally go learn it. Even people in here who don't know math could go take a math course, figure it out, solve it. That doesn't make you smarter than them because you fucking have made it further in math or you've used it more in life. Okay. We can all, no matter how long it takes, we are all humans. We can all figure it out. It's not above any one of us. But I say this: whoever does it the fastest is
Not
wins.
talking about anything anymore, man.
Okay, so let me tell you why I got that. Tangent is the opposite over adjacent, and the opposite is the tiny little number we're looking for. The adjacent is the 52,800, and so then you just multiply both sides by the adjacent. You get adjacent times tangent equals the opposite. So adjacent is 52800, tangent of whatever angle you want, and then you get the opposite. So
That's pretty
it's simple
impressive,
trick.
Matthew.
It's not. It's like junior
No,
high.
it is impressive, bro, because we all used a calculator. We could all figure that out, but we'd give you like, well, it's either this or this. But Negator, that's impressive. He gave us the longhand. Not that we couldn't do it, but you got to also give it up to Negator because he did literally give me the answer first. I mean, don't take it away from him. I'll give you both. Obviously, you understand every pinch of the fucking equation, bro.
Sorry, I wish I hadn't said anything now.
Yeah, what's the
It
point
was
of this,
fun
dude?
though, wasn't it? Was at least fun.
We're not
Shut
talking
down.
about anything anymore. We're not even talking about
I
anything.
know
We're,
it.
Shut up,
we're
wrong
using these
answer.
numbers for a reason a second ago.
Wrong answer. Back down. Wrong answer. I'm just kidding. Y'all go ahead. Anyway, my point was so 3 inches, right? Over 3 inches over 10 miles, right? You think you could measure? Just asking. You think you could measure 3 inches over 10 miles? Do you think that's in the human capacity to measure that over 10 miles?
I'd say it's less than the error of the instrument.
Thank you, Howard. Way less. Do you think you could measure 5 inches over 10 miles? Let's be real. That's a lot of arc
What's the
seconds.
point?
Just saying.
What's the point though? What's the point?
I just seeing how far I'm taking. I was impressed with Matthew's math. I was equally impressed with Negator's timing. But see, I'll give him prop where props due. When they start trying to say if I deviate from a fucking horizontal, then I've still got a horizontal plane. I'm just sharing it. You know, that's when I put my foot down, dude. I like seeing how smart these motherfuckers are. They like it. I guarantee they like being challenged.
You've deviated from the point. Now we're not talking about anything.
I'll give them that. It is a skill. I'm still trying to learn more and more. It is a skill, man. I'll give them their props on that. But okay, they can give me the numbers right out of the hat. That's impressive. But what does that mean? So instead of just going the numbers, that means that means 3 inches, you know, over 10 miles, you know. So I'm just trying to throw that out there just to get them thinking. Nothing more, nothing less. I'll concede.
So I just found a total station that has an angular accuracy of half a arc second.
That'll do it.
Yeah, if you want to talk about a star and you want to just say it's a jillion miles away, man, I can measure that within a nano arc second. Because if I want to extend the distance out, but I'm being real. That's why I said 10 miles. You know, I'm just saying bring it down to earth. 10 miles. We have nothing to even come close to that precision. When y'all act like they do because y'all understand the numbers, but you don't know what they mean. I'm right in the middle, bro. I'm not gonna act like I understand the numbers as good as y'all. Like Jeremy's on like right around me, you know. He understands some of the numbers, but he's got more common sense. You know what I'm saying? Geo, they got common sense. Y'all are like on the other end of the spectrum, bro. Y'all fucking understand the shit out the numbers, but I don't think y'all really know what they mean, dude. If you just stop and think, we could meet in the middle, man. That's my point.
That's a little silly.
Well, what you said was silly because we just agreed that over 10 miles is 3 inches, bro. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're saying, well, this fucking instrument can measure over 10 miles. It can measure fucking 8 times that. I mean, dude. Howard, you heard Howard. It's way above the margin of error, bro, if we're being real. You heard Howard.
So you can't just say if we're being real behind a bunch of words and that all of a sudden validate those words.
Yeah, I'm familiar with like auto levels that have like a 2 arc second error, but I do recall, what's his name? Shoe Bill. He's got that old wild equipment. Yeah, Larry GPS. He's got that wild equipment that's super precise down to like a half an arc second.
Okay, so now you know what. Now you know what the arc second means over 10 miles.
I mean,
you're lucky to see. That's way. Hold on. We can at least admit that's 2 decimals past the human's capacity to even identify anything at all. That's not like 0.02, right? That's 0.000. Somebody finish? It's 5th decimal place, right? 5th decimal place.
Good luck, Kosho, left lane, and Matthew. I'm gonna leave this ball in your court.
So now I don't even know how you got the answer, bro. If you didn't know that it was 0.00027, then how would you 5th decimal place? Human capacity, bro, is like 0.02. Like y'all are just claiming I don't know. I just don't think y'all are thinking it through, man. Maybe I'm wrong. Convince me.
I don't know what even topic we're on. Can we get on a topic, Kosho? What did you have?
Well, no, we're on the straw thing, but it goes somewhere else, I guess.
All been derailed.
Yeah, a little bit.
What was your conclusion on the numbers on that?
Well, I mean, I on the rough numbers I had, based on the range of refraction that Matthew was giving, I said like a 20 foot straw. What did I have? 20 foot straw. I think it was like a quarter of a centimeter. No, hold on. No, it was like 3 centimeters. That's right.
I'll give Matthew props and I'll shut up. He just explained the 2 longhand ways that take me like 10 minutes. And that was fucking pretty impressive.
Just gave him props. You gave him props already.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's better than bacon, Kosher. It's close. It's a close coin toss there, bub. I'm just fucking with Kosher, dude. He knows he's on their level, dude. Just fucking with him.
Yeah, that's right. About 3 centimeters, 3 or 4 centimeters straw. Oh no, but somebody said the size of the straw. They gave the size of the straw. That's right. Hold on.
Matthew, who's the best mathematician in this debate? Top 3.
I'm unqualified to judge that, actually.
That's humble, and I appreciate that. Give me your top 3 that you've heard of that you just off the top of your head, and I swear to God, I'll never hold you to it. Top 3.
What do you mean? In what debate?
We'll say top 4. We'll include Kosho because he's here. Top 3 other than Kosho.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
In your opinion, what you've seen, obviously you've never seen all Glober's math. What you've seen, top 3 besides Kosho, 4, what you've seen for mathematics impressed you the most mathematically? Top 3.
I don't know because I haven't been paying close. Maybe McToon?
How about George?
I don't know George. I'm sorry.
George Nalchek?
I don't know who he is.
How about Wally, or?
Yeah, I don't know who he is either.
Please don't just say McToon, bro. Please. You didn't even know how to fucking do cell now, bro. Please don't name just him.
What?
Never mind. Kosho, same question.
Kosho's working on something to do with the straw that he and Gio are talking about.
Yeah, and I would say this has less to do with mathematics and more to do with philosophy, epistemology, kind of like critical thinking, those type of things.
Bro, if it had to do with that, I wouldn't even have asked you that, bro. Everybody here will smoke you at anything having to do with like just logic, common sense, and putting it all together. That's my opinion.
Really?
Don't take that as an insult, bro, because I've already given you compliments. I'm giving everybody else here common sense compliments, bro. Like, we know how to turn a light, but we can fix something if it's broke. We can make sense of shit. You can run numbers, bro. We will continue to need you shit, but I'm just
I mean, for critical thinking stuff, I meant stuff like most flat earthers couldn't explain how a rocket works in a vacuum, or explain why Eratosthenes was not trying to prove the globe, things like that.
We all know just takes steam and shit on, although we know the limitations, okay? And then we also know that a flat plane distance over 500 miles, 7.2 degrees that Eratosthenes lists, is just barely over 500 miles on a flat plane. It's literally laughable, bro. Without us running numbers, we know that.
Right. Eratosthenes was not proving that the globe exists.
Okay, do the math. Do the math and just figure 7.2 degrees on a flat plane. You will have a question for me. I'll be waiting on it. But do the math on a flat plane. 7.2 miles with the sun you're claiming.
Was it like 3,000 miles high?
Quick with the question. I like that. No, figure it out. Do the math. Okay, if I back up 60 nautical miles and it changes 1 degree, what's that tell me? I don't need a globe for that, do I? I can do the math on a flat plane, can I?
So you're proving my point because whenever we talk about Eratosthenes, Eratosthenes calculated the globe, calculated the size of the globe. He wasn't trying to prove that there's a globe.
Fair enough. That's why I'm asking you flat plane math, okay? I'm asking you if it's a flat plane, and if I move 60 nautical miles and it changes 1 degree, okay, do the math from there. Let's base it on reality, like a flat plane reality. That's my reality. And just, you don't have to agree with it, but just do the math based on that. And tell me, what's the distance for 7.2 degrees? So you have to go.
You move 1 mile.
Obviously, you have to go 83.
Oh yeah,
You have to go 82.8.
Yeah, open up your calculator app and do. Let's see. Wait, you're doing the other one there. You want to see how
Come
high
on,
the
man.
sun is?
No, what distance? It's 7.2 degrees on a flat plane, not a globe. And these are y'all's numbers.
Yeah, on a flat plane. Then
First, you got to figure out.
Yeah, you do 1 mile divided by the tangent of 7.2.
Just do a calculator, bro, and do 89 degrees. Don't do it longhand, bro. We know you could do it. You've already proven that. Just enter that in the calculator. 89 degrees, 60 nautical miles.
I was telling you what to do.
I guarantee the Gator's going to come in and I almost bet my sausage and the Gator's going to come in with the fucking answer.
He left.
Anyway, I can help. He's probably already figured this out. I'm not going to insult him.
Okay, so you're moving 1 mile away and you have 7.2?
No. I moved 1 mile away and I've changed 60 nautical miles. I've moved 60 nautical miles. In other words, here's the argument. Is it a globe or flat? So whatever it is, we moved 60 nautical miles from zenith. We've changed 1 degree. So before we get into saying what it is, let's just agree that if we move 60 nautical miles, let's just say 69 miles, bro. I ain't trying to get ridiculous with it. We move 69 miles from directly underneath it, where we know there's no refraction on either model. Okay? It changes 1 degree. So 89 miles for your theta. 69 miles for your adjacent. It's going to give you an opposite. It's going to ring a bell. It's going to be like, damn, that looks familiar. Because it is down to the dot.
39.69?
Yeah, 3958.7, depending on what calculator you use. So we've achieved that. Now we're going to assume the Earth is flat. We've already done it assuming the Earth's a globe. Now we're going to do it assuming the Earth is flat. So we're going to put that for our height as our opposite side, 39.59 to make it easy. As our theta now, we're going to subtract 7.2 from 90. So we're going to say 82.8. That's the numbers y'all give us. 7.2 from Alexander to Syene, okay? So we're going to put in 82.8. So what's that give us distance on a flat plane? And thank you for playing, dude. Whatever you give, you know, it is what it is. Thanks for being honest and thanks for doing it. And obviously you know what you're doing.
I got lost. You were saying.
Okay. For your adjacent, for your theta, God, he's going to do it longhand again.
No, go
Okay.
ahead.
Okay, for your theta, for your observed angle, you've got 7.2 degrees. Okay,
Got
you're going to do it long ways. Okay, for your height, you got what you just established, 3958.7 or 3959, whatever. Okay, so now what do we get for our adjacent, our baseline on a flat Earth? We know what we get for a globe. What do we get on a flat Earth? Distance. You're not going to like it. I'll just tell you that now, but the math don't fucking lie.
Okay, so I'm doing 3959, 7.2 angle.
And I'll say this, like flat earthers who ain't even learned the trigger, like, well, it's got to be around this, you know. We got the composition to pretty much figure it out, but if you try and pin us down, you know, maybe we'll take a minute or a while even, or ask somebody. But we got a good idea what you're saying. We just know if we're looking 45 degrees and it's this high, we know pretty much, you know, we just have the common sense, bro. You've got the skills for the math, bro. But once these numbers hit you in the face, bro, it only happens once. So just tell us what the distance is.
500.13.
So 500.1 miles. So if the Earth was flat, there's a 0.1 mile difference, Matthew. Now, you tell me who paced off. This is your math. I mean, I did walk you through it kind of my own way. I will say that. You might have arguments with that, but still, it's numbers. Now, who the fuck did it and back within 1/10 of a mile, bro? Come on, let's be real. It could be either, right? Eric Tussie, Blue took this down as soon as I said this on Bevs, and I posted the numbers. Blue literally took this fucking video down on Eratosthenes, dude. I swear to God, today.
Yeah. So if you have one measurement, then you can get identical results on the flat Earth or the globe. And so a single zenith measurement is indistinguishable between the two models.
Fair enough. So we'd have to go a lot further than 500 miles to prove anything. Will you at least give us that? If you don't ever give us anything else again.
No, even if you go further, it would still be indistinguishable. But I'm saying that if you have two different measurements, then you can distinguish.
Fair enough. And thanks for playing with me, bro. That's probably the most honest exchange I've had in a while. Not saying you have to agree with my conclusion, but at least you played fair. You know what I'm saying? I do really appreciate that. Usually I'm bitching by now. Come on, just 7.2. You know what I'm saying? I get a lot of friction sometimes. When I know the person I'm talking to doesn't agree with me, and they're going to have reasons, right? Just like I'm going to have reasons. But let's just be real, dude. If we're trying to measure the shit in real world, bro, it's just not realistic, you know?
Why is that?
Because you don't know any Jesus pacers, Howard. You know any Jesus pacers?
What's that?
I'm just joking. I'm not trying to be sacrilegious, but that Jesus would laugh at that, I swear. And, you know, cross fucking kissing this guy. I love him. All my heart. But that's funny shit. In other words, you'd have to fucking pace across bodies of water, bro, to try and prove to me anything like of any significant distance. And the further you get, the more your margin of error gets. The best chance you have is doing it within 500 miles. And now you got to give me somebody who paces or somebody who cleared and flattened the land and cleared a straight path over 500 miles, bro. This is just a model, bro. I could turn you around 1,000 times in 10 miles. No, not 1,000 times. I could turn you around 50 times in 100 miles, and you'd have no idea, bro. To act like we know exactly where this is going. We're dependent on the sky. It's a good model. Y'all made one that works because you know, but it's not perfect. It's not perfect, bro. It's flawed to oblivion. It is fucked up the way they teach us shit though. Like if you try and go learn something, like you want to just go learn trig, like I want to go brush up. And it's like, dude, they say Sakatoa, sine equals opposite over fucking cosine, or the fucking saying. Then you realize, dude, when you get to like the tangent function, which is mainly what we use, except for like with pendulums, bullshit like that. But it's like, dude, it's like, you really got to think about that shit. Like you got to do it like Matthew's doing it. You got to break it down, and you got to figure out the cosine to even get the fucking tangent. Like,
Well,
unless you got a calculator.
The TOA part of SOHCAHTOA is the tangent.
They don't explain that in the SOHCAHTOA, dude. They should have SOHCAHTOA, but just saying.
SOHCAHTOA is SOHCAHTOA. Sorry, SOC.
Right. So tangent is opposite over adjacent, right?
Yep. There you go.
But we're always looking for the opposite or the adjacent, bro. That's all I'm saying. So we got to do the longhand like you did. Like we got to figure that out to get it. You know what I'm saying? We don't have the opposite and adjacent with anything practical, anything on Earth practical.
Oh, we do. Yes, in
We're not
every
putting it
application
together,
in the modern physics, we use trigonometry. Even in electronics, especially in electronics, we use trigonometry on calculating, oscillating anything really, not just motion. Anything that oscillates, we can use trig.
Once you've oscillated anything, bro, you've made assumptions and mixed variables. Not saying it's wrong.
I guarantee you, I'll bet you $1 million that Matthew knows what I'm talking about.
Once you've mixed variables, okay, left, right, up, down. Once you've mixed, God, it's hard to explain, dude. Matthew knows what I'm talking about. I'm not saying you're wrong, bro. I'm not trying to say that what you're saying is wrong. I'm saying it's impossible to prove when you start mixing variables.
To prove what?
Anything.
Describe anything.
Okay, so in other words, if I say, and I give you a formula where fucking we're seeing and refraction works out that it's a flat Earth. Just apply this equation, and here it is, flat Earth to the angles. Did I just prove the Earth's flat just because I gave you the mathematics?
If it matches reality, then that's evidence.
Welcome to flat Earth.
But that doesn't necessarily mean that it's flat. I mean, every observable reality that you measure.
I don't need mine. I'll post two others. It doesn't prove it. That's the point.
What's your definition of proof? That there has to be 100% proof, or what do you mean by proof? How much marginal error are we talking about here?
Bro, I could use the infinite conic method, okay? I could use the fucking magnetic focal point fucking method. I could use my little method, bro. That works until you get down to about 20 degrees to horizon, which conveniently is where they quit using stars for cell nav because they start getting disaccurate. Do any of them prove? The top one, first one I said exact. Okay, do any of them prove the Earth's flat just because I give you the transform for the fucking flat Earth? No, they don't. My point is, dude, if I knew you didn't know this, I would act like it was proof. But no, I'm not going to be dishonest. None of them prove the Earth's flat. It's just fucking math, bro.
I don't know how to respond to this. I really don't. I'll happily teach you the basic mathematics. In fact, I want to do that. But you have to be willing to listen.
I'm willing.
All right. Okay, Trig 101.
Hold on. Before we do this, and I'll follow you. Dude, don't, dude, if you say Trig 101, bro, I'm a fucking puke in this garbage can right here, bro. I'm not going back to a unit circle, bro. I'm not going back to a unit fucking circle. What's the sign?
No. I don't argue what these people argue. Don't relate me to them, please.
What's the sign of 30, bro? What's the sine of
Sine
30?
of a half.
Just tell me. Don't use a calculator. What's the sine? Yeah, okay. All right. All right. He knows. At least he
Yeah,
knew that.
I know my math
You'd
pretty
be
well.
surprised, bro, how many motherfuckers don't know that. Anyway, I'm not going back to a unit circle. Okay. Now, look. My point is, I was going to say, I'm willing to learn anything you teach me, bro. Vegas taught me some shit, too. I've picked up a couple things from Kosho. I picked up from George. Bro,
Oh,
dude,
you
I'm
need to
going
let me speak, though.
I'm just saying I could learn from anybody. I'm not above it. I'm just saying you need to look these things up before you just trash on them, bro. You're saying, well, I don't know what he's saying. Just give you fucking 2 models, dude. Equation right here. Just if you want a flat Earth model just for angles to make Polaris 69 miles per degree, I'll just give you a quick equation. Does that prove the Earth's flat? If I give you a quick equation to make 60 nautical miles per degree for Polaris to work, does that prove the Earth's flat?
I'm literally having a migraine.
It's a simple question.
Okay, in trigonometry, in the beginning parts, or whatever you call it, the ancient Greek or whatever Egyptians, whoever the fuck they were, or even a child, anybody used a protractor. So how do you measure lines? How do you measure between 2 rays? They don't have to be rays, but they just say rays by definition in the math books. But in between the 2 rays, they use a unit circle. They use a circle with a radius 1.
Use refraction.
That's what trig is. That's ultimately what trig is.
No shit. I'm giving you 3 methods.
It's a unit circle that they use to measure it. The unit circle can have a bunch of 360 tick marks or however tick marks, or they can use radians. That's what they use on trigonometry.
Okay, you asked me a question, bro. That's all, man. Now you're fucking shitting on me. You're not letting me answer, bro. Okay, I'm telling you.
Did you even listen to what I'm saying? This is such an insult to you.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, what did I said? Where did I start off? I want to know if you're even
You
listening.
asked me a question first, which had me itching to want to answer it. You're asking how this could work and shit. You're talking about 2 angles and shit. You're saying it's using trig, and I'm agreeing. I'm trying to give you 3 methods using trig to do it. You've obviously proved you know fucking what the sine of fucking 30 is. No, hardly anybody knows that, bro.
I guarantee it. If you ask any globe earther, most of them will know that.
We've literally grown so accustomed using calculators, nobody knows that anymore, bro. It's pathetic.
Actually, it's the other way around. Anybody that's taken a trig class knows what sine of 30. And even if they don't know what sine of 30 is, I don't like to pick on somebody just because they don't know that it's a half.
Right. Why don't you give the youth a little credit and say they use the calculators because they fucking understand it? Just because they don't work the numbers long and they could figure that shit out.
I'm not sure. What are we talking about?
They understand how it works. Thanks,
what are we
Howard.
talking about?
I don't even know. He's just ranting. I don't even know. I was just trying to explain to him the basic
respond, bro, and Howard shits on me, and thanks, bub.
I mean, you're just shitting on the whole panel. Nobody here knows what you're even going on about. I don't know what's up.
Take over, Howard.
Not interested.
I was just about to give the 3 fucking ways using trig to make the math work on a flat Earth, bro. Okay? No wonder you fucking interrupted. Dick, dude.
Whatever.
Oh my god. I feel really bad for even talking. Like, I literally don't want to. I feel really just. I don't know how to take this.
Okay, how about I post them then? I'll just post one. Disprove it.
Yep.
We'll talk, okay? Agree with it. We'll have a good conversation, okay? I'll just post one equation for you.
Okay. Oh god. It's hilarious that nobody takes me seriously yet. I know all this stuff. And actually, let me give you a little bit of my background. Not that anybody cares, but it is pretty interesting. I started out math when I was in college. I didn't learn anything when I was in high school. In fact, I didn't know jack shit when I was in high school. I started out very late. So I don't want to. So of course, I'm not going to pick on anybody if they don't know anything because I was there.
I did it 35. How old were you when you went back?
Really, you were 35?
Yeah, 35.
I was like 20s, little late 20, 21, 22, around there. But I started it took me a while. I started just adding basic fractions and stuff. I didn't even know how to add fractions when I started.
Yeah, I remember going in for the eval to see what math to start at, and I just handed it back into him.
I remember I took the pre-calc immersion class at the college, and then the immersion, the Unite Calc pre-calc and trig at the same. They put them in together. We had a royal fast teacher, and I completely fucking had no idea jack shit about anything about what trig was. I would have failed the class, but he passed us all. So I had struggles. Yeah, but you know what? I learned afterwards. I invested in my learning.
I'm literally just
It's
joking,
fine.
bro.
No,
I
it's
know
it's
anything
fine.
I know it because who knows who cares about shit like that, bro? We only learn it when we have to. That's my point.
Yeah, but I
You learned it, you
invested.
learned it.
But holy shit! I invested a lot heavily into what I know, and then I started to take a physics class, and then I had the best professors and everything. I listened to these people, and I've been surrounded by these intelligent people, and I was fortunate enough. Was lucky enough and fortunate enough to invest my time and my energy into learning all this stuff, and I did because I was so retarded. I didn't know what a meter was, but I learned.
That's tough.
Yeah, well, that's where I started at.
Well, do this, bro. Look at that video, man, and you'll get a kick out of this fucking equation, bro. Just watch the first 2 minutes of that video I just
Alright.
posted, man, and just look at it to get a little idea of what I'm even fucking talking about. And then look at the equation. It's like just barely over 2 minutes. And as soon as you see that equation, let's talk about it. Then I'll give you another one. You don't like that one, but I know you'll love it.
And let me copy and paste so I can look at.
It's like non-negotiable shit, people. Want to shove it down his face because he's never seen it. I love it when they join. Model. Argue with the math.
Yeah, I don't pick on people for not knowing math, but I will pick on them if they act like they know stuff. I'm sorry, but I have to call
Well,
you out
hopefully
on
you
that.
don't pick on them when they're joking, bro, because I'm totally just fucking being a clown. Dude, bro, we get the other end of this stick all the time, bro. You'd have to understand where I'm coming from, bro. We get it all the time. Y'all have nothing. You're dumbasses. You don't know fucking 2 + 2, bro. I'm just firing back, bro. Nothing personal, bro. I swear to God. I think you will be intrigued by what you see. Like they fight the kinematic equations tooth and nail, bro, and then they finally, oh yeah, well, that doesn't mean nothing. Well, we never said it fucking meant nothing. Y'all said we couldn't do this and that, We're just using fucking, kinematics, bro. Non-moving, just to fucking prove the same way they do Newtonian, basically. To show we can figure this shit out too, bro. It's not fucking owned by gravity. You can't just say gravity and like it's your equation. That's it. 9.8. That's yours. Nobody can use what we measure in reality to come up with a fucking reason or a cause or a measurement. We don't need it given to us. We can solve it kinematically.
9.8 is the measurement, right?
Right. But we don't need the 9.8. We can derive the 9.8. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
From what?
In other words, we can say F equals WA.
If you actually listen and understand the words of the scientists, every scientist, and even globetrotters are guilty of this. They don't
So
really
F equals
understand
WA
fully.
then, right? F equals WA. I thought you was watching
They just
something, man.
9.8 meters per second. The acceleration of gravity is measured. That's a thing. The mass is a scale that we invent. Yes, it's true. We use that to measure, but we also categorize as the mass as the amount of stuff, and the weight being like a different value depending on the planets, and we associate that with the acceleration. Every planet has different acceleration, but the same mass. Only the different acceleration will contribute to the different weight. That's what Newton's laws is. So if there was like another like alien from outer space or something, they probably would have like the same Earth planet, maybe different language. They probably have 9.8 in there somewhere.
Yeah. Sorry, I wanted to respond, but I was muted. I can't control myself and allow you to talk. We're not grown men to have a conversation, bro. Sorry. But anyway, the point is we don't need the rate. We can derive the rate kinematically. That's all I was saying. But there's somebody here who really fucking hates me, bro.
Brian, no one
Anyway,
hates
if you want to
you.
learn though, I know it's you, bro. You ain't just pipe down, bro. I'm just fucking with you. I'm just fucking with you, bro.
I know it wasn't me. We don't hate you though. We're not doing that. Remember that thing we used to do at Brandon's and
No, it's you, Jeremy.
crazy shit.
All right, boss.
This is why you got to be muted. I know. I'm just trying to explain
Yeah, I
something.
know you have to monitor adult conversation, bro. It's pretty pathetic. Even when it's me having a one-on-one, you literally have to fucking moderate, bro. It's fucking insulting, bro. But just keep
Because
doing
you don't
what
let
do.
others talk. That's why.
Really?
Yeah, man.
So we're not having a conversation, bro. I wonder why
No,
it's just you,
you- we
my whole
are.
fucking family, and everybody knows
I
I'm a
say
nice
one thing,
guy.
and then you just.
Just chill out, bro.
It's horrible.
Just chill, bro. All right.
Yeah, I don't. Maybe you don't realize it, Brian, but you're just chopping and cutting, and your mic is overpowering, and they get a half a sentence out, and you blur in and say things irrelevant to what they're even saying. I don't know what's going on, man.
It's because they don't listen. They just rant. I'm sorry, it's the truth, but I have to be brutally honest here. Part of having conversations, you have to listen to the person and understand what their viewpoints is. There's no offense or anything.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Like I need to be moderated when I'm in a heated debate with these guys. So
Well, it depends on the individual because yeah, there are some globes that like and and I like them. I don't mind them. Like Sanik's a good example. I really like Sanik. I really love like listening to Sanik and you guys. Because Sanik actually likes to argue about topics, and so I understand that. I'm not one of those globers that like to talk too much. I like to just go straight to the point. Listen. No, but trigonometry, it's I'm gonna and maybe you guys can disagree. I'm talking about globers. Maybe you guys can disagree with me on that or not if you are, but I just think of it as just a protractor. That's all that they used. And then then the Pythagorean theorem, which marks the equation of a circle, is there. So if you plot all the in a Cartesian graph, if you plot x and y, x squared plus y squared equals r squared as an equation, you get a circle. In the 3D graph, you get a sphere. You got an extra one. So these are just maths. And we used to, and since we used the circle to measure things, measure the whatever is between the two rays. Of course, there's going to be a Pythagorean theorem related to that. The x square, I don't like the word x square, but the x is the cos. If the radius is 1, the x is the cosine part, and the sine is that. Now you can generally calculate any angle depending on the points or the points in the angle using fucking summation and shit, but we don't do that. That's why we have calculators to do that for us, because the only known tricks are 30, 45, and 60 degrees. Anything else, or maybe a half, since we can use the double angle identities to figure those out. But, or I guess we can use more to figure more. Yeah, I guess you can technically say half of 30, half of 15, half of whatever, 7.5. But or 3.5 or whatever the fuck. But this is just what trig is. I don't know how else better to describe this other than just that. Anything is related to an angle is just trig.
Somebody tell him I can't respond. I'm fucking muted. I think Jeremy loves the subtle voice of Globers while he sleeps. Mute me
Well,
again.
at least I finished my sentence, or at least I'm happy there.
Bro, we're adults, bro.
Yeah, we are.
I swear to God, I'll never talk to you again, Howard, unless you apologize, bro. We're adults.
Yeah, we are adults, Brad. I tried to be real sensible in explaining to you that you're extremely hyped for some reason or another, and you're clipping and chopping and cutting sentences off, and you're doing it constantly. You just need to chill a little bit and listen.
Yeah.
Right, I challenged your globe. I asked him to go watch a video. Okay, I took the trouble of going and posting a video. He was wanting the math. A lot of Globers like the challenge. I promise you, Matthew, Kosher, they like a good challenge, man. Ruif, that's why they like me. That's why they pipe up every time I join. When nobody else is talking, I get it talking, and then I just get muted every time. It's fucking ridiculous, dude.
You know, despite the screwed up world we live in, I do trust the science that they present to us. So maybe because I'm that guy, but I do trust the mainstream seems science because a lot of it is factual, and that's what science is. It's just observable reality that we can that we can hypothesize, measure, and test it, and find out.
Yeah.
I don't
If
believe.
you wanna,
I don't. believe.
Sorry, I better shut up. Sorry, go ahead. Tell me when I can respond, please.
Please don't play these games. Please.
Bro, they've literally just muted me, bro. Anyway, I'm saying when you look at that equation, I know I am, but anyway, look at that equation. If you have any questions, just let me know. I expected you to literally go look at it and see it, visualize it, and then look at the equation, maybe try and, fuck it up, see if it's wrong, and then we could talk about it, bro. It's not a if, it's math, bro, and I thought you would like that. I wasn't trying to be disrespectful. I just couldn't respond after I challenged you.
Well, I understand how star navigation works. So if you want to talk, well, what's your question? You don't think that the star trails matches on a globe? I mean,
no, I didn't say they don't match on a globe. I gave you the flat Earth math. You asked for it. I gave it to you. I got two more. If you care to look at the first one, if you even care, but just please quit saying that it doesn't work on a flat Earth, please. Not negotiable. Works out in free space. I don't need a ground even.
what math are you referring to in the video? Because I don't see any.
Only one equation that explains it, bud. So just past 2 minutes, man. Just watch it. It's not that bad, bro. Just watch. I'm not going nowhere, I promise. Ptolemy's in the house. Tycho's in the fucking house.
Yeah.
Well, the Neo-Tychonic is a fucking, it's still a globe, but it's just geocentric. My ass.
I
Put that
don't
in your
see the
pipe.
math
Put
that
that in your
you're
pipe and smoke it.
whatever.
You want to talk about it? I'm here for you, bub.
It's fine. I had fun, guys. I don't mind
Brian,
playing.
did you see the full moon yesterday?
Yeah, dude, I literally laid out flags for the fucking for the Zenith Sun today. I've got an anomaly, but I've always get one anomaly out of all the flags when I make my smiley face. I always get an anomaly, bro, right around Zenith, bro. No, they never line up, bro. There's always one. I always think it's one, and put the flag down at the end of the shadow wrong. Like that's even fucking possible. It's pretty simple. But I always get one that doesn't fucking match, dude. Now look at sun count, bro. Look at the flags, but it's been a while since I did it. But yeah, fucking A. I've seen the full moon. Huge on the sunset, on the moon set. Moon rise is all right. Moon set was fucking amazing.
So throughout the night, did the full moon look the same visible size, same angular size the whole time? Or did it change?
Fuck no. Bro, when it got towards set, and I'm just telling you what I see from my location, I've got to look through the trees or get in a certain position, literally lighting up the trees, bro. Like, I thought it was, I'm like, what the fuck is that? I had to go run to a different angle, bro. It's crazy. Like, sometimes it just gets huge, bro. They say, look between your legs or some stupid shit. Bro, I'm looking at it with my eyes, you know? Maybe if there's a filter or some shit, bro, but it just, sometimes it's just fucking huge, bro. Maybe it does look different on the equator or with a filter or if I measure it. I just go by what I see, man. And I try not to ever get talked out of that. Don't know. But literally, real quick, so he didn't want to talk about the math? The flat earth navigation? The cell nav? He just left. Fucking figures. Muted while this dickhead's talking. McToon said, you can't use an AE map. Bro, you've been dogging us out, you know. Thought you put up your challenge and did it, you know. I thought, you know, he didn't come to find out, so I'm not going to say he owes me, but I literally thought he was saying, after nobody on Oakley's crew or anybody, you know, thought he was saying that, you know, well, now you could use the AE map, whatever you want. No, that wasn't the case. You know, get little quote unquote technicalities. No, you can't use the AE map, or you can't use 60 miles with 1 degree change in reality, because you got to assume it's a globe if you move 60 miles and get 1 degree change. That only works on a flat Earth and a globe, but you can only go with the globe, or else that's Earth's radius. That's what he told me when I told him his spot with a simple fucking equation. He said, nope, you're using Earth's radius. Like, bro, I'm not using Earth's radius. I was shocked that when I calculated 60 miles with a 1 degree change, I was shocked to find out it was 3958.7. That's not how I didn't just try to join your shit using Earth's radius, bro, right? I'm getting on Jeremy's nerves or somebody. I better shut up. They'd rather listen to nothing at all. I'm not a fucking bully, bro. Passionate. Never been a bully. Anybody who knows me, tell you the same shit. Nice motherfucker anybody ever met. Anytime I hear Jeremy talking, I shut up. Anytime I hear Joe talking, I shut up. Anytime I hear Howard talking, I shut up. Hear Blue, I shut up. Just go listen to fucking years of clips. If I hear him talking, I shut up. Maybe sometimes I don't. Maybe sometimes I get passionate, but I'm never disrespectful just passionate. I swear to God, Dad, could you hear mute me when nobody else is talking at all? Oh, you're getting long-winded. Let's just Bro, it takes me a while to get these conversations going, man. I'm gonna do it one more time and I'll leave. I'll get it going one more time. Sorry, whoever I offended. Sorry. Didn't mean to. Promise you, a lot of Globers love to be challenged. That's why they'll debate me, man. Just saying. But apologize for anybody. I swear to God, I'm not trying to be a dick. Not my nature. Not a pussy or a pushover, but not a dick. I don't try to be. No, I get a bit passionate, man. I'll admit that. Kosho, have you looked at the infinite conical translation, which is basically a transform? It's not really a transform. It's like a pre-transform. In other words, you take that model and then you transform that into a globe. There's no way around this one, dude. So I'm glad I get to talk again real quick because I know that you might pipe up. But have you seen the equation? Figured out the mathematical transform to flat to the globe. Figured out how they did it because it works in free space. Don't need to put it on any map. Just works in free space or any map.
Hey, I'm a Glober. Proud Glober.
I'm Brian. Nice to meet you. What's your name?
I use my Discord name, and that's also my real name.
What is that?
Right here, All Lives Matter. BAL. There's a lot of people with the letter B in here.
All Lives Matter. Got you. I'm a friend you, man. In case we ever need to talk.
Is that ball lies matter?
Yep. How you doing, Gio?
Or is it lives or lies?
There are no lies here. I'm a truthful man.
I remember I joked with you one time because I remember ball lives matter. I'm not trying to make funny. I'm just like, it's just kind of funny that it sounds like that when you say it sometimes.
What's in the name, as Shakespeare said?
Welcome. I've never talked to you, bro. I've been around for a while. You're at the right place, bro. This is what any discussion, any questions you might have, or anything you want to throw on us. This is the place, bro. Tip of the spear.
Oh, like Alex Jones says.
He's all ears, bro.
We're the tip of the spear. We're fighting the info war. Oh, that reminds me, Gio, you were on Alex Jones, right? Could have sworn Gio was on Alex Jones before.
Me? No.
Yeah.
Definitely not.
No, you weren't?
No.
That's what the rumor is.
Are you talking
Alex
about
Jones wishes?
Nobody. Yeah, nobody thinks I'm on Alex Jones, or I've been on Alex Jones.
Not even as a caller?
No.
No?
I've never even watched his stuff much. I mean, I know about him. I've seen clips here and there, and but I've never been a fan of his show or anything.
He's a character. Some people say he's Bill Hicks.
I don't know if you're thinking of Brandon. Brandon was on a show. Do you know who Brandon was?
I don't know who Brandon is.
Oh yeah, Gio, it was Brandon. Like Brandon did do a piece on his show, but I still love Brandon, man. He messages me, man. Like it pissed me off. He don't get a hold of y'all, bro. But it makes me feel
But where
special,
did he?
bro.
Where did he? Has he told you like what happened? Or I mean, he was doing a show and then he
He's
just
tired of. He said he's tired of it, man. I'm tired of it. But he wants my proof. Like I give him, dude. I'll show you I'll show you and you only our fucking. It's a small message, back and forth, but we talk from time to time. He's Jeremy, bro. That's my personal opinion, bro. And that is like coming from a bias, bro, that I've learned as of lately. Like, but that's my personal bias. I could be wrong, and I'd let him slap me in the face. But that's my personal opinion. But he's tired of it. Definitely not a Glober.
What does that mean? He just was like wasn't interested, or just the
Skypes me, bro. Just Skypes me. I send him my videos. He responds to the ones he likes. Every now and then. Just a few times. I'll show you the. It ain't much of a thread, bro. I'm not gonna act like I've got the whole scoop. But he stays in contact with me.
I mean, I guess in a way I can understand the idea of just wanting to split and never look back or something. Like I know people do that and have done that, but it always surprises me a bit that, you know, to be so involved in a community and be like, you know, doing shows or something like that, you know, and then just to completely like vanish without a trace, you know, virtually not respond to anyone for, you know, like how could you be super interested in a topic and doing shows? And I mean, he was, you know, making those thumbnails and doing, you know, all this for each show and all that stuff. And then just poof. Now, maybe it's for whatever reason, though, like you said, if he was frustrated or whatever it was, maybe it's easier to do that maybe than to tell everyone like, hey, you know, I don't know.
I told you why, bro. Take it or leave it.
What was the reason? He was fed up or tired of.
I give you my opinion, bro. You know, he says he's tired of it, but I'm saying I'll give you my personal opinion, bro. I just said his name on one name only. That's my opinion. I could be wrong, but just watch the last episode or two. See if the pressured the fucking shit out of him after he tried to take a little time off, bro. You be the judge. It's not rocket science, bro. But that's my opinion. I'll keep that to myself. I don't want to put it out there and be the giant dick that I already am. That's just my personal opinion. It's not rocket science, bro. Reason he ain't talking to him. Or maybe I'm lucky, bro. I really don't know. Just giving you my opinion. He didn't say it. Swear to God on that too. It's a small thread. He responds every time I message him. He responds. So I try not to push it, you know, Joe. Like he's like, dude, he responds, and I'll go so long, and I was like, yeah, let me just talk to him and send him video. And then I was like, you want to know how I got this idea that Jesse Gordon and them respond to? You want to know? He's like, yeah, fuck yeah, tell me. So I tell him that idea. But I don't push him to death, you know. So I'm like just very careful when I even send him anything. I make sure it's very intriguing, you know. And so far I've got a response every time. But it's only been a few times. That's me being dead honest. And I told him I wouldn't tell anybody this. Only tell you.
Brian, did you say that you think he left because of one person?
I think he left because of two people, bro. Myself. That's just my opinion.
That doesn't make sense. He left because of two people.
He's obviously tired. He's obviously tired of it, right? But he's doing it for nothing, and it's all on him, you know. And he came back twice, and just go back and watch the shit, bro. I mean, it was ranty, obviously leaving, you know, and he went through that, you know, and bro, if it's all on you, like Gio, Gio's a mentally tough motherfucker, bro. He's got backup and all that, but bro, it's gonna catch up to you, bro. I mean, if it's all on you, you're the tip of the fucking spear, bro. It's gonna catch up to you, bro. We've all dropped and took our time and shit, but then you try and come back and somebody fucks with you and shit, dude. Just go watch, bro. It ain't rocket science. Just go watch the last couple episodes. Not fucking rocket science. That's just my opinion. Okay. literally when I get a response every now and then when I send them my best work, I'm not gonna say, well, why did you, bro, I'm not gonna say anything at all with pressure, bro. I'm gonna be like, hey, would you be interested in this if I get on, I was tickled to death to get a response.
I mean, I remember I was there for the last shows he did. I didn't hear anything different or anything. I didn't hear anything outstanding. It was just wasn't anything out of the norm.
Yeah, same here. I'm trying to think now. What does he mean? The last two shows I don't remember anything unusual.
Okay.
But then again, it was a while ago, so.
I've already said who I thought it was, bro. I might be wrong, bro, but that's just my personal opinion, bro. He might think it's me. Jeremy might think it's me, bro. But because I did come across, I was dominant.
Okay, who's the other person? You
say.
said one person, but who's the other person?
Bro, it was Ranty. Ranty was the other person, bro. I already
Oh,
said his
okay,
name.
okay.
I said with your name. Sorry. I think when Gio joined, bro, that extended his life by a couple months. To be perfectly honest, bro, I listened back and I'm like, God, I fucking stomped on Gio, bro. I should have fucking shut up. I didn't know Gio, bro. I'm just being honest, and I had my own opinions and shit. But then when I did yield, I was like, good, thank God, dude. I'm like, whoa, like a sigh of relief, bro. I really didn't know Gio at the time, and it does. I do cringe a couple times when I listen back to some of it. But then I'm just trying to listen to it. I can only give you my opinion. It ain't me. I can at least sleep at night if I'm the only motherfucker out of all y'all he's talking to. So fuck all y'all, dude. I'm just saying. I promised him I wouldn't say anything. There ain't a million people in here. And I might just risk any fucking conversation I have with the guy. But anytime I message him, he responds. Said this for years. Been doing it for years. Like 5 times, tops. So I can church it up. But it's just, I don't message him much. But he does respond when I do. My God, I'm sorry I cut out. My phone died. But can I get a mic check from anybody, man?
Good.
I think whoever just tried mic checking me, I got to give them a mic check because I heard somebody try and say something.
You're good.
Okay, thank you, man. I just made sure I didn't interrupt, bro. Had a rough go at it tonight. But dude, Robert Murray Smith played in Bandsaw, bro. He used to be, there's a few people around here, bro, that just disappeared for reasons I think I know. But he fucking turned me on to Robert Murray Smith, and just when my phone reboots, it just plays him out of the blue, and it says kids don't know where food comes from nowadays, and I was like, what? So I listened to him for a minute, I'm like, let me get 2% on this phone. And he was right, dude. Like kids literally don't know where like food comes from. They don't understand. And then the ones who do don't understand that everything comes from nature. Like they literally think that like plastic is like some evil thing or so. They think it doesn't come from nature. Like everything we have comes from nature, people. Like he made such a good point, dude. Like we need to open our kids' eyes, even me and my kids, like they're maybe woke in their own way. I teach them to question everything. Don't even believe me. And I swear to God, I do teach that. But I got to be careful because I'll be monologuing. Jeremy will wake up and fucking mute me. I swear to God. But, he's right. Our kids don't understand that everything's nature. And since nobody responded, Matthew, man, if you're still here, bro, I've got a question for you. And this is a genuine one. This ain't like a test. This is a genuine question. Like, if you could help me with an angle, I've got the angle, but I need to know the spherical sense of it. I admittedly don't know, and I got a genuine question. If you want to respond, I swear to God, it's a genuine question. It ain't a test. It ain't got nothing to do with planets or light years away. It's literally here on Earth. Genuine question. If you want to help me. Like he done spilt the beans, bro. Like he understands the math. Like Bacon's like, God, I wish I never would have done that. Like, dude, I'll show you just my text to Bacon today. He's like, no, I can't do that today, Brian. But I'm like, well, maybe tomorrow. Like dude, they got a talent at something, I like to know shit. They're the teachers. They choose to, or they can hog the information. Matthew. How dare us teach flat earthers? That was kind of cheesy earlier, bro. I asked him like the question and everything, and I didn't give a time limit. And I just stopped, bro. And the gator comes in, just knowing he joined the calculator, bro. He just entered the numbers. I said, blah 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 blah. Not worried about what the answer meant or nothing, bro. I give him props, bro. He jumped in with the answer, but oh man, Matthew's like, it's kind of Glober cheesy, if you will. Like I could tell Matthew's doing it literally by hand because he explained it, bro. Bro, I didn't do it by fucking hand. I'm just being honest. In fact, who the fuck does it by hand? Like, bro, you got a calculator right there that does it for you. That's why I say the kids nowadays ain't stupid. They fucking, maybe they are in some ways, but in other ways, bro, to even put it in the calculator, you got to understand it. I give them credit for that. It is a shortcut, but without any understanding, I don't think you'd even know how to do the shortcut. So I give the kids props, but why not use the tools you got and expand your brain? I think there are some literal geniuses out there. Myself, I've seen a few, dude, that just blow my mind. Austin being one of them. I'm gonna keep talking, man, if that's okay, man. Waiting on a response. I'll shut up. I swear to God if somebody responds. But I would just say that it is a talent, man. You know, this mathematics is a talent. It's something that's acquired, it's learned. So I'm gonna always give you props, bro. I had to go back and learn some of what y'all know. And then, you know, but there's other things that are talents, man. I just wish y'all would appreciate some, you know, for one. But for two, like it's just rules. All you could do with numbers are multiply them, divide them, add them, and subtract them. And then you can switch the orders, you can switch that around, but that's all you could do. So as long as you know the rules and you know, it's just all you could do is just add them, subtract them, multiply them, and divide them. There's nothing we didn't know. Well, there's a sprinkling them or something. It's just that. And just follow the rules, follow the order. So I hate it when they act like they're gods and shit, man. That's why I feel privileged to give them models that are mathematically sound, you know, in free space. And so far, none of them have been like, "No, you can't do that," you know. It's just math. And my question to them, since nobody's talking once again, hopefully I'll get one of them talking because this is cool shit. This is where it's at. If it is what we see that is causing, you know, let's say it's a perspective, it's a personal atmospheric dome, for lack of better words, but it is an apparent dome. And what we see projects out to about 60 miles per degree, 60 nautical miles per degree. Not because the Earth is flat, or because it ain't flat, or it ain't a globe, or it is a globe, just because that's what we see around us. That's what projects around us. The only way to disprove that really would be to go down pretty far south. I don't give a damn about anybody saying, well, this distance, that distance, bro. We just went through the math tonight, and they agreed that it's 0.1 miles over 500 miles. Like, literally cross the country, bro, and act like you can prove anything. We've had honest ballers on tonight to, you know, do the math with us and verify it. You're not going to prove that shit over any kind of distance, if it's even different. But where it would be apparent is, you know, out toward the edge. So the only conversation to be had is out there toward the edge. So then let's go looking for clues, you know, what's fucking different about up here and down there. And that's where the conversation starts, in my opinion. They've got a couple good points. I'll give them that. But we've got some equally good points, and I think a lot more. That's my opinion on that. So if anybody wants to pipe in, that's where I challenge you. Flat Earth 1, Globe 0. Matthew, I swear you're off mute. I swear to God, I got a genuine question, bro. Please, dude. I never talked to you, dude. Just one time, bro. It's not a complicated one. I swear to God, it's just an angle. Just an angle from a position. Not even out to space. No relativity bullshit. I swear to God, it's a fair question. I am totally not certain on how this works in your model. Swear to God. Just an angle. Just a position. Just here on Earth. If you can hear me and you have a second, please, please help me. Because I don't want to make an argument that's not valid, bro. And you might shut me down, just by being able to do the math. I admit I can't do this math. Admittedly. I mean, I probably could. It'd take me fucking 2 weeks, bro. Be like, the answer's either this, or this. It's one of them four. You done showed me your skills, bro. You're stuck, man. Bacon wishing, I swear to God, Bacon wishes he never friended me, dude. Nah, man, me and Bacon's dogs. Dude, Bacon, what Bacon does, bro, is he takes all my shit and he condenses it into fucking English. And I don't even know if the motherfucker's first language is English, bro. But I'm like, look, so you got 90 minus A times fucking this, times that, times half. He's like, okay, that's sine over. Like, he knows how to put it into mathematical English, for lack of better words, bro. And I'm just joking, bro. I never like tie him up forever. But I mean, I'm expecting a couple things from the man. He's a smart man, mathematical brain, man. I feel like I could help him in a lot of ways, man. But he definitely, you got, dude. If you have math questions, fucking the arena we're in, shouldn't we have people we could fucking ask? We got Bacon, Matthew, Kosho, Ruhif, McToon. Fuck, dude. If we can't ask them, who the fuck can we ask? They're like the big brother, right? Dude, back when you didn't have internet, you needed somebody to ask. It was like, dude, I'm going to ask Wes. Wes knows everything. Like, you had the neighborhood dude. Now we got like a whole bunch of neighborhood dudes in one fucking server. Boy, the Gator couldn't wait to jump in earlier, though, man. I'm like, I give him the opposite. He wasn't thinking about the answer and what it meant. He just, okay, 0.7 time. He clipped Matthew, man. If anybody does understand it and want to know the long like form, A, just flip it, but B, just go to one of their videos. Just go to fucking dude. They got unit circles. They got go to Conspiracy Cat's video, bro. He literally shows you how to get the tangent, or just grab a calculator, bro. Grab your cell phone, bro, and hit in tangent, and it'll tell you, it does it for you, bro. But if you want to know how it works, bro, like you can figure it out by just going to some of these tutorials. Just know that triangle 180, circle 360, sine, cosine. Cosine 99 is sine. Sine of fucking 30 is 0.5. And then it's just ratios. Just ratios. You do radians, you can do fucking Detroit. It's just ratios. That's all it is. And then past that, it's just fucking adding subtracting, multiplying, and dividing. Nothing else you could do with numbers. You can average them, add them together, and then divide them. But you're still just adding, dividing, multiplying, and subtracting. Don't anybody ever act like it's complicated shit. They make it seem complicated, but it ain't. The two things that made me brush up on my shit, bro, was fucking Brandon's debate with Conspiracy Cats, where he started talking about math, and it's like, dude, Brandon knows fucking math. You're putting him on the spot, trying to get him to do formulas and shit, which was a joke, bro. Like, he's just gonna lean on that, dude. And then a couple other things, you know, not just that. I already knew the geometry, but the fucking trig and shit like that, I was like, with the angular sizes and shit, dude, it's like, hey, dude, I'm not gonna be handled like that, dude. I'm not gonna watch my dog get handled like that. That's horse shit. There's no geniuses doing this shit. And it just drove me nuts to fucking watch him lean on that. That's not an argument, man. And I'm not saying the people in here do that. You know, every now and then you'll get some who do, and we automatically know they're fucking not genuine, dude. They're just coming in with a test. But I was like, man, I don't want to fail that test. I want to learn the basics of it. So I just learned the basics because I fucked up, dude. Literally live. Like it killed me, dude. I would have bet fucking my left testicle that 500 miles distance on a globe and a flat earth ain't no 0.1 miles, bro. There's no way. I don't care if it's more or less, bro. In my mind, I had a square being 4, 2, side number 2, side number 3, side number, 1, 2, 3, 4 being 2 foot. And then I just pictured the circle being a 2 foot diameter. For some reason, I just fought it tooth and nail. But then Brandon's like, dude, you're fucking wrong, dude. You are wrong. I know about this one. And I was like, I went and looked at it and I did the math and shit. And I was like, oh, duh. Reason I was fighting for it is because if the circle is inside the square, then it's not 2 fucking foot. That's not the diameter. It's different. It's a different ratio. And then right then I was like, I got to learn this shit, bro. Got to learn this shit. It's the last time I'm fucking be humiliated like that. And I had a couple slips since then, but nothing major. And it was good that I learned because I've been able to hold it against the guys, man. Anybody interrupt me at any time. Not trying to monologue. I would have bet my left nut that the difference between a flat earth and a globe over 69 miles was probably a few miles. I'd have bet a mile. Bro, it's a fucking not even a dozen feet. But then I appreciated it when I learned it from George and Brandon and Jeremy. They just corrected me. Then I was able to appreciate it. Like, wow. So you're telling me over 69 miles, the difference between a globe and a flat earth is only fucking a few feet? Like, wow, this opened up Pandora's box to me. Like, how are they proving any of this shit then? If it's just a couple fucking feet, because I was trying to think of a test where we could step it off or measure it. No, there's no way in God's green earth to test that shit, bro. We're talking long distances, man, with very minimal difference. Nobody in reality could fucking measure that shit. I don't give a fuck what they do. Been doing it my whole life, even locally. Thought I heard some life. I don't blame them, dude. They know I'm gonna crush them if they join, But one-on-one, man, I'm a fucking doll. I'm a doll. I'm snuggly, easy to get along with. I'm gonna give you my points and all that. I'm gonna hear you out. Don't need moderation, man. One-on-one. Got anything to say? Just say it. And I'll crush it. So I just do this shit, right? And I literally draw the parabola. But I do it the long way. So I'm literally thinking like 5 inches per mile squared. If you go back to my earlier videos, it's like I'm working on this shit years ago. And I charted out my 5 inches per mile squared. It come out to like a parabola. I've got a refraction model that literally maps a parabola. I didn't realize it at the time. And then I'm learning their shit. I'm looking at this cell nav and shit. And it's like the stupidest fucking equations you ever seen in your life, dude. Like the Habersign. It's like, and then, dude, to line shit up, bro, to get line, it's fucking ridiculous. These equations. Like, bro, I could say anything. This makes my shit look like kindergarten, bro. I'm just like 90 minus A times A, times the fucking distance, times point fucking, times the sign of the fucking, this simple shit. And dude, I did it. I could easily said 6 times 10 to the fucking 120th or some stupid ass shit where I just go down 20 decimals to the least common denominator and just made anything work. I'm trying to like figure this shit out in reality, not the way they did gravity or fucking or electromagnetism or fucking Planck. Bro, they're literally just dwindling it down to fucking where the least common denominator is so low. It doesn't matter, bro. Like 6 times 10 to the fucking 15th or some shit. Or that's fucking not math. That's horseshit. I'm trying to come up with something real. Although I did think about it. I did have 6 times 2 or 2 times 6 to the fucking 5th. But I found a way around it, right? And so I'm just like, come up with a simple formula. And I'm like, dude, this shit works spot the fuck on any flat surface. Fucking up till the stars start getting to about 20 degrees, And then I look into cell nav and they literally fucking they say, the experienced ones don't use anything underneath 30 degrees. Then you look into it further and they start stalling on the fucking horizon. And so I could come up with any other variable if I wanted to. And I'm not trying to say this proves a flat Earth, but it's just an equation. That's why I asked them if they're just entitled to the math. Does this equation prove a flat Earth? Or that's the worst one out of the other two offer. I offer mine last. Because there's one that's unbreakable. There's really two that's unbreakable, man. From where we stand, from where we sit. One of them's unbreakable from any fucking where. And that's the one I presented earlier. You can't argue with the math, okay? And I didn't come up with it. But I'll just give you my shit. Does that prove the Earth's flat? No. So don't act like your shit proves the Earth's a globe. So that's all I try to get to. I'll end it with that. Don't try to say your little shit proves Earth's a globe. Or else you're admitting if my shit's dead right, I'm proving it's flat. Can't be both. Just saying. I can't stand when they come in and show me a model. Model monsters. They come in here every now and then. Just want a model. You can't model your flat earth. This stupid flat earth. There's no model. Just give them a couple models, and if they don't go look at them, I'm like, wait. Why are you yelling at this guy? Just ask for a model. Here's your model. You just want math. But 9 out of 10 that I've seen so far, or they don't even care about the math. They don't care about the model. They just want to repeat and parrot, thinking we don't have some model, bro. That's why I did this cell nav on a flat earth, bro. It's so much easier on a flat earth, bro. And it's just like they need all these stars. Like, yeah, there's a way to do that on a flat earth. There's 3 ways that I've got so far. Easy. We don't need 3 stars on a flat earth, dumbasses. Just say we don't need 3 stars to work it all out and create some impossible equation. That's unnecessary. Nobody in real life thinks like that. Like they need to be some super genius to be able to cell nav. That shit should be made for practical people out on the ocean who understand the stars. That's why I'm doing this. But I'm going to show them down to their stupid shit, too. I'm going to take it all the way down to where they don't like it. That's going to be my last episode. I'll keep talking till I provoke one of them into talking, man, and we can have a decent conversation. I got about 10 minutes left till somebody responds, and I'll shut up, give up. Look at magnetic declination. Beyond this equator, we can't test it. Period. All we can do is go by the model. So if I'm using an AE map and I say, okay, I'm 30 north, and here's my sunrise, and I draw a line on an AE map that I printed out literally. I've got stacks of them, dude. And it took me a while to work it out. Okay, but draw a straight line on the AE map to where we know the sun resides over the zenith. Then go down to 30 south. Do that at a lot of different spots. Okay, then test it on the globe, which is a question I had for Matthew. Hopefully he'll join, for fuck's sake. Just a fair question, bro. But I'm trying to figure out.
I'm here. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you.
Out of all of them, Shatter's the one I hate the most because of that, bro.
Yeah, I'm glad you joined, bro. I really appreciate it. I do have a genuine question, dude, and it's not a test. Thank you, man. Okay, so it might take you a minute. It might take you, it'd probably take me 20 minutes, bro. But I just know you can work this out in a quarter of the time, bro. Just from what you've done so far. Okay, so if I'm, let's say I'm 30 degrees away on a globe, and I'm looking, let's say I'm at the equator, and I got a 30-degree angle from the equator, and I'm looking. Let's just say a quarter of a globe. You can give me whatever distance you want, but I'm just going to throw out like 6,000 miles or 6,200 miles or something like that. Okay, what does that give you as far as if that's the distance? What does that give you as far as distance from the equator, opposite side with spherical trig? Like that's something I haven't dove into enough. How far does that put me from the equator in spherical mathematics? If I've got a 30-degree angle off of the equator, north or south, doesn't matter. So you can angle me north, you can angle me south, but just angle me. Angle me about 6,200 miles. How far does that put me off the equator with spherical trig? And does that involve
Where's the 6,200 miles? What's that?
Well, that's the mystery, right? I'm just giving that as a distance because it's about a quarter of the way. You know, I'm not going to be stupid and be like, it's like 12,000 miles away. But I'm like trying to give you a distance that's before shit gets stupid on Google Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I go too far, it bends shit warped. I'm just trying to take a distance that's within a quarter of a globe away before I start warping shit crazy. And I'm just trying to take it from the equator. Just do 6,000 miles, bro. Take it from the equator. You're looking east or west. I could really care less, bro. Like I said, genuine question. And thank you for listening. How far does that put me off of the equator? Don't look at the globe, bro. Don't look at the globe and be like, well, look at the globe. I mean, what's the math say? Honestly, I'll give you a minute, bro. It'd take me forever. So I'll just give you a few.
Give me a sec.
Then I'll say at the end. I'll say at the end so the gator don't come in 2,000 miles. No, I'm just kidding. But I'll say that like, does it even matter? Do we have to use spherical trigonometry for that equation? You know, in the end, or is it different? And if it is, how much different? So I will definitely give you time on that. Sorry, I'll shut up.
Okay, so if you're, let me make sure I understand what you're saying. You're on the equator, and then you go 6,000 miles north. Let's say.
No, you go 6,000 miles east or west, bro. I should have specified that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, you go east or west, and then what's the question? How many degrees?
At a 30-degree angle. At a 30-degree angle, right? In other words, the equator could be the baseline. I'm just trying to come up with a quote-unquote flat baseline, right? And then either way, if I go north or south, east or west, I've got to, angle it. I can't say east or west. It's got to be southeast or southwest, but it's just a 30-degree angle from the equator, right? In other words, no matter
Oh,
where
I
I'm at.
see. So you're not
Okay,
going
there you go.
straight east. You're going
Right.
east and 30 degrees north. Let's just say 30 degrees north.
Right. I'm going 30 degrees. That's my starting angle from where I leave from. Right. There you go.
Okay. And then what's your question? How far north do you end up?
Just say 6,200 miles at 30 degrees. And I'm asking the distance between the equator and where you wind up on a globe without you using R. Tell me if you can figure it out. Maybe you might have to use R, but tell me if you can figure it out without it. And then also tell me what it is.
So it's tangent of 30 times 6,200, but let me plug that in.
It would sound that simple. No, I was just kidding, dude. Go ahead, bro. Do what you do.
Well, what's going on? Are you calculating math there?
Well, yeah, I'm just doing on a flat surface along a baseline.
That's why I was hoping you'd do both, and tell me if there is a difference, and then if there is a difference, what it is, and then what you came up with, and if you were able to do it without R. After you see all the questions. I mean, you see where my brain's going, right? So just dive in as far as you can. You see what I'm trying to get at.
Yeah, so on a flat surface, you'd be 3579 miles above the equator.
That's the only thing I was able to do, bro. Just so you know.
Oh, got it. And you're saying on a globe, if you start out on a globe going, yeah, I don't know, because it would
gonna
kind of
take you a minute, bro, right?
No, I don't know if I can do this. If you start out on a globe going like great circle route that's 30 degrees. Okay, so here's the question. If you start out at the equator going 30 degrees above or north of east, then the question is, do you keep going in that straight line, or do you adjust your path so that you stay going 30 degrees north of east? Those are two different.
Bro, that's where I dead ended at, bro. I'm like, dude, we could literally. This is another proof. Like I'm saying that this is the dead end I ran into, where like I couldn't figure it out without R, bro. And I sat there and I tried and I tried and I tried. And I tried like 1,000 ways, bro, to figure it out without R. You just figured this shit out in like a minute, bro. I literally tried so many ways, bro. I don't know any shortcuts, bro. I really don't. And I couldn't figure it out. And I was just wondering, is it even possible? You do really have to have a radius to even apply that angle. But then I'm thinking, this is something. Because if you have to know the radius, then we could test that angle specifically, right? We can literally head from somewhere. We're talking one fucking plane flight. I mean, follow me. And I'm almost done, but you see where I'm going. Like one plane flight. We don't got to go down to Antarctica, bro. We could literally, it'd be better with two, okay? If we did it from the equator. We could prove something, bro. Like if we maintained a heading, we don't need ephemeruses or any of this fucking mathematics. We could maintain a heading and we could figure a lot out, bro, from one fucking plane flight without needing. You're gonna say, well, we already know this, but let's just come from my end of it. Fair? And if I want proof of something, bro, I've literally boiled it down to fucking. I could just literally prove it from the equator, or I could prove that it's some kind of multi-dimensional shit going on. It's either a globe or it's like 4 dimensionals above us. Something ain't right, Or I could disprove the globe. So think of it like that. So you with me?
Yeah. So it's complicated because directions on a plane change all the time. So, for example, when I flew from one of the longest flights I've taken is from Chicago to Amman, which is the capital of Jordan. And we started out going northeast, but then near the end of the flight, we were going southeast. And so I don't know how to calculate that kind of like changing direction and distance.
I'm not sure it's possible, brother.
What do you mean?
Without a radius and a model, I'm not sure it's possible. I really don't.
Well,
you
yeah.
could figure the radius. You could take them angles and figure the radius, but I'm not sure it's possible to just out of the blue calculate that shit.
Right. If you want distances, you'd need a radius. But if you just are talking directions, then you could sort of ignore the distance and radius. Just the direction.
Right, bro. Now you're listening. Okay, now, so I took this shit down south, right? I took it from the north and the south. Everything I did, I took from the north and the south. And I hit the first spot I did, I was like, booyah! Like these, dude, you look at the declination map and you put on A and you're like, fucking these motherfuckers. Like, dude, but I'll be honest, like I like the first one I did, it was like, Eureka! But then I went to applying it and I was like, man, it doesn't work here. I'd literally have to change the map. But I thought I was like really, really onto something. But it did teach me a lot. But the declination that you can't really prove from the south except by using the model, you know, it still does. Like at one spot, it'll be like damn, this. How could this work on a flat Earth? The other spot, I'm like convinced it's a fucking flat Earth, bro. With the declination, man, I just want more shit on declination. The more I look at it, and the more I talk to Globers, all they'll tell me is that, well, it's just, you know, we know it's a globe, and we know where the sun and stars are at in the path, and it's just like not quite enough for me. But I am, you know, I am on the right route. I think I'm on the right path, if nothing else.
So you mentioned declination a couple times, but you could just ignore. So declination means magnetic.
Yeah, where are you at? I mean, I'm not saying exactly what's your address. I'm saying where are you at? Like, what roughly what latitude? Roughly. It's always close, bro, but it's never, never, never right on, bro. I tested it today. I'm all proud. You know, because I put the pole in the ground and measured it, you know. But I recommend you test it, bro, from your latitude and see what you come up with for true north. And look how it just goes so fast. When the sun's right above you, it's just racing, bro. It literally changed 25 degrees in azimuth in fucking like 10 minutes. And it changes throughout the year. And it's like, that's exactly how it would work on a flat Earth. Exactly. Then you look at it and like, it might work like this on a globe too, you know? It's just so fucking inconclusive, bro.
Brian, are you there?
I'm here all ears, brother.
Sorry about that. I was doing an update for my old scanner, and it chose that moment to restart my computer without even asking.
I already talked so much shit about you, bro. You dropped out. You had no answers. No, I'm just kidding, dude.
I was asking about magnetic, or you mentioned declination. But to make it simpler, couldn't you just use true north and true south and ignore the magnetic compass headings?
That's what I was saying, bro. And you obviously weren't there to listen. I'll make this short because I just practiced while you were going. Dude, put up your 1 foot pole. Just do a 37-inch pole. Call it a meter. Okay. And just test it. Just get little flags or sticks, popsicle sticks. Doesn't matter. Do it 5 times and watch what you fucking get, dude. It's always off, dude. There's one that doesn't fit, dude. Every time when you get close, dude, it's fucking sickening, dude. Because every time you do it, maybe it's just every time I do it, bro, but it's so easy. There's a shadow right there. You've got flat ground. It just never fucking lines up, bro. Mother Nature has a way of shitting on you, bro. I'm just saying, dude.
What do you mean
Try
it
and get
doesn't?
to true north.
It doesn't line up.
Suncalc is always damn near spot on, but it is never spot on. But it's always so close, dude. But it assumes magnetic declination, which is interesting.
Well,
like,
wait. So
it would have
you
been
can,
nice if they told me that.
yes, you can find north by the shadow of the sun, but you're saying it doesn't work, or what?
Well, I'm saying in the south, I can make the sun do whatever the fuck I want if I've got magnetic declination over 18,000 miles or 24,000 miles. I can make the sun do anything I want within reason, within reason. If I can just bend fucking true north, there's no way to test it. I can test it. I'm in Florida. I can test it against Polaris, bro, and it doesn't deviate. My fucking shit points right at Polaris. They say I'm +8, bro. I'm not +8. Then I keep looking, and then it says I'm 0. But then the fucking charts say I'm definitely +8. Bro, there's conflicting information. I just challenge that you look into it from your position and challenge it. It's just a fucking pole in the ground, bro. Challenge it.
Wait, so the declination won't change what the pole in the ground is doing?
You can test it because if you're like me, you've got Polaris. And then even with Polaris, they tell us that it's like, like this much of a degree, a third of a degree. No, it's fucking 3/4 of a degree, which on both sides, that literally equates to 1.5 degrees, which on a flat Earth literally expands as you get farther away from that star. I mean, there's a few things they really haven't been, straight up with us about. I'm not saying I'm proving a globe. I'm just giving you a couple things to look into, man, because I know you're the type who might do it, and because I'm trying to really get help making this model and shit, dude.
Yeah. So you can find north at nighttime by looking where Polaris is, and then you can find north in the daytime by looking at the shortest shadow of the sun.
What if that don't line up, bro? What if that don't line up? No, they don't. That's what I'm telling you, man. Just try it. All I could do is tell you to try it, bro. I know I'm never going to convince you.
Wait,
please, dear God, try it.
Were you trying at noon?
How about here, let me put my camera on real quick, dude. I'll show you where I just tried it today. It's like my 5th try, but over a long period of time. I'll just show you my camera.
But I'm saying, when were you trying it?
I just tried it today, bro.
No, I mean, what time of day?
At fucking high noon, bro. It was 1:25 today. Was high noon, but I stuck shit in the ground all day. I mean, for like 30 minutes around it. Just look. I mean, I do it every now and then, bro, but it never fucking works out perfect. Hold on. Oh, man, I can't turn my light on, bro. Hold on, man. Come on, dude. My fucking light won't turn on. Hold on, let me get my spotlight. I'll show you just where I did it today, bro. And I'll show you the deviation. It's always something. Like I said, Mother Nature is always like, Mother Nature never lets you get it just right, dude. There's always something. Always, dude. This is where I did it today, right? And these are the flags. Here, I'll back up a little bit. You see if you can see it. In fact, let me turn the camera right, okay? And then the one that's supposed to be close is this white line, and that's north. This white line is north.
Okay.
This is north right here, right?
Okay.
That white line that I painted. That's supposed to be the one that's closest, dude. But the one right before it, which is like 5.15 inches, bro. Look at the path of these sticks. They're not sticks, they're little wires.
Okay.
There's the one that's always off every time I do it. It's either one on the first side or the second side. Mother Nature will never let me pin it down. Ever, 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 bro. I'm just saying. Hold on, let me get a better angle. Hold on. I just wish you'd try it, man. And when you start trying things like this, you're like, fuck. You're like, what in the heck, man? Why can't it ever work out, dude?
Wait, how did you confirm that was north by waiting until it was the shortest?
Bro, that was 1225 for my location. Was Zenith. Actually, there's two lines here, to be honest. I've got two lines. If you look close, there's two lines. And one of them is true north, and one of them is what SunCalc said was supposed to be north. If you look real close, I'll show you in the daytime. There's literally two
Fine, man. I'm
lines.
just wondering, do you hear what I'm asking you? I said, how did you confirm that? Did you wait till the shadow was the shortest?
Well, I really couldn't confirm it. I could just go off what I've measured and what they tell me, right? Which one's true
No,
north?
that's how you confirm it.
Yes, you don't even have to trust timeanddate.com to find out when solar noon is. All you have to do is say, watch the shadows get shorter and shorter. And when it's the shortest shadow, then the shadow is pointing straight north.
I know that, bro. And I just try it, dude. And we'll have such a great conversation after you try it. And you'll be like, no shit. I'm just, dude, try it 5 times. And then we could have that no shit conversation, bro. You'll be like, fuck, me too, you know, or just you, you know. Well, that's the conversation we'll have. It's just you. Or you will see that either you're fucking retarded and you can't put a fucking tag in the ground. No offense. I didn't mean that. I was being facetious.
I commend you for doing your own research. I think that's a good and yeah.
Should I trust SunCalc or should I trust my measurement? Because they never, ever fucking line up. They're always close. I'll give them that. They're always so close, but never, ever, fucking ever do they line up if you do it to the millimeter.
Well, how high is your stick? Your pole?
37 inches.
And did you make sure it's exactly plumb straight up and down by hanging a plumb line right next
Bro,
to
if
it?
you want me to put a tape measure on it, bro, I've literally flattened out grounds for a living, bro. What I do.
Not a tape measure. I'm just saying that you need to make sure it's exactly vertical by hanging a plumb line right next to it. Because
yeah.
I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying
fair. That's fair, bro. That's fair. That's fair.
The other thing
fair
you could do. The other thing you could do is like take a big basketball or something like a baseball and suspend it like 10 feet in the air, 20 feet in the air, however high you can make it.
I did that.
And then you could have even like a
you
bigger.
can't use a ball, bro. That's the first thing I did. Is I tripped out, bro. It was about this time of year, like 3 years ago, and I literally had no shadow on a ball. I couldn't fucking believe it. I could not believe it with my own eyes. I'm like, how can this ball have no shadow at all? This is fucking impossible.
Well, it's because the sun isn't a point source. That's why.
Fair enough, bro. I'm not saying there's no explanation. I'm just saying what went through my mind, right? And it just didn't make sense to me, bro. And I literally did a shadow live on Jose's, bro, and showed them there is no shadow on this stick, bro. And I showed them it on level, and they're like, oh, there's clouds and shit. But dude, I've never experienced a day like this till yesterday. Like, it's been a minute, dude. I've just did it periodically here and there. I've always had some trouble, bro. I don't have trouble leveling shit in reality, but I've just always had trouble with this test. It's always close, though. Like I said, it's always so fucking close. But it's never perfect, bro. And it just is like, but I felt that yesterday, bro. But I was a little bit late going outside, and so that's why I even put the stick in the ground, because Blue was like, put the stick in the ground and shit, and put the level on it, and dude, it matched up. Altitude was perfect. I ain't gonna lie, like it did get within 5 inches, bro. And you could even see the sun wasn't quite right overhead, but it was fucking. It looked like overhead, and I'm like, how do they know what's overhead when it gets that close? You literally would need to hang like a circle of plumb lines and look up the middle of that bitch. Yeah. And I thought about doing that, but I just measured it it's like the 4th time, honestly, 3rd or 4th time. And it never got it perfect, bro. It's always like, I guess like maybe it's just because it's assuming the declination, but dude, that white line will line right up with Polaris where I'm at. And that's fine. But what if you're south the equator, bro? And I'm north the equator. I've literally have Polaris to test it by.
Yeah, so you could ignore declination, because declination only has to do with magnetic declination. So if you're not using a compass, you can ignore it.
Fair enough, bro. All I could tell you to do is try it, bro. It's frustrating. That's all I could do. I could say it till I'm blue in the face. You'll never believe me till you try it. And once you try it, you're going to be like, I did it, dude. It fucking did that. Or else you're going to be like, you're a dumbass.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's a good thing to say. Do your own research. So
it is good having a conversation with somebody who's fucking open-minded a little bit, dude, and doesn't just think everything I'm saying just destroys them or just so defensive that we can't have a conversation, dude. I go through that so much, dude, and that's so frustrating, bro. So it's a relief, bro. Literally talking to you, man, and just telling you my frustrations, bro, and having you hear them, because I'm not trying to prove anything. I'm just expressing my frustrations and trying to get some answers on some shit that I couldn't figure out. So I do really appreciate it.
yeah, it's like trying to get accurate measurements and observations has sort of been the bane of astronomers for millennia. Really, like that's why they would build these huge structures to try to get really precise measurements of where the stars and planets are. And so basically, you're doing the same thing.
It makes you want to tip your hat to these motherfuckers. But then at the same time, it's like, hold on, dude, I did this shit and I know it's not easy. You know what I'm saying? So I've got mixed feelings with it all. But I have I have dove back in the ephemeris and shit, dude. And I got a video coming out in 2 days, bro. To me, like obvious shit. Like, hold on, get your story straight. Not you personally, but like when they say that they're doing this and that, like, well, how come not this? How come not that? I'm just posing some fair questions, bro. Nothing more, nothing less.
But what do the stars have to do with the shape of the so-called Earth? How does that even factor into it?
Well, it doesn't prove nothing, in my opinion, but it damn sure fucking is how we modeled it. It's how we modeled it, right? So we got to check that first,
Yeah, and so most people think that the stars are far away enough that if you're at different places on the Earth and you see them at different angles, that could give you information about whether the two observers are facing the same direction, or if down is the same direction, and that's relevant to whether the Earth is flat or not.
Yeah, good point. But then it proves that the stars are very close, and also the sun and moon are very close. Because
I'll give them this, bro. As a flat earther, bro, if the stars are that far, of course I don't fucking believe that. You know that. But if they were, they've made it work. I'll give them that. And that's all I'll give. That's all I'll fucking give. It
because
could be.
if you're sitting there, right?
I think it is.
Yeah. I saw a video, was a few weeks ago, and they say they're looking back in time to the Big Bang at these galaxies, right? And I'm just like,
that's fucking horseshit.
How can people
I don't
believe
believe any of
this?
that.
And there's no credibility to that. It's just stupid shit.
It just makes it pathetic, bro. It's like, how could we ever believe in the ball when they tell us this stupid shit, dude? Like, I'm good with the model. Like,
I'm saying this is the mentality of.
Yeah, they tell them we're looking back in time.
We believe this stuff, right? This Star Trek type of thinking. And I'm just like, guys, it's all rubbish. I'm just shocked.
Well, you guys are smart dudes, right? You guys think that distance laser finders work? Like those laser? Well, before you answer, Brian, it's a simple question, so you don't have to go on the whole thing, man.
Perfect.
I'm just asking if you think those work.
Bro, I could put the stars in infinite spaces and give you any model, brother.
Back in time.
So yeah, the answer is yes, right? Those listed, like right. The distance laser finder, those work. Like you can use them and you set them, and they work because it takes time for the light to get there and back. So we know that light has speed. We know that light has a speed, and so that means that there's a delay for light to get to you, depending on how far away it is, which is going to always be the case.
Yeah.
So when you guys say it's ridiculous to think that people think you're looking back in time, it's ridiculous to not think that.
Kosha, we hear an echo because you're not wearing headphones.
Pass it on to my guy.
And Brian doesn't stop interrupting.
Because I've been talking a lot. Let me pass it on to him because you let him answer.
Blatek, that was for you.
Oh, that was for me. What was the question again? You lagged out.
do laser rangefinders work?
Well, I really find it difficult for them to believe they have an infinite distance. It's just like, yeah, no, I think it's a bit limited. But back to your point, right? Okay, this is the point we're talking about:
That was a
stars and
non-answer.
distances.
Yeah, I will
right?
answer it. The answer is yes. They work. They work
Is
very
that
well.
over what distance?
I've used them
A
myself.
few
Laser
miles or
rangefinders.
what?
They
Yeah,
don't work that good, bro. They do
therefore,
work, but they don't work that good,
yeah. So
Joe.
does
Just so you know, they don't work that good. I
so
got
does
3 of
light
them.
have a speed? Does light have a speed? Is there such a thing as the speed of light?
Range of laser finders.
Bro, I could literally pull one out right now and make a fool out of anybody who's sitting. I'm just joking. They don't work perfect. Just so you know, they work. Yeah, they fucking work. You're damn right they work, but they don't work perfect. Just so y'all know.
So you can
Yes.
buy them online. These laser range finders, yeah.
Yeah, and they work because the speed of light is not infinite. That's all. I think that was the only point he was making.
But yeah, but I'm just trying to find out what range it is. It must have a range to it, maybe a couple of miles or something. I guess.
Sure, but the farther things are away from us, the longer it takes us to see that thing. Like if you're looking at something 1 mile away, you're
Yeah.
seeing that in nanoseconds in the past. But if it's 10 miles away, then you're seeing it even farther in the past. And that's the only
Yeah,
point with
no,
the stars.
it's too far out there, dude. It's too Star Trekky for me. It's too delusional.
So which part? The part that 10 miles away is farther in the past?
Let's
than
keep it on
beyond?
Earth at least, guys. That's fair. Let's keep it on Earth.
Yeah, so we can look at two different angles, right? So we've got a globe Earth or a so-called flat Earth, whatever. So the fact that we can't see Polaris tells me the stars are very close on a flat Earth, but on a round Earth, it's obscured by the so-called curve. So, what's the argument here? You know, it has to be one or the other. So it has to be flat. Then that's the only conclusion I can make.
Well, the speed of light must be way different if it's flat. You know, it's got to be just way different. You know, I don't know what they're thinking, bro. That's just not a proof. It doesn't disprove their shit, but I'd never use that as a proof if I were them.
I don't think there's any disagreement about what the speed of light is, right?
No, I don't think there's
But-
any
but-
disagreement. We
yeah.
just all know it definitely changes, and it definitely it's medium dependent. You know, that's what we don't like to admit, but we all know that it's 100% medium dependent.
Sure, but in the air, it's not that much slower than in vacuum. So we could probably ignore those differences.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'd say it's slow.
I just found it. Handheld military range finders operative range is 2 kilometers to 25 kilometers, which is impressive.
Yeah, so the
3D
question
modeling,
is,
forestry, sports.
if you're
I'm just
looking
trying
at
to find-
something 2 kilometers away versus looking at something 20 kilometers away, then you're looking in the past slightly. When you're looking at something 2 kilometers away, you're looking even farther in the past when you're looking 20 kilometers away.
Why are you doing
How-
that?
how is
Why
that looking
are you
in the
including
past?
time dilation in there? It's ridiculous to do so. You're dividing time into segments that are so small it doesn't matter.
Light travels about 1 foot per nanosecond, and so they are very small numbers, yes. But
But I
it's not
mean,
I'm not talking about time dilation. I'm just talking about the speed of light.
Well, but over the distances you're talking about, it's beyond inconsequential. It means nothing. The distances you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Yeah, my point is just that things that are farther away, we're seeing into the past farther. That's all.
But you don't know. I mean, you don't know that. You can't tell me that. If I'm seeing somebody 20 kilometers away, they're not in the past. They're right now.
Yeah, they are right now, but what you see is something that happened in the past.
Not buying it.
Are you saying that? So, are you saying that the speed of light is infinite? then? Is it what do you, or why aren't you buying it?
Because you have me attached to time at the moment I'm seeing it. You have my target in a different reference. You have it somewhere, not in another place. You have it in another time.
No, not another time. It's just like if you see lightning strike and then you hear the thunder. My only point is that when you hear the thunder, you're hearing something that happened in the past, even though you're hearing it right now. Would you agree with that part at least?
Yeah, it's a good point.
Yeah. So that's all I'm saying. I saw the lightning. 5 seconds later, I heard the thunder. So even though I'm hearing the thunder right now, it happened 5 seconds ago. And what I'm saying is that 20 kilometers away, if I see the lightning 20 kilometers away, that actually happened something on the order of 65 milliseconds ago. Not right now, but I'm seeing it right now. So when I say seeing something in the past, it's just like, well, it's like hearing something in the past. I heard the thunder. I'm hearing it right now, but it's because of something that happened in the past. And same thing happens with light. Just, you're right, Dan, that it's super tiny numbers.
Yeah, but dude, light attenuates within like the environment that we're in. You know, I mean, light doesn't just travel for like any light that any of us have ever actually witnessed firsthand empirically in any way, shape, or form has a very limited distance. You know, yeah, you got lasers and things. Of course, the sun is the furthest stretching light any of us have ever seen, whatever that distance is to the sun. But we can see how the sun stretches upon the earth in a local area. So
you don't think the stars are farther than the sun?
Well, I mean, that's sort of a separate thing, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that like all light we've seen is local ever in the history of humanity ever that we can empirically validate. It's all local, meaning, you know, it's in a local region. Even if it's the most powerful light a human's ever made, the sun seems to circle. Now, I know it's going to depend on your cosmology if you believe the sun is a different distance versus over a planar surface. And of course, it's, you know, to get some exact measurement to the sun, I don't think anyone has. But I'm just saying that light is a local phenomenon you know, so to just assume or think that it's traveling, you know, the way you're claiming light years to be, you know, that dramaticness is, and this is a no disrespect to you, but in my viewpoint, that's it's just a fabricated concept. Like there's nothing that you could do to empirically validate it. It's just an idea.
Yeah, and so it depends on how far you think the stars are. Obviously, that's going to inform what you think about this. But my point is that our in our model, the stars are very far away, and so you are seeing something from a long time ago, just like the lightning strike 20 kilometers away. I was saying.
But let me ask you this: if you're in a room and there's lights on the ceiling, and I were to tell you, "Hey, dude, those lights are actually bajillions of light years away," why would you not believe me?
Because I can see them right there and parallax with my two eyes, stuff like that.
But that's the same case with stars. We can see them right there. It's just the ceiling of this realm rather than the ceiling of a room.
Yeah.
Because basically, like somebody would have to, in terms of lights in a room like that, like what would it take to convince someone that lights in the ceiling of the room are actually bajillions of miles away?
Right.
Now, this is assuming that they can't get up there with a ladder and touch them. Let's, you know, stick with that too.
I guess I was responding to step back a bit to the bigger picture. Blatek was saying it's ridiculous to think that we're seeing starlight from 100 years ago. And I said, well, it doesn't, I mean, obviously you don't think the star is that far away, but if the star is that far away, then it's not ridiculous, is what I was trying to say.
The only conclusion I can reach is that it's all local. Sun, moon, and stars. There's this. It's too implausible. But they're trying to convince us the sun is the lights are reflecting the sun.
The moon seems to be.
It's laughable.
I just challenge.
I mean, Matthew, you would, but
Yeah,
even
dude.
you would probably categorize it as a belief, right?
Right. But I don't think belief is antithetical to truth. It's possible to believe true things.
Just something as simple as trying to get the zenith sun, bro. It's so frustrating, bro. All I could do is tell you to try it, bro. And it's so close, you know. I'm not gonna say it's so off, dude. There's flat, bro. Just try and pin north, bro. Just try to pin fucking north, bro. It's so fucking impossible to get it right on. You'll be like, well, I got it right here, and bro, just try it. That's all I could do is tell you to try it. It's fucking ridiculous, dude. Dude, it's like there'll be a rock in the ground one time when you go to plant a flag, dude, and then the shadow, you'll be like testing the stick, and you'll be like, well, the lip of the stick. Bro, there's no way to get it perfect. It's so impossible. Mother Nature just sticks it up you, dude. It's literally impossible. You'll get deviations every time, bro, or I'm just like maybe mentally retarded with everything but my work. I don't know.
I don't know
Just
that
try it.
those types of things. You have to be really precise. You have to have a stick that's perfectly plumb, straight up and down. You have to have really flat ground. And if you're trying to do it at solar noon is different. Like just a few miles here versus there. So you'd have to get a really precise latitude and longitude to figure out when solar noon is, or you could really precisely measure the shadow's length every minute and see which one is shortest. So you're right. I
How
think
many
it is
times
really
have you done it,
complicated.
bro? Just out of curiosity. Sorry to interrupt. How many times have you done it?
I've never done it.
Right. That's my point. Try it. I'm just saying, all I can do is tell you all to try it, dude.
Well, not never. I guess at solar noon we measured. Kenny and I, flat Earth dude, did it at one of the flat Earth meetups. Actually, we did it twice, but we only did one measurement.
I'm just saying, bro, because I just don't want to just keep explaining what happens. God will always have the last laugh. I don't give a fuck what you think you've done perfect. Bro, I do this shit for a living. I level out grounds for pavers so my guys can just put them right on top and they ain't got to worry about shit. I ain't got to worry about shit. They just set them down, right? Bro, I know how to level 2 feet. I'm just saying, bro, that's what I do. I literally drive stakes in grounds and lay string lines. That's literally what I do, bro. You could challenge me on the long distance survey, and okay, I literally do leveling, okay, for a fucking living. I've been doing it. I'm a grandpa, okay. It's what I fucking do, and all I'm asking you to do is just try it. And I'm just saying, after just trying it, once every here and there for a couple, God just laughs at you, bro. It's like almost like you just accept it. God laughs at you. He won't let you pin nothing point down. That's my opinion of it. He will always leave himself a couple degrees of fuck you. That's just my opinion, bro. But at least you're honest, dude. I could have showed the flags and Xanax is like, God, you got the wrong flags, man. I've done this fucking every day. It's refreshing talking to somebody who at least hear you out, and at least consider what you're saying. And then maybe try it. And then maybe try it, bro. Like talking to Xanax, he's like, fucking dude, them are pink flags. And the pink flags never work, Brian, you dumbass. Very simple. Get you a stick. Get the exact height of it. However high it is. Level out a little spot of ground around it. You gotta be off by a good little bit, bro. You gotta be pretty pretty.
Don't forget hang a plumb line next to the stick to make sure it's exactly vertical.
I'm to the point where I've got to hang a circle of plumb lines. To me, the only way to do this fairly is to hang a tight circle of plumb lines. You need 2 rings, right?
Yeah, that would work.
But I don't want to try this because I know God's going to get me some other way, bro. I know God just tells me, don't do it, dummy. But the only way to do it is to line up 2 rings of plumb lines, 8 of them, and then just machine 2 circles to be one at the top, one at the bottom, and you laying underneath, And I'm just so curious because God's threw a wrench every time, bro.
I think God is a God of order.
The wrench got those.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as a perfect measurement, bro. I've tried it a gajillion times, bro. There's no such thing. All we could do is count on the people who are as honest as we know are honest. That's it. And work out the variables.
Well, that stick that you have out there in the back right now, I would say the first thing to do would be to hang a plumb line right next to it and see if it is vertical. And if it's not, then that might explain a few degrees.
I did, bro. I checked it with 3 levels, bro. Just saying.
No, not with
I'll
levels.
show you the levels if you don't believe me, bro. I'll literally
No.
show you the levels. They're twice as long as that stick. Just to make sure if I was off, it was fucking like nothing anybody could measure.
But levels are.
See the 6-foot level sitting next to it?
But in order to, levels will get you pretty close, but a plumb line would be even more accurate. If you just tie something to a string and hang it next to the stick and see. That's all I'm suggesting. Because even if you're off like 1 or 2 degrees, I think that could affect it. Yeah, just find a string, tie it to something heavy, hang it up.
Bro, the bitch is level, brother. That's the 6-foot level. Commercial machined, and I'll show you the other 2 levels. And there's the
I know, I'm talking about the stick
little tiny stick.
That one stick. You want, in order to make sure that it's perfectly vertical, just hang a string next to it.
Bro, I could literally test a string with this level and stick. It's almost that bad. That is a joke. But it's almost that close. I could just about test a plumb bob with this stick and level. That's how long I've been doing this shit, bro. I'm just saying. Yeah, you're right. My next step is literally, taking 8 plumb bobs and attaching them to a machine ring. One at the top, one at the bottom. 2 machine rings, and literally looking straight up. It doesn't matter how I do it, bro.
Yeah,
always
I like your idea. I think your idea of doing a circle of plumb bobs would be the best way to do it.
That'd be the only fair way to do it, bro. But every time it gets close, bro. I'm not saying you're not gonna have a reason for it, bro, but it's never perfect, bro. Let's say this. I've never made it perfect. I've literally fucking just done everything. Like today, I promise you that stick's upright. I guarantee it's, dude, I'm literally measuring it on Sun Calculator. It's matching. And then all of a sudden, not matching. And then matching. God, dude, you just got to try it, bro. That's all I can tell you. Try it and we can laugh about it later. That's all I can tell you. And hope you do it. God will not let you pin him down. I'll say it like this. Mother Nature will not be pinned down. Period. Take it as far down as you want. That's my hypothesis. Mother Nature won't have it. There's nothing perfect. It's weird. And it's a motherfucker. But that's just how it is.
All right, I gotta go. Good night. Nice chatting with you.
Hey, I appreciate it, bro. I do appreciate the work you did for me too, man, with the pencil and shit. Do appreciate that, brother. It's refreshing having a honest conversation, man. You be good.
All right, take it easy. Bye.
Like nice having a conversation with somebody and they're like not on Super Bowl defense, you know, and you can't get to the point. Like I'm trying to get to a point and I've got a couple questions, you know, to see if I can have a point. And it's like I can't even get out of the gate sometimes, dude. And it's so frustrating. It's like, dude, I'd even tell you, look, it's not a gotcha. Just, you know, getting you in my mind to see how I think and tell me what you think about this and they can't even do that, bro. It's so frustrating. But then you come across people like him and Matt and Parks, you know, PhD Parks, even JA's, man. Like he does shoot the shit and he does monologue about his profession, which none of us fucking know. He's smarter, way smarter than us at that. But he's honest, you know, for the most part. And it just makes you reflect on the conversation we have with some of these other people, man. Like Peyton Nass's shill and shit. It's like fucking eggshells. These fuckers are psychopaths, dude. You can't even have a conversation because you can't agree on nothing. How can we agree on any fucking thing? You know, if you can't even fucking, you know what I'm saying? We can't say up is down and up is up, down is down, you know? And let's move from there. They won't agree to nothing.
Yeah, it's not healthy at all.
It was so relieving, bro, to have a dude who I know is fucking doing long form math, doing it by hand and shit, and fucking telling me, well, you know, to be honest, I can't tell you exactly how long because I'd need to know the radius. That's fucking refreshing, bro. Like, it wasn't just me. Like, I tried 1,000 ways to do it, and I'm thinking they got to know a way to do this, you know. And he's just honest, bro. It doesn't prove nothing.
Yeah.
He doesn't concede his globe by that. He's just fucking honest, bro.
Yeah.
And he's fucking, and it's
What I
literally
don't
refreshing.
understand, yeah, I just find it difficult that these people cannot consider new ideas or concepts. Like, that's very concerning. That's a high level of government indoctrination.
I'll tell you what I think, bro. I think that they've already been in the ear by somebody like me too, and by the Flat Earth, where they got so much at one time that what we show them, like we trickle it to them. I think if they were to get it all at once, they can open their mind up. This is just my personal opinion, and I'll make this quick. But I think if they just got it all at once, you know, and seen all the NASA horse shit, then they'd be like, oh my God, that's obviously horse shit. You know, but they get it from us a little bit at a time with people defending it, you know, and they can absorb it just a little at a time. But they're still here, though.
Yeah.
I mean, give them that. They're still here, and so that's worth something.
But yeah, as what you said, if you're using like a Google browser or a YouTube browser, straight away, as soon as you type in a counter narrative to the government or the NASA plan, you get all these fact checkers and all these laughable videos, you know. So they're believing all this, you know, faux science rubbish. I'm like, but there's an alternative to all this. Why are you not seeing it? Unless, like, okay, there's a couple of people in this group. They're deliberately trolling. They are misinformation agents. Whether they're paid or not, or they don't care, you know, to poison the wells.
Yeah, but you know them types, bro. They're not looking at like these motherfuckers ain't shit. They're in these little rooms and all that. And they're gonna look at it like egotistically. Let's be honest about that. They're gonna be egotistical about it. And even if they know we're right, they know we're fucking consolidated. They know we're handled, and they're looking how to exploit us, bro. Because they're like, dude, these motherfuckers. Dude, I can show you companies that literally would not hire people who graduated from college. They literally wanted people who did not graduate, who thought outside the box for technology, for advancement. Apple, IBM, they literally would not hire for a while. I ain't saying that, never did. They wouldn't hire, they would hire like a whole branch of people who dropped out. They wanted people who thought outside the box because they know that ideas and shit don't come from fucking convention. And so they
Yeah.
probably looking at us like, how can they
Yeah.
exploit us, bro? Because we're the motherfuckers who are that if the people think they ain't watching us, dude, they're watching us. I'm not saying they're watching every single one of us with the high hopes, but dude, they know we're the fuckers who see shit for what it is, you know. So you
Yeah,
never know.
that's
People
they
are
go, oh,
self.
you're uneducated and all this rubbish. It's like, no, actually, if you call going to university education, yeah, I went. I didn't agree with their shit. I didn't gel. I was like, no, this is fucked. So I left. But the point is, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, I'm not sure you saw these videos. Look, I know this guy, he's deep state, right? He's a government person. And he was talking to this.
He's just a dumbass, bro.
Yeah, I know he's dumb, but he's also government, yeah? He works as an
Yeah, but
information
dude,
agent.
he could have give a couple good arguments against flat Earth. Like, okay, this is years later. Give us something good. Don't say, well, ships go over the horizon. Like, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Give us some advanced mathematics, bro, that nobody understands, and we just trust you and bow, bro. Don't give us some stupid
That's
ass
right.
fucking 2012 shit, bro. That shows you know nothing, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I'm not sure if it's floating around the internet. I'm not sure if you can find it, but he's been he's interviewed by this guy, and he was attacking the whole C narrative and the jab narrative, right? And Neil was all part of this. So, obviously he goes, come on, you're all part of this consensus scientific establishment we have in the West with the major universities, right? And he just pointed out, come on, what's going on here? Start telling the truth. And he was just like, no, it's better to have a group of people with consensus that know what they're talking about than having all different opinions. And I'm like, holy shit, this is the stuff we talk about, yeah? We're saying, no,
Yeah.
we've got to get away from consensus and get away from this
Yeah, I'll be honest,
establishment.
I didn't watch the whole thing. It sounds like you watched it all. I just seen like the little highlights and shit where he was
Oh, you did?
going to his old moments. But yeah, that doesn't surprise. What a dick, you know. If he's standing up for them, dude, there ain't that many people standing up for them, bro. Really, if you think about it, like who is really standing up? Who is voicing out for them motherfuckers right now? I don't know anybody.
And these are the lead
Might be
universities
somebody
in the
who's
United
saying,
States.
like, well, if there's comes to this and that, but I don't hear nobody voicing out for them fuckers. That's a start to me. I'm optimistic, bro.
Is someone else talking, or was it you roboting?
I was probably roboting, but I'm saying nobody's voicing out for them. Like Big Pharma, all these people, like, hey, just if anything else happens, be ready. I don't hear nobody speaking out for them. Everybody's trying to absorb what happened and pretty much woke up, dude. Their next move's gonna have to be something different, in my opinion. I don't talk a lot about it, but I think they're gonna have to try something different, in my opinion, because they they did what they had to do with that one.
Yeah. But it's predictable now because we know what pattern the government uses. They've exposed their hand badly.
God, I've got so many strategies for him, dude. It's like part of me wishes I was evil, bro, because I'm like, God, you were so close. I'm like, you were so close, you dumbasses. You fucked up just right in this one spot, you idiots, dude.
Yeah.
Like, dude, part of me wishes I was on the bad team as long as they were doing something good, because I could never sell my soul. But God, they're just a little off with everything they do. They're always just a little fucking off, dude. They're not thinking things through like a common man.
Yeah.
And I
They
want to
just
give it
don't
to him,
have
but
the,
I would always give it to him fair, so I'd never fit in, bro. I would never fit in because I'm always going to give it to him as a common man who fucking has a soul and kids and grandkids, But God, what they're
that's
doing
what I mean.
is
The
not
government
right,
has
bro. It's
got
not right,
away
bro.
with so much over the centuries. They just get away with it time and time and time again. And most people never caught on, and those who did caught on was silenced. So,
But what they just
this
did was
time
so fucking stupid, dude. It's so fucking stupid. Hopefully they got something accomplished. But what dumb shit was that, dude? Like, God, there's so many things. They could have did 10 different things different, bro. That was so fucking stupid. That might backfire on them if you think about it.
I remember
that was
the local politicians here. They let their sleight of hand happen, right? Because people were speaking up, and they're like, they made comments like, "Oh no, we're sticking to the plan, right?" So then I realized, the plan is the Agenda 2030 and the climate emergency, right? They all work together. So this was forced upon them. Okay, they must have known about it, but it was part of the plan. That's why I'm thinking, why wouldn't the politicians be speaking up about this? Because it's ridiculous. It's obvious it's all rubbish.
They can't. That's what they were so
Yeah, but
stupid. There was not time for dumb shit like that. Like you literally didn't have to show your hand, dude. They literally showed their hand for nothing. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. I could be a strict. I'd be such a good evil guy, bro. I'd literally be such a good evil guy, bro. Thank God I'm not evil, bro. Thank Jesus
Yeah, no,
that I'm
but
not
the thing
evil.
is, we know that we're not going to achieve anything out of it. Like, what? You're going to overthrow the country and kill everyone? What's that going to achieve? So you can make a couple of $1 million? It's just dumb shit.
But they're not trying to kill us. Who the fuck thinks that? People just, they're killing us. Bro, they're literally paying us to multiply. Anybody says they're killing us is fucking retarded and paranoid.
Do you think
they're
they're not
literally
killing us?
paying me to multiply? Literally. Like financially paying me to have more fucking babies. What the fuck, dude?
Maybe, yeah. But we get the other side of the coin, don't we? It's the immigrants and the younger people who are getting they're supposed to be taking the money, right? That's their plan. Where we get propagandized, war injections, shit like this.
Right, but we are the money, though. You know what I'm saying? We're the money. We're the money.
Taxation.
And as long as they got people, then you've got your bro. You know how many different types of people you need. There's so many rich people and shit. And bro, if you think about it, and I'm not rich, okay, but dude, it's a good thing for the rich people. Like here in Florida, like that, I'm right at where they come to retire with their money. I'm probably the safest place in the world if you think about it, because these motherfuckers come with all their money and they retire these old men and they want their bitches and they want their lawn boys and all this shit. They want their construction workers. They need it, dude. Without us, money's worthless, bro. There's no money without us. You could have all the money in the world if you don't have a mother. Think if you just got straight on island, Gilligan's Island, bro. The millionaire ain't nothing. If they didn't teach anybody just the basics of shit, bro, without us, money's nothing. They've got to have a need for money, bro. So just don't get too far against the upper class, like the gajillionaires. Yeah. You know, them are the idiots, the psychopaths and shit. But the mainstream money, and back them with whatever they want to do. Try to support them because they're the only people who keep things rolling. I hate to say that.
Yeah,
bro.
I know what I'm trying to say, but these people are too selfish. It's all about them. It's like, I want this, I want that, I got this, I got that. And it's just like, yeah, but you're not really considering the community or the society. You're just thinking about what you can get out of it as fast as you can.
Well, bro, who's got a Satan complex? Let's be honest. We've got all these fucking gajillionaires with God complexes. And you might have one or two with a Satan complex. That's scary to even think about. But what they all have is a God complex. They feel responsible for all of us. So they feel boxed in. They feel overpopulated. And they might think of some fucked up shit. But they've got the God complex, And so they're thinking what they could do for us and the earth at the same time. They're never doing something straight evil. I would very much hope that, somebody on the inside would stop if they ever tried something so fucked up that it's even out of our talking about. But they're psychopaths, bro, because when you get that much money, you feel fucking responsible for everybody and everything, which is, you're not responsible for shit, and, but hopefully it's a God complex. Hopefully it stays a God complex and not a Satan complex, bro. That'd be scary. They rename that. Bad enough as it is, bro. Like, I'm like this, bro. They're not stupid. They've looked at the past, and it's very simple, bro. People may like to complicate this shit, bro. It's so simple. Keep the bellies fat, okay? That one thing the kings have learned since fucking however far you want to go back. I don't care how many resets there are. I could jive with you down any fucking, but just keep the people fed. because as long as people are fed, and then even after that, bro, they'll still keep buying bullshit and suffering. But as long as they're fed, bro, everything's fine. And I'll be good with that. I'll be good with that. I'll be like, shit's fucked up, man. I'm not real happy, but I got a voice and my children got bellies, So I will not do nothing fucking stupid, My kids are fed, As long as my kids are fed, bro. When all our kids aren't fed, and your kids and the neighbor's kids, bro, they know this though. They know this. So there's a part of me that fucking concurs, just keep everything going good and let's let it roll. Let it roll, man. I still love this country. I still stand, I think the fucking forefathers set something up very good for us. And if they hadn't done what they did, bro, I think it'd been over a long time ago, bro. As long as we keep our arms, we keep our Second Amendment.
Yeah.
We've already lost the First Amendment.
At that moment, the only thing that's holding you guys from tyranny is the Supreme Court.
Right, but that's
when
where
people
they
talk about
up.
people talk about Donald Trump and how shit he was or whatever, and I'm saying, no, he stacked your Supreme Court with people who believe in the Constitution. So he actually did a lot, did more than any other president had done that I think.
That's what I meant. I agree, bro. These people are dogging Donald Trump lately, but look, he's one of the billionaires, not the gajillionaires I'm talking about. He's one of the billionaires. Like, these are the people we need to follow because he wants shit good. He wants his whores. He wants his lawn boys. He wants his fucking construction workers. He wants all that, bro. He represents us, I don't love
so,
Trump,
yeah,
but
I don't
he's
understand why the
representing us,
Americans,
bro.
they're like, a lot of these immigrants, they're like attacking Trump constantly. It's like, yeah, but you're getting fed.
I'm not Trump's ass,
version
but I'm
of
just saying
America.
Trump. I mean, I'm just saying him and his type we need to support because if the rich motherfuckers can't get away with shit, what the fuck chance do we got? I'm just saying, bro. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that could be right. So if we had more people like that, you'd have a much better society. But they keep telling, the other people, oh no, you're a victim of Trump or you're a victim of the system. And it's like, no, you're a victim of drug abuse and alcohol and unemployment. That's what your problem is,
Who's a victim of that? Dude, I'm in the wrong place. I thought I was in the right place, bro. There are victims of drug abuse.
Yeah, you look at all the cities.
I thought I was in the right state, bro. I'm definitely in the wrong fucking state. If there are people victimized by drug abuse, that's fucking awesome. I want to be a victim of that.
Well, you look at California and San Francisco and Chicago. That's all drugs, government-paid drugs.
I'm a victim of no drugs around here.
Oh.
Drug abuse. What the fuck? Pick one. Pick one.
What do you mean?
Any fucking drug, dude. Go to the doctor. Go fucking, drink coffee all day. Smoke cigarettes. Drink beer. Pick your poison, bro. Just saying, dude. Everybody's gonna do something. If you want to tell me what I'm doing is fucking bad, fuck you. I'm not a child. Not you. No, not you personally. I didn't mean that. But I meant anybody else.
I know what you're trying to say.
They can say what I'm doing is legal or illegal. If God grows it, if I can grow it, then who's anybody to tell me anything is illegal? It came from this natural earth. Mind your own fucking business.
Yeah,
if I rob somebody,
I get it. But the government controls the supply of drugs into America through fentanyl, through cocaine, through crack, all through the southern border. They don't even hide it. They said, come up, bring all your drugs. They don't do anything about it. Just truckloads of this shit. So isn't that more concerning that the government's drug running?
But it's too expensive, bro. If they were letting it in like you say, it'd be so much cheaper, bro. It'd be so much cheaper, and there'd be so many less problems, bro. Think about it. People just wanted their drugs. They'd get their drugs. People who want TVs, there'd be enough because there'd be people getting their drugs. And they wouldn't have the money for the TVs and all that. But then the people who work their ass off and don't want the drugs, they want nice cars and TVs. So it's just perfect, bro. Without the drugs, where does everything fit in, bro?
No, I get your point. Okay. No, I know where you're coming from. You're not thinking for the future. You're seeing your life from now at the minute.
Bro, I'm thinking of history, bro. I'm thinking of how
in 10 years' time, when you've got 300 million immigrants in America, it's going to be a very different place. And you're going to say, holy shit, we fucked up. Why didn't we listen to the government? Why we listen to certain people? This is going to happen. They don't even hide it. They're going to rig all the elections. They're going to bring hundreds of millions of South Americans.
They already have, I think. Dude, here's what's fucked up. And I supported it. Back in 2012, I was like, yeah, dude, we didn't get the offshore vote. I'm in the state where they literally pulled the horse shit, bro. It's like, fuck. I was rooting for it, dude. I'm like, fucking, yeah, we need, dude, we got
Oh,
the
you mean
House,
George Bush and all that?
We got the majority, bro. We get the presidency, bro. We've got all three. The Republicans could finally prove that what we could do with America. Way back then, bro. And fucking, dude, I'm no longer a Republican, bro. I'm not a Democrat. But I'm certainly not a Republican. They fucked this fucking place up so bad, dude. I forgot I had a business. Like, I literally almost lost my house. Like, I fucking didn't have nothing, bro. And it got where I was having to borrow money to eat, bro. And I had good shit, just an easy life before then. Just working a small business and fucking living the dream, busting my ass. And, dude, went months without calls, bro. The economy collapsed. They said China's built that dam, all this shit. I'm like, what the fuck? You've got the majority. You got the Senate, and you got the seat. You got the presidency. And then they're gone. And these people talking shit about fucking, like the Democrats voted in. I'm like, dude, this is ridiculous, dude. Like, I just see this as a plot to pin us because they had everything. Democrats never had that I know of. Republicans finally got it, and so I'm no longer a Republican. I have no faith in any of these motherfuckers. Any of them, bro. I watched what they did when they had full control, and I almost lost everything because of it. And I'm a hard worker. At that time, I was a super hard-working fucking young man. Young father. Super father. Fucking Republican Democrat. What a fucking joke.
Yeah, I get it. I think the Senate should be comprised of independents. This whole parties ganging up on people is fucking ridiculous. They can have their little two-party system in the House, but in the Senate, all independents. Then you'll have a real system.
Keep my kids fed, and I'll let it ride.
Yeah, no,
That's all I got to say to any motherfucker listening. Keep my kids with a belly, I'll let it ride.
Yeah,
I'll go down like that, too. Literally, I'll fucking go down with disgust. But I'll join any motherfucker. Just keep my kids fed. I'll fucking go down with just my voice. Keep them fed. They know that.
Yeah, fair enough.
They better
Fair
fucking
enough.
know that.
Yeah, look, I'm gonna go do something. I'll see you later, dude.
I'm very sorry you're getting like all fucking emotional, but do got a lot of grandkids and shit. Appreciate
I
the
get it.
conversation, brother.
All right, see you around.
If you want to talk, bro, I'm here. I won't say shit for fucking like 10 minutes. I'll hear everything that's fair. Because you gotta have a fucking opinion. Come on, man.
What are you on, Brian?
Well, everybody, I ain't on shit, dude. It's everybody listens and shit. You gotta want to talk.
You're pumping it though. You're super pumping it.
I'm not pumping nothing, bro. I'm a good listener, but I'm just a good talker. You know what I'm saying? The last time you were in here, you were fucking bumping it. You want to talk about pumping it, you dumbass? Nah, I've been drinking, bro.
Ah! Truth comes out. Truth. So are you on your game or off your game?
I'd say my game was probably 8 hours ago or something, man. Not all, not stumbling or slurring, but I should probably be going to bed here soon.
You're buzzing though.
If I'm here, I'm off tomorrow, bro. That's the only blessing about it. If I'm here and it's late, there's a great thing. I've got tomorrow off.
That's cool.
We do tend to get emotional and shit, though, man. But dude, honestly, I didn't start drinking till earlier, bro. Like, dude, God, I hate to give anybody credit for driving me to drinking, bro. I really do, bro. I really do. But it's like, God, there's people in here that drive you to drinking. Maybe it's just an excuse, bro, but you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then the next day you're like, you're like, fuck, I got emotional. But you spoke from the heart, bro. And I hear you. Dan, I fucking hear you. I couldn't get in to even support you, bro, but I fucking hear you, man. You're coming from the heart, bro. Nothing you'd say, normally, but bro, you're literally coming from the heart, bro. And bro, they don't appreciate that shit, dude. It's just
No.
like hyenas, dude.
Yeah. It's true.
When you try and fucking get emotional and fucking come from the heart, bro, it's just like hyenas, bro. Jeremy's a fucking hyena.
Hey, you know what I noticed about Austin the other day? That his journey has been pretty slow. Like he's like grassrooted this, he didn't like set out to do anything, it just developed the way it did.
Yeah, I know, bro, but he's got like the same ideas, but so much better. You know what I'm saying? He's like the same ideas, and you come up with this idea and that idea, and you question shit. But his are so much well backed, bro. And dude, that's all I'm waiting for. I'm waiting for somebody around here fucking to fuck with him, dude. I'm gonna be like, I knew it. I fucking knew it. And I hope I'm wrong, dude. I really hope I'm wrong about the guy I'm talking about because I do love him fucking from the heart, bro. But I just feel the tension. He's just wanting to say something, but he knows he fucking can't. And I must be an idiot, bro. But I've just been watching it for years, bro. It's killing him watching this Austin guy. And anybody who don't support a bright young man and support him to the best of their ability, you don't got my fucking back, dude. I don't care if he's right or wrong, bro. Support him to the best of your ability. Correct him, or be corrected by him. Bro, that's our future. You know what I'm saying? And if you can't stand behind the fucking bright young men, the few we got, what the fuck are you here for? Now, I'm not talking about you, Dan.
I hear you. But it's just weird because this format, as enjoyable as it is for us, it's not designed to get anything done. This format,
Gio could have exploded, bro. He's so smart, dude. Such a good, likable guy. He could have exploded, dude.
What do you mean could have exploded?
He still can. I'm just saying, man. He's like, I don't know, man. I don't know. He's such a good guy, bro. I think he's got some fucking foul play going on. I think he doesn't have the right support. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not trying to make a play at supporting him. I just personally don't think he's got the right people behind him, dude. That's my personal opinion, man. I think he's got the wrong people behind him, man. I think he's being bullied, bro. And he's not the type. He's a big brother, bro. But I still think he is, bro. I've seen it happen over and over. Over and over and over. And maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Maybe me being sympathetic. I think he's being bullied, bro. I think he's not living his full potential. But we all fucking love him. Even the Glovers, bro. He's a decent guy, bro. Obviously a fucking smart dude, But I'm drinking, bro. So don't hold it against me.
What are you drinking?
Vodka, man.
Alcoholic's choice. Be careful.
Dude, you ain't young, You're not young, though, right? And you
No.
ain't like an old man or nothing. But you're old enough to fucking know shit when you see it, And then when you open up, you expect some of these young men to fucking hear you, dude. Dude. Not often. And it's like, dude, it's just like the fucking hyenas, bro. Just listen to that. It's so disgusting, dude. It's so disgusting, Dan. Listening to that. Well, me and you have a fight. It's a straight up fight, bro. It ain't you fucking getting soft or nothing, bro. But you open up, bro. Rarely do. You think, right? You think your brother's got your back, and you open up, and they could be, that's cool. Watch them attack you like hyenas, bro. It's fucking disgusting.
Oh, I can't win. I mean, it's either I'm up Mark's ass, I'm up Austin's ass. They're all like just big to accuse you of, being a follower, and then there's no one to lead. There's nothing. You can't lead anyone anywhere. So you
Yeah,
can't be.
bro, but Austin's being real, bro. Austin did not disrespect you, man. Austin's like, yeah, man, but chill out a little bit, man, because it's coming across. He literally told you how it's coming across because of how they were treating you, bro. Even back up and listen to shit, Dan. He literally was fucking true. Even trying to fucking be a big brother to you, dude. He was like, yeah, but damn, but bro, it's coming across a little something, you know. He's being real, just telling you, you know, maybe fucking, you know, put it in your pocket to later, bro. Like for me, even like the way you made it sound, dude. Nobody else treated you like that, dude. You should see how they treated me the time. But like I said, at least there's a core around here, a good strong core. But man, every now and then, dude, it just man, they attacked you that night, dude. That was fucking disgusting. They could have cut that off way sooner.
It's pretty normal.
And I don't even like you and agree with you, bro. Like that, man.
That's cool. But I mean, that's what being real is all about, right?
Exactly what it's about, dog. Exactly. It ain't rocket science, bro. Go back and listen to the select few because they do it every time, and then it becomes repetitious. It becomes a pattern, you know. Not rocket science. It's a shit. Tell you treat like that, you think about just saying "fuck all this, dude." You know, it does cross your mind, bro. You're giving everything you got and getting fucking just literally a steaming pile of shit on you, right to your face, bro. It's frustrating, bro. Gotta admit that, bro.
Yeah, it's awful. The community's pretty awful.
It's only a few of them, bro. It's only a few of them. That's the fucking genius of it, bro. It literally is only just a few of them. Like I said, I don't even agree with what you're saying, but I would never talk to you like that, bro. I would directly argue with you, but I would have never treated you like that. There's a big difference between an argument and treating somebody some way. And bro, there's some motherfuckers around here who got shit fucked up, dude.
I missed most of it over the past month or so. Most of it was behind my back.
I'm directly talking about you, you dumbass.
Okay.
You see, I can say that, bro. I can say that, and it's no holds barred, you know? It's like, dude, that's the relationship me and Dan have, Drew. He's been around a long time. He knows I respect him. He knows we've clashed, bro. You know? I should be able to say shit like that, fucking around. It's me and you, but talking about the way we're literally not last time, but like the last time came in and got emotional. It's been probably about a month before you did, and then after you did, you know. And it's just them same couple fucking mouths, bro. It ain't all of them, you know. A couple of them might agree and all that, but it's just them same couple dicks, bro. Same couple. Just go back and listen, bro. I'm not naming and listen, bro. Them same couple every fucking time, bro. And it's you, me. It might be, you know, respect your elders, man. Ain't that how we was raised? Not saying I'm old man, but
I don't think it's about age, really. I mean, my problems come because I show my emotion. You know, if I was in control of my emotions, I'd be taken more seriously.
There's no Gloopers. If you can ever if you're around your people, when can you ever fucking open up if not around your brethren, bro? That's what made me fucking sick, bro. It was the time before that with me. It was a while before that, dude. But and then hearing you again, it's like listening to other people. It's like, bro, and this is such a fucking strong. This place is such a strong core. Like there's such a strong core of people here. Thank God, literally. But then you just listen to them couple people, bro, who always have that fucking negativity piping up shit, dude. And it's always like that, dude. Always like that. Never changes, man. That's shit I noticed. But I don't talk shit, dude. But I do fucking hear it. I'm listening. Always listening.
A lot of people have left Flat Earth because of that. A lot of people don't hang because it just ain't. It isn't worth all the internal politics. There's no reward in it. If there's no community, there's kind of like no reward.
Took me a while to understand what you were saying, bro.
I got hassled when I first came around by the people that were here, and they're like, I go, we got to do this, we got to do that. And they're like, who the fuck is we, man? That's all I ever heard was, who the fuck is we? There ain't no we. And I kept going, why are we here talking if there ain't no we? It was so weird. But I guess 5 years later, I kind of believe them now.
That's fun. Did you watch Bev's earlier, man? That was a good show, wasn't it?
I didn't see it. I haven't watched Bev's in a couple of
Bev
years.
fucking loves me to death, bro. Bev challenges me constantly, bro, but he loves me to death. I don't give a fuck what he says. To watch, I go on Bev's about once every few weeks, bro. He loves it, bro, because I challenge him a little bit, without being disrespectful. You don't get a lot of that, bro. And I question him, and I be asking him some crazy questions, dude. Crazy questions that don't pin him down, Bro, he loves it. Just go back and watch yesterday's episode, bro. It's fucking a good one, bro. Really, really good one. He made some good points too, bro. Really good points.
I'm glad you had fun there.
Bro, he shocks me, bro, because I just throw out some shit, dude. And he just like I'm overthinking shit sometimes. And I'll tell him all this shit and he'll just sum it up in 2 words and it's like, how do you do that? Like he'll really just take my whole thought and cram it into fucking 1 sentence, dude. And it's like fucking, it's hilarious, bro, because he's on my side. Ultimately, I think he is anyway. But, bro, it's like, dude, I've just explained all this and you just literally summed it up in 1 sentence, bro. It's like so fun to be around somebody who's just so logical and simple that you don't have to think anything past except for what he's telling you. What he's telling you is it is exactly what it is. There's nothing shady behind it. It's fucking exactly what he says and nothing more, nothing less, bro. It's so simple, bro. It's fucking, most people don't understand it, but it's fucking fun, dude, for me.
Bev.
You see what it turned into? You see what it turned into? Because me and him come to the conclusion that there's no horizontal fucking planes. There's no vertical planes. There can't be. Just me and him talking come to that conclusion together. I mean, I could take credit for it. But he could probably take credit for it. I don't know. But literally, they can't have a plane. Once you leave that line, you've left that vertical. They could try and twist you and try and get you thinking in 2 dimensions. That's what they're so good at, bro. But it doesn't matter. Once you leave that vertical from the center of their Earth, you have changed your vertical, and you are no longer a plane. You're no longer a vertical plane. Of course, you can have planes any direction you want. You can chop a line to the top of the Earth, chop a line sideways. It doesn't matter. Just spin it. Chop it one way and spin it, and call it whatever you want. But it all boils down to fucking once you deviate, once you leave that vertical in any direction, you have literally fucking changed verticals. So I come up with the term fucking horizontal excess. I'm hoping it'll take, dude. I'm like, bro, you got pages proof and you got, SE's fucking skateboard paradox, bro. I want a place in history, bro. I'm calling this shit the horizontal excess, Bev. That's better than anything I've heard yet, man. Horizontal excess. We'll see if it sticks. But that's the fucking literal excess from horizontal that they're claiming.
That's interesting. That's a cool word. Horizontal excess.
It's better than equipotential fucking angle of blah, blah, blah. Just horizontal excess, right? Because they can't have horizontal. And Blue admitted it. And then he's like, well, you can have vertical. Because I was like, well, you can't have vertical either, right? And Blue agreed, bro, because at least he's being honest. You know, he got stubborn, but I'll give him that. He's been around a long time. He'll be reluctant, but he's still honest. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Because he knows once you leave that line, you've left vertical. So you literally can't have vertical horizontals. So when you start talking about reciprocal zenith angles, that's horizontal excess, man. Hopefully it'll catch, man. Best I can come up with, dog.
Uh-huh.
And then they fought for it. And Jeremy was fighting for it. Jeremy's usually pretty logical, man. But when he starts wrapping fucking horizontals around a globe, they're like, bro, you literally just said, I'm going to wrap a horizontal. Like if I take a fence and I wrap it around a globe, bro, you just literally tilted it. Admittedly. So it's not the same vertical. For fuck's sake, that's our whole entire argument, bro. Is that there's no leaning plumb bobs, and you've just fucking got cushy comfortable with it, dumbass. You know, that's what I wanted to say, but I didn't. Got muted anyway. Over and over and over.
I was surprised they haven't shot laser down Bedford level.
They said they're gonna, bro. They just call it laser pointing and shit. They've done it before. He come to fucking Geo's, man. Him and Geo had a great conversation, bro, last time he came. He brought the logic, bro. They can, you know, like Blue and all them could show you some shit from the past, bro. He brought it here. Showed him fucking his measurements, showed him what it's all about, and him and Geo had a great conversation. He showed that yesterday, or the stream before ours yesterday. Bro, go watch the last two Bev streams, bro. Really good ones, bro. Just saying. Really, really good ones.
I'll ship myself if Bev is right. I will ship
Bro,
myself.
just go watch them, bro. They're great fucking streams, bro. Geo was fucking on them. I'm telling you, fucking, bro, you might even been on them. Go watch them, bro. I mean, if you don't want to hear me and Bev, dude, we click like fucking like peanut butter and jelly, bro. But just watch the one before that, bro, where it says Geo stream Earth Awakenings. Great stream, bro. I'm telling you, it was literally a great fucking stream. One you fucking hang around for, and you're like, God, you know, thank God, a good one, bro. Right when you're hearing it, you look at it and you're like, I hope it lasts longer. You know, the ones you look at and you're like, God, I hope they ain't quick. Yeah, it's one of them. You're hoping it's like 10 hours long, bro. I promise you, it's one of them, bro. It's a great one. I swear to God on my life. Go watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Later on, I'm telling you.
Looks like Riggs is here. I could get yelled at.
Fucking hate bullies. Fucking hate them to the core of my heart.
Calling you up, Riggs.
I don't think Riggs is a bully, man.
No, it's just not talking.
But, you know, I've never heard him talk to you, man. I'll be honest. That I know of.
Let's see if he'll answer the phone. Let's see if I can remember his fucking name.
I'm gonna start calling motherfuckers out, dude. Because, dude, like I said, last 4 times I fucking did mainstream fucking any appearance, bro. I've mentioned this place, dude. I'm gonna start calling motherfuckers out. Like, if you don't come here, you're a pussy. Like, are you scared to talk? Like, I've been nice and just called it out. Earth Awakenings is a nice show. You know, come if you have a voice, you will be heard. You know, and I've always named the place, bro. But I'm gonna be like, fucking dude, if you have a voice and you don't come here, what the fuck? I've been nice 4 times, bro. If you come here and you don't if you have a voice, you think you have a voice and you don't come here, then you ain't fucking going nowhere. You're just chatting to fucking whatever, bro. This is where it's at. If you can't confront us here, then you're just whispering in the wind, man. I'm gonna start getting aggressive with my advertisement.
Most of them are whispering in the wind. Not much to say.
I'm just saying, dude. Blue comes around and shit, and Coach has been here, bro. Gio's been here for so long, and all the guys are here. And you got the Glovers, bro. Some of them come and go pretty quick, but bro, you got the ones who stick around. Then you got the obvious jerks, but then you got some regulars around here, Ruhiff and shit, and we go at it. You know, it's all good, dude. He still knows he can fucking call on me for if I can help him in any way. Probably vice versa, within reason. But so in other words, this is the tip of the spear. If you're not willing to come here and voice it out, then bottle it up, bro. If you're not willing to come throw it our way, it's not an argument, bro. As far as I'm concerned, this is where it's at. If you can't run it past us, past Austin, me, Gio, Jeremy, all the guys, then who are you talking to? You ain't talking to nobody as far as I'm concerned. You can't get it by us.
Most people are still at the point where they're like, haven't you ever been in an airplane?
Yeah, I know.
And that's like enough for them.
Yeah, but they were the same people you could ask if fucking level's horizontal. They'd be like, yeah, of course. Without thinking of the shape of the Earth. I'm not talking about them, though. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, you're right. That is the main population, bro. They're fucking thinking about airplanes. You're right. It's changing, though, bro.
People have gotten in my face and laughed at me, saying, haven't you ever been on an airplane? And just laughed with their friends and walked away, thinking that they nailed me. They just nailed me.
Dumbass.
I love being on the street where there's street lights and you could just walk them out in the middle of the street and show them. And the street lights look like a setting sun. And they just drop and drop and drop to the ground.
Oh, shit.
I mean, they really do.
And you were saying?
I mean, really quickly, like a mile and a half, gone. The lights are on the ground. And then you point to the one right over your head. You go, you see this? 25 feet over your head? Those are the same, man.
Bro, it kills me that Heath Carmody does these fucking videos of the ferry literally going 90 degrees. It's like actually about 78, 80 degrees, right? It ain't quite 90. He's literally watching this ferry go literally fucking horizontal. He's showing different shit going on all the time, bro. It's no wonder they suppress his ass, bro. Because they could never explain that. They're going to say what's happening in the distance. Why ain't this shit happening left or right, you jerks? It's like all this shit you say, and we've got people making videos of left to right ferries daily, depending on the season. And ain't nothing happening. It's a fucking horizontal plane. It's like that argument should be made more often, bro. The left to right, no drop, because they're claiming this shit over 4 miles, 3 miles, 10 miles. And we're literally watching shit over the same distance, just doing straight lines, bro. And that's not argued. It's just so simple. It's not complicated. It's just simple, and it's right in front of everybody's face for the watching,
So weird how Nat Geo lied.
Dog.
Like, why, why did they have to do that? Why?
And then somebody brought it up, bro, and it's like, and they brought up the helicopter, and they didn't show the birds, and they got to the point with the distance, but it's like, dude, if you're gonna just talk, I forgot who it was, but as a veteran, I'm like trying to critique in my own mind, and I was like, bro, why didn't you just say, you said that fucking there was lines behind this fucking sign, the horizon was behind it, like, literally we missing stripes when the horizon's behind it? Like if you're just going to describe it verbally, go to the point. Don't just say. But they did a pretty good job. They did call out that there's no scientists, and then you look them up and they're literally scientists. And but I forgot who it was. But I was like, God, I'd have went such a different angle. They did. They should have showed it though. It's so much more powerful when you show what you're talking about. Just even a little clip. But I still kudos for them bringing it up because it is horseshit.
Yeah.
I think it was Caleb, man, in his last debate. He did good though, man. Did real good.
I didn't see it. I haven't seen anything.
It tickled me to death, bro. It tickled me to death watching Austin and Derek and Caleb fucking argue. And I'm looking at the opening fucking argument, and it's my video in that bitch, dude. I was like, hell yeah, dude. You know how good I felt, bro, when he's showing the refraction and all this other shit, bro, from my video, bro. I felt real good. I'm like, I don't even know this motherfucker, dude. And he's showing my video, dude. It literally tickled me to death. I see that all the time, bro.
Oh,
It
that's
literally
cool.
it tickles me to death, bro. I see it more and more and more on TikTok. I'm like, how are these motherfuckers getting my shit, bro? This shit I put together, bro. This ain't like just, it's so intriguing, bro. It makes me feel real good.
That's good. That's
Like,
nice.
so somebody's noticing this shit. It ain't just me, bro. Somebody understands this shit. Bro, they've got a 2D globe. They've got to accept the consequences that come with a two-dimensional fucking Cartesian fucking globe. You know what I'm saying? Don't try and change it and change your shit. You've got a two-dimensional fucking model, and nobody understands, bro. They're fucking literally just. It's like a swiping. It's a sleight of hand, bro. They're literally just convincing them in 3 dimensions. Like, whoa. Yeah, I get it, the 3D, but bro, that's not your model, motherfucker. They're just convincing people where they don't, they're so slick, dude. It's fucking ridiculous, bro. You've got a 2-dimensional surface with Cartesian XY coordinates. And you could just easily convince these people who don't know better, and even people who should, of these 3-dimensional arguments. Motherfucker, I get the 3-dimensional argument. That's not your model, It did make me feel good though, bro. Cause I just watched shit, dude, and oh my god, Dan, you still there?
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I don't ever watch TV, but oh my god.
What'd you see?
My wife was watching Impractical Jokers. Okay, go to season 11.
I've seen the show. I know what you're talking about. They're like three goofy dudes, right? 3 East Coast.
Right. Hey, listen, go to season. I ain't dare telling you to watch the whole thing. I'm telling you, bro. They took a shot at fucking NASA like so hard. I don't even know how, bro. I'm about to film it and show it, bro, because I can't believe they got away with this. Because they've got students watching. You hear me? Okay,
Yeah.
Go to season 11, episode 9, and just go to the end where they do the ISS joke. Oh my god, it's it might be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life, bro. And I'm a critic, bro. Like that's tough. I can give you some good scenes, bro, that are so funny, bro. Like the Jim Carrey Rhino scene, bro. I give you a lot of good scenes that are really, really funny, bro. That might be the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. They're making fun of
Season 11, episode 9.
Season 11, episode 9, toward the end, when they're doing a joke with Murr and the mock-up ISS. I can't believe they got away with this, bro. How could they get away with this, bro? How they slipped one by, brother. And it's a fucking straight up truth bomb. It's funny as shit, dude. Oh my god. I'm excited just you mentioning it and thinking about watching it. It's so exciting, bro. It's the fucking funniest shit, dude.
I can't find it yet. Because I don't have any pay stations. Looks like it's on Hulu.
I'm gonna go fucking record it and play it, man. Give me about 10 minutes, man. Please don't go nowhere, bro. Literally, please. And if you do, make sure you come back tomorrow, bro, because I'll put it on like my other channel and shit. It's just fucking little clip, you know. Nobody's gonna think nothing of it, but it's so fucking funny, bro. I thought it would be on YouTube, bro. Literally, they ain't on YouTube.
Not yet. I don't see it yet.
Fucking idiot. Anyway, okay, I'll go play it and just film it, bro. It's short and it's so fucking funny, bro. But there's kids and all this shit, bro, and they're still believing it, bro. And every adult in the world's laughing their ass off. The kids are just eating it up, bro. I don't know how they got this past mainstream, bro. How once you see it, you'll be like, how in the fuck did they get this one past? Then you'll see, dude, because people are so very stupid.
Yeah, that's sad. It's funny, but it's sad.
It's worse than we thought.
I can't find it.
I think it was on Netflix, man. Hold on. I'm gonna literally have to record it and then put it on my channel, you know. I don't want to. I mean, I do have camera rights, but I don't want to abuse it, bro. And I don't want to get him fucked. You know, it's just simple shit. I'll just record it. It's short. I'll put it on my channel, dude. You'll get a headache laughing so hard, and hopefully you'll share it, bro. Hopefully you'll look it up, dig it up, bro, because you like the mainstream shit. You know, I don't normally fuck with the mainstream shit, but that's your territory, bro. But I'm gonna show you this, and it's I can't
What are you
speak
fools
of it
talking
enough.
about?
See, he's here to ruin it.
A show called Impractical Jokers.
God, dude at the VA was just talking about those fuckers today. He said his wife just saw him last night. They were in Austin.
Somebody already put the link in here.
Hey, hey Dan. Just a strange question, man. Strange question. I was just watching it on YouTube and I saw Shelly. She was in like a short or something like that. But how old is Shelly? Do you know?
That's a good question. Probably about 45.
45. Okay, just curious.
Maybe 40.
Maybe 40. Okay. Jesse.
See, she's got a kid that just turned about 18. She didn't marry early. She's probably 40. She caught COVID and lost like 35 pounds. She got like
35 pounds.
Yeah, she was getting a little wide and like bigger, like matronly bigger, just dropped, like she dropped it all. Like she was in bed for like 6 weeks.
I bet she was.
It was totally life threatening.
Yeah, well, I'm glad she's better now. What was you remember she was in that one video where there was like it's like a 30-minute video and it was like flat earthers versus like scientists. There's like 3 flat earthers and 3 scientists or something like that.
Right.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
What was that called again? Or do you know what channel that was?
It's called Flat Earthers versus Scientists, and I was in it. And there was
I thought for a second, you were. Yeah, that's right. It was you, her, and somebody else, and then 3 scientists.
But they weren't scientists. That's the thing. That's a trip. It was 2 of the paranormal debunkers that did the Nat Geo thing. The investigative group. They're really just fucking science debunker. Seance debunkers. Like paranormal. Like it's pretty easy to debunk paranormal stuff. And so my friend Sid was into paranormal, like orbs and stuff, and hooked up with them. And then in conversation, she talked them into going to do the Salton Sea stuff for Flat Earth. And the third guy was a theoretical physicist. He was really a teacher, but theoretical science, you know? So we had two guys that claimed they didn't want to be called scientists. And in fact, the show was supposed to be called Flat Earthers versus Astronauts, but they couldn't get any astronauts. And then they couldn't get any scientists either. So they got those guys at the last minute. But the audience was demanding a Flat Earth show.
Who was the third guy?
His name's Ali Nazrin. He teaches at a college.
No, the third flat earther.
Oh, Wendell Walton. He's the leader of the West Coast science stuff that we did, like all the flat reality, Earth Explorer stuff.
That's what's up. So like all three, so the three people on that video, I guess like you guys were on Flatlanders, or you guys all did? Because I know on Flatlanders you guys did experiments and stuff, right?
Yeah, it became Flatlanders. Yeah, but
I never got to see.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead. You said you. Yeah, you go ahead.
They don't get along anymore, so they're busy cutting each other out of the footage and arguing over each other's use of it and stuff. It's really fucked up.
Yeah, you know, when I first heard about that, because I first heard about that before the first episode aired, and I remember thinking, or like, but me and a few other people were kind of like theorizing that it has something to do with Rob Skiba, because I think Rob Skiba had just passed away right before it aired. But I guess it didn't have anything to do with that.
No. But she was with Rob. Whatever she caught, she was with Rob like 2 weeks earlier.
Shit. So that.
Yeah.
Damn. So that was like the same time. Okay.
Yeah. Exactly.
Damn.
That story was really fucked up. They wouldn't let anyone like into the hospital to see him.
Yeah, I remember hearing that. That was kind of, because I know Stacy B's got a story like that, like with a relative of hers, and that's some of the worst. That was some of the worst stuff. Yeah, because you couldn't even like visit with the person that is passing, and then they're gone, right?
The people that think he didn't die are lame.
Yeah, of course. But that's your side, dude. Your side's always going to have people like that. I was telling my girl earlier that there's people who are so convinced that me and Jeremy were the same person that they were having us like sing. They need us to sing at the same time together, even though they can hear us both talking. So there's some people who are just so paranoid that they're going to come up with some fucked up shit.
That's pretty funny.
No, but yeah. I mean, definitely, yeah. When you're that far, when you think Rob Skiba is like on, what do they call it? Like what do they call that? Like something island, like Survivor's Island or something like.
What's that? Never heard of that.
No. They say like those. They say like people like like Tupac and Michael Jackson. They're on.
Yeah.
I forget what the island is, but something island.
I'm so tired of the conspiratards. They're fucking useless.
Well, I was saying this to my girl earlier too, because like there's value to having like open mind. You know what I mean? And to having like a skeptical mind and all that kind of stuff. But you don't want to go too far. You don't want to get to the point where everything is a conspiracy. You know.
That's why nobody's ever called you a globetard ever.
They have, man, and I have to correct them because I don't consider myself a glober or an anti-flat earther or any of that kind of stuff. And I'm like, I am like, there's a lot of conspiracy. I used to be a huge conspiracy theorist, but I have to keep myself in check. But I'm still like, like 9/11 truth. I try not to say too much about it, but
isn't it weird how never forget was the mantra and everyone forgot? I mean, that was the mantra, never forget.
I was in school. I was in public school back then, and I can recognize that a lot of what was I was bombarded with was like propaganda. Like, we had to sing the, patriotic songs every morning around that time, and the whole thing was propagandized. But I digress.
It's weird because America just loves being at war.
Yeah,
They
well,
just always have been. Like, I think there's been like 3 years in the entire 220 years of existence or whatever without war, something like that.
Well, it definitely. Got echo. Hold on.
You feeding back?
Yeah, I'm trying to get my laptop fixed. Hold on.
To the International Space Station. Now the kids have a lot of questions. How do you brush your teeth in space? Let's get him rotated. So here we go. Now this is for. Oh no. Now this is for.
we're going to do a video about Flat Earth. We're going to look at a Jubilee video. Jubilee is a channel that, unlike some of the other channels we look at, I'd actually recommend. They're kind of fun to watch, kind of cool videos. And it's a video where Flat Earthers go head-to-head with scientists. What a match. So basically, you've got 3 people who have dedicated their entire life to figuring out the way the world works and everything via science. And then you've got 3 other people who have spent the last couple of years watching YouTube videos. So,
Oh my god, I just got so close to being done of filming this. I was wrong. It's season 10. At season 9, episode 10, I was so close to being done filming it. And whoever it was started talking. I was like, fuck, dude, I was trying so hard not to laugh. My wife's like, I'm not fucking rewinding it again, bro, because I couldn't quit laughing. And whoever it is, bro, I'm sorry, but I gotta meet you. But y'all don't go nowhere, dude. I'm gonna show you all this in about 5 minutes. This is so fucking funny. But it happens to be season 9, episode 10 at the end of Impractical Jokers.
It's already linked. It's already linked. It's right in chat.
Oh, did you see it, bro? Did you see it?
It's in chat. Yeah, it's funny.
Bro, and the kids were still digging in. Like, how did they get away with that, dude? They literally flipped Murr upside down, bro. And the kids are like, oh, dude, he's trying to brush his teeth, bro. The toothpaste is upside down, dude. That's the funniest shit, dude. Oh my god, it's so fucking funny, dude. Whoever ain't seen it, go watch it, bro. They probably ain't funny to Glovers, bro.
The kids weren't really buying it, were they?
They're asking questions fucking spot on. Do you think Bro, Robert Murray Smith just said kids don't understand where even food comes from these days. People give kids so much credit, bro. They say they're not naive. Fuck yeah, they are naive, bro. They are so naive, dude. You can teach them, trick them, anything you want, bro. But the older kids, I'll give them that. They're smarter and all that. Hopefully smarter than us. But kids aren't smart. They're fucking naive, and they believe what you tell them. How'd they get away with that? How did they get away with that?
Why do you think they got away with something?
Bro, they literally got a fucking host of kids while Murr is on the ISS. Acting like shit's floating and got spaghetti flipping upside down, bro. Well, the kids are asking him legitimate questions, bro. Even the teacher was fooled. What are you talking about?
I better watch it again.
You watch it again, the only thing you'll see is the kids getting mad because they're waiting to ask their question. The only thing they're thinking about is themselves. That's what kids do, bro. That's what you did. That's what I do. The only thing you'll see is kids getting aggravated because they're waiting to ask a fucking question. They're not thinking about what Murr's doing, bro. They're thinking about their question. And you'll see, bro. Just look at it, bro. Use your common sense.
The kids look like they know they're being goofed on to me.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
What video are you talking about?
It's in chat, and he's talking about a clip where they pretended to be on the space station, and they had this like Zoom class full of kids, and they just hung the guy upside down, so it gave what he thought would be the appearance of weightlessness, but everything they did was just falling around, so it didn't exactly have the proper effect. which made it funny because the schoolroom was watching as if it were, as if it were real.
Did the kids fall on their heads?
I don't know. Brian thinks that everyone fell for it.
Oh.
Bro, them kids were so proud and fucking anxious. Just watch. If you want to watch it twice and see which kid is next, they're so anxious to ask their fucking question, they ain't even looking at what's going on. And look at the kids who are last in line. And you'll be like, dude, they're like fucking chomping at the bit. They don't even care what's going on. They just want to ask their question. You could have fucking literally sprayed black ink over everything and told them they were fucking on Mars. Bro, they're just thinking about their question and they want it answered. Bro, it's not rocket science, bro. Kids are fucking naive. Just watch it from that perspective. You'll see they laughed at what was funny. All they were thinking about is their own self and their own question.
I'm watching the video now.
Well, it's a big deal if a kid, if the teacher asks your question, it's a big deal.
It is so funny. It's so funny.
That show kind of grows on you. I had a girlfriend that watched it all the time, and so I sat through a shitload of episodes of it. Okay, I'm gonna play this other video. This guy's fucking.
But I'm really hoping that flat earthers never find them, because I don't want to talk to them. And believe it or not, they're actually not very good conversationalists. They don't really talk about much else. And on the rare occasion that they're talking about anything else, it's fake moon landings, vaccines make you retarded, fucking I don't know, lizard people. I've never really talked to one that long, honestly. But today we're going to do a video about flat Earth. We're going to look at a Jubilee video. Jubilee is a channel that, unlike some of the other channels I look at, I'd actually recommend. They're kind of fun to watch, kind of cool videos. And it's a video where flat earthers go head to head with scientists. What a match. So basically you've got three people who have dedicated their entire life to figuring out the way the world works and everything via science. And then you've got three other people who have spent the last couple of years watching YouTube videos. So who do you think's gonna win? Throw me a comment and tell me what you think.
I'm Jim Underdown, Executive Director of the Center for Choir West, Los Angeles, the chair of the CFI Investigations.
They begged the producers not to be called scientists because they knew they weren't. The show did it anyway.
I'm Spencer Marks, one of the senior members of the CFI Investigations Group, Science Advocate. I'm a theoretical physicist, University of Irvine.
Theoretical physicist? Are you kidding me? You couldn't get an actual physicist? You only got one in theory? What? You're going to have to come harder than that, globetards.
I'm Wendell Walton, Chief Learning Officer for a young startup.
Oh, look at that. A real job. Chief Learning Officer at a young startup. That's respectable. Unlike some guy who just sits around theorizing about maybe being a physicist.
I'm Shelley Lewis. I'm a graduate of West Point, critical thinker,
and jumped out of the airplane.
Boom! She jumped out of a fucking airplane. Nerds. Any of you nerds jumped out of a fucking airplane? I bet not, because you're pussies. Pussies! And she's a critical thinker. That's fucking hot, man.
My name is Dan Glatman. I work as Dan the Waterman in the drinking water filtration industry and a truth seeker.
Dan the Waterman observed his fatherland from the mountains to the sea. While seeking truth like a super sleuth, he said, "Shit looks flat to me." I wrote that.
Wait, did he write that, Dan, or did you write that?
He wrote that.
That's not bad.
I thought it was fucking funny.
That's not bad.
I wrote that.
Hey, is Shelly still married, or I mean, I don't know if
Shelley's first husband got killed in a bicycle accident.
Oh no!
And he was a moon hoax guy, and she thought he was kind of wacky. And then after he passed away, she got into it more, and kind of like almost in his honor, looked into it.
Right.
Anyway, they were they grew up together, so it was kind of sad. And she ended up with the guy who has Flat Earth Pizza in Reno. His name's Ryan. He's really nice. And
he's Jewish, no?
I don't think so. Ryan Walker? I don't think so.
That's not really a Jewish name, but she was married to a Jewish guy, I thought.
I don't think he was either.
I just remember because on Gems, Gems has that Sunday roast.
Yeah.
We'd have all those videos. And he, because he had a couple of videos of her. And one of the videos was, I remember she had gotten arrested at her house, in her garage. You know what video I'm talking about?
No, she did not get arrested that I know of.
Well, maybe she got. Well, the cops came. The cops came, and wasn't that her? Hold on, I might be thinking of somebody else.
Yeah,
actually, I might be
someone else.
I might be getting that mixed up with somebody because there was another chick who was a conspiracy chick. Okay, no, Shelly wasn't at Target like throwing down masks and shit, was it? Right?
She was at like Whole Foods Market or Gelson's. She made a stink at Gelson's.
Yeah, trying to get in and stuff like that. But no, I'm thinking about somebody else. There was a brunette. There was a chick with black hair. You know what? I'm getting them mixed up. So I'm remembering now.
This was a critical moment for me right here in this vid because they were going to ask about religion, and my two friends were Christians, and I thought it was really vastly important to show that we weren't just a Bible thumping movement. So I had to deliberately show that it wasn't a Bible thing, flat earth, even though for some people it is. We really feel that, we were coming from the science perspective here, having done the Salton Sea stuff. So this was like an interesting standoff for me. And the whole point of me being there is so there wasn't a 3 Christian panel for flat earth. So the question was,
Dan doesn't believe in God. That's a big hit.
No, I don't see how you can be a flat earther and not believe in God. But dude, I will say this though: when I was out with O Timothy 6 years ago, when I'm out 6 years ago with O Timothy, and I'm watching them, I ain't saying nothing, bro, and they're talking all this shit. And it's like, dude, getting very little response about airplanes and shit. For one thing about God, bro, and all of a sudden, that makes sense. I'll look into that, bro. I noticed that years ago, bro. It ain't so much as like that now, but back then it was like, dude, you get attention when you just mention one verse. People were like, holy shit. It is definitely a attention getter because you can't be a flat earther and an atheist. I don't give a fuck if you're not religious or not.
I don't think it's an attention getter. I think people tune out when you mention the Bible.
Bro, I've watched you out on the streets, bro. You tell me that ain't what got the most attention. I don't believe you, dude.
I never mentioned.
I believe you were out there doing it, dude, bro. You just filmed every single couple times you were out there, bro. I'm talking about being out there like fucking days.
But I don't talk about the Bible.
I know what worked, bro. I just really watched. But I'm saying I know what got people's attention, bro. Maybe I'm in a different place than you or something. I know what people were like, whoa, didn't think of it like that. You know, I just watched. But and it ain't so much like that no more, but back then it was, bro. But maybe you wasn't out doing it back then. Maybe it's just me.
All right, I'm gonna gun this
Drinking
again.
water filtration industry. A truth seeker.
Dan the Waterman observed his fatherland from the mountains to the sea. While seeking truth like a super sleuth, he said, "Shit looks flat to me."
No, he said, you know what? It's flat and it's enclosed and it's natural. He's fucking, there's not a creator. Fucking, he's so fucked up in the head, bro. He's the one flat earther who just considers it could happen naturally. Bro, I'm not religious, bro, but that is so fucking stupid, bro.
What? Who are you talking about?
Anybody who's a flat earther and doesn't believe in a creator. Bro, I'm not trying to get religious.
The video's trying to talk about it. Do you want to talk about it, or do you want to watch the video?
I love the video, bro. Just saying, I'm a fan.
They're gonna explain it right now.
Uh-oh, Dan doesn't believe in God. That's a big hit to his credibility. Maybe he thinks he is God. Maybe we should be thankful he hasn't poisoned the water supply yet.
The Bible is a flying book.
This
You
guy's
have to
funny.
take it literally. Like, for example, in Isaiah, when it talks about how the earth is like a clay wax seal that's stamped with upturned edges.
You think they're getting excited right now? I think they're tuning out right now.
That's just not some fancy story. That's a simile. It is like.
Tuning out.
It's impossible to argue against that. That's what I've concluded.
Right, absolutely. And in
Yeah,
Isaiah,
do that.
and I'm
Sorry.
Christian, he who sits upon the circle of the earth. There's a difference between a circle and a ball.
Critical thinker. See? Critical thinker. A circle
What a
is
dick.
not a ball.
Let me ask you guys. Pause it again, Dan, because I want to ask you guys. You're playing it live. You're playing it. I didn't know you're streaming it live too, Dan. My bad. But I'm just curious, like, because both of you guys disagree, and I'm just curious, like, I didn't know you were that religious, Brian. But like,
No, I'm not,
are you
man.
really are you really convinced?
Genesis, bro. Genesis. We've all read Genesis.
I know Genesis. I know. I got you. You know, what's his name?
Peter Gabriel.
The guy from Genesis. What's his name? The guy, something in the air tonight.
Collins.
Phil Collins. Yeah, that's right. Genesis. That's right. No, but really, honestly, what is it about the Bible and the flat? Like, is it? Because I think Dan would say that the Bible and flat Earth are mutually exclusive, or can be mutually exclusive.
Bro, if you truly read it, you realize how stupid we are, bro, and how much more advanced they were, bro. When you look at the codes, when you take the mathematics of it, and you realize that, oh my God, they had frequencies for every fucking letter, bro. It's like literally how they were so much ridiculously more advanced than we were. And then you see Sodom and Gomorrah, but they're literally saying what's going on now. They're literally talking about what's going on nowadays. It's not a joke, bro, but Genesis, you ain't got to go past Genesis, bro. That's my take.
I hear what Dan's got to say, but I just got to tell you, Sodom and Gomorrah is not happening today, dude. The best guy in the city was Lot. He survived with his 2 daughters, and his 2 daughters raped him that night. Okay? So that's not happening today, dude. I'm just letting you know that. But I just want to see what Dan thinks about the mutually exclusive thing.
Yeah, I don't see the relationship. I mean, I admittedly, I'm a shallow flat earther, but I come at it from the logic side, not the science side, or the religious side, really. It's just, to me, it's been logical. It's a logical journey. So I get lost when the science gets deep, and I get lost when the religion gets deep. Maybe that's just I'm shallow to begin with, It's hard to say.
But you're a messenger, don't you, Dan? Can't shake that fucking one, can you?
Okay. No, he's right. So yeah, I'm on a mission that's
I don't care if you like it or not, bud. You can't shake it. You're a messenger.
I definitely don't feel I'm.
Dude, suck it up. Messenger.
He's right. He's right there. He's right there.
And also, it was the cosmology of the day, so it would have been weird for it not to mention it. That's my take on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a happy messenger either, but a messenger nonetheless. So I'm right with you, motherfucker. Take it as you give it. I don't like it, but I know what the fuck I am, and I know what you are, and I know you know what you are. So
Who are you
that's all I
talking
gotta
about?
say.
Well, I'm showing.
You'll know when it hits you, brother.
I'm showing this guy because this guy looks like a dick and looks like he's bagging on flat Earth, but he's not. He's a flat earther. You could tell. He used the word globetard. He's definitely using reverse psychology as a way to talk to people. I even think this might be red pill philosophy. Do you remember that guy?
Yeah, 250,000 subs, bro. They just wiped him off YouTube for no fucking reason.
This could
And
be
that was
him.
his living at the time. That was his living at the time.
This might be him. Chris, fuck, I forget his name. Chris Del Monte, I think. Chris Del Amo. This guy looks a lot like him. So, like, if he had to get rid of Flat Earth because he couldn't keep sponsorship and stuff, this is how he's doing it now, and that's why I'm
Critical
playing this.
thinker. The circle is not a ball. The circle is not a ball. You're gonna argue with God? Who the fuck do you think you are? You're gonna argue with God.
Those are religious books. Those are not books of science. And it is wrong to infer or deduct scientific readings out of the books.
Dude, bro, I'm not here to talk down to you or anything, but like, seeing as you're only theoretically a physicist, better watch out talking like that, because you're gonna go to hell, man. Hell hurts. Okay, anyway, let's get past this part.
I didn't start out, and no one starts out as a Earth, but I had a lot of questions. So I actually got to the point where I had to go out and put my own eyeballs on it. So we went out to an observation at Salton Sea, and things just didn't add up down there. So we've gone back probably a dozen times, and I can guarantee you that there is no curvature over.
Wendell went to the beach. What an arrogant asshole. What, you don't watch YouTube? You don't get your information on YouTube? Don't talk to my audience. I got these little fuckers eating out of the palm of my hands. They believe everything I say. I haven't made a single argument this entire video, and I won't. But they'll believe anything I say. They're on my side, no matter what. You fucking lose, you fucking Poindexter nerd. Why don't you watch some YouTube videos? Maybe you can figure out how to be a factual physicist instead of just a theoretical one, you fucking loser.
Nice.
It's the only joke I have through this whole video is physicist thing. I'll cut this out.
We have the advantage of information today that's outside of channels 2, 4, and 7, and the few networks that are corporately owned.
Corporations.
It's pretty easy to say YouTube isn't research, but when you spend enough time, you're picking up quite a bit.
Quite a bit. That's an understatement. You pick up a lot from watching YouTube videos over time. Have you heard of these little kids with just full black eyes, right? Little demonic kids. Reports have said that they will show up at your door asking to come in or to use your phone, trying anything to get inside your house. And if you let them in, you're never heard from again. Why do you watch this?
I'm hoping to be able to tell our side of the story from the inside out. So many times, flat earthers are depicted from the outside in, and I want to be able to share with others empirical data that proves the earth is not what we've been told.
Empirical data. See, I don't know what more you need. The government are liars. God said the earth is flat. Politicians and scientists are in league with the devil, all of them, all over the world. Shelley jumps out of airplanes, and Wendell went to the beach. Maybe if you believed in God. Maybe if you didn't trust whatever the government tells you, maybe if you didn't trust whatever corporations want you to believe, maybe if you weren't so pussy, you'd jump out of an airplane once in a while. Maybe if you weren't such a delicate little bitch afraid to get sunburned, you'd go to the beach and just look out on the ocean, and then you'd know that you've been lied to. But these people are brave enough to have actually done all those things. They represent the true voice of America. Don't ever trust people in power. Don't ever trust people with an education. Don't ever trust people who don't blindly believe in an invisible man that created everything and will send you to hell if you're bad.
I went into this completely wanting it to be true. And my husband told me he saw this thing about the fake moon landing. And I was like, you're absolutely crazy. There's no way that the moon landings are fake. And then in 2010, my husband was killed. And so I never really developed that until around 2014 when Flat Earth kind of came back up.
Do you think that if you were married to someone...
Pause it real quick. Pause it. Here's the trap they're in, bud. They're in such a pickle because until they admit that stupid fucking shit of a moon landing bullshit that they show us is fake, they'll never get rid of Flat Earth. That's the dumbass position they put themselves in, and they don't even realize it, dude. They can never the Flat Earth leads directly to Flat Earth until they admit the fucking, they knew it back then. They tried to admit it, and we didn't buy, the anti-Flat Earthers wouldn't allow it, but they tried to come clean in several different ways. But until they get over that, then Flat Earth will fucking carry on, and that's their ego, and that's where it'll never die because they'll never admit it, bro. But until they do, they can never stop this movement because it's so fucking ridiculously embarrassing watching that footage. Go ahead, sorry.
2 more minutes.
The conspiracy theories, and then that someone was killed, that it might trigger some sort of deep longing, desire to apply meaning to that person's life or death. And that maybe that might lead you down a rabbit hole where reason comes second to personal validation. Nah, man, that shit's flat. I seen the horizon.
How many lies does it take to make a liar, right?
Exactly. How many lies does it take to make a liar? Billions and billions of lies over the course of 2,000 years. Millions of people telling the same lie. Why would they do that? Okay, I just looked it up. It's to hide God from us. They found proof of God, and now they need to hide it from us. So, I mean, that's a relief because I was starting to get doubtful.
Being ridiculed for being inquisitive is pretty tough on us.
Yeah, I mean, I understand being ridiculed for being wrong, but just for being inquisitive? I mean, you have to come up with real facts to prove the Earth is round if you're going to criticize people like us for being wrong. But until the day you can prove it, don't show me any of that evidence. I don't want to listen to NASA. I don't want to listen to scientists. I don't want to listen to the government. Don't show me any of that. But if otherwise you can prove that the Earth is round, then I'm listening. I'm listening.
Show me a globe spinning with clouds and a moon. Show me home. And I think I could shut up easily. I think I could shut up. New ideas have limited access to media and limited exposure. Until we're in university curriculums, we will continue to appear uneducated.
Of course flat earthers look stupid. We don't teach it to kids. We don't teach kids that the Earth is flat. And until we do that, you're going to keep thinking we're stupid. It's a goddamn conspiracy, and it's pissing me off.
As a matter of fact, all U.S. Air Force photography prior to 1998 shows a flat Earth. Only NASA shows us fair. That's absolutely not true, Jim.
Dan the Waterman would never lie to you. He promised. So I think that pretty much wraps it up. Case in point, the Earth is flat.
That guy was funny.
Yeah, but why Dan the Waterman, bro? Just out of curiosity, like that. I mean, the one thing I took from that, besides the fucking, I've never seen a kid with black eyes. I've seen dozens of adults, bro. You know when you see them up close, the messengers know what I'm talking about. When you see them up close, you see right through their eyes, and they do appear black. but I've never seen a child like that, dude. That was fucking retarded. But Dan the Waterman. Why Dan the Waterman, bro? You are like the mainstream voice, one of the couple mainstream voices. Why Dan the Waterman, bro?
Because there was no one better.
Yeah, but why Dan the Waterman? I'm not saying there's better. Why Dan the Waterman? It's a good thing you ain't fat.
I'm not sure. You mean why the name?
Yes.
Because that's the name I use at work.
Okay. All right. Whatever, dude. No, I'm
Dan
just
the
kidding. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. But dude, I'll say this, man. I was serious about the freaking, until they're in a pinch, because it's like having the wolf by the ears, right? If you got the wolf by the ears, you're fucked, right? And that's where they stand. They can't let go because the wolf's going to tear their ass up, right? They got the wolf by the ears. They can't admit the moon landing's fake, but anybody who keeps seeing it and has eyeballs, you know what I'm saying? Anybody who has literal eyeballs, bro, dude, they got the wolf by the ears. Until they come out with some truth, then they'll never get us on board. And yeah, if you prove a globe, bro, we're all waiting for that fucking proof. It wouldn't be that hard. If they could do it, I think they would have already done it, bro. But I'm literally I always hold out hope. Maybe there is proof, Maybe I can go back to fucking my old life, bro. But I just don't think I'm that lucky.
Why do you think they lied about it?
I don't gotta think. I mean, just go look at the moon landing. It's fucking embarrassing to be an American and claim that. It literally is. Besides the earth shape, just go back to that and watch it with your eyeballs.
What if gold wasn't rare? What if suddenly they found a bunch of gold? What if the idea of limited resources was valuable? Like, for instance, using oil, which is finally coming to an end, had to come to an end because it was no longer so flippin' easy to just dig it up out of the ground. I mean, at first the shit was everywhere. And we used to kill whales and stuff to burn lamps. I mean, oil's been an issue for us. Like, energy, like how to make light, how to make, how to cook, oils. Olive oil, I guess, is a big deal too. But oils was a big deal.
So Dan the Oil Man, right? So if you buy all that bullshit, then just Dan the Oil Man. Dan the whale fat oil man.
It's just that America was built on cheap oil with free resources, like vast empty space. And America's got to come to grips with what it really has an interest in anymore. Because when you look at the military,
moonshine burns, unprocessed, bud.
When you look at the military bases all around those other countries and all around protecting oil, it's
Take sugar. You hear me? It only takes a little sugar. Moonshine burns real good.
We don't need that shit no more.
We can all make it at our house, though, right?
The hydrogen cars can do it now. So the hybrids will solve the hydrogen.
We can all make a bunch of moonshine right in our house, though. We all know how, don't we? Sugar.
Brian? Brian? Sorry, I was trying to listen to him.
I'm just mucking with Dan, dude. I'm just mucking with Dan. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I was trying to listen.
Brian's right in a weird way, because between World War I and World War II, there was a war on alcohol, with prohibition. And it's just interesting how there's these unwinnable wars that our government puts us in, and it was the war on communism, then it was the war on drugs, then it was the war on terror, and now it's the war on, the flu. And it's just like, it's so orchestrated. It's so
Bro,
easy.
if you want to really get over to Target, though, Dan, is fucking look at how they're powering every base in Antarctica. They don't fucking. I had to dig deep for this, bro, and nobody. Like, I talk it, and nobody's just like, oh, I don't know. I just look into it. How do you think they're getting their power? We know there's no coal, diesel, bro. How are they getting their power in the Arctic and the Antarctic? Bro, dig deep enough, and they fucking have no choice but to be honest. That's the one thing I believe about this whole movement. is they do have to be honest about what they're doing. And they literally have fucking, at every base, they have a fucking little mini nuclear power plant. I mean, dude, if that's not a slap in the face to every one of us, like they're supposed to be protecting the environment and all this shit. And then over here, they're saying nuclear is so bad, bro. Dude, nuclear is the way forward. The answer is right there in front of all our faces. It's down at a pole, at the top pole, and people just don't talk about it. And it's not even banned. We don't even have to not talk about it. And nobody talks about it. It is literally fucking baffling.
You know what's even worse than that people don't talk about? The food we eat, we consume every day. No one talks about that.
Especially going back all the way to like Farm Aid and such. Like they've been killing off the farmer hard for a long time. It's just become corporate.
Yeah, we're actually we're doing the whole just buying from farms right now thing. I'm so disgusted by the grocery stores.
I agree with all that, but they know to keep our kids fed. Not even me. Keep my kids and my grandkids fed, or you're gonna have a fucking problem, dude. I'll go along with everything and I'll bitch and complain. But if you start starving my fucking grandchildren, bro, I'm gonna die for that. You know, they know what to do. They're not stupid. Okay. So what I'm talking about is what just now people just brush past it. Oh, nuclear power, food, bro. The answer's right there. Like they're talking about, just look at the news, Fukushima. Like there's this flood and it fucking bro. It's the energy's right there for all of us. Plus the shit that they're not even opening up to us. But just the Fukushima shit and the fucking New York Island, bro. All that shit. When a dude's sitting there eating, licking fucking enriched uranium on stage, when he holds a Geiger counter to it, and it would have closed down a fucking square mile if the FBI were onto it, bro. And he literally holds a Geiger counter to it, licks it, and says it's not the shit that's the danger. There's no backlash. There's no fallout. He's like, it is a fucking hell of a process. There's a blue flash, but we harness that blue flash and fucking we make plants out of it, and it's fucking cheap, free energy. Damn near with fucking even the excess, even the waste is worth a lot of money. The waste, and they're burying our money. They're burying it and charging us to do it. It's such a fucking scam. And literally they're saying just keep away from here because fucking our environment. We don't want you to shit here, dogs or gas. And literally they're powering their science stations with nuclear. It's a fucking joke. We need to talk about that more. But I'll shut up.
So, is Flat Earth really about the shape of the Earth, is the question. You know, like, or is Flat Earth just the biggest sign that they're fucking with us in so many other ways? You know, like, Flat Earthers don't really give a shit about geography or
I agree, bro. When it comes down to it, bro, it's way more than just the bullshit they sold us about the fucking Earth. But it does start there, bro. That is the waking up moment. So you got to be sympathetic to that, bro. But yeah, being a veteran, yeah, it's way more than just the shape of the fucking Earth and geography. I will agree to that.
You're a veteran, Brian?
God, headache even thinking about it. Yep, veteran.
Oh, well, thank you for your service. I was Army as well.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I meant a veteran flat earther. Like since like 7 years ago. I've not thought.
So sorry.
I'm very sorry. I do appreciate your service. We'll turn it around on you, and we'll turn it on you. I appreciate your service because I will always admire people, you know, and I feel I'm sympathetic to that, but I will also fucking appreciate that. I will always love this country. That's another thing that pisses me off. Like, I love this government, the forefathers, that they built something. The only reason we're still fucking here talking, granted, they fucking shut us up about some shit, but people are waking up to that, and that's going to be a problem for them. But granted that our forefathers did build something, dude. I still love this country, dude. I'm one of the few, like Issa,
it's
and
totally
everybody.
different.
Country, dude.
Totally
I would die for this
different.
country.
It's totally different now. I got out for a reason. But thank you.
There are still a lot of people, man. A lot of veterans, like I said, Issa specifically, and the people who preach about the system and shit and how to work it to their advantage. They still believe in it. I still believe in America. If we don't do that, we're fucked. If we don't stick together as a nation, unless we find somewhere else, we're fucked. Period. And I'm never gonna even say any bad word about this country or about the people fighting for it, especially. But dude, we got to always bomb beyond. If we don't stick behind that, we're fucked. Period. That's my
I believe in the people for sure, but the higher ups, no, not at all.
They better keep my grandkids fed. They hear me? Keep my grandkids fed. It's all good.
Well, I don't know about you guys. Just saying that.
Spreading the truth. I'll keep complaining, spreading the truth, but get them hungry. Watch what you got.
Well, we've actually started growing a garden too. So I mean, you can't really depend on them to feed anyone.
Yeah, it's practice. Good practice. Keep doing it. It's fun too, right?
Not really.
It's work. You just got to find somebody to dig it out and pull the weeds, but planting it and eating it's fun. It really is, dude. It is a lot of work, bro. It is a lot of work. Fascinating, though. It's fascinating.
What's
It's
even more
rewarding.
fascinating is that you can walk into a store and be surrounded by almost year-round a full assortment of fruits and vegetables to the point.
Dude, I'm talking about smoking shit. What do you do? You growing a food garden? What the fuck?
No,
What?
I see where he's going with that, though. I see where
food garden worth.
And you could pick just by color. Get some green stuff, get some yellow stuff, get some
growing
brown
squash,
stuff.
dude. Dan's growing
You'll get
squash.
all your vitamins
hey,
just by
these
color
don't
variety.
grow year round, though. They don't grow year round, and they're in the grocery store year round.
Well, they come
Dan
from
took his ass off and planted 5 rows and got 7 squash, bro. I wasn't talking about growing fucking squash, bro. I'm talking about growing fucking. I'm growing fucking shit. Growing God's fucking. I'm talking about doing something worthwhile, whatever, even if it's for yourself. I ain't talking about growing 7 squash.
Have you looked into aquaponics, Scarlett? That might be another good one to try for self-sufficiency.
Mm-hmm. Have you seen they convert these swimming pools and they grow vegetables over the fish pond? They make a fish pond on the bottom.
That's aquaponics, yeah. They use the waste from the fish to grow the veg.
And they end up with tilapia, which grow quickly in cramped quarters, and a complete cycle of plant converted to meat with something called duckweed.
Yeah.
That the fish eat. So it's interesting to think of the plant called duckweed, whatever it grows on the surface like lily pads.
Oh my God, bro. The chickens eat everything. Okay? Just let them out once a day. Don't even got to feed them, bro. Let them out for about 5-6 hours. And they're easy to train. They're dumb as fuck, dude. But they're very easy to train. They'll go back in their own pen. Just a hen for each person, bro. You don't need to grow nothing. You can. It makes it easier and all that. But just an egg a day, if shit ever hit the fan, bro. Just make, just everybody who fucking has a chance, just for every child you got, just have a hen. And if you don't need them, give them to the neighbors and all that shit, bro. They don't cost much money. They're like $4 for a fucking chicken, bro. Literally $4 for a fucking chicken.
Is that like related to duckweed or something?
Bro, I'm just saying, I'm trying to save people time. Like, you can grow and you could work your ass off and try and feed yourself, bro. Just plant fruit trees now while everything's fine. Avocados, dude, they grow by the fucking dozens, bro. Orange trees, if you're in the right, Oregon or Florida or California. Yeah, this is good information, brother. Good information, brother. Because if
I'm writing it down. Chickens, 1 hen per person. Avocados, I heard that. Okay. I'm
One
just
hen
writing it down.
per child, yeah, per child, yeah. You wish you did, or you hopefully you won't. If
I'm
you
writing
got
it in pen. I'm writing it in pen, so I won't have to wish. It's permanent.
But converting something to a protein is interesting. You know, like a tree grows into wood, and that's like its cellulose. It's weird that you'll get substance after years. You know, like wood. You know, something solid that came from nothing. That's totally interesting.
It's a trip, dude. Because how these chickens give me eggs, bro? Like I've fed them nothing at all ever, and they're laying eggs every day. Like, ain't that weird? I've literally never given them anything. They're literally eating bugs. I mean, I let them on my compost pile, and they eat the bugs and shit and the worms. You know, and it's a trade-off because they're shitting nitrogen. So you could argue that it's they're slowing it down, but fucking they're giving it nitrogen. They're shitting all over, right? But ain't that weird that they don't
are what
eat
you
nothing?
eat,
I don't give them nothing at all. Period. At all. Ever. And they give me an egg every day. Every day they give me an egg. Ain't that some shit? How does that happen, bro? Mother Nature. God
Brian,
works
who
this wonder.
fed the chickens before we were?
Just good information.
Here's some better information. My sister called me once, and she said her chicken wasn't laying eggs. And she knew something was wrong because it always did.
Probably crowing. Crack of dawn.
I asked her what it ate, and she said she didn't know. You know, whatever it ate, you know. And I looked it up, and it was recommended to give it breakfast cereal for its iron content, and that they were the bird was having an iron deficiency when it stopped laying eggs.
Don't they eat a lot of seeds and shit?
I don't know. Just be careful, Brian.
If you make them, bro, if you let them out, throw a pile of anything they sell and let them out and see what they fucking eat. They don't give a fuck, bro. I learned that a long time ago, bro. They won't even eat what you give them. They don't like what you give them. Just let them go. They'll only eat what you give them when you trap them and force them. It's that simple, dude.
Rape feeding them?
Well, anyway, if they stop laying eggs, give them something with iron in.
You know, that's true too, Brian, because, you know, the stuff that people usually feed them comes from the stores. So who knows what's in that?
But what's Dan mean by if they stop laying eggs? Show me a fucking hen that doesn't lay eggs, bro. And I mean, we'll talk about it, bro, but you literally have to show me.
My sister called me.
Wow, come on.
She knew something was wrong with her chicken, right? And then I said, "What's the problem?" She goes, "It's not laying eggs." And I looked it up, and it was an iron deficiency. That's all.
Bro, they're $4. I'm not speaking about iron. They're $4 for a fucking hen, bro. If you don't got one that fucking has deficiencies, bro, just spend $4.
Okay,
and
so
get it. No. You
like
know
a
what,
hen pimp, dude?
Dan, spend $20 and get 5 more for that one iron fucking deficient fucking scrap hen, bro.
Bro,
That's
pimping
ridiculous.
hands, dude.
Like
Pimping
talking to
chickens.
fucking. I can't even describe it.
So yeah. Anyway, the joy of being able to go to a market and have, even though it may be altered and shit, to see that kind of choice at any time in history is amazing. To think that you just go get what you want.
Wait a minute, dude. Maybe I'm wrong. Is there people out of the country in this call right now? Maybe it's not $4 for a fucking hen where they're from, you know? I could teach them how to fucking raise so many hens it's fucking, you almost want to give them away, but just saying, you know, or is there anybody in the call where hens are like not affordable? Just asking. We are humans still, right?
At Costco, I can get a dead one for $4.99.
Here in Australia,
you get a prepared one for $4.99 at Costco, bro.
I'm sorry, was you guys asking me a question or?
What's your name?
This is Scarlet Sky.
Hey, Scarlet Sky.
Hey
That
there.
was my one question.
Go ahead, Wizard. Say that again. You got talked over.
I didn't know if someone was directing that last question to me or not.
No, Wizard was talking about the price of chickens in Australia.
Oh,
chickens in Australia.
Well, what
It's
are
all right,
the price of eggs in Australia in the grocery store?
$10 for a dozen.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's the exchange rate though.
A children's book titled Newborn Snake Accident.
Gee,
What is?
my apologies.
What the heck was that?
That's my daughter.
Aw.
Oh, hey.
Hi, chicken. Speaking of chickens, what's your name? Newborn. There you go.
Speaking of Australian chickens, I give you a
Yes. No, her nickname is Chicken.
Do you
Speaking of
guys
Aus-
notice a
speaking of-
difference?
oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, do you guys notice a difference whenever you eat meat from the grocery store versus when you eat meat straight from the farmer?
Yeah, I mean, I went off of meat because the store meat is nasty. You get all this white stuff where they've injected it with preservatives, and it was nasty. I've managed to find somewhere now where I can buy it directly from farms. There's definitely a difference.
Yeah. We're transitioning into that lifestyle and yeah.
You can also see that they're trying to grow meat in laboratories, and they're trying to print it out, and they're even trying to
They
use
did
their own
that
cells.
with vegetables for the longest time.
Yeah, weird what they're trying to do.
To be honest,
But
they're
anyway,
getting
speaking from with Australian chickens, now that they're here, speaking from Australian chickens who don't want to admit that vertical is a position from one point at the center of their model. Ain't that weird? Because I thought that if I left that line, that I would
What the fuck?
leave that vertical. Ain't that weird? If I thought that if I left that line from that point in the middle of their model, that I would literally leave that vertical, just like a horizontal. If I left that, I'd leave that horizontal. So we couldn't call it a horizontal plane. But now they're trying to claim that vertical ain't a point at the center of their model. If we leave that vertical, oh, we're just on a plane. We're not intruding on any other vertical. That's only horizontal, Brian. The fuck?
The fuck?
Yeah,
you doing,
Rue
dude?
have. Yeah, Rue.
Who muted Brian? Who muted him?
Totally your fault.
I did. It's probably Jesus. I didn't do it though.
I mean, and Australian to boot. Wow.
Do these Australian chickens have an Australian accent?
Yes. Cock-a-doodle doo, mate.
And
True blue. Bloody oath, mate.
Gee.
The Australian chickens say any cockle.
Any cockle-doo.
Oh,
You know,
nice.
there's a chain here, a chicken chain called Kookaroo Chicken, and I realized that Asians probably didn't say cock-a-doodle-doo, and that Kookaroo Chicken was probably a pronunciation of the Asian cockle-doodle-doo. So if I was to call out cockle-doodle-doo, yeah, whatever, or any cockle-doo, which is a slut's, but the Asian couldn't pronounce all that shit, so it probably comes out Kookaroo.
Yeah.
So
Who muted Brian? Like, there's Terry, there's Elbow.
But the
What
price
order?
of eggs did not used to be like that. It's like $8 here, $9 for a dozen eggs. Yeah, it never used to be anything like that.
Also, if you have eggs from naturally raised chicken on a farm eating bugs and grubs compared to store-bought eggs, they've got 6 times the amount of minerals and vitamins and all the goodies. An egg is
That's
basically
very-
a superfood.
They're in
I
those
don't
$10 eggs
live on
in
a
the
farm.
grocery
Go
store.
ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, those $10 eggs in the grocery store, They're probably not even eggs.
No.
Bro, $10 fucking dozen eggs. That is ridiculous. But no, I don't live on a farm, bro. I just got a bunch of chickens, man. I just got like a little less than an acre. And they just eat everything around here, bro. They'll eat what I feed them if they're dying, you know. But they just like to be let out and eat what they want, you know. But I don't have a big farm, just saying. And that would be great if I did, but I don't. You know, just have a yard and shit. Maybe talk to the neighbors, you know, and let them fucking jump. They'll go over there and eat where there's leaves and shit. They just eat all day. They just peck around and scratch at shit, dude. And yeah, you trap them, they'll eat because they have to, because they'll die if they don't, right? So you can feed them whatever.
Can I, Brian? Let me talk for something. Eggs, the shape of the egg shells is in here, and Kosho's in here, and Ruhip's in here, and you're in here. Technologically, the shape of the egg, as developed by Victor Schauberger, and the vortexing effect that comes off of the uneven circle, and how much was gained and learned with the shape of the egg being the primary driving force for vortexing water upward in a normally downward situation.
He designed the propeller, didn't he? He designed the egg-shaped propeller with the spiral down it.
He might have. The guy was
You know,
just
he figured it out though, Dan. He figured it out. And sorry for getting long-winded last time about the fucking chickens. But dude, anytime you blow on something, it's like, why does it get in my mouth, bro? Like I'm literally blowing on something. I guarantee he learned it by fucking looking and blowing at shit and it getting out his mouth every time you blow something. How does it get on your mouth? You're blowing out, right?
My body's in the room, Brian. I can't.
No, I'm being serious, dude. I'm talking about like fucking like lead powder or something. If you're blowing shit, I know y'all are dirty minded. Yeah, that was funny, right? But I'm dead serious, dude. If you fucking any powder, blow talcum powder, okay? Let's take it off the joke and let's be serious.
You still talking
Blow
about eggs?
talcum powder, anything, it's gonna get on your lips, bro. That's even worse.
No idea what
Shut up.
How'd you get from eggs to that, man?
No idea. He's just.
My bad. I'll back off.
You don't gotta back off, dude. Just fucking.
There's no way to say this and be cool at the same time, man. So I'll just shut up and be a nerd.
Damn, dude.
But yeah, Victor Schauberger and his Vortices technology. If you've not watched it, Power of Water. I definitely recommend it.
Yeah, this guy's the Tesla of water, right?
Yeah. He studied water and nature just like Leonardo did, and he noticed the vortices. Leonardo did too, and he actually hypothesized that it would be a vortices within the heart, and they were able to find it about 10 or 15 years ago with this little camera or scanner they were able to push into the heart, and they were able to see this vortices in action, opening and closing. And Leonardo figured that out 400 years ago by looking at nature.
Well, you got to remember, Leonardo da Vinci. He would actually pay people to do autopsies on dead horses and dead bodies. Like he'd pay for the dead body so he could cut it open and draw pictures in it.
Yeah, but that wouldn't show you the vortices action because obviously the heart would have been stopped.
Yeah, but we would have told you a thing or two about the anatomy. So I do see what you're saying though. He definitely had an intuition for those sorts of things, but just by looking at nature. But he also did cut bodies in half and draw those. So.
Well, like I say, they only figured this out because they were able to put the technology in to actually see it in action. So it took them, I think it was 15 odd years ago, they were able to actually prove it.
I heard some pretty cool shit lately, bro. Like they say the fucking the heart's a pump. No, they say the heart's a pump, but no, it's a valve. The lungs are a fucking pump. The lungs are the pump. The heart is just a valve. You know, that made sense to me. That's the kids. The kids with their own thoughts. The younger ones with their ideas. Made sense though.
But yeah, if you've got a small balcony only and don't have land, then aquaponics is definitely the thing to look into. You can do it in a room or a balcony. So it's something of very small scale, which is going to be really good for you because meat is obviously something that you're going to need more than vegetables, more than plants, more than anything else.
Bro, before we even need a balcony, I mean, are we gonna die if we don't have a roof over our head? Let's be honest.
No.
Yeah, well, yeah. Maybe if you're in Canada, there probably are places, but where I'm at in Florida and like in reasonable climates, like all we have to do is eat. That's all we have to do. We can complain about everything else and insurance prices and all this bullshit, bro. Just eat and deal with it, motherfucker, because that's all you got to really do is fucking eat. Which is why I claim, keep my grandkids fed, my kids fed. I'll bitch and complain, and I'll try and preach the truth, scream at the rooftop. As long as they're, fed. They know that, though. They know that. They've made that mistake over and over and over in history. That's the main rule. Keep the people fed.
Depend on them, though.
So they keeping us fed. I'll give them that. Doing a good job at that.
Yeah, what they're giving us is poison, essentially. They've poisoned the air, they've poisoned the water. The food now can't really be classed as food. It's essentially a bunch of chemicals strung together, which making you exceptionally unhealthy. Refined carbohydrates, sugar, it's poison.
Physically and mentally.
They're definitely going against people though, because there are a lot of people, in fact, who literally pay me like, and I don't have dependents. Like literally, I have to have. I don't have to, but if I got a couple children, like I get a big check. They literally pay me to have more kids. So you're talking about these people who are trying to poison me and kill me, but I'm talking about the people who are paying me to fucking have these kids, bro. You can't be killing me and paying me.
People don't even realize they're
There's definitely a conflict. I'm saying there's definitely a conflict somewhere up at the top, right? That's all I'm saying, because they literally are paying me to fucking have kids.
Yeah.
Okay, year.
Very expensive to be single. Very, very expensive to be single. In fact, all y'all single motherfuckers with no kids, I fucking don't know how you do it. I tried it, bro. But you just have a couple kids, bro. They line your pockets. So maybe they are trying to kill me, but they're damn sure not trying to kill me before I fucking have a bunch of children.
They want to make you sick, not kill you.
But how much money do you really make a year by having
Not
a bunch
much, not much, but they literally charge me for not having dependents. I literally pay my.
Well, yeah, of course.
For not having children.
But if you did have a child, I mean, that's a lot of money on your own by not having.
It's expensive to be single. You can't do it in America.
It's expensive to have kids too.
You can't be single in America and get anywhere at all, really. They've got it set up where you've got to have all these kids. So I'm saying they might be trying to kill us. I'm not denying that they're trying to poison us, but I'm saying they're not really literally trying to kill us with whatever, because they're paying.
But you got to be smart. Are you working like a 9-to-5 job or something?
No, fuck no.
Okay. Well, if you're smart enough to beat the system, you're good.
I ain't trying to beat the system. I'm just saying, I'm just being rational. And I'm saying they can't be paying me to have children if they're trying to get rid of us. They're literally paying me very good to not have children. That's all I'm saying. So let's think about this rationally. There's got to be conflict at the top. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that they ain't people trying to poison us all, but let's be rational and look what they are doing. And literally, if you don't have kids, you're fucked. They're literally fucking punishing you.
I don't have kids, and I do well.
So there's something going on at the top that we need to figure out. That's all I'm saying.
Sounds
no,
like they're encouraging.
And I do well.
Go ahead, Adam.
I think they might be encouraging stupid people to breed.
Definitely. And also, it's about poisoning people slowly so that they can then offer medications and other things. So again, it's
Yeah, they
about
need a-
getting them on that hamster wheel.
We're all gonna die. We're all
No, it's
dead.
not about
they
dying,
need a
Brian. Shut up.
They need a
We're
constant turnover.
stupid. Don't need to breed. We're all gonna die.
Not about
No,
dying.
they want people like you to breed.
I'm
The
just
really
joking.
stupid
Dude.
ones.
I'm just joking, dude. I swear to God, I'm just joking.
But yeah, the hyper processed foods, refined carbs, sugars, it's all poison. You need to keep that down to a minimum. Vegetables and fruits are not that great because of the oxalates and the fructose. So again, you want to keep that to a minimum. Berries is not too bad.
How many kids you got, bro?
Me, none.
None. Okay. Trust me, when you do, you don't think about yourself and the poison. You think about your kids. Then you
I
think
don't
about your
think about
grandbaby.
myself,
You think about
man.
your grandbabies. I'm just telling you what happens, bro. It's natural. You'll
Yeah,
think about them and your grandbabies, and you think about you. How am I feeling? You know, who gives a fuck? I'm roughing through it, bro. I'm looking out for them, and bro, it just changes the way you think. You don't think about the shit you eat. And I'm not saying that's not important, bro. But I'm telling you, I could tell you're single, and I only ask that not to be insulting. But just know, bro, it's single. You'll see, it's a miracle when you have a fucking baby, and you ain't thinking about you. You're thinking about feeding them and keeping them healthy, bro. I'm telling you. And then
You should put those
the real
babies
fun
out
begins,
in
bro.
the. You should. You and the baby should be out in the fields doing the gardening.
I got 1,000 kids. No, I'm just joking. Feels like it though.
Yeah, you guys can team up and do the gardens together.
Get the kids doing the damn gardens.
Yeah, that's how we were raised.
Yeah, you can't do that nowadays. That's called abuse.
What?
Yeah,
That's
everything's
abuse?
abuse nowadays.
Oh, I don't have kids, but that's probably why I don't have kids, because I think I would be in trouble.
You do need a couple dumb kids though, man. You know, like the dude
Well,
said
once
who
someone
put it
told
in.
me what to do with my child, I would probably be in trouble.
Get a couple dumb kids, you know, and they're all their own, you know, but you have a couple who love you no matter what. You teach them to love gardening and shit. So the guy who spoke up earlier,
Well, that's
kudos
how
to
it
him, dude.
has
You do need
always
some
been.
dumb
I don't
kids.
know. That's how it should be, actually.
Bro, I wasn't even a grandfather at all until let's see. Okay, it's been just over 6 years. But after like 3 years ago, I didn't have any grandkids, and then bam, 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 bam. I got 7 grandkids. Fucking like now I've got 2 more on the way. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? I'm a grandpa all of a sudden. Like now I've accepted. I'm Papa now. But bro, I had no grandchildren, and all of a sudden I had 7 within 3 years. Unbelievable, dude. Swear to God, true story.
That's a pretty big family.
Getting bigger.
Tastes like chicken.
I'll let the grandbabies come over and name each chicken they want. I'll make sure I got one for each grandbaby, and you can name them. They love it. Make sure no matter what happens with this fucked up world, I have an egg for each one of them each day. Least I could do, just in case. Hope it don't come to that.
Telling you, the shape of the egg is a big deal. Or it would have been round.
Eggshells are flat. You can't prove otherwise unless you've got
What
physical
if shit
proof.
hit the fan, dude? What if shit hit the fan and y'all are like, oh my God, I should have just spent the $4 and got the fucking chicken for my grandbaby or my son or daughter. Oh my God, it was only $4, dude, and a simple just build a little square. I could just take wood and build a square for, you'd be sorry, dude. It's just such an easy thing, dude. It's fun.
You
They
can
love
sell
it.
them
It's
You can sell
cheap. It's fun. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to sell chickens. I'm just saying, fucking for.
No, the
It's,
eggs. Sell the
it's just
eggs.
a guarantee. It's just a guarantee. It's nothing but a fucking guarantee from
Sell
God
the
to you.
eggs.
You know? That'd be a shitty thing to be like the dumbass who I was hoping didn't breed on YouTube was right. Look, I don't even want to be right, bro. To my brethren, you know, get a fucking chicken for every dependent you got. Get a chicken. I don't care about you, but for your dependent, get a fucking hen for each one. It's free, $4.
You know, if someone has land, put them on.
Like I said, I don't got land. Just got a yard.
Oh my motherfucker.
All right, I'm going to say it now. Post COVID, whatever, the past year with I guess the advent of AI, you know, the emergence of common AI, noticing now that these types of tools are just blendings of other tools, just like we did with music when we learned how to layer tracks, or these people that sample, you know, just this is just digital stuff accelerating. You know, our world is accelerating and is something quite fantastic. The technology we're using on a daily.
There's AI is gonna poison us, bro. I got it. The AI.
No, AI
Poison.
is okay. So I have a
think he's
different.
right, bro. If you put their two ideas together, we need to fear. We need to be worried because he's right.
Okay.
And he's right. They're both right. It's the AI.
So when you say
us.
that,
I've got
okay,
to figure out the AI is going to poison us. Let's be scared.
all right, when you say AI, what is your definition of AI that's happening right
I wasn't
now?
completely sold. I wasn't completely sold on the poison because I know they're paying me to fucking populate. That's obvious, and I feel good. And but then I was like, I'm not too scared about that. But maybe he's onto something. Then the other guy said fucking AI, and I was like, well, I ain't too onto that. But wait, maybe the AI will poison us. We got to be scared. Everybody lives scared. That'll work. Be fearful. I'm just joking, y'all.
What I actually imagined was the actual decision making of something that was artificially intelligent, like a robot. And
robot chicken.
Now imagine if a robot came to arrest you and your only hope was a judge, and now a judge had instantaneous reference to all law books.
Robot chickens?
No, that's unacceptable. That would be totally unacceptable. That needs a human touch for sure.
But as an intelligent being, as an intelligent robot, if let's say Brian says to me, I'm going to knock your block off, right? And you're my robot dog, and you're trying to determine what the hell that means because it doesn't necessarily seem like a threat.
Bro, can you please put robot chicken somewhere in this story? Please. Robot chicken.
Yeah. But the machine could query the internet immediately, even creating a poll.
Shape. What about the shape? What about eggs?
And eventually the dog, robot, wife, assistant, whatever this thing shape you've taken as your personal assistant, which is now our phone. But the point is, it'll be able to figure out what it doesn't know and how to find out about it. So now it's going to say blockhead, knock your block off. It'll determine that that's a threat. It'll figure out that that's a threat, and probably not take but a half a second, even though it didn't know it. So anyway, the point is, would a judge, would a court, would a judge be good? Like if it had reference to all data and awareness of what it didn't have, it seems like that wouldn't be the end of the world.
It would not, but what would the shape be of these robot chicken eggs? These poison T1 Terminator robot chicken eggs? What'd be the shape of them?
At the same time, algorithms have to be kept in check because look what our society's done. We don't stop certain things.
We all gotta die.
We're so happy in this country. We just keep narrowing and narrowing and narrowing what's okay without expanding, the ideas of what's okay. You know what I mean?
The robot, the poisonous robot chicken fucking odd-shaped egg fucking channel. Bro, nobody lives scared. Don't live scared. Anybody, I'm being a dick to Dan and the other guy. I'm just joking. But don't live scared. Don't live 1 minute of your fucking life scared.
Right.
Don't do it.
You know what, though?
Spread the fear.
The AI thing, though, and you're saying don't live scared. Right now, AI, I don't know if you guys are in business at all, but AI is like so good.
Thank God. Don't we all want to sit back and fucking have AI? I mean, whatever they're rolling out, they're not going to let us go hungry. Just remember that. Please, y'all don't hear nothing I'm saying tonight. Please no.
If you're a business owner, I'm a business owner, and AI.
I wish I could hire robots.
It's not. So I don't know your definition of AI, but right now there's some robots here and there, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about internet. Internet.
Please know. They're not going to let us go hungry. I promise. Shit's going to get easier because we're going to have all bots. It's going to get so good. Y'all are just at the very beginning of it. It's going to get so good. We're all going to have robots and shit. Yeah, maybe if we're lucky. But just listen. All they got to do is keep us fed. They know that. The fuckers with money, there's lots of them. They know what happens when we get starved. That we say, fuck that, because we die for our kids and grandkids. We don't care about ourselves, There's that is programmed into our system. So maybe shit will get better for a long time. Maybe it will be bad times. Don't live scared, okay? They know keep us fed. And what I say, all we gotta do is eat. All we gotta do is eat. We know that to live. As long as we ain't living in fucking dumbass fucking northern Canada, all we gotta do is eat, right? So just keep us fed.
Brian, how does that relate? How does that relate? But how does that relate to AI?
Just saying, don't live scared. Invite whatever they have to bring. They're not going to let us go hungry.
Right. We're not going to go hungry.
One chicken for everyone.
They're not going to let us go hungry. So don't live scared.
Got to feed the people.
I've been bullshitting, but that is good advice, y'all. Don't live scared of anything. Like, you could talk about this, we could shoot the shit. Don't live scared. That is such a fucked up way to live. Don't live scared. All we got to do is eat. We can have houses and beds, and we could come home one day and be like, this bed is so awesome. Oh my God, I love this fucking bed. We come home the next day and fucking, I hate this fucking bed. This place is, I'm burning it down. All we got to do is eat. That's it. We eat, don't eat, we die. We eat, we live. Just a fucking side effect being a human, in a decent climate, So don't live scared. That's the worst thing you could do.
Yeah, but
if they kill us, they don't have nothing. What good is money without people to spend it on? You don't get your women. You don't get your fucking lawn trimmed. Dude, robots can do a lot, right? But dude.
But you're talking about like physical AI stuff, like robots and stuff.
I'm just saying, don't live scared. I'm not gonna let anybody come on this channel and fucking scare people with poison and robots and shit. It's for goddamn ridiculous.
I think AI is extremely useful right now. Extremely useful.
I hope. Like I'm gonna control what people do on this channel, dude. That was so fucking bold of me. I'm not gonna let people come on this shit. I was just joking, dude. Y'all speak y'all's mind, dude. I'll fuck with everybody that I love, man. Just messing with y'all. Give you my advice, take it or leave it, bro. I love y'all, bro. I swear.
It's a good thing to say. Don't be scared.
Because I do know there is fucked up food. I mean, dude, I'm not stupid. I do know
Let's not
fucking-
go into all the things that can make people scared. Whatever. Just
there is a lot to be scared of, but I swear I try to ignore it. But there is a lot, bro. There is, what we've been eating. It's not like
so
it's
let's
natural.
look at like the,
So I can relate to everybody here, but I'm just saying I try not to, live by that and think too much about it, dude. It is what it is. Try to do something about it, But you know what I'm saying.
well, the future of the world is essentially, what you can imagine is AI, right? Computers are taking over human faculty, right? They're taking their jobs. They're replacing the human with artificial intelligence, which is good. I mean, you can be scared and you can say that's not good because you're intelligently worried about who's controlling the AI or what they're going to be using it for and all that kind of stuff. But nonetheless, at the end of the day, it's replacing a defunct fallible system, right? Fallible machine with something that's has more clarity, right? More objective truth to it. Depends on who's programming it, I guess you could say. But regardless,
yeah, bro. Imagine how good AI can grow food for us, bro. And remember, I said all we got to do is eat. I mean, we got all these robots and all these machines just growing all kinds of food for us, dude. It's like, everything else is going to come easy, bro. Everything else is a lug because they're growing all these foods and they're raising chickens, bro. They're letting them out of the cage. Bro, we ain't got to do shit, And then shit will hit we're all going to die. We're all going to die. And there's going to be something, something waiting for us, hopefully. By my calculations, something's waiting on us.
Well, I don't think it's to that level, and I don't think it will be to that level in quite some time. But the level
it
it's
already
at,
is. If you don't think they're using, like, if they're not using AI to discern like actions of government or like strategic warfare, then
well, yeah, of course. I mean,
Right.
there's a whole Black Rock thing and everything, Aladdin and all of that.
right.
But physical robots, like Brian's talking about, like going out and harvesting food and stuff, isn't in existence.
No, but you could have an AI that organized, right, systems of trade, right, by need. I mean, and you could take out politicians out of the picture altogether. There wouldn't be a president. There wouldn't be senators or whatever. There would be curators of organization in systemic organization, whatever you want to call it. But
I
the
just had a
AI,
eureka moment. Yeah.
the AI
I said
would be doing the quote unquote right thing, right? And all human beings would be freed of the pressure from their nations, from their corrupt senators and politicians. They would all they would have to do is live good lives, and the AI would provide them what the necessary resources
Right.
that they need in order to live a good life.
Dude,
And
other
they
than
would-
that, keep turning steering wheels. Bro, how long do we have to keep turning steering wheels? This is getting ridiculous, bro.
No,
Like,
it's
I'm
not
watching
a
ambulances
steering
on the side of the
wheel.
road. I'll just watch somebody tonight. I'm like going to KFC for the kids and shit. And I'm like, dude, there's ambulances. And I'm like, dude, how long are we gonna have to keep turning fucking steering wheels, bro? It's like 2023. This is getting ridiculous. But I'm like, I just had a eureka moment. Like literally, I got it. They're gonna grow AI to take our jobs, but not grow food. Bro, that's gonna benefit every.
That's not the
good.
point.
Nobody. That's
They
gonna benefit
they
nobody.
should take your jobs, right?
That's not the point. Like we
I
want
wish they would, right?
more
I was being
convenient.
facetious.
Yeah.
I was being sarcastic.
No, we want to be freed up. We want to be free to actually face our real problems, which essentially will boil down to, and I'm sure this will come to it, unless we devolve into some totalitarian dictatorship where we're all living in some illusionary freaking matrix or whatever. But granted that that's not the case, right? It will boil it down to two things, which is like you have a lot of free time now.
Mm-hmm.
You're not pressured based on like the classical means of comparison or attainment or means of success, but you either entertain yourself or seek pleasure, right? Those two things, or you go deeply into yourself and you understand, the nature and the capacity of what a human being is.
Right. But how do you feel about the people that, do have physical labor jobs, that are making a living? I'm not in that situation, but how do you feel about the people who don't catch on and, create the online businesses and these things that can be operated 100% by AI? What are they gonna do?
What are they going to eat?
I don't think there's any separation. I think that everybody will be at a loss.
Wait. Let's be extreme here. Hold on, real quick. Let's be extreme, real quick. Very, very quick.
Yeah. Do it.
Starve to death. They're going to starve to death.
No, they're not going to starve.
Especially the big labor guys with their strong labor children, dude, with the good traits, dude, or they're fucking real strong because they've been doing labor their whole life, dude, and their bread spread into them, dude. They're gonna starve to death. They're gone. They're dead. They're gonna starve to death.
Well, there has to be someone to. There has to be someone to run it, though. Who's gonna run it?
What good? I mean, I'm just being facetious once again. But I'm just saying, are they gonna? Do you really think they're gonna starve to death?
No, there is. I agree with you guys. There is a lot more in this picture than what I'm describing. Right? There must be, and I think there is like the unfolding of that taking place in real life as we're witnessing it right now. But what we know about life or what we deem important, I don't think that the story has been told fully. Like the way that we've lived, it's mainly based on it's postmodernism, right? It's thinking, and postmodern thought, right? It has like ruined meaning, right? It has fragmented meaning into whatever the hell it wants, and it's seeking out like all of this identification, right? You can become a female, right? You can identify in whatever you want, right? Like it is the epitome, the essence of thought, right? The essence of like the fragmentary nature of thought. And I feel like that's what we're learning, right? As a people, and we're learning. It's being shown to us in the real world, but the reason why it's being shown to us in the real world is because we need to learn that about ourselves. And once you do that, right, you learn about what you identify as, what you ascribe importance to, and how unimportant that is. Then you can see, in the future, right, if you try to attain this, right, if you try to become something, right, you try to succeed, your success in growing a business, right, it is just mechanical in nature. A machine can do it. A computer can do it better than you, right? And you being the person at that steed, at the head of the whole thing, means essentially nothing because you actually don't know yourself. You don't know what the universe is, right? All you know is that you're competing, you're fighting against somebody else in order to become better than they are. And
bro, I like everything you said, bro. Everything you said, dude. Now let me add something real quick.
Yeah.
Everything he's saying, dude, it's like fucking. This is what is coming, or just look what's going on around you, and look below you. Okay, and look what do I need? What I need. Look what's going on around you and shit. Like I'm saying earlier, dude. People are like poof, but think about it, dude. Look at the people in the nice neighborhoods and shit with the money. When I see like basketball players cuck, that's when I worry. When I see them cucking, I'm like, who the fuck are they answering to? Like the people we look up to and the popular people. That's when I worry, bro. We need these people. We need our people with money. I hate to say it, bro, because I'm not one of them, but we need them because they're going to make sure there's enough of them, bro. We got to make sure there's enough of them to look out for us and keep us fed, bro.
You know,
That's so important.
enough money
No,
owns
that
you.
is not
That's
it.
simple.
No.
Anything else is a luxury.
Yeah, but enough money will
This
own
house
you.
is going to collapse. There's people not having common sense to see what's going on around them and to watch. Oh, bring these motherfuckers down.
They'll always be there.
They're
man. They'll always
Ryan,
be
applaud
there.
you for bringing them down. Trust me, and you will
Brian,
collapse so much quicker.
Brian, why can't you make your own money?
I can make money. I'm not saying I'm poor. I'm just saying you need to look at what's going on around you. And when you see people with money cucking, that's when you need to get worried. Because if you
Don't worry
it's
about
happening to
that.
them, you ain't got a fucking prayer. Our forefathers were fucking geniuses. They were geniuses. They seen the same mistakes over and over and over. They literally sat down in rooms, think tanks, like we're doing now, for years to write up the shit to keep it going.
Yeah, but I basically, in my life, I kind of live in my own bubble. I don't pay attention to other people. I do what works and I do trial and error and I learn from mistakes and I grow from them. I don't
What if
give a
they
shit what anyone
what if
else
they
is.
took let's just say this for example.
No, what
What
it
if they
comes
took
down to is,
Kanye down? What if they
essentially
took
what it
Kanye
comes down
down?
to is power.
And what if
Right?
they took Kanye down tomorrow? What if they took fucking just think of your 5 favorite actors
I
and your 5
I
favorite
don't even know
players. And
actors'
they just took
names.
them down. Me neither. I'm just saying. What if they
Can
took
watch
down your 5
TV.
what if they took Tom Brady down tomorrow and they took fucking all these people down tomorrow? What chance you think you got, bro? The only chance we got is that we're working for these people and we're enjoying it. We're raising families. We're well fed.
No.
Remember, all we gotta do is eat. If you need to pay attention to what's going on around you, and if you worry if you see something happening to these fucking people, because it starts happening to them, we're fucked. We're fucked.
No,
I don't
I
see
think
that happening. I don't see that happening while I'm still alive.
I don't either. I'm just saying, just watch out. Don't be scared of nothing. But if you see something like that happen to them, then let's do something, bro.
No, I
Because
think the whole nature of power is misconstrued, and even the people, the billionaires, all these individuals that have a lot of money and influence, that form of power has nothing to do with like the true nature of it. And I think the true nature of it has been sleeping. It's been here the whole time, but it blows all of that out of the water entirely. And it's a new factor that will come in no matter what anybody does, because it is the truth about the truth about the nature of the order of things, let's just say. And there are things that you can attain by having influence and money, but with those things you can never touch this, right? Which this aspect of things that has way more actual like in-depth connection and intelligence and integrity in the whole system of like life itself. So a person can build up their wealth and have a big house and sit on it and live out their life and do whatever they want, but knowing this, right, actually seeing the expression of this I don't want to use the word power, but like this real thing, this real expression, like what they're doing, they know it's in respect to that. And honestly, like that expression is all that's needed in order to bring it's easy. It can show itself at any time, and it could have shown itself at any time, but it's waiting for a certain moment to show itself, because that's integrity, right?
That's what I've
what
said,
people
bro.
need to see.
There's no secret time it shows itself, bro. When my kids get hungry and I can't feed them, look, I can complain about the world when I can't feed my kids or my grandbabies. Then I'm
Right.
gonna fucking do whatever I got to. I don't care. I will die to feed them, bro. And I'm not alone. Everybody, period. Who's breathing, bro? There's no secret time.
No.
To keep us fed. I'm agreeing with everything you're saying, but I'm just that last thing.
Well,
There's no
look.
secret time. Keep us fed, and we'll fucking be fat and lazy, and we'll complain.
No, on what you're saying, right? We could have done that. We could have done that for hundreds of thousands of years. We've been walking on two legs for I don't know what your cosmology is or what you guys believe here, but we have destroyed ourselves time and time again.
I'm a robot chicken.
We've never had a good society that has kept people fed, that has provided order.
Bro, our homeless fucking are fat around here, bro. If you're in America, our homeless fucking are doing pretty good unless they're really on good shit. You know, they got a good deal or they probably, probably thin and fit, bro. But the few that ain't, they're fucking fat and healthy, bro. There's just one country, bro, where like I said, dude, I don't know to keep puking this on y'all, but you don't need a house. You don't need clothes. All you got to do is eat, drink water, and eat, and you won't die. It's that simple, bro. And you'd be surprised how hungry you got to get before you fucking fight the power. They know that. They've made that mistake over and over and over and over and over and over.
Brian.
And one thing they say, history repeats itself, bro. Just keep us fed, and we'll deal with it. We'll bitch, we'll complain, we'll spread the truth. But they know better than to starve my fucking grandbabies. Period. And I know I'm not alone.
Hey, Brian, let somebody else talk for a minute, man. People are trying to talk. People are trying to talk, motherfucker.
So, Brian, my view on it, if it matters, is if you can and you're able to mentally and physically to take advantage of the opportunities that you have right now, being physically and mentally able to, then you do that. You make as much money as possible. You do as much investing as possible.
That is
You
such bad advice.
play the game.
Such bad advice. That's horrible.
No, it's not. And then what you do is you plan to go off grid. That's what you need to be doing. And how is that bad?
You need to focus on money. You need to focus on your loved one, not money.
Really?
Don't go off and work overtime. Stay home with your fucking wife. That is for goddamn ridiculous. I can't believe a lady is saying that.
Yeah, I will say that, because how are you going to provide for your family and get off the grid if you don't play? And if you don't play the game, the system that presses upon us, if you don't play their game long enough to get that money, to get out of the game, then what are you doing?
Live in.
That's what you need to be doing. You have to get the money to get your shit in line, to get your family together and off the grid, to be with your family. That's the whole, everybody should be doing that. Am I wrong?
Yeah.
I am?
I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure I can even be heard.
Using the system to escape the system. Best idea.
Yes, that is the whole idea.
You're
Hell
still
yeah.
stuck in the you still need supplies. You still need a bunch of things. So, yeah, I guess it's a lot of stockpiling of money if you're going to think you're going to basically retire and not require
You
too much.
become a minimalist at that time, and you do the gardens and the farming, and you live. I have friends that have already done this. You live there, like bare minimum, and you are with your family at that time, and it does take money to get there.
Yeah. I don't
But
think there's any like running away from modernity or cities though.
I probably not completely for sure at this point. I mean, there's, state laws and rules and things of that sort.
We're gonna find out.
But that's my ultimate goal.
Do you live mostly on vegetables now?
No, actually not. But I do invest a lot of time and research on learning about these sorts of things. I'm not an expert by no means. These are just goals. And I don't go out and buy, material things. I'm still driving a 2012 a 90,000 mile a Maxima. Like I could go get a Cadillac Escalade if I wanted to, but I invest my money in things that make me money and I put them towards, you know, things that will. I'm in the country now. I just bought a house in March in the country. This is the furthest I've been in the country. Um, and I want to move even further out. So it's just a transitioning period.
Cool. Yeah. You got to get a little rural, a little bit at a time. I think it can be quite a culture shock. Otherwise.
Well, yeah, definitely. But I like it out here. It's nice. And not everyone can do that unless they put a plan in place, of course, which it took me, first of all, mentally, it took me a long time to get out of society's way of, hey, you need, this type of car or this type of clothes or whatever. I don't do any of that anymore. But it took years to get out of that mind frame, A lot of people are still stuck in that. And the money that I do make, I put it towards just making money off of that money. I don't buy things that I don't need.
We're all connected, right? Like what an individual does in a given country, it's totally ignorant
That's
of
cool. That's cool.
everything else that takes place in every other country surrounding them. And what takes place in China, in India, Africa, South Korea, North Korea, that affects everybody in the world. And really, we've divided ourselves based on all these different lines, religion, nationality, whatever it is, individualism, and we're going to have to learn a lot because of that. It's not the truth, right? The story can't end that way in division. Whether it's in our lifetime or not, it's like
Right, that's what I was about to
yeah,
say.
sure, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it'll be in this lifetime. Well, not my lifetime.
It doesn't matter because like the only truth is right now. It's not the future or the past or anything. I think in our lifetime though that we are going to see some very ridiculous and crazy happenstances.
Well, we already have.
Yeah, and they're going to. I mean, imagine it. Like, imagine how fast and how many ridiculous things that we've witnessed already, right?
Right.
and it's getting more and more wild.
Yes, and this is
Especially
why I'm
with
trying
Elon
to.
Musk being
This
like,
is why I'm trying to get away from it all.
I know. It sounds beautiful. Right? It sounds so good. But at the end of the day, right, it's like you got this life, you know. Do you really want to just escape and have a good time?
Oh yes, of course.
Okay.
Yes, and I've worked my entire life. Of course I do. I mean, honestly, the most satisfying thing is to wake up in the morning or afternoon when your body wakes up, right?
Yeah.
And not depending on an alarm clock or someone telling you what to do. The most beautiful thing in my head is doing what you want to do.
I'll tell you right now, that gets very old. From personal experience.
I guess it depends on your mind frame on what you want to do.
Right. It does.
Like,
It does.
you can't just lay around all day, by no means.
Yeah, or explore all day, right? Same similar thing, but yeah, it is.
It should be a mix of both.
It's like what energy you put into it, you know. But life is not always ever whatever you want to do, you know. Only, but yeah.
Well, yeah, I could see that. You know, you have other people who depend on you, but I'm relating more to like the government and employers and things of that sort.
For sure, for sure. I completely agree. And I mean, in a way, it's like at the I don't know, for me, tell me if I'm wrong, but like for me it feels like at the back of the whole thing is the question, you know, are you connected with the universe? Right? And the secondary question to that is like, and how would you find out if you are or not?
Oh, yes.
How would you
That's
right?
very good. Yes. So you know you're connected with the universe when you realize you're not in the rat race anymore and you are seeking other alternatives.
I don't
That's
think
number
it
one.
matters about the rat race at all, right?
It does. Because people get sucked into that. They don't even
They don't have
realize,
to be.
but it's pushed upon us. It is. But some people never break out of that. But the people that do, I do believe they are connected to the universe for sure. Like, intuition and things of that sort. They
Sure.
listen to themselves.
I mean, even like negating all that, right? Throwing all that out the window, right? You've had your experiences with that. Like I'm talking about that not being even an explanation or an excuse. Like I want to really know, you know. I'm not talking about just having an experience, right? Or like being free from an obligation.
I guess for me, it's just following where I'm pulled to and not ignoring it.
being free. Yeah. There's something about that word or that sentiment that, I don't know, overcomes any of the circumstances. If you have that like given energy, you know, and really a lot of the time you get, like you're saying, you get beat down, you get worn down by like this, by the rat race or all the daily, you know, interactions. And it doesn't, you know, you lose because of that lack of energy. There's not that like, there's not enough for that freedom. But
Not if you're weak. If you have strength, yes, there is.
Yeah,
There's
and I can attest, like for myself, like I have been in certain times like to not have enough of that energy.
Right.
Yeah, so I know it very well.
Right, me too. For sure. Yeah. But, you know, as you get a little more mature and older, I guess you go through different phases. And maybe, you know, my parents or my grandparents, great grandparents went through the same phases. You never know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's just the closer you get to off grid, the closer you get to having to get further away from anything you might need to buy. So that becomes just a compounding annoyance, I think, after a while.
Yeah, I felt like the mindset is still the same. Like when you're talking about people in the rat race, how they're self-serving, but it kind of just sounds like an idealistic lifestyle. You're still serving yourself, like your own happiness, but I don't know. So
Well, like the schedule thing too. Like if you're gonna grow your own things, like you're either gonna need some kind of like auto timer setup that's gonna basically do all your chores for you, or you're gonna like, you know, get up with the sun and you'd probably be tired by the time the sun's about to go down. You just kind of like get in that schedule. So I don't know. Some things you have freedom over, and some things I guess you don't. If you're trying to like have a farm or something like that.
Yeah, if you're working a job and you have to wake up at a certain time, you can't just lie in bed and say, you know, hey, I'm lazy today. You know.
yeah. You do it for yourself, though. You do it because I don't know. I feel like I don't know. I don't know. It just sounds like a bit of I don't know. It sounds pretty nice, honestly, but it sounds like a fancy that people have, and then when they're actually put into it, they don't. You know, like this
That's
isn't what I
right.
thought it was.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I think it.
Not trying to talk about any fantasies here, but like, you know, I know what you mean.
Everything can become so much more difficult that it really does make you appreciate all the things you already currently would have. So I think there's like a little mental appreciation you can just do for that, you know. That's helpful.
I think it's a matter of ambition, and And you know, I don't know, you're doing it for yourself. I could guess. I could say even like if doing something just for the sake of it, right? For no reason whatsoever. Um, it's hard to sustain that, I guess, because at the end of the day, I don't know, our I don't want to say selfish energy comes in, but like something comes in, you know, that is
What I
not
was,
that.
yeah, what I was trying to say is that I feel like that people think that that would go away when you live a different lifestyle, but I don't think it does. I think it's you're doing it for the same reasons. Like having a nice watch versus having a nice farm is in kind of the same mindset, but I don't know.
I don't know. I would agree. I would say that it is for the same reasons, but between the lines, you know, there is something else that takes place. You know, it's like you're the chef at a restaurant, right? It's like you're the cook, you know, and if you don't love what you're doing, right, and that's a cliche kind of phrase, but like if you're the cook, you know, then be the cook, right? It's like I don't know, and that essence, that energy, it can be put into anything in life.
Mm. Oh, like
And
ambition. Are you doing
no,
ambition?
not
No.
ambition whatsoever. No, no,
Okay.
no. That is probably like the deterring factor, like the major problem actually is ambition, right? And that's why I use the word love, which is like, you know, can be turned into many different things, but it's definitely not ambition. And I feel like most people that you're surrounded by, right, it sucks it out of you because like they're all ambitious, right, in one way or another, whether they have their own like private needs or their own private, you know, concerns, um, or you know, comparison that they deem like already what they're doing, right, in comparison is what it is by the fact of their comparison. All of that is not the same energy as, you know, being there and doing what you're doing like you're doing it for the first time. And I don't think ambition can touch that. I don't think anything can touch that really.
Mm.
But again, like I've thought about these things, and for me myself, like I'll tell you straight up, like it requires a lot of energy, almost like a commitment of energy, um, to like nothing, you know, to like nothingness, and to be committed to something without a result, like that you put all of your energy into it, and you don't care what happens, you know, like you're not ambition is very easy because you know what you want, and that fuels you, right? That is your energy. That's why you're behaving in a certain way. That's why you're acting. But to act without any, you know, condition or result is that energy has to come from somewhere, and it is not an easy engine to start.
I feel like the transition as well from going to our lifestyles that we have today to that is kind of, I don't know. I can't imagine it. I can't imagine someone not having being able to. I don't know. I just can't imagine it. I feel like um once you're already brought up a certain way, you're kind of just, even if you want to do that, you're kind of just not even being true to your nature. You're just pretending.
Yeah.
It sounds kind of ignorant to me when people start talking about these things, but I don't know.
Yeah, 100%. I think that like it is difficult to imagine, and really I don't know how I am even talking about this, or how I got myself in this position, and I may be ignorant, but the one thing that I can say about it is that it comes through negation of the other things, and it comes through like discontent with the other things, the clarity of discontent, and negating them, and negating one after the other after the other after the other. So it's not really an imagination. It's just the reality of the negation of all the things that are stupid, in my opinion. But yeah. And so it leaves you in a certain place where it's like, oh, you have a lack of energy now. Where is this energy going to come from, right? But because you know all the other ways, like there's nothing, like you can operate in the same way that everyone expects you to, um, and you can do it, and you can be discontent with it, or make it good, right? Make yourself content with it, and that kind of thing, if you have to, right? But even before delving into all this kind of talk, I feel like people understand this, like they get it at like a really simple level, like an easy level, that's just that energy is just like freely there, without like the analysis or anything like that. And they do it until they get a little bit bogged down, and they have to fight their way out. But no, I feel like it's within everybody, and it comes through, in a lot of our actions, whether we know it or not. But the prevalent thing is like you said, like our ambition, right? Our desire, our what we're pursuing.
Yeah, just doing all like the farming and stuff, man. Like to try and just like high tech that stuff out is really like its own challenge. It's like it's really an interesting thing to kind of check out. Like it's almost like home automation kind of thing. What I mean, but both of those things you'd kind of want if you were off gridding. I don't know. But then how do you fix them if they break, man? That's the tougher part.
What was that? How do you fix what?
I don't know, like I guess conceivably you could have like some kind of machinery that like helps to take care of your like plants if you do, I don't know, grow tomatoes or have microgreens or I don't know, any amount of things you might want to grow in your like little farm. You could have some part of it that's basically robot gardened. Robot gardener. We need robot gardeners. I think that's what we need.
I think people would be happy to garden, to be honest. But free them up from all the factory jobs. You know, I guess.
Well, like I'm just saying, like you could have like a setup somewhere where it like you could have it programmed, but you could also like because it could just have cameras and because it's connected to the Wi-Fi, like you know, someone else from like hundreds of miles away could like do some gardening operations on your stuff. That's interesting. Sort of decentralizes all the cockadoodle-doo of farm life. Is it possible to kind of like decouple these two things of the rurality of it?
It'll happen at some point, won't it?
Sure.
Have you seen that fridge?
Imagine you have like a disgruntled neighbor though, and he hacks into your farming equipment and just like destroys everything. That'd suck.
You know, in Back to the Future movie, where the fridge is a circle and it pops out the table, and they've got all their veg there. So cool.
Yeah.
Automated kitchen.
Pretty cool. Yeah, they've got actually like the cameras now like have enough smarts to them where they can identify plants based on shapes and stuff. That's pretty good. It's a good start.
I agree. We need automation because farming's fun and it's great and we're off the grid. But then 3 years in, when we're on our knees in the dirt, we are going to want a robot to help out so that we can get on with studying reality and doing art.
Wait, you want to do art?
Oh yeah, well, I don't want to farm my life away. That's as bad as working at McDonald's for your whole life.
Right. I guess.
What kind of art?
Yeah, what kind of art? You're gonna carve a marble sculpture?
Yeah, anything. I think stonemason is too hard, but digital music. So this is why I need some of the civilization to stay together because I want to use their internet. So I don't want to burn down the internet.
You already don't sound like an artist by the way you go about it. Yeah, I'll
Music.
do anything.
I make music, but I'm not ready to give up on the internet. So hopefully we'll be able to take over and keep the internet going.
Yeah.
Obviously, we can denounce Bill Gates, we can send him to prison, or we could burn him with fire. But I want to keep using his operating system because that's the one I like.
Yeah, we're all going to depend on society for something here, right?
Yeah.
We're all dependent, man. We're all dependent on each other, on everything, man. And even though there are evil, corrupt people, you know, that have taken up positions of power, we have to understand like how that power is you know, occupied and why, and what, you know, we have allowed that place to be powerful by the very nature of our actions, right? By the very nature of like of how we've been taught.
So we had some kind of say in the matter here. Is that what you're saying?
Of course, man. Of course you do.
We're like, we'll give them the power. I got you.
I didn't hear it.
It's more snacks. It's more like I haven't quite got the energy and effort to dethrone the king, so I'm just gonna put that off to till my kids' generation.
No.
It's well,
it's not snacks. I'm not saying you let them in power. I'm saying you don't care enough to take them out of power, so you leave them in power. That's the karma bit.
I don't think that's what's going on.
Yeah, it sounds like you want to be the king of your own little community, like
Yeah,
your little
obviously.
farming robots.
Blatantly. I wouldn't hurt people. That would be the difference.
That's what they all say.
That is what they all say, exactly.
But they all turn out to be lies. It doesn't mean I will.
You'd be better off with an AI, telling you what you should do. You should just go do some art.
No, we need principles, a few elders, leaders, and then art.
And the first thing is to understand yourself, right? And it's not to say that like you're corrupt.
If you understand yourself, you're not gonna be a good artist.
Well, I mean, who knows, man?
Yeah.
But corruption, right? Human beings are corrupt.
No, some human beings,
right?
Sometimes. Not
You
all
don't
human
think
beings
all
all
of them
times.
are?
Not all human beings all times. No.
Okay, so maybe how many human beings aren't corrupt? Would you say?
About 95% are not corrupt.
95% are not corrupt. Okay, I would flip it. I would say like pretty much like there are probably a couple thousand that aren't corrupt.
Well, let's pick some random Korean who happens to be born into an Asian farm prison run by a cult leader. How corrupt is he?
It's
If
like
he
a
hasn't
way
had
to
if he hasn't
situation.
had sex yet and he's been indoctrinated by the whole society and he can't leave the country and he has to do special dances in a grid pattern.
This is even more unlikely.
How corrupt is that guy?
He's just not corrupt yet. He hasn't been put into that position yet.
If all the corruption is at him, how does he even have time to be corrupt?
That's right. Temptation, power, everything, right?
Temptation, power. What? While you're being ordered around by King Jong-un?
No. I'm saying that people are susceptible, right, to those types of corruptions.
Well, that's why I gave you some people sometimes, but not all people all the time. No way.
Probably him even more. He probably has like a really nihilistic view on life. Like if he was put into a position of power, he'd probably be one of the worst offenders.
No, I'm talking about someone under his power, not being corrupt, being the opposite of corrupt.
Being a good person.
This is
just non-corrupt.
I get what you're trying to say. Corruption's bad, right? But also corruption's unavoidable. So you just got to have corruption that works. Okay. Boom.
Yeah, like Dawn on his farm.
No, you just have to have
chickens about.
You have to have
Like a
corruption.
tyrant.
You have to have corruption that has no influence. That's all. Let the organization that we need, right, that the politicians are doing, be done by AI. There won't be any wars, but there will be the correct allocations of resources. There will be balance over an extended period of time. However you want to implicate it, right?
Like politicians don't even have to lie anymore. They can have the AI lie for them. It's amazing.
No.
It's not AI is trained by people, right? People with agendas is who trains AI.
I just found out last night that I thought I knew what was going on with platforms, and I didn't. There is a lot of stuff coming out right now. A lot of stuff.
Why would you trust anything to AI if the people designing it are fucked up?
There's an open source version of ChatGPT that's out. There's
look,
a
the
platform where
other
you can...
alternative is that you present, you give your authority up to a single individual, right, who is totally corrupt, no matter what type of politician he is, and you're asking him to solve your problems, and he is totally actually like physically, mentally incapable of doing it. So is everyone he's surrounded by. I don't get it, dude. Like
What are you explaining?
you're saying that's better than like saying all politicians are doomed, right? Give it up, right? Just be a human being without your ambition, without your power, and find out what it is that the universe is asking of you.
I don't know what your position is. You're just saying things.
Yeah. You're just using words, bro.
You'd make a perfect politician. I'm joking.
Yeah.
No, I get it. The way Santiago speaks, okay, he's just a bit poetic.
Yeah, but I don't know if he falls down on let's stop these politicians, kings, groups of leaders, or one leader, or let's leave them in place. I don't know which one he thinks.
I think he said leave them. I don't know.
Yeah.
What? I can't remember.
What I say?
You want to leave the kings in charge, or do you want to try to?
No kings.
Wait.
Kings. No
Get
politicians.
rid of all of them.
Politicians are doomed.
Okay, well, great.
Well,
they are. It's not like a question. It's not a question, man.
But isn't part of your point that we need to forget about them and leave them alone?
No, you need to stop trying to control, right? Stop trying to become a politician.
Right. Okay. Yeah. You're worried that the more I want to stop them, the more I want to become one.
That's right.
That is a paradox that people fall into, but I think I'm better than that.
I know, but you
That's like the Lord of the Rings, though.
It's not the point, man. It's not the point at all.
I think I can overcome that challenge.
You can't be tempted.
I know, but that's just like,
You don't even know. You said you think.
Well, we need rebels, yeah.
You're not even sure, Dawn.
We need rebels to do revolutions, even if there's a small chance that they try to take over after.
Okay. So
we need it.
Let's imagine, right? A world took place. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't be a rebel and you shouldn't have your revolutions, whatever, okay? But all that I'm saying is that there should be an AI put in place that organizes the distribution of resources fairly.
Fuck. AI communism.
No, not communism.
Fuck.
No, it takes into account exactly what's going on, right? In each environment, whether it be capitalist, communist, whatever.
Perfect AI.
It distributes resources in
Perfect
a gradient, right? In a gradient.
How do we train it? Because so far, the examples of AI are trained by people with agendas, and the AI turns up with the agenda, the same agenda.
Sure. Yeah. I think how you train it, right, can be a public, democracy, right? Which is essentially
democracy is a word.
If we had about 2 hours of Santiago talking, we could extract it and turn it into an AI.
Santiago, I'm afraid we've got to throw the idea of democracy in the bin, because look at Joe Biden. That's a democracy. That's what people claim as a democracy, and that's who ends up. That's who ends up as leader.
You know very well what it is. It's not that.
Well, what's your democracy? A real one where you go door to door and ask every single person to
people
write an email to the AI.
Right? People feel empowered, right? They feel like they're doing the right thing by helping others. Okay, and everybody that I know wants to do good in the world.
But hang on.
There's just not that there isn't an organization to do it.
Am I allowed to add opposing opinions into the AI at any moment? Is that how democratic it is?
No, it's not that.
Are you?
What?
No,
So
not really.
I'm not allowed to oppose the AI.
You'd have to recreate the AI. You have to recompile the AI if you wanted to add new things.
Yeah, it's a very complex topic. I'm not saying that I have the answers, but
no way, bro.
But what I'm saying is we take
trying to
like
avoid
200 hours of Santiago talking, and then we create an AI from that, and then Santiago can ask it questions. And I need to see
Why
this happen.
Santiago?
It's very
Because Santiago's never really satisfied with answers that other people give him, but I'm curious to see if he would be satisfied with answers that his own cloud of words would give back to him, and then create a feedback loop, and then we'd find ultimate truth or something else.
what he's proposing.
No,
Skynet.
if anything, it would just keep Santiago entertained for a while.
I don't think
keep me entertained as well.
I think the
Socialist
feedback loop,
Skynet.
I would probably fight myself, but go on.
You're asking for socialist Skynet, and I'm saying that doesn't sound like a good idea.
That's exactly what I thought about. I thought that, you know, that 2019 convention where they were all like, every time they raised their hand, it had to be like, oh, point of privilege, point of privilege.
No, I haven't seen that. It
I'll
sounds
post the
great.
link. I'm not making sense. I'll post the
No,
link.
look. I'm appealing to like a basic like human factor, right? Like we all want to be doing good things, right? And no matter what tribe you are, what culture, what religion you're under, what nation, what country, having something good done to you or good things being done correctly in the world inspires you. And it is that inspiration. The only thing that's needed is correct action, right? So helpful action, which is not corrupt, which is not being done by like some terrible sadistic person.
I think you've got some great Zen philosophy. You always take it all the way to absurd.
It's not. I don't know what you're talking about, dude.
It applies to persons well, but it can't apply to the whole of society.
Of course it will.
Not if we give over to the AI. That's not going to be good.
Lucas. Yeah, they weren't even allowed to clap at that convention. They had to wave their hands in the air. Like, it's really bad. It's probably one of the funniest videos I've seen recently.
What
the audacity that they would dare to tell people like this stuff is fucking amazing.
Wait, what are you talking about? They couldn't clap.
In the live stream, there's a video of a socialist convention. I think that's what it is.
Okay, all right.
This challenge where you stand up, and if you've still got the privilege that's mentioned, you still stand up, and it ends up with no one standing up or everyone standing up. I can't remember.
I think they have a vote at some point, but they keep losing track of the hands. Like they keep trying to count the hands.
They're all making privileges up in their head.
Yeah, there's like this autistic guy that keeps coming up and complaining about people chattering because it's triggering him.
So I guess it won't work then, right? So you just need human beings to do the work.
I reckon we can have an AI, but we need to take control of it and make sure it's totally balanced. If it's a perfect balanced AI, I'm down with it. But I don't think that's possible.
It's going to be more like Charlie Chaplin's movie where he gets caught in the machine and thrust around in the gears and stuff like that.
Yeah,
probably more appropriate.
Fine. We need Arnie to come back from the future and rip his arm open to show us what we've done.
Yeah, it all started from the robotic arm.
I legitimately think
that
we're coming
the
to this
temptation
point.
that led us there.
But honestly, like I don't even think that we're coming to this point in a good way, as I'm trying to describe. I think we're coming to this point in like a totally distorted way, where we're gonna remain the same with all the corrupt rulers and the politicians and everything, and AI is going to be included, and essentially just creating virtual realities that hold people. Like imagine, getting your shit together. when you're talking about this kind of stuff. So many people are afraid of AI for the reasons of, like, you know, that are natural, that you can see the problems that persist, but there are good things that AI brings.
Not if it's got an agenda to people behind it.
Of course, yeah. It's the people that are the problem. That's exactly my point. And they will always be the problem, my man.
No, not if we take it back and open it to everything.
No. You're just going to replace them with different people, and it'll be a matter of time before they become the problem.
No. We've got light workers who are totally balanced anarchists or don't have agendas. The agenda is to go back so that everyone has a chance.
Look,
so what we do, we go into the internet. Where does ChatGPT get its info from? And we open it up to the whole internet, everything.
I'm sorry, but like, no matter whatever you are, capitalist, socialist, communist, whatever. Okay?
It's none of that. It's anarchist.
Yeah, anarchist doesn't matter. The agenda
no
is
rulers. That's what
I'm telling you, yeah, exactly what I'm saying, Don. The agenda is food, friends, and shelter. That's it.
No. Anarchist agenda is no rulers. So you're sticking to that. You're taking them all out.
No, yeah, but the agenda is family, food, friends, and shelter. That's it. You have all those things, and you have a good people, right? Which are willing to, you know, are able to actually learn, right? Actually have a good.
If you don't have the anarchists with the real freedom agenda, your weak people that just need shelter are going to give up everything back to the psychos.
You need gay eye.
You need the team of special ninjas.
Wait, who's
ninjas.
what?
Special ninjas trained in different skills, each with its own unique code name.
Yeah. Proper Revolution superhero team.
What is it?
Storm and Iceball.
Drain the swamp. You've heard all the terminology before. But
Drain the swamp.
This is the perfect new one.
What was the new one? I missed it.
I'm just saying, draining the swamp is one terminology some light workers have tried to use in the past. Or Freemason. That's another term that people have used in the past.
Okay, I'm losing here, man.
You know, the church got too overbearing. The Freemasons got together in a basement and decided we need to infiltrate and change this so we can make our own rules up for the state and have some freedom. That's what the anarchists want to do now, but to government instead of to the church. To the Masons, basically. So what you said is true. The people that tried to get freedom took control and ended up with their own agendas. So we want to do that again. Pull it down.
Right.
Sounds like Don's running out of control. Somebody needs to rein him in.
Yeah, these are all just theory. Obviously, I haven't got the energy to do this. I'm hoping on the next 2, 3, 4 generations.
Wait, why do you want to do that?
I agree with him.
Because the rulers are psychopaths, okay, and they've got us enslaved since Anunnaki gave them authority thousands of years ago.
That's where you lose me a little
And
bit.
if we don't change it, yin wins and yin and yang gets debunked.
I'm sorry, I don't understand. What's the alternative if you said it's going to happen again?
The alternative is keeping the agenda of no rulers in place in as many places as possible.
And who is keeping these agendas?
Yeah, the special ninjas, the team, the special team.
Yeah, who are they?
We're getting them together now. Over time, it's taken years. But the people that realized we were enslaved are telling other people. Those other people are having kids, and those people are telling their kids, and hopefully it will get passed down.
People like Special Operative Shadow. His power
You keep
is
saying
explosive.
special people.
Freedom fighters.
freedom fighters. Okay, are they free?
In their minds, they're free, but other people are enslaved physically, mentally, and spiritually. So the freedom fighters want to extend the freedom from their minds to everyone else's body.
We have to fight the freedom.
I think there is such a thing, man. But
I'm willing to let you help me on this.
Yeah. I think the discourse.
I mean, there probably is such a thing, but
there is. There must be, right? There is. But the discourse around it and you know, the whole like I'm a freedom fighter thing, I think that's a red flag.
Why?
that's going to attract a lot of self-righteous people.
Oh, it does. That's why it takes longer. It's more about the idea, waiting for the time. I've had lots of fake anarchists, fake ass anarchists. And it's just a dream to push towards. We're not going to do it tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, really, the dream of anarchy is to push towards is to see clearly, right? That there is no hierarchy.
Yes.
Right.
So in the mind, definitely, because it's not necessarily practical in the physical. We're still experimenting with that.
Well, I mean, it implies a lot of
Experimenting? What kind of experimenting?
Revolution after revolution after revolution.
Oh, I thought you meant you personally were experimenting with anarchy. I thought you were like wearing like leather clothes and putting on makeup and stuff.
I don't even own one A symbol.
On what? Sorry, you cut out.
The A symbol, anarchy symbol. I've not even got the T-shirt.
No, it's not about the anarchy symbol. You can put whatever symbol you want, right? You're an anarchist.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You make your own up. But that's not the point either. I've met anarchists way back in the day, 10 years ago. You know, they're all busy like painting their own flags and their own symbols and shit like that.
Yeah,
like,
that's not it usually. I commend the effort. Back to the AI. We've got examples of ChatGPT, and it seems to be locked off to certain opinions.
Yeah, it's not opinion either. But
if
they got all Don, they got all types of flavors of this stuff now.
Yeah, okay. I haven't checked the new ones. I'm just saying, in general, it can be controlled, and you can easily stop opposing opinions.
You can make your own now. They've got them like to where you can basically do like the size of the ChatGPT knowledge base, but you can do it with like about for $20 of like a server to chew the numbers up. You can get it done. So that's pretty crazy.
There is ways to get your own version. Might not be too biased. That's good. But if there's one overarching one for the world,
is that one you'll never hear about?
It needs to be learning from all of our free ones, doesn't it?
Yep. But wouldn't that be a crazy ass robot? Like that would be a net of all these nets.
I think that's what they want. That is what they want.
RoboGod, for sure. That's RoboGod right there. But that could definitely, you know, do everything from designing the Terminator robots to coming up with the the extermination of humans to everything. So they could really get it done. It's technology that worries me and excites me. I can't explain it. It's very strange.
I agree with you completely.
We could sacrifice the tech and blow up the big server farms after infiltrating and finding where they are.
Right, we'd be cyber freedom fighters, and
terrorists.
This is bad news. We're gonna wind up on a watch list.
They come up on the news and say sorry, but 60% of the internet has been blown up.
The group known only as the Special Ninja Warriors.
Yeah, we're logged into the remaining 40% celebrating at home.
No, I used to be so against all of this, you know. The New World Order and that kind of thing, which obviously I still am, but at the same time, it's like, what is this vibe that I'm hearing? I hear like a vibe going on.
Oh, sorry. I think they're cutting the grass.
It's coming from you, yeah, for sure. It's a weird. It's kind of nice, but whatever.
It's a lawnmower.
But yeah, I mean, it's happening. It's happening in front of our eyes, right? And it's like there is a light inside of it. You know, there is something good about it. It's not all to be feared, right? And like somebody else was in here saying, you know, you don't have to be scared, and I thought that was like the initiation of this whole kind of conversation. But I don't know. I've come to feel, you know, that my fears about this certain topic of like AI, the New World Order, whatever, and all of it is just very limited. You know what I mean? Between the lines, that there's something going on. There's something more that's taking place that is good for people, good for humanity. And really, like, the main problem that we have to deal with is not necessarily these like corrupt people out there, but our own selves, you know.
Yeah, I agree on all that.
And if you change that spectrum of things, which is what they think that they control, they have to change.
Yep.
You know, so it's like the controller is the controlled, right? The essence of it.
That's why my plan isn't about physical revolution straight away. It's about just getting everyone to think on these same lines you just explained over generations.
Sure. I'm sure that they will. I know I've looked into enough of this, into the deep darkness of all this, and asked, you know, where's the good? And I've seen the answer, and you know, it is pervasive. Like, it's long lasting. Whether it takes place in our lifetime or not, like it will never be gone. And it will never not have an expression.
I do believe it's happening as well. Yeah, I do agree. Partly natural.
Partly supernatural.
Yeah. And also, then we've got to add our will and action on top.
That's right. And we're still alive, you know.
Yeah,
that's
good
right.
evidence, isn't it? That we're very hardy as a species.
Not so much that I was saying that. I was saying we're still alive, you know. Like we're still living in this world, right? We can we have a lot of opportunity to see what it is, right? And to it's not so much like express it, but like to not escape it, right?
Yep. But I mean that the word's still alive. Proves we've been fighting before and we can keep progressing.
Has the pole position remix been done yet?
What?
Did you do the pole position remix, or are you not touching that with the 10-foot pole position?
No, I can't. Got too
You
many.
can do it. Come on, Dawn.
Got too many tunes going in my head. I can't make a cartoon remix.
And it's like
This is my level. I'm making a techno drum and bass version of the backwards chanting from Eyes Wide Shut called the Ballroom Scene.
Yeah, that's gonna definitely have lots more downloads than remix.
Yeah, I know it's a bit more esoteric, but
Go with the money. Go with the
makes
money.
me feel good.
Oh, I thought you actually made it. I want to listen to it.
All it's got is a layered kick drum, a hi-hat, and the Eyes Wide Shut samples so far. If I see you again and it's developed, I'll show you. I'm also making a remix of Kanye West Heartless, so I do go a bit cheesy. But Kanye is a superhero, and his auto-tuned vocals are just perfect.
Yeah, he's a good guy, man. A lot of like the mess that he was in. I'm so surprised that people didn't really pick up on the details of what he even himself exposed. Let
It's
alone
very meta and nuanced how he presents it.
well, obviously that was overshadowing everything, but he shared some things there that even 4 years prior to that, I mean, I understood what was taking place. Like when he got brought into a mental institution and had his hair dyed pink.
Yep.
Right. And like, you know, this dude Harley Pasternak or whatever his name is, like, texts him and says like, first of all, like we're gonna have a nice and loving conversation or whatever, and second of all, like or whatever, or on the other hand, you know, I'll
You'll never see your kids
crap out of
again.
you, right? Until like, you know, children with the kids won't be the same or whatever, right?
I know. That's MK Ultra. That's a proper handler from
That's
the
right.
military.
That's right. And he was a military, you know, grade individual.
Drug dealer in the military, or like an experiment.
Right.
Drug man.
And it was crazy, right? Witnessing this because I knew about this for years, right? Going back and to see this
I knew for a few years. This was confirming for me. Even though Kanye is a little bit kooky, I trust him.
Sure. No, you can't. There's nothing to trust. It is that text, right? That person. And
see, it's true.
Who is he the trainer of, right? He's the trainer of many other Hollywood, you know, elites. But essentially, like, people overlooked that just instantly, and all they stuck to, most 95%, 98% of like the conversation that I heard was just about like, you know, how we should apologize and this kind of thing. But they didn't actually hear like who he was referring to or like where his anger was directed to, right? And like, and what this person had done to him and what he was trying to actually share. It was convoluted, I agree, but really though, like there is a full picture, and like people did not see that full picture whatsoever.
I used to be a fan of Kanye, bro. Like Kanye's the reason I'm where I'm at, like spiritually.
Yeah.
When he first came out with his album called Jesus is King, and I listened to it, like that album really moved me emotionally, bro. And I started reflecting on my life and everything. And then his other album, Sunday Service Choir, was just as moving as the first, if not more. And I had a lot of hope in Kanye, that Kanye would also see his way out of Babylon. But Kanye has let me down, and he is not a good person. Though he has traits of morality, right? Objective morality. He's what the scriptures call as a double-minded person. And such a person who is double-minded and unstable in all they do. He's unstable, mentally unstable in all that he does. 1 second, he's worshiping the creator of all things, of heaven and earth, and the next second, he's giving allegiance to Hasatan. And he is legitimately double-minded. He is controlled opposition.
You think so?
I know so. I mean,
Why
you
do
can
you
judge him by his fruits.
Yeah, but what are his fruits that you judge?
I mean, I'm driving right now, but I'd have to show you. And I've prayed for Kanye. I've prayed for his salvation.
No, I know.
But
I know.
he is.
You can talk about double-minded and by its fruits or whatever, but explain.
Well, he went from making gospel music to then releasing a regular secular album again, which I thought he was never going to do again, but he did. And he had Young Thug on it. He had all these rappers on it, speaking blasphemies against the creator. And if he really loved the creator, he wouldn't have allowed his homies to go and completely blaspheme the father on an album and then sell it worldwide, right? And then not only that, his concert where he renewed his vows with Kim Kardashian, even though they were broken up, they weren't officially married. Dude, he had Marilyn Manson there. He had like a church steeple there, and it was a mockery, dude. It was a straight mockery. And there's so much occult symbolism in his theatrics. Dude, like the dude is literally controlled opposition.
You're discounting like the level of abuse that this person has been through.
No, I'm not. I'm not discounting. I'm aware of everything that you just mentioned. I'm aware of. I'm telling you, I'm a fan of Kanye, bro. I understand how he exposed the elites and he exposed the Jews. And I'm in agreement with that part. Hold on. Listen, I gotta go. In like 2. Listen, let me finish, bro. I gotta go in 2 minutes. But listen, I understand, bro, that Kanye is doing a lot of revealing of Hollywood, and he's what seems to be pursuing goodness and exposing evil, right? But so is Alex Jones. So is a lot of these other truthers. But at the end of the day, they're not saved, bro. They're double-minded. So just because you see these guys exposing truth 1 second, but the next second they're right in it with them, that tells you that these people are controlled opposition, bro.
I don't go that far, man. I don't go that far at all. Like I've looked into this myself. Like it's been my own personal journey, and I've found out, things that, have been shown to me, and they've been reflected in what's going on in day-to-day life, right? Within Hollywood, within politics, anything, right? I don't make anything. I don't judge it, right? I don't call these people double-minded. I don't call them whatever, right? I just see what's taking place, right? But honestly, man, like when Kanye came out and revealed that, the same thing, man. Like I'm not assuming anything about him. I'm listening to what he's saying, right? And I was actually a little bit grateful that he did that, because it was a rare occurrence, right? For you to say that he's double-minded or whatever, and he's whatever you're doing, dude. Okay, like you're not being grateful, like for the fact of that revelation.
I am grateful of that revelation, but I just wish that he was actually committed and walked in the light. You can't be a friend of the world, right? And be a friend of Yah. If you're a friend of the world, you're an enemy of Yah, right? You can't be in the dark. You can't have 1 foot in darkness and 1 foot in light. It makes you a hypocrite. and the scriptures are very clear on this. You're worthless to him.
Are you
If you're neither,
are you a hypocrite?
listen, if you're neither warm
Answer
or
the question.
cold,
Answer
listen to me.
No,
We're all
answer the
hypocrites.
question.
Yeah,
Are
we're all
you a hypocrite? Because you're calling
Yes.
other people a hypocrite. Are you one?
Yes.
Okay,
But not
good.
to the extent that Kanye is. You got to understand. Listen, if you are neither warm or cold, he will spit you out. If you're lukewarm, he will spit you out. And Kanye is extremely lukewarm. Not a little bit, extremely lukewarm. He is worthless to the kingdom because what he's doing, he's bringing people into the faith in 1 second, and then the next second he's showing them, he's blaspheming the Father, bro. Like, you can't do that, man. That's worse. That's worse than struggling in sin, right? And trying to be better. He's not even like, he's just allowing it to happen, bro. He's not like, he's turning a blind eye.
You put yourself in his shoes, right? And we'll see what takes place.
So, Santiago, how much abuse makes it okay to praise Hitler or call yourself a master?
I don't know, man. A lot.
Less than what Kanye's been through.
How do we know?
Well, I'm asking.
I told you a lot. That's the answer to your question.
Okay. So, but there's a line you draw where it's okay.
Well, people can be dumb, right? People can be dumb.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. We know that. So, while I get that most child abusers were abused themselves, does that make it okay?
No, of course not.
Okay, so that's.
You're breaking up there. Okay for them. Repeat that. You're breaking up. Say that again.
Give me a second. Better now?
Yes.
Sorry. Those people have been through a lot of abuse. Some would say some of the worst abuse ever.
Right.
That doesn't make it okay. So I would say that's worse abuse than what Kanye's been through, although I don't know why.
You don't know. Yeah, you don't know. And I don't know either.
Right, but was he sexually abused as a child?
It's not off the cards.
As far as we know.
I'm not trying to make that assumption about anybody, but or that comparison, really. I wouldn't do that for anybody. Like, if somebody did something wrong, right, I wouldn't immediately say, like, okay, maybe they were abused, and like, what evidence do we have that they were abused, and does this explain of what they did, right? That's not the pattern of action that I'm interested in going down.
Now, do we have evidence he was abused, or do we have his claim that he was?
No. You have the claim of a person, right, who trained him, right, who medically, abused him. Let's just say, right, and he said that he would take him to zombie land forever, right,
physically, because of the drugs,
and his playtime with the kids just won't be the same. Okay, he's threatening his whole family there. And this is a physical, like, public, text that he made public. And for some reason, you discount that threat.
No, I said I don't know much about it now. I do recall hearing about this.
Read it. Read the whole text message. Do you want me to pull it up and read it to you?
No, I just want to talk about it. But you can. Did he think that Kanye needed mental health?
If you want to listen to Kanye's version,
you're going to continue
his mom was sacrificed.
Like that, then I'll read you the text and you can tell me genuinely what you think about it. Okay? All right, let's do it then, shall we?
Chucky, if you believe Kanye's version, his mum was sacrificed, and Kim is a witch who stole his kids and dresses them as gimps in the street.
Yeah, I don't think I believe his version.
Yeah, well, you just should try, because that's what happens to celebrities.
I'm not talking about any of those things. I'm talking about just a pure text message. Okay, this is what it reads. Okay, shall I? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Right. Tell me what you think of this. Genuinely, as a human being. Okay. Here we go. I'm going to help you in one of a couple ways. First, you and I sit down and have a loving and open conversation, but you don't use cuss words. And everything that is discussed is based in fact and not some crazy stuff that dumb friend of yours told you or you saw in a tweet. Next paragraph.
Yeah, that's good so far.
Next
Except for the
paragraph.
cuss words. Who gives a fuck?
Next paragraph. Second option, I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you, and you go back to zombie land forever.
Back to zombie
Play
land.
date with the kids just won't be the same. Period.
That shows that that's happened before, and he's threatening to do it again.
Second option, I have you institutionalized again, where they medicate the crap out of you, and you go back to zombie land forever. Play date with the kids just won't be the same.
Like Britney Spears.
So you present a really good option, the first one, and then you make the second option a lot worse.
Exactly.
So that he chooses the better first option. Who would choose the second option?
No. Who threatens that to Kanye?
Chucky Akinard.
How is it a threat?
Why would someone be threatening Kanye like that?
Okay, how is it a threat?
Should I read it to you again, Chucky?
He's threatening to.
No. I heard it.
No. I'll read
Why
it.
are you asking then?
Second option.
I heard it. I'm not a retarded flat earther.
Then don't ask how is it a threat. Second option, I have you institutionalized again.
Santiago, can I send you to an institution forever?
Where they medicate the crap out of you.
If you were the handler, yes, maybe.
And you go back to zombie land forever.
You don't think the institution has some sort of intake policy where they assess the patient, or they just take them based on somebody's
Why is he threatening then? If it's bullshit, why is he using it as a threat?
Why is
he wants him to choose option one.
So you agree it is a threat now? You agree it is a threat to make him choose option one?
No.
You are stupid.
Dude, you can't read
it's not a threat. He worded it to make it seem less appealing than option one. It clearly is.
Oh my god, that's a threat.
No, it's a terrible way to do it, but it still wants him to do option one. Did he choose option one?
You have no concern or awareness of what evil is and how it operates.
Okay. Why do you think that?
Because I see it right now, what you're doing, and your lack of judgment.
How so?
You think that providing a nice option is somehow good? It's not.
Yes. Providing a nice option is great.
It isn't. It's called coercion.
No.
Yeah, it is coercion, whether it's nice or not. Because you're backing it up with saying, I will send you to zombie land forever. Play dates with your kids will never be the same. And you're still justifying, oh, well, why did he bother with that with the second one? He should have just chose the first. Oh, what?
Do you know somebody? Do you know somebody who's been in a mental institution, Santiago?
Zombie lands with your kids will never.
Yes.
Are you kidding me?
That's not an answer to my question. Do you know somebody who's been in
I will never answer any of your questions ever, dude, because you have no rationale.
Well, the answer obviously is no, because I can tell based on your answer. And obviously then you didn't visit them when they were in the mental. I did.
Chucky, why are you being so crazy on this?
No, Santiago is claiming he knows things, but he's very ignorant.
I mean, he's a totally different angle from me and agrees with me and saw you straight away for what you were. So what does that tell you?
It tells me that you're both crazy.
It says you're defending MK Ultra as okay.
Literally.
What? you guys are both deluded, apparently.
And you don't even know it properly. You don't even get it properly.
Santiago, have you visited somebody in mental?
No, I haven't. Go on though. Okay. What about it?
I have. Yes, they do over medicate people. And it is awful.
Yeah.
But they don't do it without an intake process. Okay, and they do take input from loved ones. In my brother's case, it was somebody who wanted to be less medicated.
That's beautiful.
What's that?
That's beautiful. They take input from loved ones. Really?
Yes.
Really? Yeah. So when this person said play date with the kids just won't be the same, do you think he was taking input from loved ones?
The person I knew used to eat.
That wasn't my question.
Like a beagle.
That
the
wasn't
person
my
I
question.
knew was a zombie when he was in there.
That was
and
not
it was
my
awful
question.
seeing him that way. Okay, ask your question again.
This is a threat. Okay, play date with the kids just won't be the same. I will medicate the crap out of you, and you go back to zombie land forever. I don't think that you understand. Really,
I thought he said they will medicate the crap out of you. Yeah, that's terrible.
Dude, you're a terrible person initially for not having.
I misheard. I thought he said they will medicate the crap out of you.
That's the same. That's
I realized this guy had access to medication.
That's worse, Chucky. I'll hand you over to them. That's even worse a threat.
Oh wait, sorry. Which one is it?
He says I will because he's the handler.
Says he will medicate him.
He is the trainer who handles him, and Carnes had to go along with it under oath to
What's a train? What do you mean by trainer?
Let a military self-trainer control medicine intake of Kanye.
What do you mean by trainers? Kanye a dog? I thought we were talking about a.
Yes, that's how they treat him, as a dog.
Okay.
Look, man. Look, I'm not trying to argue with you. Not trying to fight you, man. This is an aspect of the world that we live in. Okay, and this trainer, he is a trainer of many Hollywood elites. Okay, you go look up his name. It's Harley Pasternak, man. He knows he has trained like plenty of influential people. Okay.
What do you mean by trained? Physical trainer?
Absolutely, yes. Physical trainer, and also right, and also more than that. He himself has been trained by the Canadian government in the use of these types of tactics. Let's just say.
What tactics is that?
Which is like drugging people and influencing them through the use of those drugs.
Says who? Him?
Well, go look up his credentials, dude. You don't know anything about it.
Okay, I asked you a question. He say he's been trained in the use of those?
Yes, he admits to being in the military and doing drug experiments to see how much he can change soldiers.
Absolutely.
Now he happens to be the handler of multiple celebrities, including
Kanye. Correct.
Telling Kanye he's going to medicate them. That's awful. If he's saying they're going to medicate you, that's just the facts.
He's threatening to throw Kanye back into an institution.
It's not.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, it's not the point between they and I, right? It is the threat being taken place, like that you're not seeing, which is the point. Look, man, just be a good person, dude. Just see things for what they are.
I am asking.
Yeah.
You wrong, right? Did I get it out?
No, you give me like little to no hope in human beings.
Okay, because two wrongs make a right. I don't understand your logic here, Santi.
No, because I'm talking to some non-sentient being. That's what I'm talking to. You are a mechanical object. You're not sentient whatsoever. You have no
Why
concern.
do you use
Well,
that?
I'll chuck you this many times.
Did you
I can't even hear you, dude. You're breaking up like a computer, like a robot here. Go on.
Am I robotic?
Yeah.
All right, it's better now, though, right?
It doesn't help your case. Mike in the car driving to a mine doesn't help your case.
He doesn't care, dude. He really doesn't care whatsoever.
Or hurt my case, no. I think that where I am shouldn't affect my argument. Do you think it should affect my argument?
No, you keep your argument to yourself. No, I'm saying you keep your argument.
Shouldn't, but it has.
You keep your argument far away from me. Keep it to yourself. Own it. Put it in your closet. Live with it in your room. I don't give a shit, dude. But keep it away from me.
If you ask Chucky about Britney Spears being
My
bald,
wife's room?
he would say, "Yeah, look her up."
Do you mean my office? What are you talking about? My room?
Wherever it is in your brain, keep it there, alone, away from me.
Chucky, what if they did sacrifice Kanye's mum and he was right? And that same group of bad doctors were around his mum, killed her. What if I've managed to come to that fact before you and I had to tell you and you had to hear it from me? That's how far behind you were.
Yeah, well, you claim you're ahead, Don, but you're a petulant little child a lot when you get attacked.
It's just
right?
an imagination.
Santiago, you're acting fine today. It's Santiago today that refuses to answer direct questions. That's because his ideology has been challenged, and he recognizes that it's weak, and that's a good thing.
Remember when Britney Spears went bald and shaved her head?
Yes.
Do you think she was ill of her own accord, or do you think people made her ill?
No. At the time, I did, but now I realize what she was doing, and I applaud her. And I actually just mentioned to my wife on the weekend I'd love to see a biography about her because I think I respect her a lot more now.
But can you see that's the same happening? People were trying to hold her down, and she was trying to escape the drug-induced zombie land.
Oh, yeah, it's awful.
Yeah, that's what we're saying about Kanye. He was trying to escape. He's trying to escape.
So why does that make it okay that he says what he says?
You're being apologetic towards Kanye, right? But you have to understand that these people, they consciously sign a contract with the devil. When you play with fire, this is what's gonna happen, right? You can't just be like, I understand you're trying to be merciful for these people, but these people are rich and famous for a reason, right? You can't just you can't be rich and famous and not have some sort of repercussions, right? Whether you sacrifice his mom or not, you know, we can talk about that. But either way, the guy for a long time has been part of Holly Weird. Now he's trying to get out of it, and it's gonna be difficult. But you can't be completely apologetic for these people that are rich and famous and made their careers literally promoting Holly Weird.
No, I'm not apologizing for them. They're on their own journeys. I'm just trying to teach Chucky that evil gets their grip in these people.
Rick Moranis is rich and famous. Is he weird? Or did he start out weird?
Who?
Rick Moranis. You don't know who he is?
No.
Ghostbusters?
Nope.
Honey, I Shrunk the Kids?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so is he weird?
I don't know. I can't remember a story about him.
Well, that's because in the late 90s, early 2000s, his wife was dying of cancer. So he quit acting altogether and he was on SCTV before that. He quit acting altogether to take care of his wife and raise his kids. So he's rich and famous.
I don't know why you're mentioning him.
Oh, Well, you said to be, well, not you. The other gentleman said to be rich and famous. I think it was Yaw. Or, sorry, Lion?
Right. Well,
Sorry?
maybe he had to do the first degree of Freemasonry to get his acting job, and he just stayed like that.
What the fuck does Freemasonry have to do with this?
Well, quite a lot. It helps you get in.
Well, yeah, yes, definitely. Knowing people helps you open doors.
The oath system is used to keep people in line.
In line for what?
In line so that they can produce the right type of art for the Satanic New World Order.
You think Freemasonry is satanic?
Freemason what? Yeah, of course it is.
What's your evidence for that?
Oh my God, you can read it. It tells you Lucifer's the god.
No, what's your evidence for it?
Books.
Okay, cool.
There's hours on it, Chucky. You've got no idea.
Hours of it. Books are measured in hours.
Hours of lectures, books, thousands of words. You've got no idea.
Satan's not real. Are you aware of that?
It's a concept, but it denotes opposing things.
It denotes what?
Opposing.
Opposing what?
Opposing freedom for all and just taking it for yourself.
Freedom.
That's what the Freemasons believe.
Oh. Really? Well, the one Freemason I knew really well, or fairly well, was a pretty good guy. He raised kids that weren't his own. Treated my wife like his own child, even though she was a fully grown adult.
Sure, it doesn't make you evil. I'm saying it helps you get into the Hollywood, and it becomes satanic as you go hard.
Got him out of a traffic ticket once. But he certainly wasn't a Hollywood.
How hard did he get?
I don't know.
Probably first degree. That's not when they tell you it's Satan.
So how many actual Freemasons do you know?
I'm not sure. It could be none.
Okay. So this information you got could all be lies.
No. It's literally in the books. I've got a bookmark.
Well, because it's in a book, it's true. So the Bible's true.
I'll give you the bookmark of the Freemason degrees if you really want it.
John, in the Bible it says God is real. Is that true?
Yes.
Oh. Okay.
What's this true? How else do you think you got here?
My parents. When two people love each other.
Follow it back. How did they get here?
Same way.
And before that?
Why do you think it happened a different way at one point?
Monkeys?
Nope.
Before that? Lizards?
Nope.
And fish?
Wow,
and germs, and then rocks, and then God.
Why God?
Because you
nature,
need
nature, supernatural.
You need yes, that's it.
One of these things is not like the other, Don. Can you figure out which?
Supernatural is where you say, I can't find out the next cause, so I call it God, the big creator. The cause.
Okay, but it's not supernatural. It's just a name you're putting in. We could put in unknown process, and you're going to call it God.
Yeah, maybe you'd like the Bible more if it said unknown process is real.
No, because it's filled with garbage.
Unknown process is real.
It might be, yes. But, so it's not supernatural, though.
If I gave you a 5-hour video that exposes Freemasonry as Satanism, would you watch it?
Sure, send it to me. Have you unblocked me on DM so that you can send it there? Because I'm not going to be at work.
Post it in the chat.
Can you DM it to me? Because I'm not going to be at work for about 20 minutes. And then when I get to work, people might need something. So I might not be able to get to it for a couple hours. Could you maybe DM it to me? Please and thank you. And then, yes, I will watch it. Can I listen to it instead of watch it?
Yes, but there's a few quiet sections that just show loads of celebrities doing the symbols, so you have to fast forward through those bits.
Okay. Are these symbols that I do by accident all the time?
No, they're proper 666. One eye hidden, hidden hand.
I used to have actually, let me show you my parking pass, Don. You'll love it.
Did you know that Planar Walk is a gay tranny now?
I don't ever understand it. If he's a woman, does he mean he likes women or does he like men?
Yeah, I've got to think that through.
Yeah,
I can tell by looking at him if I think it through enough, by his gender claims and by looking at him. I think he's trying to be the woman for a man, so he's gay, but feeling like a woman.
There, how do you like my parking pass? Is it post?
No.
Mic check. It didn't post. Is Godric the last post you see? John?
Give me a sec. Sorry, what?
Okay, I might have been in the wrong one. Is it there now?
Yeah.
How do you like them apples? Now, was it luck that I got that, do you think, John?
I don't know. How many places is there in the parking spot?
Oh, they went up to 1,000. Or, sorry, 0000 to 9999.
Well, are they always full? Like, could it have been any number, or do they give out random numbers to people?
Yeah, they give a random number. Well, they give them out in order of
I
receiving
don't
the
know.
application.
It could be a synchronicity.
No, it was definitely
Total luck.
no, not luck at all.
You're a Freemason.
Nope.
No,
I control the materials. So when it came in, I took out 666 and told them, put mine under 666. So I was actually the first and went under 6666.
You're secretly like the number.
Yeah, because it triggers people. I used to have a license plate that was 666. They wouldn't hand it out because people didn't want it, and it was sitting over there in the corner.
Well, I relate to that. I changed my random YouTube handle number to 666.
Mario Lemieux was 66, one of perhaps the greatest hockey player of all time. Even though I am a Gretzky fan.
That's a biblical term. It's the power of the symbol of three similar numbers and what you think it could mean.
It's not power of anything, Don. It's just a number that triggers people.
You chose it for some reason, because it
Yes,
has a power.
I told you why. Because it triggers people.
Yeah, because it has a power for some reason.
Yeah, and it's a ridiculous reason. Just the same reason why I choose the number 13 all the time. My initials are BB. You could write them 1313, right?
In that video, he'll tell you about the 666.
Does it make it real?
No, it just shows you what it's attributed to and why people use it as a meme.
Do people use it to trigger other people? Because it only works to people who think it works.
If you triggering people is the excuse, it's what it's actually is associating with an idea from the Bible.
Or from the Satanic Bible, where it's called magic, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's from the Bible, right?
The Satanic Bible has a bit more good in it than I've seen from real.
Yes, I do like it more. It's definitely more practical.
Yeah. And they use words in there to trigger, because they're atheists, obviously, right?
Well, the book is atheist, yeah.
Well, LaVeyan Satanists.
Yeah, I don't think he was an actual atheist, but their group, it pretends to be atheist.
You don't think Anton LaVey was an atheist?
No, I think they believe in God, but they are promoting an atheist version of Satanism because that's a strong version of it. He was tasked to write that book by the dark occultists for the modern age of ego. He's also got another good book called The Satanic Witch that says all of these white witches are scared of the devil and they're not proper witches and they've got no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, isn't he basically making fun of religious people again?
Yeah.
Like he did the first time. He was a character, that's for sure.
Yeah. You're referencing Satanic Panic with the 666. So it is triggering because of that, isn't it?
Well, I only know the Satanic Panic in reference to music, like Ozzy Osbourne and Dungeons and Dragons. What did 666 have to do?
I mean, anyone that's a Christian or a bit Christian or a New Ager that is scared of the devil and evil will get the reference that you're associating with using 666. Satanic Panic is like the first Pizzagate.
Why do you always bring in this random shit, John? What does it stand for? Anchovies, anchovies, anchovies.
First Satanic Panic is like Pizzagate, where they accuse satanic cults of doing evil stuff.
Sorry.
You're breaking up again.
John.
Hey. I'm looking at my own head on webcam. It's huge.
Hold it farther away.
You know, if this guy Anti-Globe is listening right now,